Welcome to day 2 of the group stages here for the Elite League tournament, Mr. Lizard. How we doing? You got a nice little checkered shirt on, ready to go, got some more action.
Yeah, I wore one first. It was red. I came here and I looked at the camera and I didn't like it. I looked too much like a woodchucker, and then I decided to switch for this one out. But feeling good. Just woke up, actually. Didn't sleep the whole night. Some mosquito was buzzing around me, not letting me get my rest. But feeling good considering what our first game is. Big China fan here, not as much as maybe Ares and Snare and the likes, and B-Cop, of course. But I love these teams. I've been watching them for quite some time, like ever since they just joined Azure. By the way, I'm sorry that I'm snatching in what's gonna happen and what teams are gonna play, but it's written in the lower third there. Azure make their first apparition, wow, in Elite League against PSG Quest. So that's what you guys are gonna be watching. Welcome everyone. I'm snatching Aries' job away from him. I'll be leading us into this game, but no, I'm feeling fine. I'm happy that we're gonna see some really nice teams today. We have a lot of series in front of us. How are you, my friend? You always ask me how I am, and then we proceed into the game. Did you get your sleep? What time is it in Australia? Did any kangaroo try to knuckle fight you? Did any spiders get in your shoes these last few days?
No issues with spiders or kangaroos looking to box me. Sleep was a bit mediocre, but that's okay. It is what it is. Can't complain. Got a good gym session in, and just been hanging out before the games. And now we get to cover 5 series today. It's another 5 series day. We got the first 3, and then you're going to be joined by some lovely other casters. But it's a very good, very good series.
Oh, amazing series. Just look at this. I don't know which one is better. Like Team Falcons, Team Spirit, insane, heroic PSG Quest. I have a feeling heroic is just a team to look out for at the moment. Then G2IG versus Azure. This is basically your finals of the Wallachia qualifier, in which Azure did lose. And then in the end, Team Spirit versus Entity. Entity that's looking too strong, and Team Spirit that's looking pretty damn weak at the moment. So a lot of really nice series, all best of 2s, of course. So maybe not as many games as some of you in the chat might expect, but still, I like best of 2s. You know, they're clean, they're simple, there's no messing about, there's no hiding strategies, there's no calculating, okay, we still have game 3 or anything like that. No, you don't. You have 2 games and that's it. So always fun to watch. And the first game that we will watch is this one, right? Azure versus PSG Quest. How do you feel about this? Like, who's like PSG Quest, of course, isn't as star-studded with names, but they're no pushover, right?
No, definitely without a doubt, no pushover. But I do think, you know, those names that potentially don't live up to like Ori and Bach and FY's kind of criteria, or, you know, with their experience, you know, Tianming and Lo are they're getting close. You know, we'll take a little bit, but I think Tianming is an incredible position 5. I've always been really impressed with his gameplay, and I think Lo as well is starting to take over in regards to one of the better carries, or if not the best carry as well in China. Of course, there's going to be some arguments if Ame is still the best or not, but Lo is a very impressive player. So we'll see how they're going to be able to compare up against PSG Quest. We had the opportunity as well to cast Azure really recently, right, in that grand finals versus Team Zero. So we're actually a little bit more familiar with them. I didn't cover any of the PGL Wallachia, if that's how you correctly pronounce it. I didn't cover any of their games over there where they lost to G2IG in 3-1 fashion. But yeah, we've done a lot of games of Azure very recently, so I'm going to be excited to see if they continue with the strategies that we've seen from them so far. But yeah, we'll see.
If it's crashing for everyone else, it is for me too. Like, I can't load. I've been silent a little bit, but I'm back on VMix at least. Yeah, we didn't cast Wallachia. I joined B-Corp a couple of times when he was doing the open qualifiers by himself. And casted some NA games at weird times. Didn't really catch the finals. I did watch the finals. I believe there was like 5 of them casting. It was a pretty fun cast. Bcop had a ton of viewers on his channel. Shout out to him. Always covers these Chinese regions, no matter what it is, some open qualifier or anything. What's so cool, it's like never paid what he does. Like, not never, let's not say never, but when he casts open qualifiers, usually it's out of his own will, right? Because those tournaments are usually just for true enthusiasts, and he's really one of them.
Yeah, That is indeed a very big China fan, so I'm sure he's going to be rooting for Azure. And let's see how they're going to be able to fare versus PSG Quest, who did play yesterday versus the Falcon boys as well, which was a 2-0 victory for Falcons in the end. So Quest not having their group stage start like they were hoping. Of course, they did make it through the Swiss stage in 3-1 fashion, so it was a pretty solid showing from them overall. I'm trying to remember who they lost to. In fact, I'll get it up now. They lost to Boom. So they're able to get a victory over Kev, over Nouns, and over Talon as well.
Yeah, they're in a look. You lost to Falcons. Falcons are at the moment looking like possibly top 3, if not even the best team in the world. Like, they're looking too strong, and that's not a shame. Like, it's no shame to lose to them. Yesterday, we've seen a lot of really weird series when it comes to the results. Some teams won super easily that we didn't expect them to. Some teams in the interviews said that they didn't sleep well, that it's a little bit too early, to start. But it's a valid point, though. What needs to be said, it's a valid point. I know that we're moving earlier and earlier with our first series, not only in this tournament, but in general, we're moving earlier and earlier. And Dota players just aren't, like 90% of them aren't used to it. But it's your job, so, you kind of have to be more responsible and go to sleep earlier, right? Like, if I went to sleep last night at 3 a.m., I'd be snoozing here. But you try to go a little bit earlier to reset. I know it's hard to push your clock like that and just go and force yourself to sleep, but I don't know. I feel like there's enough money in the game for people to do that, right? Like, to force themselves.
Yeah, there's a big incentive behind it. So, like you said, it is a bit difficult, but at the end of the day, you just got to do what you got to do. Azure up, PSG Quest are up, and we get to see Low on screen. Lovely FY playing, sitting behind him as well. Not sure. Actually, I spy a level up logo. So looks like maybe they're boot camping going.
They are in Serbia.
In Croatia?
In Serbia. Shout out to New Now or Novi Sad and Booktop, and also shout out to his compound that's hosted many big teams in the past and continues to do so. Like, this is, I think I saw them on some Instagram story eating burgers at his place or something like that. I don't know, but I hope he doesn't make them squat too much, because you don't want these guys to be too tired. In any case, we have a draft, so we can cover a little bit more of Dota and a little bit less of fluff. Like, on one side, Crystal Maiden and Rubicon, other Disruptor, two teams that went all into support mode right now. When it comes to bans, what's interesting to me is probably the IO ban from Quest, something that not a lot of teams ban, and the Keeper of the Light ban from Azure, because Noob plays it a lot. I believe Noob actually was a part of Level Up back in the day as well. Like, that's one of the teams he played for. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. And he plays Keeper of the Light. So we've seen what that hero can do yesterday. Analog had a fantastic showing, so they ban it out, and Tiny is the next pick. A little bit more flexible, perhaps, but still, I believe these are our supports. Both teams just straight up, not hiding their cards. Here you go. This is what you're going to play against.
Yeah, and I wonder if they Enigma here already. Like, Gyrocop the banned out for Azure, so you're not too worried. They go for the other range hero. Okay, this is actually something we saw them have a decent amount of priority in with the grand finals for Dream League Season 23. They like to give it to Bark. They like to give it to Ori as well.
Yeah, and they play pretty damn well on both of these positions. I think I do like Razor offlane with Tiny quite a lot. I think it's a strong combination. It counters a lot of heroes that are being played on position 1 at the moment. At the same time, you're picking it very early. You're opening yourself up for Morphling. Morphling isn't banned. This hero is... We saw yesterday what he can do. The only reason for me not to pick Morphling in a game such as this one right now is if you're afraid of Naga and PL, and if you aren't comfortable on the hero. Like, it has to be one or the other. Naga and PL, like these illusion-based heroes, there's Life Stealer as well. There's a couple of problems, of course, and you just have to think about it and maybe find the right approach. If you're picking something like a morph now, yeah, they go for it. And look, they have one pick on Azure before the bans begin again. And if you're Quest, you could steal one of the picks that are good against Morphling or something like that, and then leave them with what you think is a worst approach against the Morph. We'll see.
Yeah, but I 100% agree with your PL and Naga assessment. Like, I really think PSG Quest need to consider a hero that's going to be able to offer them a bunch of AoE damage, because I'd be very worried that AR go for this illusion hero at the 18th pick.
Yeah, I don't think there's literally... I don't think there's a lot stopping them, right? Like when you... What do you have to worry about? You have to worry about some mid and offlane countering you hard, but still the carry-to-carry matchup for you will be really strong, and the supports don't do much to you. So ban out some of these big boys from the mid lane. What's also very interesting in this game so far, Timber untouched. Like, completely ignored. And they go with Beast. Is Beast an illusion counter? I don't think he is. Maybe with Agonims or something.
I'm pretty sure he's pretty decent. I know it used to be better with the lifesteal that you got with the Scepter. I'm pretty sure they did reduce it a bunch, but he used to actually do pretty well versus these illusion heroes.
I mean, okay. Still though, Beastmaster looks solid. Like in the last few days, he's been picked more and more, and this is a hero that I truly believe can make a difference right now in the meta, and I believe he will be picked up more and more as the tournament goes on, replacing your Centaurs and the like when it comes to priority. When you're Azure now, you have to think about that as well. Like, you're picking a hero that should be decent into Beast and Morphling. You still have some options. Like, you still have the Naga PL. I don't think they're amazing anymore, but I don't think that they have been truly addressed by Beast. When it comes to other heroes, what do we have? We have a Drow. Like, Disruptor Drow is always nice. I wouldn't like it as much as those other ones. You have Lifestealer, but there is Roar through BKB, which isn't that great anymore. And into Morphling later on, it can be... Yeah, it's an interesting matchup, but let's see what they go for. They go for Slardar first. They go for something very different. Is this mid Slardar or is it offlane Slardar? We'll see. We have seen teams experiment a little bit with mid Slardar. I do believe that this should be your offlane and then Razor mid, right? Like, you have a lot of stuns between the Slardar and the Tiny.
I think the interesting thing about the Slardar as well is that and we see PSG Quest with the Beastmaster, right? It gives you a bunch of auras to be able to buff the Morphling within a beast and whatever items he builds, and then the Slardar kind of... It's almost a trump card with the corrosive haste. Like, late game, you're going to be able to reduce, I think it's like 20 armor on anyone. That's just almost way better if you're able to get it out multiple times. So they're just trying to do whatever they can to offer some auras for their carries as well to be able to combat the Beastmaster in the later stages.
Yeah, just play the game fast. That's what I see. Gotta go fast. Gotta sprint. Gotta sprint through the game. They ban out the troll. Is it the best hero for Lu? Probably is. Like, when I think of Lu, I think of troll. I don't know why. I feel like when he came into the scene, like when he was a fresh new face, he was playing troll a lot. And as every fresh face in the scene, he made a couple of mistakes here and there, and then it kind of becomes imprinted in your mind that his troll needed some work. And it did get some work. And like you said, Lu became a true tier 1 of the best carries right now, and they have played this, haven't they? Like the Slardar Clinks. Was it them or who was it?
It was Fly Stack. I think it was Kev.
Okay, I just know that I have seen this exact draft with Slardar, Klinks, and Razor, and I think that Slardar was maybe even mid. It doesn't matter though. Like no matter how you put them, like Klinks on safe lane is pretty good. Beastmaster instantly. Do you want to go Helm of Overlord? I think so. I still think it's solid. It's not a must, but I still think it's decent even versus the Klinks. But there's just so much kill potential on the map now. Like you have the Slardar Klinks combo. Klinks going for maybe some Orchid and Slardar with just a blink stun. If it's Bach, we might even see, what did he go? He went for like Echo Saber into BKB Blink. That's also an option. Just a lot of burst damage. A lot of kill potential no matter when in the game. This Klinks does die to Morphling eventually though. And the carry to carry matchup is scary for Klinks. You can get on top of him with the Kanda, you basically would one-shot him to half HP. But it's a good Lina pick as well. It's one of Noob's better heroes for sure, and he will actually be playing into Slardar. Never mind. So we did circle all the way back to Slardar mid. Why am I talking about that? Because Razor isn't really a good matchup anyway for the Lina. But that makes me think, okay, Razor isn't a great matchup. How much better is Slardar? If you can get on top of her, it's pretty good, but she's very long ranged, and if the lane equilibrium is in her favor, let's see what Ori can do. It's going to be an interesting one, no matter what. They have a lot of ways of jumping that Lina and scouting her out with Klinks. I feel like PSG Quest also have got some nice things for them, like Morphling into Razor is a fantastic matchup. Like you have the Beastmaster as well to bring you all the control and this front line that he always does bring. And then you have Lina in the end that seems not uncontested, but brings you that extra burst into Razor and Klinks that can be useful.
I'm not sure if the Klinks, not the Klinks, the Slardar sprint is going to be enough like sustain for the Lina spam. Maybe this is a thought they have with Ori being in the river. I'm really not quite sure, but we'll see. He is kind of unique item build as well for the Slardar. Is not particularly locked into one build or another. We've been seeing a lot of variety with that hero, so it's going to be exciting. First game for Azure, and they're pulling out a Slardar mid and a Klinks carry. So I know this is something that we were getting a little bit actually in our China games, but I haven't really seen too many other people continuing to run the Slardar. So let's see if they're going to have success. And of course, the PSG Quest are going to be able to bounce back from the 0-2 defeat versus Falcons yesterday.
Yeah, and it is a first game for Azure to play in the tournament. Let's see what they can... look at that casters on the left side, Ares and Lizard. Looks, I don't know, like warms my heart.
Yeah, this is the first time you've noticed it in all of the Swiss staging groups.
Yes, it's the first time. I'm focused on the game, man.
I respect it.
And I am in game, and I don't have two monitors at the moment. The second one is still broken, so I can only watch the game. I don't see the feed. In any case, like Azure is about to start off strong. Like I was trying to be objective during the draft to say what's the good side of one team, what's the good side of another. And even though I do like TA as a player, like he's an amazing carry, and he's playing on Morphling that basically does carry games at the moment, I'm worried for them, because on the other side you have this Disruptor, Slardar, Tiny, and Klinks combo. This is like a... When I look at this is what I would like to see in my pub. You know what I mean? Like these heroes are just out on a hunt constantly, and they combo so well together. You have Slardar to jump in, you have Tiny with a toss, you have, if he gets an early blink, you have Glimpse as well. As long as the lanes go well for them, it could get really scary real fast for Quest.
Yeah, I like 100% agree. Like this game just seems a little bit easier for Azure to execute, right? Like how are you doing anything on the map on Quest if it's not around like the Helm of the Overlord or Malik? And even, well, with that being said, Overlord takes quite a while to come online, so that's a big issue. And Noob as the he's going boots of travel first, but I don't think that's particularly going to matter. Like he has the Maelstrom queued up as well, and we know this Lino like does nothing for a vast portion of the early game. So, and even besides that, if you were like even net worth at like 30 minutes of the game, doesn't just fights look so much easier for AR to execute and to be able to start those fights?
100%. I absolutely agree. This looks like at first you try to be objective, but then when you look at these beasts on Azure, and on the other side you see Crystal Maiden and Rubik holding hands, walking down the lane, and then usually when you see these two, you're hoping, okay, we have a primal beast, right, or something that goes up front. We have a Timber, right, and then you look at Lina holding hands with them. It's all these heroes don't like to be center of attention, and Morphling is the same. Like later on, he still needs someone else as he's morphing in to Razor and going in waveforming to steal damage. He still needs someone else. That means that everything literally is on Malik. Everything is on him. Like it's such a heavy load basically. Play with roar, dodge fights. With that being said, give us the objective take. This is by the way, everyone in the chat. This is when Ares is professional and he tries to make things look more even. Go, give me the silver lining. Let's go.
Yo, with that being said, maybe Morphling can do some crazy stuff this game. I do think like it's a pretty good Morphling game. You're not too worried about the corrosive haze. We've already spoken about Morphling to Razor. It's a very good matchup for tier 2000. With the Kanda build, you can potentially blow up the disruptor. So, and I also I'd kind of trust Morphling more to carry compared to a Klinks, but I guess Klinks does have a Slardar corrosive haze to amp him, so that's another thing to keep in mind. But let's see, maybe like it's because it is a pretty decent Morphling game. Let's see if TA 2000 is able to free farm and what he can do.
Yeah, it's in an isolated world in which no one else exists. This is like a pretty dead Morphling game. I agree. No, like really, if they manage to stall it, if they manage to go late, like the Morphling can do a lot.
The dog's doing.
Dog agrees, yeah. Right? I need to knock for her.
You're gonna
knock to the dog to go in and stop barking. That's what I usually do when I mute myself. I talk to my dogs.
Talk to the dogs? The dogs?
I can't stop her from barking though. Like it's a good thing. Like she's protecting. She's very territorial, protecting the house.
What's the breed?
Shepherd, German Shepherd.
Oh, all right.
And then I have a Malamute that literally you could come into my yard and take him away and everything else, and he'd be like, "Do you have treats? Okay, I'll go with you."
Oh damn, they're cute as dogs.
Yeah. I have them on my Instagram, like I post them a lot. My shepherd actually defended my house one. I had a break in an entry.
Still cold. Wait, really?
Yeah.
Did he tear the nuts off the intruder? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? You train the dogs to...
So what happened? No, I didn't train her for anything. They were just territorial dogs. So these guys, they took off their shoes. I don't know why. Before they entered, before they came into the house, because they wanted to like maybe be silent or maybe steal some shoes, not sure, but in any case they were left without their shoes when they ran away. So,
that's great. That's so crazy actually. What, they thought they were going to track the footprints that they would leave with the shoes?
I have no idea. I really don't. Maybe they were high or something. I don't know why. Maybe they tried to be more silent, or maybe what my idea is, maybe they tried to steal shoes even. I don't know. It's sad in any way, but yeah, they didn't get to do much. They had to just run. And we finally have a game. You don't have to hear about our personal lives anymore, guys. There's a full smoke on Quest.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
of course, they ain't doing much. They're chilling. Oh, all right. We've been seeing this a lot more lately, where there's like smokes around, 30 seconds, 20 seconds left before the horn. I really like the adaptation because at the start of the nighttime change before the minute mark, we always saw teams just smoking instantly to drop vision down.
well, it's not gonna matter really. They're just gonna run into Morphling.
Yeah.
And look at this ward, by the way. They're super prepared. They want to fight here. I do believe they're stronger level 1. Instant D ward as well. That D ward was so simple because of Thunderstrike, right? Like he had high ground vision. Use Thunderstrike. In any case, they would know. But yeah, nicely prepared by Quest. By the way, this is something that they probably have seen from Azure before and wait them out on that high ground.
Uh-oh. No, this is yeah, DeCarlos is a nice guy. This is always straight away been saying no problem, take your time. I think that was Noob. See Omar. He's even saying all good. Look at these guys. I can send packets. Give me.
Don't give him the address.
I almost feel bad.
He's pretending. He's pretending.
You only live ice.
And there's also Twitch chat watching. You don't know what you're gonna receive.
Ah, dude, there's no weird people on Twitch chat. What are you saying?
No,
Some of the best of the best people.
It has some distinguished. We have some distinguished gentlemen in the chat, of course, but we also have some perhaps not as esteemed. What's with Morph? What's happening here? His head is in one place, his body is in another. What's going on here? Gaben, please. What was this? What the hell is that? What?
Yeah,
How did that even happen? He doesn't have waveform. What is going on?
Yeah, I don't know. My brother's just trying to become one with the ground. Maybe this is a new strategy. You dig yourself into the ground and then pop out behind them.
He fell in a pond, or some swamp.
Ah, Munchen.
You have
Unique.
9 ping, yeah. I believe Fate Beyond lives there, right? Like he lives literally in the
true,
same
it's not with
city
the
where
team.
where the servers are. He moved to Germany, but
boot camp place.
the rest of them
Nice.
are in Novi Sad. So let's see what they can do.
Jordan. Is that where they're boot camping? Quest in Jordan? I don't know.
I don't know. They have 2 Kazakh players and 2 players from Lebanon, so it could be in Jordan. Yeah, no, I don't know, Jordan, whatever. I think so.
Who's the second Lebanese? It's Noob and Omar, yeah?
Yes, Noob and Omar. Malik, I believe, is Kazakhstani. TA2000 as well, and Dukalis is Russian. So let's see. I believe they did try to fix their issue. We'll see how their game goes.
Yeah.
And if we'll get any more pauses.
We've been really lucky, actually. I want to continue the luck. I'm knocking on my head, if that counts.
Right,
Yeah, we've been really lucky.
it's like a stick.
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah, screw you.
What? You wanted that? I'll knock for you here. Knock on wood.
Thank you.
There.
Thank you.
I have one
Is
of
it
these
one
old
knock or
school
multiple
tables.
knocks?
3 times for us.
I feel like I only heard once. You better have done it 3 times.
That's why that's why we have more luck.
Because you knock 3 times instead of once?
3 times the luck.
Alright, we'll see.
FY dropping
We'll see,
a bit
FY.
low. Yeah, but to go back to your point, yeah, we at least the two of us as casters, we had a lot of luck, no real issues when it comes to games. Sometimes it is about us, you know. We bring this positivity aura around us, like good internet aura. That's what's going on.
Yeah, we also for a while were getting no game threes, but I think that's a little different now. Apparently, we're back to getting game three. Well, of course not with best of twos, but when we were covering a lot of best of threes, we were not getting any. So I don't know if that's luck or unluck. Noob is botting mid as well, by the way.
It depends on what teams you're watching. If you're watching tier 1 teams, game 3 is better, right? If you're not watching those teams, maybe you want it over with as soon as possible. He is a Lina, like the super ranged hero that dominates most matchups, and then they decided to put Slardar mid instead of Razor because maybe they're thinking, in any case, Slardar will do better than Razor. Like Lina is good into Razor too. We'll see how much Ori can do. Because this just isn't an easy lane. But I'm thinking, if he gets a good time, or a decent time at least, and he can find a couple of levels, there's skill potential with Slardar on the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, there's also rotation potential. You have side lanes that are going to be able to find these kills. So that is definitely the one advantage that the Slardar has, is just your access to the river to be able to connect to all the other lanes across the map.
But you don't want to be sending yourself salves and tangos all the time, though, as a mid laner and losing the CS battle. So, top lane Tianmin. Just a glimpse, nothing more.
Even bottom, Bach is getting obliterated as well. And top lane, like, these lanes are going really, really bad at the moment for Azure. Is this something you're expecting?
Well, maybe 30 packet loss has something to do with it, I'm not sure. But not really something that... Look, Morphling is really good into Razor, but Razor's lane shouldn't be absolutely
top lane?
terrible, yeah.
They're able to get a return kill at least. Low will be fine. It's going to take a bunch of damage from Melik, but 1 for 1. Of course, it is going to be Melik that strikes first and is able to get the bounty with the first blood gold.
It's massive, like massive for your Beastmaster to be having probably now Arcane Boots completely finished. And this Clinks, he's unable... Ooh, nice attempt by Malik. Actually goes for a snipe. Not even close, but nice attempt. Nonetheless, it will be difficult for them to sustain themselves from this spam now.
Nice glyph. Wait, how did it... Oh, we ate the creep. Were you watching top?
Yeah, I did.
That was very, very cool. They glimpsed back, so PC Quest glyphed the wave to protect the Beastmaster from getting tower aggro. I think still the glyph saved him for a couple, like at least a second, which was important, but then we saw the Clinks use Death Pack, because of course it goes through glyph, but by that stage he was already out of tower range, so kind of very cool minor things from either side.
Yeah, nice little things, but I don't think AR ever had kill potential there on this beast. Like, he has a magic wand, there's a Rubik with Fade Bolt as well. I feel like there was more kill potential on Clinks than there was on Beast, if another one of those wild axes connected. But yeah, let's see. Bot lane, Bach finally getting some CS, getting some levels, getting level 2 static link and boots, and with this, the Morphling lane, when you have 50 damage and minus 100, the lane is rough to last it on. So the lane is switching up for Bach, looking better. How's our boy mid doing? Like, this is... Well, he's not mid, he's top. Let's see what he can do. Now there's a kill potential on Malik.
Nice rotation for Wari. First one of the game for him. Will be rewarded. Mid lane with a double damage rune though from Noob is going to look to try and put some damage in the tower.
Yeah, FY trying to...
Quest...
Nice dodge.
Nice sidestep.
Yeah. He has a Lotus
Is it going to
as
matter
well.
in the end? It's not. Okay.
I look at his inventory, like he had an iron branch in instead of boots. Like probably courier delivered it in not the desired order. One of the reasons why he gets caught. It's always so annoying when it happens.
Is that his fault though? Because can't you rearrange the items in the choreo?
I mean,
So it
it is
gets
his
put
fault, but at the same time, it's Gaben's fault. I always blame Gaben.
Ah, right.
Yeah, because it's my courier. Why doesn't it know how I want it delivered? Just know. I don't want branch. Why does like when I'm sending 3 items and I need the clarity to use it first? Why is clarity always the one? I know you can rearrange it, but still, it would be nicer if you didn't have to. Yeah, bot lane.
Bottom lane. Maybe they can go into Carlos to FY. Should be able to get the toss back. Tier 2000 is going to continue to beat into Bach. They might be able to return kill though, and yeah, Tier 2000, very cool read. Seeing that he's going to be fine. Now has the replicate to work with. With all the chain control, may have the damage with adaptive strike coming up shortly. Is he going to get out of range? FY.
He cancelled one attack. Did you notice TA 2000? He actually messed up a bit. Mid lane, Omar.
Oh, Low's here. Alright, what up, Low?
This is what you want to do. You want to play around your strongest hero on the map. And I'm not talking about Low, I'm talking about Slardar mid. Even though he didn't have the good lane, he's still very scary to play against with any of these heroes. As long as there's corrosive haze, you're in the river, you have sprint. There's a lot of kill potential.
Do you see that? One thing is maybe the level 6 from Tianming could be quite beneficial. Like I know the side lanes have looked rough. The Clinks is actually surprisingly caught back up, but you know Tianming is quite a high level. So maybe an early ecstatic storm. You know, there's not much that Rubik can do. I mean, Rubik's got some decent abilities to steal this game. I think really the big one is going to be the Avalanche for him to look at. Potentially corrosive haze, but definitely avalanche for Omar. But you would say like static storm is probably going to be have a lot more impact through the next couple of minutes compared to some of the other supports ultis.
Yeah, I feel like the shard on Rubik is actually really the most important part of him in this game. But they're smoking up down bottom. There's also an Invis rune if they wanted to use it. T2000, oh, he's gonna poke out. He's gonna poke his head out and he's gonna die.
That he will. Low even comes through the portal as well, so I mean it's either he's avoiding the gank top that might be happening, and he's also going to get involved to help out. Yeah, it's both things. Like it's you avoid the gank and now you also assist with getting the tower.
And I love this. I love these minute 10 twin gate moves, and now they go mid as well. Corrosive haze is on Ducalis. It's a lot of damage, man. Yeah, it's a lot of damage.
Another one. Azure, it's such an interesting idea of how they're playing this draft. Like, Low is getting very, very active. I think in the games that we were covering of the Clinks in China, like, this hero was not really making a lot of rotations, and potentially a lot of that is due to just the amp that Ori has. So your lack of items isn't really a big issue because the corrosive haze just can buff up your damage at such a ridiculous amount early on.
Pretty much, and also he's building in this super cookie cutter way, like he's going for Dezo. So you're gonna have a Desolator and corrosive haze. Is it an overkill? Not really. Like these two heroes literally will shred through anything, Morphling included, in that first stun. And it started, like they got the ball rolling, maybe a little bit slower than I expected, or okay, I expected them to start playing this aggressively at this point, but they don't have as many items as I thought they would, or as many levels. That's my point. Still, though, it's good for AR, and maybe there's another smoke coming from mid. I believe that's a Blink Dagger completed now on Slardar. It is. There's a smoke on FY. They can maybe show FY mid, maybe get a Blink first. Let's see.
It's so crazy that Ori's net worth actually higher than the Beastmaster. Like, yeah, Lean is ahead, but I mean, Ori was so far behind in last hits. In fact, he's like 60 last hits behind still at this stage. So I mean, Azure have done an incredible job to be in this position.
They know
they-
about. Yeah, they've done an incredible job to be in this position, but this smoke at least should be scouted out. My only question is like, okay, you know they're smoked. Can you do anything about it? Like, can you
nice
actually
scan.
counterplay this? Malik is in a perfect position.
And now Ori, he's committed in. Static Storm's going to get laid down, but the Beastmaster's already used the valuable Roar. And Omar stole Avalanche as well. So if they clump up, it's going to be difficult. They'll get the glimpse away at Tier 2000. Well done, though. Morphling, quick fingers with the replicate, drags the Tianming Disruptor back before he's completely useless in that fight.
My question was answered. They can do something about it, and really nicely did they do it. Did Morphling get glimpsed back down bottom?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Nice. I mean, pretty good for him. Continuous farming. This is perfect instead of staying on top. Maybe on top they could have pressured the tower. Noob, though.
Oh, Noob.
Noob, though.
Oh, he's going to be in some trouble. Toss back. Ori should be able to close the distance. Still holding the blink. He's got the bash at the ready. And it looks like Omar's going to be in some danger. Malik, no roar, but it's not going to matter. Can Tianmin getting range? Only level 2 glimpse.
Oh, he might die even to the tower and the creeps. Should be fine. Yeah, only level 2 glimpse. That's something that kind of hurt them there. I was playing Disruptor recently and for a couple of games actually, and I went level 2 Thunderstrike as well. And it feels bad, you know, like the damage is nice, it doubles, and you're getting this shard. That's all the Disruptor meta right now, but I don't know, I don't like it. I still want to see my glimpse maxed out as soon as possible. You're bound to miss out on kills if you don't.
What do you feel like is the trade-off then? Like with Thunderstrike, is this something you are considering to go a second point in if the lane is a little bit more trade heavy? Like, can you go into that a bit more?
You just greed out. And like, there's a circumstance in which you see, oh yeah, I need this Thunderstrike level 2, you know, and then you greed out and you pick it. And then you take it. It's like, it's a bait. I really feel it's a bait in 90% of games. Unless you're owning so hard that you can have level 4 like Thunderstrike too early, and then it's actually massive with a shard.
Such a cool read from either side, both scanning to try and take a fight by the power rune. Or he's going to be able to get the angle for the stun up to 2. Static Storm as well, but there was no kinetic field to follow up, and Ducalis has a great freezing field. Look at the Crystal Maiden position. No, but it's perfect just to send Azure back to their high ground, but TA2000 is taking way too much damage. And now Ori's blink is back up. They're going to be able to catch Malik on the retreat.
Razor from behind.
Bark as well with the wraparound as well. Noob's got a pretty good angle to start get the right-click damage going up, but Bark is fine. And the low, one more right-click, not going to miss again. This fight's so close from either side. Yeah, very hectic, but so close from either side, just being able to come on the top. Like, very close that Quest actually get multiple kills.
Yeah. Like, I have to say that Quest is, for me at least, it's much harder to play this draft that they've got, and they're still making it work. In the end, of course, in this last fight, they do lose it, but I am, like, really impressed by their positioning and how they're setting up the fights and how they're reading the map and how they know what's gonna happen, and they're always in the right position to react. Like, everything they did, I don't think they made a lot of mistakes. It's just that you get drawn into a position that isn't really winnable in the end by Morphling going too deep. But that's what he's supposed to do in that fight, you know? He's supposed to go deep enough because he is the hardest one to kill at that point. Top lane, Lina. Let's see. Like, this is scary. She does have a sentry to use for Clinks if needed.
I'm not even going to get him. Let's see if they want to respond to this on Azure or if they just are happy with farming the map. And FI would like a little bit of time to himself to close onto the blink. And it looks like they will give up the tower.
Malik has an Aghanims, by the way, completed.
Oh. Okay.
It's nice, right? Like, in this game, it buffs him up quite a bit. Like, we talked about the Helm of Overlord. It doesn't go for it. Of course, you're playing into Clinks. Oops, not to. So that goes for Axe. Blink is a bit slower because of that, and they don't have that initiating tool. But you know what? This does turn him into the frontliner that they truly need. That's something,
True.
right? Like they truly needed someone up front, and with this build, it's a little bit easier.
You think though, doesn't he just still die to physical damage? Like he needs armor, he's only got 7.
It would be nice if he had Greaves or something, and he does need armor, of course.
Top tower is under attack.
Maybe some
but
load
then we
sword
do-
or something similar later.
I scan from Radiant, they will get the red ping on the high ground, so aware that some people were playing behind
Glimpse.
Ori. Glimpse actually going to be there into the Static Storm as well, and
Yeah,
just
he's gone.
look at the damage, man.
He's gone. You can't get caught. Like if you are caught, you are dead. That's the Dazo build on Klinks. What's the trade-off? The trade-off is if you catch Klinks, he's dead as well. If you manage to get on top of him. But they don't have heroes. No Blink on Beast. Lina has this Gleipnir, but it's not enough. They just don't have heroes to get on top of Lu at the moment.
Maybe Roche?
This
I
Roche
do
falls in a
know
second,
though.
yeah. You can't. You literally can't contest this. You'll see. This is way too fast. Maybe not as fast as I actually expected. It's still fast for minute 17 though.
Yeah.
But not incredible.
Oh, but it will go down there nonetheless, so... They're actually a little bit cautious. Oh, they're not going to complete it. They even think it's too slow. I mean, no one's showing on the map.
Is under attack.
Are they
This is an-
baiting them at this point? Like there's some... I don't think they are, but maybe that's the case. Like there's always in the back of your head, if they know we're rushing,
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
like maybe we can set up a trap or something like that. Never mind, they set up a trap for Malik, maybe? Malik?
Dire's middle
Leaves
tower
a tier 2
has
token.
fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oopsie.
Do they know
They might run
low?
into him as well. Low?
Yeah.
What? I think he... Did he miss him?
No, he knows.
I can see him now.
He's afraid. There's a Crystal Maiden, there's Roar. Like, is he gonna start hitting him now or something? Nah, he won't. He can't solo that Beast Nasser. Like, he most likely even dies to him and Crystal Maiden, so... without his teammates, they were kind of far, so couldn't do it. Speaking of his teammates, there's a Blink on FY, Blink on Ori. What's our boy Disruptor doing? He's going for that shard. Nothing really crazy what we tend to see from him.
Radiant's
And I believe
bottom
Orchid
tower
is
under
flying out.
attack.
Klinks it is.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I wouldn't mind Azure putting some priority on getting the Tormentor early, just so, you know, the possibility that Tianmin
They
gets the
did.
shard so it doesn't have to...
They didn't, of course they didn't. They need 15 more seconds.
Radiant's bottom
Crazy,
tower has fallen.
right?
I was like, am I forgetting something? If they
I
changed the
traveled.
timer?
I traveled through time. That's what happened.
Oh, okay. So you saw that Azure about to go take it after this team fight.
Exactly.
Okay, I get it.
Top tower is under attack.
They do take it really damn fast. Like they take it in, just like everything else. I believe Slardar can even solo it. Well, yeah, I wouldn't mind them taking it as well. There's a BKB, by the way. It just got delivered to Null. So you have a BKB, you have a Manta Morphling. Is it great? It's a good BKB game. Every game I feel like is. But you are playing into Slardar. They do have some ways of dealing damage and stuns through it, and you still die so fast if Klinks is on top of you.
How do we feel though about the current state of the game? Only being 2,000 net worth lead for Azure. Do you feel like Dire are happy with the current position the game is in, or they would have liked to be a little bit further ahead with their lineup at this stage?
I mean, it is a lineup that can completely crush you at this point. Like, you could be so far ahead that the game would be near ending at the moment. Near its ending. However, the lanes didn't go that well, and because of that, they had to adjust a little bit. Still, though, they're in a commanding position, and I don't think that they. Okay, perhaps they don't scale as well as Lina Morphling, but it's they have some decent heroes going into late game as well. But to answer the question, like, yeah, maybe they're not as happy as they could have been.
So I feel like it's really difficult to calculate late game how strong they're going to be with the slaughter. I just have not seen this hero enough recently. I mean, we did though get that Clink slaughter game, and it felt like it didn't really matter who they were versing. That was just late game felt very easy for them to execute. I mean, Ori's got the shard, looks like bought it very early on, which one of the nice things about the slaughter is always had some issues with farming, but this shard definitely helps with that, and especially once you get your level 20 talent, just clear out the waves.
And Aghanims, by the way, as well, is completed now. So you got you have the Aghanims. Well, it's not completed in his inventory, but it is. He does have all the parts. Just needs to get them with the courier. Which might be a problem because Clinks is hunting already. Has that DD as well to work with, probably wants to force this tier 2 tower down mid.
Do you knock bottom high ground with it? You have Dragonlance, so your siege is a bit easier.
You don't have Aegis anymore.
Okay, yeah.
It's gonna disappear, 30 more seconds. Because of that, you probably want to get the pick off first. Just going high ground is not easy. Like, you're playing into Lina Morphling. This is a difficult high ground push for them.
Alright, well, Aegis are able to accomplish 2 tier 2 towers and continuing up the gold into their favor as well. FY is going to be caught down bottom. So it looks like Noob should be able to get a kill for Quest after quite some time. The rest of the team are connecting. Omar's going to be able to steal the Avalanche. Will feel quite nice. Let's see if they can get some wards dropped down as well. We've seen really Quests are continuing even to the mid-game, putting a lot of priority on trying to secure the power runes as well. So they'll also probably stick around in the robot.
Yeah, they just moved out of their base the moment Aegis got reclaimed, and they are starting to take over the map, which is what they should be doing. This team is no pushover at the moment. You have your, not Kanda, but you have Phylactery on Morphling, so he's dishing out some damage. What would be nice is to get this BKB on Beast, just so you can blink roar anyone without the fear of Static Storm. And they do see low. There's this nice cliff ward scouting him, but he dodges the gank.
That will reveal the cliff ward though, with them kind of running as aggressively as they did, and the Skeleton Warriors started to right click the Beastmaster. So everyone else is going to play a little bit more passive around that area, and we've got some further items getting picked up. Gem's going to be completed as well for Die. They did get that Tormentor. Unfortunately, it's going to be Tiny that got the shard.
This
See him low.
So deep.
I mean, it's yeah.
And I look, why it could have been so deep from him is because he expected them maybe to be playing in the Dire jungle. They all TP top, right, to hunt him. So maybe the one of the ways that you're thinking the game should be played is they should go top and take that area, ward it up, take the tier 2 tower. Instead, they
or
nice play.
That's 4 stuff. FY is going to try and get the jump in with the toss. It's a pretty decent target. Static Storm as well is a bit of an awkward position, but maybe just preventing any of the quest cores from
zoning
some pressure on. Yeah. Yes.
Still though, for quest, this is pretty great. Like, okay, you lose your Rubik, but you got that Klink's pick off before. You're not too sad about the state of the game. And Klink's is, by the way, going for Lincolns. It isn't bad. They do have a lot of ways of dealing with it. So, I know you're playing into Roar, right? It's even into Morphling. But, yeah, let's see how much it will do. I'm not completely sold on its efficiency.
We do see Azure starting to posture though towards his top side of the map. We got Roshan potentially up in 10 seconds. His Quest are going to start to TP in and look to play together as well. So We'll see how fast of a roche spawn it's going to be.
he's
They
in.
might be able to catch Xian Ming as well. Malik with a quick and easy pickoff. Long roche spawn, longest you can get, 3 minutes as well. So this game is going to continue to stall out. Azure is still playing up though.
They're going
Go
in.
for this.
Yeah.
T2000. Oh, he's got Malik playing behind him, but without the roar, it's going to be difficult to counter initiate. And look at the damage.
It's too much.
Wow. All right. And now everyone else on quest, maybe they can rally around Noob. Plays on the high ground, turns with a glue and a blade. He also will cut through one of the members. So Noob, I mean, showcases his damage. Azure as a whole showcase their damage as well into the Morphling. And in the end, we'll have a 1-for-1 exchange.
Oh, that's such a long respawn. Kind of unlucky for Azure, a team that can take rush at any point. Yeah, 2 minutes and 2.5 almost. Running uphill like that, running high ground even after killing Morphling is really dangerous. That's something that you tend to learn playing in a team very early on. In pubs, it's maybe a bit easier just to run heroes down. In pro gaming, man, in pro games, like the team is always gonna set up. Malik,
FY. A little bit awkward. His
who
team
got who?
already positioned over the left side, and Noob's already got him back to give the damage required for the boys. Or he's going to try and jump in and do his best to disrupt, but the Morphling is back alive, and they currently don't have Bark on AR. He's about to reconnect with the team, so it will be a 5v5, and Malik just survives on a slither of health.
Same with FY, by the way. I don't know if
Blink's
you
back.
noticed.
Oh, they got tier 2000!
Perfect.
The Morphling dragged back. Bark is going to be in as well to zone away some of the other members. He'll catch up to DeCarlos. As this time, Bark doesn't need to worry about at all of running up to the high ground.
Yeah, you know that Lina was really low, that she had to run back, so there is no chance for her to be there. Rush up in 50 seconds. Everyone will be alive on quest, but these fights are just looking better and better for Azure. They're outplaying them, really. FY surviving through that first fight with the Magic Wand and with a greater Healing Lotus. So they don't get the Tiny, and then he's able to rejoin the fight once Morphling is glimpsed back. And you can see that Morphling, even after Phylactery, he's not going for Kanda, he's going for BKB. And they do need these BKBs. Like, that's something that we talked about earlier. Even on the Beastmaster, I feel like it's necessary. You jump in and, okay, you are playing versus heroes that will dish out a lot of damage regardless, and maybe it's not as important on Lina, but on this Beast per se, I just feel that he needs it. He needs to be in front, and he needs to be able to use that Primal Roar without interruption.
They might be able to get a nice kill on FI mid. That's going to be ready to... Yeah, they definitely will. Nice read from them. Anticipating that everyone else on Azure are going to be playing top, and potentially if there's one lonely hero that clears this wave, they can get him easily. I mean, this is definitely the power of Malik going for the Scepter build. You are not lacking damage.
Yeah, so by the way, Klinks didn't go for Lincolns like he had queued up. After, he went for Pike instead. I even like this more. I feel like repositioning for him is super important. Even having the Pike for damage is nice, but just the repositioning tool is so good for you.
So only a 2,000 net worth lead though, so this game, I mean, even though Azure have felt like held control for a lot of it since the laning stage, Quests have done a really good job still to find their farm. Like, Noob is top net worth, and we've seen what this Lina hero is able to do, especially levels are going to be very important for her as well for those talents, but we'll be working on the Satanic as the next item.
Yeah, when I look at the fights and how they've been going, it's not really about the net worth advantage or anything like that. It's more of just who outplays who has better positioning. And like we mentioned earlier, it's much easier for Azure to have good positioning. At the moment, at least, like getting these pick-offs, a lot of mobile heroes, you have multiple Blink Daggers to work with, very speedy heroes in Razor and Klinks, and then Disruptor, of course, catching with glimpses. On the other side, like Quest, if they can get some high ground defenses, going for them, I think that's probably where they have the biggest chances of winning team fights. Or if they can find Clinks somehow. But that's so hard. Like, he's just constantly skeleton walking around the map.
Is that Malik's role, or do you feel like the roar needs to be used on someone else?
I think it's actually support's role. Like, its own supports to plant some sneaky wards that will allow them to have some info on Clinks. It's because you will initiate on the hero that you see. It's easy for Malik to initiate, to blink roar. You know, it's not rocket science, but you need good info. And that's what's so difficult. You can't leave the base because they're hunting constantly. Even look at Dire, they're on their side, and Quest is still afraid to leave. They're still kind of, you know, reluctant, hesitant. Ducalis does do it now. They need some words, they need some vision.
Let's see if they're going to be able to get rid of the wards, though. Malik has got a gem, but some of the Dire wards are in a bit of a peculiar position, especially the one to the south of the Beastmaster, so...
It's a really nice word, yeah, I love it. I love that one.
Also got Azure just being able to freely take the last outer tower. And let's see if this is the ages where they can think about cracking high ground. Still have it for another minute 40. Lowers 150 gold away from the Lincolns as well.
You have to
no
go
one's
base.
back inside the base.
Yeah, you have to go back, you have to defend this.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And
Only
you have to
one
be
is here. They're trying
yeah,
to
you have to
smoke.
be careful when it comes to the way you TP now, because you can get glimpsed, so
Radiant's top tower
you gotta be careful. Okay, a bit
Already
late.
gone.
Nemesis curse on Clinks, by the way.
Jesus.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
He's a full-on glass cannon.
At least he's got Lincoln's now getting like halfway delivered. That will potentially dodge one of the spells.
It helps him a little bit when it comes
Wind
to
Wake is nice.
initiation. Yeah. They did. Well, they didn't yet, but in 30 seconds they will lose the Aegis. That will... By the way, you mentioned Wind Waker. Someone... Well, on Slardar, yeah. It's bad, he's... It's an interesting build. Like, he's got Aghanim's Shard and Wind Waker now.
Did she quest? Coming out of the base, but... Let's see. Low
There's the
actually
Glaive
steps
here.
down to the low ground. Nice 4-star from FY.
Yeah, they
They're
both...
going. The Carlos got stuck on the low ground. He's going to be fine, though.
No
He's just
Aegis.
now out.
Yeah. Still, this Wind Waker, like you mentioned, it changes a lot. Suddenly, if you initiate on Clinks, and he has his skeleton army around him, and you don't blow him up, it will look very scary after the Wind Waker reset.
They can just shove bot. Yeah, I like this call a lot. You know that PC quests are currently set up around the triangle, and you can force them back to the base. Might even be able to get the glimpse on Noob, and they do. Now this is an opportunity to take the fight with the Lina. Not there currently, but they're a little bit hesitant. to Carlos
TA?
will be fine with the
Malik?
force stomp down. Malik's in, BKB. Able to get the raw. No follow-up again. And this is a lot wasted from
Glimpse
PC
in 2
Quest. and
seconds.
There's going to be an opportunity now. Tian Ming, there we go. Glimpse back. FY is going to be able to hold him into place, and Low can get the damage. Once the Clinks is freely able to right-click, there is just no response from Radiant.
Man, Quest were so good when it comes to like this positional gaming, to take the right place before the teamfight starts. But these two high ground pushes were really not well prepared by them. You just can't get glimpsed back when you're defending high ground.
Oh, FY.
CM.
It's a freebie. No buyback as well. Or he's stuck. Not going to matter, though.
I just love this Wind Waker from him, by the way. It's such a fantastic item for Slardar.
Another glimpse. And another kill.
Yeah.
AR,
They fell
I mean,
apart.
they're rolling now.
Yeah, they fell apart. They fell apart. Two sides down. They do have melee Rex stop. Noob. I don't know if you want
So
to
you're
do
gonna
that.
get glimpsed.
Yes.
The BKB now. But yeah, it's just. Okay.
Yeah.
F5 with the
Toss
toss
back.
back. Oh, it's just gone.
It's just too much.
It doesn't matter, man. Anyone is dying to the combination. Starter
now.
Clinks. Noob's
Yeah.
gone as well. Static Link's going to drag him back. Melik will find an angle to jump in. I mean, you get the buyback out of tier 2000, who's also going to be able to find the kill, at least on Tabak. Or as well, with the sprint, might be able to get
got
away.
cheese.
Nicely done. Ducalis, Frostbite holds him into place. That's going to be gem dropped as well. So, PSG Quest have to expend a buyback. They will get a couple of kills, though.
I thought that maybe he'd use cheese because he's pretty tanky. He just used the Slithering Crush as well with Aghanim's. And he carried the gem, but okay. He doesn't. He dies in the end. Nice buybacks, at least from Quest, you know. It's something. They needed to do at least anything in this game or it's already gone. Like, you're done. It's just one pick off after another from Azure. I don't even know anymore. I feel like the way to play this game would be to be way more aggressive than they are and just jump them instead. Because if you're trying to...
Radiant
But I understand them. I think it's... like, at first I thought it's correct. You need to play this positional game. You wait on the high ground, you just poke and prod. But you cannot. The Slardar is way too big. Like, usually Slardar jumps in, he stuns, and then you counter on him, right? Like, you stun him, you kill him off, and that's when you... Like, if you manage to outplay him, you manage to win the fight. But you cannot outplay him. He has Wind Waker. Literally, he jumps in, stuns, and then he just Wind Wakers away every single time. It's super annoying to play against. It doesn't look like much, like looking at it from here, but it's literally what allows Azure to take these fights so cleanly and easily.
And he's even going for Octarine now to be more of a nuisance inside these team fights where the spell casting's constant, where the uptime on Wind Waker is even lower or higher. It's very, very interesting mid Slardar build. I think this was something we were getting when Slardars were being played mid like 2 months ago, but or he's brought it back and playing it with
so, yeah.
success in Azure.
It was Orchid and Wind Waker as well, or something like that. These two items. Okay, let's see. Quest, Smoke. This is basically do or die.
If they scout Roche, they could just do it on AR. Ducalis? FI's not a bad pick. It's a decent amount of the control. Raw's going to be out on Ori as well. Tier 2000. Not going to have enough damage. The Wind Waker is there to be able to protect the Slardar. They're trying to catch up to Low, but Low steps over to the west side. Now is able to turn and pummel into the Morphling. That's a dieback as well. And Noob is left
That's
to his
GG.
own devices. Jeez, Accord and Azure will find their first victory of the group stages for the Elite League.
Congrats to the newcomers to the Elite League. Didn't have to play the Swiss stage. Got invited directly into the round robin part of the tournament, and well deserved. You can see some smiley faces, some stretches. They're in the same time zone like me, so I get that. I get the stretches. Good job to them. Very well deserved. The draft is definitely something different. Well, not something different from them. This is what we expect. We watched a bit of Chinese League together, and this Slardar and Klinks isn't anything strange. But in the Swiss League, in the Elite League, in the Swiss stage, I don't think we've seen the same draft done by anyone. Yeah, they really performed how they should. However, the early game was rough. That needs to be said. Like, Quest had some pretty nice plays.
Yeah, I think you even mentioned as well, it did seem like a lot of the team fights through maybe the first like 20, maybe 25 minutes, they were actually executing like quite well. In fact, I was very, very impressed. It looked like a very high skill game that we were watching. But I think when we got to the later stages, we just saw the advantage that Azure was playing with into the draft really come into fruition. Like this strategy now with the Slardar Clinks, And this is again something you mentioned when we saw it in one single game. We saw it only in one game with the Kev team, and you're like, it has to be banned out. Like this was one of their best strategies. Every time we casted that team in the Dream League Season 23 qualifiers, we always saw the Slardar banned, and maybe this is something that Azure kind of took from that qualifier as a whole, because they come into it and use Kev's strategy against PSG Quest now, and this is maybe something that other teams need to look at with the Clink Slardar.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there are other ways of dealing with it than just banning it out, because some teams, I believe they banned out Troll as well. Maybe that was an option to pick, but you pick a Troll to counter the Slardar, and then there's Razor, and then that's also difficult. Like you don't know what lane you're even going against, because they have this flex potential of Slardar mid. I think that's what makes it work. Like keep in mind that this Slardar got punished mid, like really heavily. He didn't have a good lane into Lina. Then again, the heroes on PSG Quest, we stated our worries early on. They're all these backliners, they're four-ranged, right, and Beastmaster. So you kind of have to set the perimeter with them. You have to stay back and use your spells, and the heroes from Azure, they don't allow you to do that. You have this Tiny with Toss, you have a Slardar that literally just goes in without a care, blinks in. So I do think that Quest had some good things in mind, like some good plans, but maybe with a different support, maybe with something that could break things apart, something like a clockwork for position 5 per se, or 4, something that just breaks things apart and makes it a little bit easier for Lina and Morphling to stand back, because they couldn't. They had only the Beastmaster, and once he's gone, that's it, their teamfight is done. Anyways, game 1 is done. Looking forward to game 2. I want to see how they adjust.
Yeah, let's see. Hopefully they're going to be able to come in with a bit of a different strategy, a different response, because at least in this game, a lot of it, yes, was execution, but we definitely got to witness that potential draft advantage that Azure were playing with in game 1. So it is just first game of the day, though. We have a lot more action in store, but when we come back from the break, we got game 2, Azure taking on PSG Quest. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our second game coming up just around the corner. Teams about to get into the draft. Of course, PSG Quest taking on Azure for our first series. Azure off to a pretty good start in their debut for the Elite League, and PSG Quest dropping down to 0-3. So we saw OG drop 0-3 yesterday, and then they're able to get that fourth map victory. Maybe PSG Quest can do the same.
That's what it takes, right? Like you have to lose 3 times to be able to win once. According to OG, at least. I'm not sure about PSG Quest. I do believe that last game, even when they had opportunities to maybe turn it, they were being pretty much outplayed by Azure, and it's not something that we should be super surprised with. Like when you look at the players, when you look at the names, when you look at the performance that these two teams have had recently, of course, there's a clear favorite. I do think that PSG Quest have a shot. It's not really like 50% chance for them to win, of course, but they aren't out of the series. I do believe that they can take it, maybe make it 1-1, but for that to happen, they have to get TA2000 on one of his best heroes, and they need to figure out something against this Slardar Lynx combination, maybe ban it out straight off the bat. Like, you don't have 3 games. If you just lost to it and you saw how strong it is, no matter what you did, maybe it's better not to adapt against that, but just to play against something else. Ban it out. Go with a fresh mindset in a fresh new game.
Okay. Where would you rank the Tier 2000 Morphling as well compared to some of these other heroes?
I think his Morphling is really good. Let me go. I'm searching for him on Dota buff right now, but if I remember, like, that guy had a pretty good Morphling overall.
Yeah, that was my opinion as well. I thought his Morphling was quite good too.
It is. It should be. He has a lot of really good heroes. Like, this guy carries his teams with his carries, like, very often. It's not one of those cores that just kind of strolls by the game. He's the one that carries you, like Watson did recently with Entity. Like, he just does a lot. His Morphling is 3rd most played. I was gonna say Void, and then I look at his games, and his Faceless Void and Morphling have the same amount of games, but Faceless Void with a 58% win rate and Morphling with a 48% win rate. It's there is some difference there. Like, when you look at all of his other heroes, they're usually above 50%. These carry role heroes, that is.
I think a lot of people forget as well with Tier 2000 that he's been in the scene for quite a while. I mean, first game was in 2016, at least when I remember.
Dude, I had him muted.
You had him muted?
Back
then or now?
Back then. I had him muted for the longest time because he's very young. Like, I'm not sure how old he is, but he came into the scene. When he came into the scene, he was pretty damn young. I'm opening his Wikipedia.
He's 23 now.
He's 23, yeah. So 2016, that's how many years ago? 8 years ago? 23 minus 8, that's like 15, 14 maybe when I got to know him. He was super annoying in pubs, so just like every other kid is. I had Cancel muted as well, like all the youngsters coming into the scene. But yeah, like he's improved definitely a ton as a player. But even back then, by the way, when he was a kid, he was top tier. He was top ranks. He was constantly playing like these top tier games. Not in pro scene, but in pubs, he was competing very well. He was like a prodigy, like Satanic is right now. But unfortunately, the scene wasn't as developed back then for him.
Yeah, for him, that big team he had a stint for a year on, just under a year actually. Never mind, it wasn't even that long. It was like 5 months on a team called the Pango, which we saw played the Chong. How do you pronounce that major? Do you know the one I'm speaking about?
The Chinese major?
It's not.
I'm not going to pronounce it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know how to pronounce the second word. And then, of course, they played at ESL1 Mumbai as well. And he was going by what was the name then? Naive, I think the name was.
Yeah, Naive.
So, he's been around for a little bit, and I also think on those teams he played on Empire for a little bit, and I was very, very impressed. I actually like to watch the Pango. I'm pretty sure they had a tournament as well for BTS, where they placed pretty decently. So yeah, he's been around for quite some time, and we've seen how he's been able to develop as a player. He's definitely one of the shining points on PSG Quest. Let's see how they're going to be able to enable him heading into the second game. We've got a draft underway. It's going to be the Conquer first pick, PSG Quest, and Azure will respond with the Pangolier.
Yeah, you did mention the Pango is one of the teams that he was in. There was I don't think that's the same stack, but there was a stack in Europe called No Pangolier, like banned Pangolier, and a couple of upcoming stars, I believe, did play in that stack, and then these guys made the Pango or something like that. I'm not sure, but in any case, I kind of vaguely remember playing against one No Pangolier. So we do have a Pangolier on Azure and Kunkka on the other. Like Kunkka, for me, it did fall off the face of the earth. Like no one is picking him anymore. He is picked, but nowhere nearly as much as he used to be at the beginning, of last month and in a couple of other qualifiers. People have moved away a little bit from the offlane Kunkka too. Like he doesn't do much against BKBs once they're up, and that's one of the problems. Another problem is when teams play a little bit too fast for him. He is a little bit of a greedier offlaner, and Lifestealer just loves playing into him. Another reason why he was kind of ignored in some of the games, which is something that perhaps Azure can do. Like they already banned out the Bloodseeker. He's good versus Pango, of course, but also pretty good versus Lifestealer. So maybe an option for Lu to play. Nah, it makes it even better. Like Morphling or him for Azure. I'd love to see it. One or the other. For PSG Quest, this could be your support gyro. Like we have seen a lot of support gyros recently, and when you start off the draft like this, it's very versatile, very flexible, so you don't have to show your hand just yet.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep, without a doubt. We'll get that position 5 as well here, I imagine, for Ducalda. So Crystal Maiden was already snagged. We'll see what else he wants to play. Again, we've actually been getting a little bit more range carries so far. So you've been getting some of the melee supports then.
Oh, that guy went
He will
through.
go back. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. This time around, by the way, Quest did ban out Timber. They don't want to see Fate Beyond Timber. Timber. But yeah, okay. Because of all these other bans, that you do get your hands on Bat. Lifestealer looking better and better. Morphling as well. Weaver as well. Kind of okay, I guess. Kunkka is a problem. But I do like the Bat. I was thinking maybe something versus Pango. Something versus the role that you can pick on position 4 or 5. We've seen Fishman play a damn good Bane yesterday. Like he had a really nice performance on the hero. Then after him, another team picked it. I can't remember who it was, but I know that Bane trend picked up instantly yesterday. So maybe an option for PSG Quest, but if Gyro is not a support. But for Azure right now, let's see. You are playing into a Batrider, so you have to get one of those heroes that can hunt him down throughout the game. You kind of have that with the Pango, but it's not enough. I hate when I see some Batrider going into your triangle, stealing your stacks, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Bane has a 80% win rate with 5 games played. I mean, NTD picked it 5 times and won every single game. So it's looking not too bad.
Yeah. If you're playing against Entity, I feel like at this point you just ban the Bane out, or you pick Lycan or Beastmaster or something like that much earlier, because these are the heroes that deal with him, and usually they do ban them out by the end of the game. Let's see, Faceless Void. Why is he so much bigger than Pango Crystal Maiden? By the way,
he's Brolic. Look at him. He's
because
kind
he's
of
in the center, right? Are the center heroes a bit bigger? Yeah. Okay.
I mean, I suppose that would make sense. I like that thought process better than him just being ripped. And
do you like his tribal
being a
tattoos,
little-
by the way, on the pecs?
Definitely nothing I would go for, but it's
What do you
he
mean?
rocks him. He rocks him.
I heard you talking about them in Bali, like you wanted to get that 6-month one, not the permanent one.
What is this? All right, hang on. What's going on?
Could be a position 4 Clinks as well, by the way. Like,
Can it? Is that a thing anymore?
Well, it isn't. Like, no one is picking it, but Azure can do whatever they want to. They just won a game with it. So maybe something that they're flexible with. There's this Orchid Solar Crest build on position 4, or just Solar Crest into Dezo build as well. A lot of damage in the Chronosphere. Do I think it's great? I don't think it's that good in this game. Even Gyro with the Rocket and Rocket Barrage, if he's a position 4, can solo you if you get dusted. Batrider as well is hard to play against. X marks the spot. I'm really not sure why Clinks, but let's see. Maybe they're experimenting a little bit, showing us that they can play it on position 4 as well.
Is there any chance this Void as well is not going to be a carry? Because Thompson's playing mid Void at the moment. I don't know if this hero can be played as a 3.
Is he really playing mid Void?
Yeah, he played a game yesterday with it.
Did he win?
That's a good question. I mean, I saw them get a quad kill at 15 minutes in or something like that around the tier 1 tower.
I didn't see that game. Yeah. Okay, Thompson Faceless Void. Cool. I mean, it is Thompson after all. He plays many different things on mid lane.
They won in 29 minutes versus Boom.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
Sounds good. I do like the Primal Beast, by the way. On the other side, another hero that you can lane into Pangolier very easily. You can hunt down the Clinks. You get that catch into Faceless Void. You get an additional front liner together with the Skunka. And right now I'm thinking this could be a Gyro carry. Like they could play it on TA 2000. Not too terrible. Versus Faceless Void, what did you ban? You banned out the Naga. I think you should ban out Morphling again. Because this looks honestly like a maybe even better Morphling game. Not better than the last one, but it's just as good. You're playing into Void. It's a bit easier. You don't get blown up by minus armor minute 15, 18,000 times.
Quest Esports turn to ban.
Who's got the pick? Okay, PSG Quest do, so they're going to have to decide what route they want to go down. I'm just checking what tier 2000 has been playing in pubs recently.
Imagine some offlane universe Faceless Void.
Damn. That dude is left and never looked back.
Good for him.
I guess that, yeah, good for him. I guess that's what happens when you get married.
Good for him. Well, a lot of Dota players are married at this point and they're still playing. Alchemist is also solid. Another hero that pushes the tempo a bit. You know, they can play a bit faster. I don't mind it. I like it. We've seen a lot of teams do pretty damn well with Alchemist, and you now need to find a way to maybe punish him a little bit on that offlane. What's maybe something like a Tidehunter? I'm not sure. Let's see. Bristleback. Okay.
Oh boy.
This is from Azure. Let's just say it's something different.
Well, so Bristle used to be one of the heroes you would like to pick into the Alchemist. Early on, just lane very, very solid is really the big thing. Able to play quite active as well, and high physical damage before the Templar. Sorry, before the Alchemist really has those armor items. You know, importantly like the AC and Manta or whatever. But I just, man, if we compare like PSG Quest's draft from last game to this game, I feel like their big issues with like executing team fights and starting team fights, and I look at the heroes they have, and the game just seems much easier to play compared to Azure. Like I feel like Aeon need to be playing from ahead with like a really fine Bristleback, and you're winning some of your lanes and having a good stacks for Bark to be able to get probably an early Scepter I'm expecting. But I just feel like the game just looks easier to play if you're Dire, and I feel like that's enough for me to give them the edge here.
No, I agree. I absolutely agree. I think that there are some nice things about this Faceless Void, of course, and I'm not sure just how much FY will be able to do on Klinks. He is one of, I mean, when you think about position 4, you think about FY. So let's see what he can do on the Klinks. I don't even think that it's very easy position 4 Klinks game, but maybe he can make it work. You have Bristleback with Crystal Maiden as well, so some bonus mana for the Bristle at all times to help him out in the lane, and after the laning stage maybe they can create some stacks for him and then he balls out to control. But yeah, overall this game, it does look much easier for PSG Quest to execute. Like if they lost the draft in the last game, which I believe they did, I don't think it's lost here. I would give them a slight advantage when it comes to the draft. The only problem is Azure outplayed them last game. It wasn't only the draft advantage. They really got outplayed multiple times at multiple different stages of the game. So time for PSG Quest to step it up.
And let's see if they're going to be able to do so. Would be a very difficult position for them to be fighting 0-4 after their first 2 series. And we have to keep in mind 4 teams as well are getting eliminated from every group. So it's first and second place in the upper bracket, third and fourth into the low bracket. So 8 out of the 16 teams overall we have to say goodbye to. There are a lot of teams that are going to be going home. And this is a tournament for $960,000 as well. So a very, very large sum of money. Let's see what quests are going to be able to do. Run him down low. Get him. Just running at them. It's just like, no word.
Instantly rewarded, by the way, which is pretty good. Like they managed to clear their ancient, and that basically paints a story of what they expect from this game. They just expect to stack up quite a lot for the Bristle. Tianmin is scouted. Also, the Kali started with Rocket Barrage, by the way, on a position 5 Jaro. I'm seeing a lot of different builds right now. I'm seeing maybe even more Flak Cannon. Dude, this bat looks like a Dragonite. Like, when I look at him... Yeah, I don't know. Reminds me of Dragonite a bit.
Not a fan? You sound like you're not a fan.
It's all good. I make it sound like a bigger deal than it truly is. I'm like, just bring us all the sponsored things into Dota. Let's ruin it. Let's fucking go. Let's put some McDonald's hats in, you know. Let's go. Let's go all out.
Where did hats stem from? Is that an acronym, or? Because I've only heard that word recently used for cosmetics.
Wait, only recently?
Yeah, I know. Like, nope. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure it's not a recent thing. So.
No, it's been around for a really long time. Where it came from, I don't know. I feel like, what's the name of that game? Fortress.
In Fortress?
Yeah. I think it comes from there. Ducalis is that. This is another issue that I have with the Rocket Barrage. Like, you have a Bristle against you, friend. Like, you cannot run into him. It's kind of a... I feel like going on this lane and just taking Flak Cannon level 1 pushing in would maybe be a bit easier for them to play with, but...
Have you seen that on 5? Because I've only seen that on 4 gyros.
No, you can do it on 5 as well. It's all about getting level 2 FY. Like, I don't mind it. Like, I don't mind pushing in as long as you can get level 2 and free up the space for you to pull. Like, some lanes are literally decided on who gets levels faster. Especially, of course, level 3, but level 2 sometimes can be big as well.
And is that a thing then you feel like a lot of lanes are considering? Like if there is a big level 3 timing, are you just constantly looking to shove the lane and pull small camp?
100%. Like you can see a lot of combos do exactly that. Just wait for their timing and try to get it as fast as possible. Some lanes are basically designed that way. You just have to know which ones, because not every lane is the same, of course. And some lanes are more about just being passive and farming up. Some are kill lanes from level 3. It all depends on the heroes. Like, if I look at the top lane, there's huge kill potential coming from both sides. But Gyro definitely... You can see, like, on level 2, I actually went for flat cannon. So he did get it in the end, instead of the homing missile.
Mm-hmm. And well, with this family, the acid spray as well, definitely is a lane where they can avoid the Bristle back. Because you're also saying AR have a lot of kill potential. But let's see how some of the other lanes are shaping up at the moment. Bottom lane, you know, pretty even to start. 13 and 1 for low compared to the 14 and 3. Tian Ming needs Torrent. Nice Tidebringer from Malik as well.
Nice time for you to switch the camera as well. Down bottom is perfect. Thank you, production, and thank you, Ares.
You was coming. Was able to predict it.
What else do we have? We have some mid lane. Well, how's that going? That's a snooze fest for now, right?
Yeah.
Maybe Pango doing a bit better than I expected, but overall, a snooze fest.
Yeah, this definitely is a Dino favored lane for at least the first couple of levels. And when I say favored, you can outplay it. There's definitely outplay potential, but usually the big thing about the Dino is just your portrait and also your advantage in base damage. But eventually Pangolier can just play the lane very easily with your abilities.
Yeah, 100%. Being bigger is helping him here on the mid lane. You can't last it against the hero, like when he goes over the creeps.
No, it's dumb.
It's kind of hard.
Yeah, it's a bit of a silly mechanic.
The Kalis? He might be dead again. Probably is.
It's a nice concoction. It's not going to matter in the end though, Buck. Able to get that last quill. What about the build's going to be from the Bristleback? We really have not seen this hero in quite some time. Have you been running into it in any of your pubs recently?
Not really, no. Same, like I can't remember even the last time I saw the hero in the games. We'll see. Like, they are focused on making stacks for him. And they did fail, though, right now. FY didn't get the Ancients or the Hard Camp. What happened there? How did he miss?
It was too late, I think.
Oh, okay. Yeah, not something that you come to expect from FY, but he was fighting a bit on top. It was a bit late.
I didn't see what happened, but did Malik mess up his XTP? He's having to run back to lane.
Could have happened. Yeah, must have.
Anyway. Back he comes, pretty speedy. Nighttime with boots.
We have level 6, by the way, on Noob. We have level 6 on him before on Pango. With this lane, Pango will get it. So I was thinking maybe they'll rotate in, but it's just for the minute 6 runes. Omar manages to deny down bottom, and let's see if they activate these two mid laners, because they're both really able to make a rotation right now. A big stack, by the way, of Hard Camp next to Kunkka. Also something that's... It's a decent chunk of gold to take for anyone.
And they're actually even going to rotate to Carlos through the portal as well. So Gyrocopter will be here. They'll make the start onto Tian Ming. Response will be there for the Pangolier though. Quest have been able to read this. I don't know if it's going to matter in the end, or he's locked onto his target. Actually wants it to turn to the Gyrocopter instead. The Carlos will go down with the second hit of the Rolling Thunder. This is a rotation for Rory. Nice response.
This should be the stack as well. Unless Malik manages to steal a couple of creeps, which he already did. He got one of the big ones. But like yesterday we saw a couple of gyros literally win the game. From position 4 or 5.
Taking a stack as well.
Yeah.
They just walked into the triangle. I think this was a quad stack maybe?
At least a triple. At least a triple, because I saw one Centaur, one Dark Summoner, and one Ursa. So at least a triple that he stole. But yeah, Gyro can really fall off. Like, this hero can look so damn bad in some games if he doesn't have a good start. If he has to bully. Like, that's literally his job. His job is to bully in the lanes, get rocket barrage, homing missile, just constantly be annoying. Get some arcane boots or whatever you actually want to get. Like, this hero can buy literally anything on position 5, whatever is needed in the game.
It's a bit unfortunate for Malik. First use to the boat, doesn't get a kill, and now he's actually going to be in some danger. They were starting to rotate bottom with Omar and Noob. Omar should be able to get the kill by himself onto Tianming, and Noob is actually not required.
Oh, that's a nice little comeback kill, at least for the Bat, and it's nice to get these solo kills on Bat. Well, solo experience, at least, I should say. A lot of gold already, and I don't know, every single game that I watch a Batrider, he has like minute 12, 13 Blink Dagger, even though he's a position 4 or 5 top lane. Noob TP'd in, but I'm not sure if they can kill off the Bristle. He is rushing Aghanims, by the way. You asked about Bristle's item build.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like they're either reading this or trying to go for their own attempt onto tier 2000. Maybe with the double damage rune, it's going to be what they're missing currently. And Ori, unfortunately, a bit too late to disrupt the combo. And with the Chemical Raid, Tail 3 gen, it looks like it's going to be enough, especially with some of the Rolling Thunder usage being a little bit awkward here for the Pangli. Now Crystal Maiden too. They'll actually got the kill though, at least. So not the worst. Tianming's now got level 6 and now low with the rotation as well. He's not even going to die.
Yeah, that's a tip.
What an ultimate.
That's a tip right there. You tip him. You tip him specifically because Pango Ori, he started going back. He was running away a little bit, and then he's like, oh, this Crystal Maid is on fire. Like, really nice ulti. Nice chrono as well. Very well played by AR to punish them. At the beginning, they didn't even look that bad for Quest. They got the Bristleback kill. They slow down. Managed to slow him down a little bit at least, but he is going to go back and farm the Ancient stacks now. A lot of Ancients are still ready for Bach.
Omar's getting scouted, and Ori might be able to snipe some of these creeps as well. Omar does a good job to try and drag them away. Now, Ori... It's fine. Right. Zero there, 2,000 net worth lead. See, the Alchemist is still second net worth, but that death is very much going to hinder his progression towards the Radiance. Omar's scouting out FY. They're playing on top of a sentry. And they're going to be able to bring him down. Malik, nice movement over. Deals with the pesky little invis hero.
Look at his gold as well. On Omar, 1800 now, 11 minutes in. If he gets a couple of these Ancients, if he steals them away from Malik, he will be very, very close to the blink. And then everything opens up for Quest. You get an additional hero to initiate with. I mean, if he gets these creeps down bottom, that's it. Like, he will have it. How far is Bach from Aghanims? 1200 gold. Not too far as well.
What are some of the other items after that we're expecting out of him? Is this going to be, like, is Eternal Shroud required? Is there any other defensive items from Bach which is needed? I mean, I know maybe there's some, like, weird Kyre and Sunge build that could be looked at.
I honestly don't know what the best build is at the moment on Bristle. FY.
And this is exactly what you were saying, right? With the Gyrocopter into the Clinks, and we just saw that come into play there. Dakalis gets a solo kill, so it's going to be very nice for him, bumping up his experience, but also giving him a little bit of gold to get an early Ag shard.
Yeah, it's just easy. I played this exact matchup a lot of times. Smoke mid, though, maybe now. With the blink on Batrider, this opens up You just have a lot of damage coming from Gyro, and then you have a bat with Blink Dagger. I feel that this could be a play. Ori is level 10. Like, killing him would be huge. Oh, Omar.
Oh, what?
Oh, no.
And now, oh boy, I blinked when Omar jumped in. Did he just miss time his blink as Tianming?
Yeah, he just
I
missed
mean, our FY is going to be here, and Noob's going to be, yeah, a little bit hesitant about to continue with the chase. Rolling Thunder, not even, of course, they just used it, apologies, so DeCarlos is going to be fine. They'll get the kill onto the Gyrocopter. 2 easy ones for Azure.
Oh, that's actually... That just feels bad. That feels bad because it was...
Is under attack.
It wasn't really baited or anything. Nothing prompted that miss. Batrider literally, he just blinked too short. Nothing more. He just blinked too short and didn't catch him with the lasso. He even has 3 smokes. Like, if you don't think that you can blink behind the trees and catch him, it's not like Pangolier. He didn't even try juking him. He didn't even go back. It was just Batrider being blinking a little bit too short. Now they smoke up. But you aren't feeling great, you know, you just revealed your blink. Anyways, you have to continue playing, go for the next possible pick-off. Ducalis might be a good bait. Lasso.
It'll probably be both position 5s that do go down.
T2000
The response will be there, and Azure are really deep in PC Quest territory, and look at the pincer as well from them.
FY.
A perfect angle for them to come from. They're even probably going to be able to catch FY. Malik, unfortunately, with the X still on cooldown. Only level 3 without, maybe with that extra level.
Dire's top tower.
May have had it up by them regardless. So really nice response from PC Quest. They get a pretty big kill onto the mid laner, who was flawless currently for Ori.
One of the things that we were talking about is Kunkka, and one of the reasons why he fell off is he felt a bit greedier. Out of all the offlaners, he felt like just a little bit more greedy, and the rest of the map can fall apart by the time he comes online. Well, Bristle is the ultimate greed coming from offlane, so let's see how much space he'll be able to do with the completed Aghanims. For me, that's really the main thing to look out for on Azure.
How do you play around the Bristle as well now? Do you just send everyone top and start to siege the tower down?
I think so. Like, he is your strongest hero on the map at the moment. Not a lot of mana on him to work with. And does have a couple of healing lotuses, of course. And the Crystal Maiden if Tianmin joins him on the top lane. I really wouldn't mind seeing them play around him. Yeah, faceless
Looks like they will.
Yeah, low goes top. Meanwhile, they might also defend bottom, but I don't know how safe this is. Against the bat, Ori.
Jump in. They got Noob. Ori is going to be killed off. Really nice initiation. Ducalis now. Noob's going to be able to charge in onto 3. What was the damage? Oh my god. Now Bark as well. He's going to be able to showcase his damage, but lacking a little bit of mana for the Bristleback, which is going to prove to be an issue in any hope of chasing anyone down. But man, Noob's damage output. Whew.
Yeah, it was just like a perfect initiation from them. They have a good ward on the cliff. They go in. Batrider has, of course, the advantage of jumping in, catching off Ori. Nice shield crash by Ori. Like, he connected to multiple heroes. It saved him a little bit longer, but it just isn't enough. He's not tanky enough. Defending the tier 1 down bottom was so greedy, considering your faceless void TP didn't TP. He used Twin Gate towards top.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
So you don't have that instant chrono response. I think maybe what they expected is the bait on the hero that was showing in front of tier 1 tower. Instead, Pango got caught. A lot of
2000 net worth.
2000 net worth lead, but a lot of big items coming for both of these teams. What are they, Ares? Are you seeing the same I'm seeing?
I see a blink on the Dino about to be completed. I mean, tier 2000 has got blink, so he can probably still look at fights with even without the BKB. Awkward for Clinks is, you know, we'll see how impactful he's going to be with that, but still That is a little bit away. But I suppose the Scepter, we've spoken about the Scepter from Malik.
Yeah, the Scepter on Malik is huge. And the Scepter on Ori will be completed in about 1,000 gold. Still not there yet, though. So 2k advantage, and you can see it. You can see the real effect of that. It's only 2k top lane, Link, Lasso. It's just not a fun Klinks game. They picked it for FY.
Oh, tier 2000.
Let's see.
Nice stun onto 2. Noobs as well going to be able to walk past to Tian Ming
So much
to
damage,
hold
though.
Bark into place. Or he's considering about utilizing the Rolling Thunder. Malik with the wraparound, almost finding the angle. But this is a completely different game from the boys on PSG Quest. It just, again, I use this kind of phrase in the draft. The lineup just looks so much easier to execute. You have multiple ways to be able to play. You initiate team fights and a lot of heroes with stuns, and just your ability to be able to force the issue is you're compared to Azure. It, without a doubt, is easier.
Yep. I think the biggest difference is on position 4s at the moment. Like FY and Bat and how much they do. FY literally is... He's a scout at the moment. Use a scout on walk to... just run around and give vision, and that's nice, but besides that, he isn't really contributing a lot. Especially without your
Scout Malik. Not an easy kill. Oh, he gets a boat up for the Chronosphere as well. So actually pretty survivable is Malik. Or he's going to be forced to Rolling Thunder crash him. It's a lot of time to kill the Conqueror. Yeah, he dies, but
Here
he does
comes
not
Bach.
care in the end, but here comes Bach. Should be able to kill off Dukalis, now hunting Noob as well. With the remnants of the haste, Noob steps over to the left side and he will find an angle to be able to TP out. So in the end, I mean, Bach, unfortunately, a little bit too late to the party, but still finds a 3 for 3, so it's an okay trade.
It's a massive damage that he's dishing out. I think Quest eventually will have to figure out a way to deal with him. Because at the moment... Okay, you're not even attempting to kill him. He's way too big. But how do you do it later on? You do have some control, right? Like you have the lasso to turn him. You have pulverize as well, so that you can find the right angle to hit him without bristleback proccing. But I don't know. Looks like a difficult game. They don't have vessel or anything like that. No Skadi, no Shivas. Omar clinks again.
Oh, that was looked weird.
Yeah, he got dropped on the high ground and then he got flame broken down.
I still died to the combo from Malik. We had to use Torrent Storm for it. A little bit, maybe it was unnecessary, I don't know. Regardless, they'll get the T1 tower as well with that kill, so you're pretty happy with that for Quest.
Yeah, Quest just in a completely different showing from that game 1. And I said that they don't have a Shiva's builder, but they do. Someone is buying it. Is it Noob? Yeah, of course. So he needs 400 gold, and Shiva's is massive here. Like, it really helps them. He needs to be a bit tankier, also helps quite a bit against Bristleback. Maybe an Aghanims later on as well. Wouldn't be that bad.
For Noob, sorry?
Yeah, getting that break. You know,
Yeah, he got you. Definitely after Blink.
right? Like, that sounds good.
Yeah. Look, there's an argument for BKB. I don't know. He's gonna Blade Mail Shiva's run buff as well. Hopefully, he's gonna be survivable enough to be able to go Scepter. He actually does queue up BKB. Okay, so BKB will come after the Blink, and then I think we are looking at the Scepter for Noob.
He has an Alchemist in his game. Maybe he doesn't even need to buy it. You know, like he can get it from TA 2000. Eventually, this Alchemist is slotted out, and at that point, he can start helping out his teammates with Aghanim Scepters. There are some nice Scepters for Primal
Who are we
Beast.
looking at?
Primal Beast.
Yeah, okay. Yo, look, I mean, Omar keeps finding some really good lassos, but definitely you're not going to be considering him so early on for an Ags, especially because tier 2000 doesn't really have that much net worth, actually, all things considering being an Alchemist.
Yeah.
In fact, the lead is solely his net worth, right? It's 5,000 and that's all his gold.
Yep, and it's not huge. They took all of his stacks and he joined a lot of these early fights. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bristleback was really left alone for quite some time. He has a Bloodstone now on top of this Agnes Scepter. Ah, this is so annoying. He's buying Shard next. Mid lane. He do get the kill on the Crystal Maiden, but Lasso wasn't used. I think that's more important. They can use that Lasso on a different target now.
Do either sides have the ability to look at Roche pretty shortly?
Yeah, both of these teams easily take Roshan.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Like, you have this Bristle on one side, Clinks, Void, a lot of damage is being dished out. On the other as well, Acid Spray to work with, just TA2000 dishing, like, doing a lot of damage. Maybe not as fast, but fast enough. In any case, I do believe that you take a fight first, no matter what side you're on. Just because of this Chronosphere, you don't want to risk it against it. And Low will have a BKB after the next couple of creeps. So that's a massive item for him. An item that will probably allow them to smoke up, take a fight. You also have a Pango with Dagger. And they smoke up. Yeah, the time is now pretty much. You can see FY he's TPing to the tier 2 as well. I don't know, I don't think this rush is... Let's see, maybe it's fast enough.
They're not all there though, importantly. Noob's not there, Conk is showing mid.
Dire are scanning.
They know
Nice
though.
scan from Dire though. Tier 2000 going to try and charge up the concoction as well. Meanwhile with the North, Or is in. Early rolling Thunder to intercept them on the higher ground. Low's going to be able to use the Chronosphere, but it's onto a BKB Conker. Not the most ideal target for Low. And now his involvement in the team fight is going to be next to 0. X will not be able to get the drag back. BKB
Bach.
protects him.
All on
But
him.
this Bristleback, this is the fight now for him to be able to get them over the finish line. He's looked strong previously. Are they going to be able to stop Quest from retreating, though? Tianming's going to step in with a freezing field. Dakalis is incredibly low, and Bach's going to find a great angle. Melik hunted down on the bridge. Dakalis will successfully TP out, but now Noob left on an island. I mean, tier 2000, Chemical Rage is back up, but it really doesn't seem like PC Quest are in fighting shape. They're going to do whatever they can to slow down the Bristleback, but Bach is okay. They've isolated the Alchemist. Now they can turn to the Dino as one to the tier 2. Charge will only get some moments apiece as AR will continue and hunt. That's a 3 for 0 with the Chrono as well, really not getting them a whole lot.
Chrono did pretty much nothing in that fight, just a little bit of control early on, but they just don't have a way of dealing with the Bristleback. That's it. As simple as it gets. They have so much control. Like, you have Lasso, you have Pulverize, you have Torrent Storm Boat, you have X marks the spot, even the Alchemist with the stun. So much control, so many things. And this Bristleback just goes in and presses one button and he wins the fight. That's literally all he had to do, just go in and chase them. They couldn't deal with him. Omar should be caught here.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So, are there items that PC Quest can go to
I mean,
address this Bristleback issue they have?
we talked about it a little bit, right? Like the break from Primal Beast might come in handy, but he's going for Blink BKB. The Gyro dies as well. Some Vessel would have been maybe a little bit nicer for you, but you don't have it on your side as well. If you had it earlier, it would be maybe good, but at this point it doesn't really matter that much. Some Skadi, which isn't what they build.
Dire's structures are fortified.
T2000's going Silver's Edge, so there's a potential earlier break than what Noob would get with the Scepter.
It's just that, you know, if he didn't have this blink, if he just went for Silver Edge, it would have been maybe a bit different. I feel like having a blink and the Silver Edge, they will be able to break him, but they won't maybe have the damage at that point. He is getting bigger and bigger. He's getting this Kaya and Sanj now as well. But it's the step in the right direction, definitely. Like, you need a break.
Might be able to run into Noob. They have this Very defensive jungle ward. And Noob's not going to be able to make it out. Tianming steps in.
Fight them, noob.
A very big kill for them to find. And considering this smoke really should not... Well, they scouted Radiant coming through the portal down to bottom. There was a line drawn from Takalis, reading that the smoke was going to be from bot to the mid lane. But luckily for Azure, they saw the Primal Beast starting to move over to the left side. I believe that ward did also just expire after the kill.
Yeah, TA 2000 bot lane.
2000?
Chrono.
Oh, on the edge. On the edge from low.
Well,
I mean, he's still going to be able to BKB, but it's not going to matter. You're not escaping this one.
is he not?
Low's going to
maybe
activate his
some
own... Ooh, okay, maybe.
He's
No,
got- he's
time
got-
dilation.
he's got-
Yeah, it's still ticking him down. Alright, Low, much better Chronosphere from him this time. Being able to get it off before the Chemical Rage, and now already Bach and Ori are hunting Tukalis, looking to try and get the Wisdom Room. Unfortunately, they're ready for that.
He doesn't even take it. It's Bach that steals it away. Level 21. Bristleback now with that Kai and Sanj completed. Probably unkillable at this stage of the game. He's got 2 more minutes to work with on the Aegis. But even when it's gone, it will be so damn difficult to kill him. Faceless Void. Mjolnir completed Bloodthorn. Okay, this is where the Clinks can solo targets, basically. He got to the stage of the game in which he has Bloodthorn. Like, he can kill off supports easily now as well. Lasso.
Lasso? That's a great target. And looks like they're going to be able to blow him up as well. Alright, big stuff
Okay,
at
now
PC
what?
Quest, but... Yeah, that's a good question, because it looks like they want nothing to do with the team fight. They're going to try and split away after the kill, but unfortunately, Noob's going to be held down. Also attempting to catch up to Malik. Tianming still got the frostbite. And Bach, I don't think needs to fear anything. Ages for another minute 20.
Let's see, the BKB Von Kunkka has been used. FY. He's in vision. He's gone. Dies
Okay,
so quickly.
4 hit. Now run for the bristle.
X-mark him and run away. No cooldown. Sadly, right just yet.
Rage about to expire. T2000's in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. PC Quest, what are you going to be able to do to protect your Alchemist? Nice 4-staff gets him out. The Torrent as well clipping onto Bach, but it looks like Malik actually instead will be the sacrifice. Drops a boat. That's a Hail Mary at best.
This is... You know, through all the Dota games that I watched and played, having to play against a bristle that cannot be touched and cannot be harmed is probably one of the most frustrating things. All you can do is maybe kite him, buy a diffusal, like who did it, Thompson or someone? I believe on one of the TIs back in the day.
Yeah, the gyro diffuser,
Exactly.
right?
Just buy a diffusal, get all of his mana. But even getting all of his mana is rough. Like, he has a lot of it. He's got the Bloodstone, he's got the Kaya, the Aghanims, of course. Everything adds up. He is losing ages, though. So, okay, that's something. It helps them out a little bit. You have only 1 life to worry about, and you will have Silver Edge. I believe, like, within a minute, considering how fast Alchemist farms.
I think that fight, though, did showcase their ability to blow up an important target, being Ori's Pango, but you just need to find a way to disengage. And I think with the BKB on Noob, he will have that opportunity where because you don't really need to BKB for your pulverizers. There's nothing that's going to cancel it. So jump Ori again, and then use BKB to reset. And then that's the kiting that you need to be able to have a numbers advantage, and then maybe take a fight off the back of that. Or you could play on 4 stars, but it's going to depend on the support's positioning.
No, that's a good plan. Like, killing anyone off, really. Like the Pango or the Void. It's very doable for them. They have a lot of single target control. Like, you have this Lasso, Pulverize, and a lot of damage that goes into it. Omar does scout them, and he sees the smoke, I believe. Nope.
Noob in the river jumped directly onto low, and now he's also going to try and, charge to a roundabout direction where the 0 members were connecting with a smoke, so...
Tier
It's a
2000?
little bit awkward.
Yeah, he was going in. He just uses that stun to get away, really, in the end. I really think he just wanted to farm there. That's it. He doesn't blink to scout the void out or anything like that. He blinks to farm and he doesn't get it. And speaking of all those single target disables, Low has a Lincoln's. Like it's flying out to him. Becoming a bit harder. Same for Pango. He's got one as well. Well, these two items definitely will make it harder for them to get these single hero pickoffs.
Dire's courier has been killed.
They know around about where Ducalis is, but FI is actually going to reconnect with the team. And they've got a Tormented to be able to seal as well. Shards only Bach and Tianming has it, so FY is now going to get his shard. Which is okay.
Smoke up from Quest, actually. Now that Primal Beast has respawned, they can go with Noob, maybe even showing mid. And then go bot, but...
Silver's head reveal.
Yeah, let's see who they can jump on. Bach has a BKB, right? So not an easy pick off as well. I love how they're playing the map on Radiant. Like you know this Rosh might respawn soon as well, so you're kind of playing around the pit. You know that they don't have vision here as well. They could never invade this part of the map.
That's been very impressive for them to be able to put themselves in this position as well, because it did look like for a lot of the mid game, where I guess we're still kind of in the mid game, but like 15 to 25 minutes, it was really PSG Quest were showcasing just the ease of them to be able to take fights with Conquer, Primal Beast, and even the early blink from Omar and Elk. But that is someone we haven't really been praising lately, right? Like we were saying, compare the Bat Rider or to the Clinks, and then very recently though, we haven't really seen Omar being able to do too much with his items. I don't really think that's on him though.
Top lane Omar,
So
can he get away at least? Yeah, he does get away. Yeah, he didn't really do a lot. They didn't manage to do a lot. He cannot be catching and killing targets on his own. He needs to do it with his teammates. And we've seen a couple of Bat Riders have a similar problem. Like Eki, he played a ton of Bat, but in the mid game, in some situations, he would fall off as well. Just if your game isn't going that great for you as a team, it becomes harder and harder to get good pickoffs. As a Bat, like you just jump in and die most of the times. One thing that they didn't do really in the laning stage and post-laning stage is control Bristleback at all. They focused on everyone else, and now they are paying the price for that. Omar? Nice little X marks the spot.
Yeah, no, 100%. They're paying the price of giving this Bristleback a free game, and this is, you were saying, it's probably greedier than the offlane Conquer at the moment. Maybe that's just why we've seen Conquer fall a little bit. Tier 2000. They're chasing him.
They have Chrono. They have Time Walk in one.
Oh, and they're gonna get him. He pops the Chemical Rage in the BKB. Low. It's not gonna matter. He got the Bristleback off before at least the Chrono held Bark into place, so there was an overwhelming amount of damage inside the bubble, and they're already looking for more. FY Tianming trying to hunt them on the retreat. Omar and Malik duking up to the northern side. Tianming's going to be able to run into Omar. Nice Lotus, so be able to dispel or purge off the frostbite, so they're okay, but this high ground probably about to be under siege.
Yeah, the saddest one coming into that fight was probably Noob, because Alchemist started building up his Aghanims, and now the Alchemist is dead, and he's not gonna get it anytime soon. And they might not have a base to defend very soon, though. 40 seconds without an Alchemist, they're pushing in. How do you fight now? There's no Chrono, of course, but without an Alch, like, you just don't have the damage. You can only spam them with spells.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
lot of respect as well.
Radiant's
Yeah, I got
bottom
the tower. They're going to
is
look to
under
back
attack.
off. Second Roche is there's for the taking.
Smoke up though. They want to contest it.
It should fall way too fast. Look at that. It's gone. Holy. What?
Yeah, the bristleback. Bristleback in the pit. There's a satanic, by the way, on low. Is there anything new on Bristle? No, nothing really. 4.5k gold on him.
Maybe
will
this
fight
cliff they
this.
can fight around? They are grouped up. Omar's going to be able to get the sub with the concoction as well. They're going to dump everything onto the Bristle and they got him. And the Void as well. All right, Quest. Can they set up for the second round? Low.
There's a
BKB's
BKB.
at the ready, but no Chronosphere to be able to fight. Or he's doing his best to disrupt. He'll be able to TP up with the cover of the Rolling Thunder. Low also escapes as well, but great initiation from PSG Quest. They are still hunting.
Yeah, the rocket is on him. Lincoln's though, so kind of hard to get him. Very nicely done by Quest. Hot damn, man. They demonstrate how much the Silver Edge can do. There's a full Aghanims now completed on Alchemist off of that. I'm impressed. Very nicely done. Jumping them as the Aegis has been claimed. And I believe there's a cheese as well on the Bristle. And still having, the courage to initiate there, just because there's this good vision around the cliff. They know what targets they need to jump and how fast they can blow them up. Also, I believe there was no Chronosphere for like 10-15 seconds, right? So made that fight, of course, a little bit easier for Quest. Now, the Aghanims is... Who did he give it to? Did he give it? He didn't give it... He did give it to Primal Beast, of
Dino.
course. Yeah. The Dino has it. Nice. No, we have a game. It just started looking boring at some point in which Azure, they're just gonna take it easily and there's no fight left in Quest because they're just dying everywhere. They're being picked off, but it's not like their team doesn't... their heroes don't possess a chance. Sometimes your heroes just can't fight. It was more of individual mistakes on Quest that led them to this point. But finally, nice pick off by them. Nice play.
And the ability now to kill the Bristle. Oh, and look, Bark actually, with this Lincoln's, maybe,
Radiant are scanning.
that is, you can still jump in. Like, Batright has multiple ways to be able to pop the Lincolns, and now you've got double break as well. So they maybe would just continue to target Bark down, actually, inside some of these fights.
It's not only even that. The Lotus Swords will prove to be really strong against him. I believe there is one on Kunkka, right? Yeah, he's got one Gyro going for the second one. There's also a Wind Waker being purchased by Bat eventually. If they get to that stage of the game, you'll have Wind Waker against the Chronosphere. Another nice thing. All that said and done, I still believe that Azure are still in a commanding lead. Like, you are playing against an Alchemist and you are playing with the Faceless Void. You're not losing, you're 13k ahead. This is a solid place to be in. Just have to be careful when it comes to these single target disables from Quest.
Still posturing pretty aggressive, though, on Azure. They will be scouted under one of the higher ground wards. I'll see Bark.
Dire's courier has
See Tianming as well. Ori will run into Noob.
Can you catch him? There's
And he's in a great spot to be able to hold him into place. Basher comes out. Where is Mr. Low, though? It's going to be
He's
careful with the
connecting.
Chronosphere if they group up. Get stunned up momentarily. It's not going to matter. Looks like they won't even need the ultimate for the kill onto Noob, so he'll go down with ease.
There's a gem as well on the ground now for them. Gem recovered. And yeah, let's see if they can force the buyback. That's the only question, right? One really nice thing that Quest is doing is abusing the bat plus X marks the spot. Like, constantly abusing that. Omar almost falls there, but yeah. Just creep skipping, delaying the game. But, like, realistically, if you are delaying a game such as this one, Like, your alchemist is already buying Aghanim scepters.
Oh, he's buying another.
Yeah, he's buying another one. I don't know, maybe for a Bat Rider? I find an issue with that. Like, I don't think that they maybe possess enough damage. I guess Primal Beast does dish out quite a lot at this point, but... Nah, he switched up. He went for Nullifier. I mean, at some point, you actually have to think about yourself as well. This isn't enough. Like, when I see these 6 slots on Alchemist, okay, it's scary, but it's not really...
What?
Has been killed.
Okay.
I mean, I guess an arcane rune, but it's gonna be a window when Gyro respawns about 40 seconds with no chrono.
Yeah, you usually want to see those chronos early on in the game. Later on, just the position 5. Let's see. Bach is already on the top lane.
I used Lasso as well for the Lincolns. Really messy. 4 steals, everything was used as well. Maybe misclicked a couple of them.
I think what happened is Ori casted his Lincolns as well on Bach. So he had 2 Lincoln spheres. Because of that, they didn't break it.
Well, they got 20 seconds with a 4v5. Huh, look at the skeletons just sieging.
Yeah, that's the Aghanims,
bad.
right? Aghanims from FY.
Did they always hit objectives, or is this a change? I don't.
I think they
thought
didn't
did.
always. Yeah, I think they didn't always as well. This is some mass archers from Warcraft 3, you know, like some strategy coming back into play.
Alright, well, one pickoff into high ground. I guess if you're gonna chrono or support and you get objectives out of it, you got to be pretty happy. So well done from Low.
Not sure if anything is gonna change now that he's back up. Like, is Gyro really going to make a difference against all these skeleton archers? I don't know. Let's see. This is still a better remake than Reforged, by the way. Still looks nicer. Courier?
I'm gonna nod and agree with you. It's, not
it's good you don't know.
Warcraft 3.
Yeah, it's good. It's good you're not aware.
Well, that is Octarine. No, actually, I think Bloodstone that they left for Conquer, but not killing the courier. And they're actually just going to walk up the high ground. Now, they're looking for a backstab, though, on Dire. And maybe they're going to be able to blow up low, but Omar, the Lincoln was already given over, so a little bit messy. That's so unfortunate with the timing. And now AR, they can respond.
Chrono?
They want to try and target down. Low's going to drop the Chronosphere. Refresh
So
use as
tanky.
well. Ready to go with the second round. And it won't even be required. Melik has just got no boys to play with. Tier 2000's finally going to jump in, but instant the response is there with the Chronosphere. There's no messing around from Low. They will not give the Alchemist even a slight chance to be able to kill Bach.
2 buybacks, but the important one on Alchemist is still missing. They don't have it. This should be another side. Easy side for Azure. So many Lincoln Spheres. There's X marks the spot. Yeah, he's fine. He won't die. But, dude, there's so many Lincoln Spheres to proc, and you use the guy that doesn't have one. You know, you use the Faceless Warrior that doesn't have the Chrono, that doesn't have the Lincolns on himself already used. Because of that, the whole fight, the backstab was nice. The plan was good.
That's a nice jump.
So,
Not a bad jump. Are they going to have the damage? So Ori's doing a really good job to create chaos in the middle. They'll still be able to get the kill. But now Noob's in some trouble. Tier 4 towers. Nothing that is a problem for Azure.
it's a nice jump, but that's a position 4 Clinks. It's not your carry Clinks or anything like that. From the last game, Tianmen goes in for the gem, steals it. I guess they can still fight against the Megas once Alchemist is up, but Azure, they could end this. They could end this right now. Let's see if they take the more disciplined approach or if they just fight them. They're not leaving.
No, they're not. With Low, still without the Chrono, not going to matter. Such an overwhelming amount of net worth lead And they're taking a fight 3v4 as well. Nice Shaw's going to be able to protect the bat momentarily. He'll go down. Tier 2000's back alive, but the bash. Or he gets a perfect time with the RNG. It's not going to matter though. The kill will be there onto low. Bark is a bit of a different beast though. Tier 2000's going to try and play in front of him, but Bark has still got cheese as well, just
Nice
in
force.
case. That's just not happening. In fact, they might turn it, and yeah, they're going to look to try.
Probably should go back now, right? Like you don't have the faceless void for 70 more seconds. Let's see. Klinks is they want to end it. This bristleback is just too beastly, and they have Klinks coming back in with that, with the Aghanims, with all the archers about to connect. The burning army.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nori's in. Okay, one buyback.
Oh, in
So
the
they're
back,
down for
TA.
another 15 seconds.
Jeez, that-
What happened? How did he get jumped? How did he get jumped on?
He jumped. He's the one that did it.
He's the one that went
Yeah.
in. All right. Well, able to catch him before any spells were used, or before, you know, BKB was still on cooldown anyway, so had nothing to protect himself. Noob's back alive. They're going to try and dump everything onto the Pangli. He'll eat the boat as well. Looks like some of the damage is going to be lacking for the kill onto Ori, though. And Bark as well he hasn't even used the cheese, man. He's still got the cheese.
He's still just
2
ignoring.
deaths
Like,
this game.
yeah. They're trying to ignore him for most of the game, but the throne will fall.
That it will. That it will.
Malik,
Alright, good stuff for Azure.
the lonely warrior, the lonely soldier, one last standing. GG. Good stuff from Azure, good stuff from the bristleback, I would say. From the drafter picking this bristle back in the end, and Quest. You know, sometimes heroes such as bristleback, they're forgotten. Like, no one is picking them. You forget about the hero, you forget about what you should be doing against him. Just like there's an alchemist game and you need to comfort to it, sometimes you have to comfort to the bristle game. The best way to do it is always to crush him early on. Like, make his laning stage as rough as possible, block his stacks, which is something that they tried to doing but didn't do successfully. They tried to mess with him in the lane as well, but that also wasn't successful. He got a couple of kills on the gyro, he had a fat stack of ancients. This guy was completely free farming, got his Aghanims, and from that point onwards, they killed him twice? That was once with that break on top lane, but the game was kind of out of control by that time already. Such a nice ulti here by Tian Min. So much damage.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool couple of draws from Azure. Like the Slaughter Klinks in game 1, and then now the late Bristleback pick. I don't know. Like, I know you got the victory in the end for Azure. What do we think of, though, the Klinks 4 as well? Was it they overcook a little much? Like, it definitely felt like late game we could feel some of the impact, especially like sieging was quite easy for them.
Yeah, late game it did have a lot of impact, of course. It did help out, but they didn't get to the position that they had in the late game because of him, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It was just because of the rest of the team and how much they did early on. If you look at the graphs up to like minute 20, 25, Klinks was doing no damage almost. This is the first fight where he joins with Orchid and kills off the Kunkka. This is the one that he had some use, but before this point, like, he was just being either killed by Jaro or by Batrider. So Klink's position 4 isn't bad, by the way. I'm a believer in that. It's just that the game was a little bit difficult for him to really have impact early on. Another thing, I have to say that PSG Quest, they played much better this game than the first one. You could see so many opportunities for them to take this match. I think maybe that Aghanims on Primal Beast needed to be a little bit earlier. Maybe if he purchased it a little bit earlier, the game changes a bit. You have this break on Bristle. Maybe that helped. That could have helped, I mean, but they waited for the Aghanims from Alchemist, and it took a bit too much time.
I'm just trying to think of what the build could have been differently from Noob. I wonder if he's like, I wonder how important the Shivas was for him. I think this is a game where it's a must for you to have a BKB.
Maybe instead of the Shivas. Maybe.
Yeah.
But then again, you aren't as scary then in most of the engagements. And Bristle stops being a problem, but everyone else becomes a problem. So it's a trade-off. I'm not sure. In any case, it's very nice that Azure hit us with 2 drafts, 2 different problems that the teams in the future will have to deal with. It's also what's also nice for Azure is that very early on in the tournament, they picked this Klinks on position 4 and on 1. And from this point onwards, every single team that plays against them will have this in their head. Like, it could be a 4, but it also could be a 1. It's very flexible for them. So they just created a lot of problems for future teams that they face out of this one series that they had against PSG Quest.
Yeah, and this is a series as well where we saw the Timber like untouched. I'm pretty sure maybe it was banned
in the
second or third phase. Yeah, so but this is also something where we've seen them in the regional games. Actually, you're picking very early on for Bark or for Ori, and Leshrak was untouched as well, really, for them. So there's a lot of different strategies that are still a potential for them to run if they'd like to. But I really like that point you bring up, because this is a strategic advantage now that they're going to have in their upcoming games, and we'll see how they're going to be able to utilize that. And if we do get to see the Slaughter again, maybe if there's going to be an ideal game for a Bristleback again as well, because I know it is a bit more situational, but it looked very, very good, and a big reason why they were over the finish line in this second game. So we are going to send to a break. We might have an interview with one of the Azure boys, not confirmed just yet, but if we do, it's going to be quick bake. If we don't have one, then we're going to be looking towards our next series, which will be Falcons versus Team Spirit. So you guys will have to stick around and find out what's in store next. We'll see you guys after the break.
A quick break can only mean one thing. We do not have a game just yet ready for you guys, but we do have an interview, and we have an interview with pretty much a superstar coming from Azure, Fabian. Welcome,
Hello.
Congrats on the win. Yeah, how'd that feel? Come on, you slapped them with that Bristleback. That was a pretty good game.
Yeah, that feel very nice.
Straight off the bat, like I'm not gonna talk too much about Dota. I have my expert Aries here to do that. I wanna ask you some other things. Like you've been in Europe for some time now. How does it feel? Did you adjust well? Do you have all the food that you need, all the nice places? And you're in Germany, right?
Yes, but my team in Serbia.
Okay,
I'm
so
in home. Yeah, I'm in home alone. Yeah.
yeah. How does that feel, by the way? You're not boot camping with them. Is that a problem for you guys, or is it fine? And will you join them maybe in the future?
I will join them in Dream League bootcamp. This is also my first time to play online along with my team, so it's a new experience. But I think we are working fine. Yeah.
And like just in general, Europe, how do you feel living here? Is it a big difference?
For me, I personally kind of like and I feel comfortable here. Yeah.
Yeah. Is it, by the way, why did you move? Is it because of the team or some personal reasons, or what happened? What brought you to Munich, right?
Oh yeah. Because my wife works in Munich, so we live here.
Okay. Yeah. Makes sense. Gotta do everything for love. Aries, any questions for Bach?
Just one question, my friend. What is your? I'm intrigued on if you have any like pre-game rituals. Is there anything you like to do to get yourself hyped up for a game?
Not really. We just like talk some drafts and think like what hero maybe I will play in this game, something like this. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. What about you? Like yourself, do you listen to music or do you do quick exercises to get prepared? Nothing.
No, nothing. Just watching enemies draft and think. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, he's a hardworking man, I see. So, okay, Bach, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on your victory, and looking forward to your upcoming games as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, mate. This is it. First series done of the day. Next up, we've got a very exciting one. We got the Falcon boys taking on the Spirit boys. We casted Spirit yesterday. Struggled in their opening series. I'm trying to remember. Did they won one? No, they dropped
No, they
0-2.
didn't, yeah.
That was against Heroic. And then Falcons won their opening series versus PSG Quest as well. So let's see if Spirit are going to be able to, if they fix some of their issues in that game in particular, because this is going to be a very difficult opponent already early on in the group stages.
Yeah, the first game looked for Team Spirit, first series that is looked really rough. At the same time, Heroic is looking like they're one of the strongest teams in the tournament at the moment. They're on fire, so maybe it's something about that.
Yeah.
We'll see if we'll see how well they could sort out the problems that they had against them and face Falcons. Because yesterday, just looking at Team Spirit, they did not look very happy. They lost the game with Magnus, right? As well, they did. It was 0-2. Yeah, it was
Yes.
0-2. So let's see. Even Magnus didn't work for them, and if that's happening, you know that they're out of their TI form, and something needs to change if they want to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, something needs to happen. But of course, it is early on for Spirit. We're gonna see the schedule as well. We've got Heroic versus PSG Quest, so they're gonna get a little bit of a break. We'll see Azure later in the day as well. So just Group A, we are covering on this stream. Of course, there is a secondary stream going on as well simultaneously. Now, that had Tundra versus Blacklist in their first series, and that has Aurora versus Gladiators in the upcoming series as well. So that is ESB underscore Dota 2 underscore English underscore B. And then, of course, the Twitter ESB underscore Dota 2 as well. So you guys should go check it out, drop some follows so you guys are able to stay up to date with all the action going on. But for us, we need to go to a quick break. When we come back, we've got a very exciting series, Spirit taking on Falcons. We are back for our second series of the night and a very exciting series as well. Two incredible teams going head to head. We got Falcons taking on Team Spirit, and these two teams have only played against each other once. That was in Dream League Season 22, where Falcons were able to get the victory. Besides that, they have not ran into each other any other time. So we're going to be able to see for the second time of these two rosters battling together.
Yeah, like it's an amazing match, really. Ahead of us, I'm a little bit disappointed it's not a best of three, but even in a best of two, we will see some really nice strategies. Maybe they can experiment a little bit like Azure just have with their draft, with that offlane Bristle, and with the Klinks carrying Klinks position 4 in game 1 and game 2. I haven't really watched a lot of Falcons recently, of course, have in the previous tournaments, but something that they said, I believe Skitter also mentioned that he likes playing a new tournament on a new patch. I don't believe this is going to be the case. It is, unfortunately, the same patch, but when it comes to Team Spirit, we watched them. Like, we watched them together. We casted them yesterday and in previous tournaments as well, and it's not looking that great for Team Spirit. Like, these last couple of months have not... Like, you should, like, when I look at their cameras, Dota players aren't the most animated ones, let's be honest, but they don't look very, very enthusiastic at the moment.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Had a
don't know
rough
how I
game
feel
yesterday,
about that.
right? A rough
They-
series yesterday.
They did, but like I'd hope they'd be able to shrug that away. But unfortunately, they're not. I don't know. So we'll see. Maybe we're looking into it a bit much. I don't know what to say. But the emotions, they weren't particularly there for them. So let's see if they're able to bump those emotions up, or if they're, because this is a difficult opponent to be facing when you're not feeling 100% right now. So, yeah, let's see. Maybe they were able to get the pep talk. Maybe they honestly shouldn't need the pep talk as well after winning a TI and 2 TIs as well for some of these players. So, let's see. This could be the start for them to be able to turn it back around, but we'll see if Falcons can continue.
Maybe the pep talk is even more necessary after winning 2 TIs. For me, always personally, I find it amazing that people still find a drive, to compete. Like, if I won a TI, literally I would become Sing Sing and just random and roam with Orb of Venom every game, have fun. No more try harding, no more practicing every single day. But competing is fun, though. That needs to be said. Like, we put it out as this is something that they struggle with. First and foremost, they're playing a game, they're paid for it, and competing, even though it is difficult, it is hard, it's so much fun, and it's very difficult to replace this part of your life with anything else. It's hard to just suddenly become impossible, really, to become a top tier competitor in anything else after Dota. So let's see what approach Team Spirit has. Rising up to the challenge is always nice for big teams, and playing against Falcons, maybe a little bit of that fire gets woken again. Like, you want to be playing your best versus a team that's considered to be one of the best, if not the best team at the moment.
And let's see what the adaptation is going to be. Regards to the band, Skier is rocking.
Who is this man?
Yeah,
who is this man? Who
I
is
feel like
this?
every time I see him with different facial hair. I wish I could.
That's not the Skeeter I know. That's someone else. That's someone new.
That's the Skeet God right there.
Yeah.
Oh, this is of course the Mark. Yeah, for a bit before is the Skeet God.
Yeah, a little bit of crit as well on our cameras. By the way, when it comes to draft and what we're seeing right now from the bans, nothing really extraordinary. You're playing versus Falcons, you are banning the Timber. Everyone is banning Timber anyway. A lot of supports being banned out by Falcons, and a singular Morphling banned together with all of that. Yeah, Toro did play Morphling. He did lose with it as well. And they did play that tiny mid on Larl. Like, he also lost, but... yeah, it wasn't really the best showing yesterday from Spirit. One very interesting thing that I did see from Falcons yesterday when they played was the Wraith King. Like, it's a hero that literally no one picks, and they won within 20 minutes with it. Skitter went 11-0-10.
Jesus.
Maybe something to look out for. They had
Who
a
was
lot
the
of
5?
in that game. They
Yeah,
had,
Snake player.
I think, Disruptor. Yeah, Disruptor.
Okay.
Just a hero that can, follow up the Wraith King. Like, Disruptor feels amazing. This is something that we talked about. Like, this hero is in a really good spot. My top 2 favorite sports are Disruptor and Shadow Demon at the moment, on 5 or 4. But Disruptor, if you are winning, I feel like he just seals the deal. He seals the deal. If you're winning, the game is just so easy for him. Razor.
Sniper ban.
It is good versus Razor.
It
It's good
is,
versus
but
Razor, yeah.
have Falcons been playing it? And I know there's a lot of other teams that are.
A lot of players are practicing Sniper and playing him in pubs. Like, this hero is a bit of a meme, and
5 seconds
you can get reported. You can go to low priority because of it. But the Kanda Aghanim's build for me is really good. I feel that
Okay.
it's not bad at all.
Yeah, Melrin has 7 sniper games in the past 8 days with a 42% win rate. So a little bit down. He's playing it. He's also 12 matches on Primal Beast and 91%. I mean, I know Prime was one of his best heroes. He's got some crazy win rate at the moment. 7 DK games, 71%, 6 Lesh games, 100%. He's even dabbling in the Earth Spirit, which is low
You're
down on the win rate.
You're checking the pub games, right?
Yeah. Melrin's Pro Tracker. So he's dabbling in everything, even attempted Earth Spirit 2 games in a row and lost with them. So don't think we'll get that.
Yeah, we've seen what no one do really well with Earth Spirit yesterday. Like, he's the one that won his Earth Spirit game. But in Entity, but first and foremost, we have a Viewer and a Razor. Like, both of them are flexible. We were, of course, on multiple roles. And Razor, just from what lane he goes to, we probably won't see a position 4 or 5 Razor. But when it comes to roles, like, you can put him on mid lane, off lane, safe lane. We'll see where Team Spirit decides to lane him. Morphling is banned out, which is a nice thing for Team Spirit, considering you first phase this Razor. Like, you suddenly don't have that to worry about. We've seen a lot of Razors really struggle when playing against Morphling. Another hero that deals with him is Lina, Sniper as well. Any sort of a long-range glass cannon, basically, is not a great matchup for Razor. So we'll see what they opt to go for on Falcons. Yesterday they played Sven and they played Wraith King for carry. So this Razor kinda already cuts those 2 heroes out. Like, you don't want to play Wraith King, and you can play Sven, but you'd rather not to. You'd rather not.
Definitely playable, but lower on the list of carries on what you would like to play into the Razor. So we'll see what they want to give Skitter, though, heading into the later stage of the draft. We get one more ban from Falcons too. I like the Shadow Demon ban. I think it's really cripples the Razor in a lot of fights. I mean, someone that wants to be incredibly mobile, and so the purge is quite frustrating.
I think he does that to almost every hero, right? Like, that's the...
I'm sure, yeah.
Wait, I'm looking at the poster behind Tundra winning TI. You see it? Like, with Saksa and Snaking in front. Did he draw himself a mustache, or is it just bad quality, the picture for me?
Can we go back to Snake?
It looks like he has some facial hair there as well, but it's fine. I'm sure that's not Skitter, by the way, but
we'll cycle through. We'll get back to him.
Such a nice poster, by the way, to have. That's a dream right there. Every Dota player's dream, and these 2 teams, they have an abundance of those kind of. You see what I mean?
I see what you mean. Yeah, I don't know. I see what you mean.
Yeah,
it looks like a shadow of, like, because I feel like his mouth is supposed to be there as well.
Yeah.
Anyway,
probably just a shadow. Yeah, we have a Crystal Maiden. Yeah, back to the draft. Just your casual Crystal Maiden picked even after the nerfs to Crystal Clone. Still too strong, still a position 5 that does so much. We've seen her in the last series as well and how much she could do. Nothing really, like Crystal Maiden it's like nothing to sing songs about, right? But she always does her job. She's a strong laner. Later on in the game, gives you that frostbite, always provides you with some mana. Just a true position 5 support. Like Crystal Maiden is the position 5 support. Like she should be the poster child of a true support player.
Yeah. We saw yesterday, right, the Rubik as well in response to the Weaver. So you're going to have some pretty good abilities. Orator to steal for Mirror. And DK is going to get picked up. They did flex this to Yatoro. I really hope this is a lull hero. I kind of just want to see Yatoro on a bit of, you know, I don't want to see him on DK. That's kind of it.
Yeah. I mean, he can play it, and Dragonite can be a core. I mean, position 1 as well in this patch. Like you can win games with Dragonite on that one role, but it all depends on what the lanes are like. I don't think Dragonite loses too many lanes mid. Like already, what would you even pick to win against him? Like realistically, to really dominate him mid, what could you pick?
No, you don't dominate him.
Yeah, like Razor already on your side. That's not an option. Some Storm used to be decent, but not nearly as strong right now and in the meta. Are we seeing the Spirit mid? We are, right?
Okay, so again, I mean, yeah, no, you're not playing Bat Rider Core. So yes, I think that is the case. Looks like Skeet is going to pick up the Weaver as well. So Earthspirit is a hero who I'm really going to say he doesn't beat the DK mid, but you are like a Spirit Vessel high magic damage hero, so it can be really frustrating as well for the Razor, who doesn't particularly rush BKB anymore. We've seen a little bit more greedy builds of the Razors going like Manta first.
You're going to have to. Like, maybe not rush it, but second item BKB for sure. When I look at this Falcons lineup, I don't know what I'm playing against that. I'm buying a BKB. Like, you just need it. There's so much magic damage coming from them. Maybe a Mage Slayer from DK in the lane as well. But we'll see. We'll see. A lot of potential for the rotations coming from Earth Spirit. Of course, Skitter, one of his best heroes is the Weaver. And the matchup versus Razor, if Razor is laning against you, is good. Like, overall in the game, it's not that bad. It did become a little bit better for the Razor with the Shard. As it's a little bit harder to be mobile against that. And now you have Grimstroke as well with... we've seen the combo of Grimstroke and Earth Spirit quite a lot recently, but Grimstroke and DK also does well. You still have that double stun. You have a hero to Inkswell that can jump in first and start things off. Then the Soulbind against the Weaver is pretty good. Like, versus an Earth Spirit as well, it's pretty good. Like, he wants to be in the fight and he wants to be rolling in and out constantly, and Grimstroke prevents that from happening. So not that bad of a pick. We'll see what they get for last. Like, you can see the Faceless Void banned out. Like, probably the best carry into Weaver, as you can catch him. One thing that's kind of out there, but it's Yatoro, and he can play a lot of carries. One thing that could be maybe good for them, Bloodseeker. Like,
yeah, good. I like it.
Yeah, I know he's not played that much on position 1. Like, we see him on offlane a lot recently, but yeah, might be an option for them. But you can see that Falcons aren't really. I like this a lot from them. They're banning out the worst thing that can hit them from different positions. Like, Puck would be a problem for Earth Spirit and for Weaver. So, and they don't really have good. They have some catch, but it's not fantastic. Then the Void and the Naga are also an issue. So yeah.
I think really quickly, just to speak about the Mars heroes, I think you're still Mars and Centaur are very much a possibility. I mean, they're both in the pool, so maybe you would prefer him to be on the Mars because that is, you know, by far one of his better heroes. But we'll see if there's even anything else that Spirit looks to think of.
Yeah, like it's possible. Like, it's possible to get these heroes that bring a lot of catch against Weaver, and then you put Razor on 1. Like, It's something that you can do on Team Spirit, and on, of course, for Amar on the other side. Like you said, Mars banned out. Let's see what they go for. It's just like the problem that they do have is, like, you see this Razor and he can be anywhere. So you're like you said, like, Mars would be decent into him, but
5 seconds remaining.
Well, I don't think Utoro plays it though. I think it's your collapse here. I really do believe it's
collapse.
It's either
Yeah.
Utoro DK or it is your carry, and they're gonna get the Bloodseeker. Very good call.
Yeah.
I
like it. I like
How
it.
do you feel about a tide for Falcons? You're not laning to Razor, which I feel like is usually some of the big worries about the Razor.
You can still switch things up on Team Spirit and lane completely differently. Like, these three heroes, these three cores on Team Spirit can lane anywhere. That's one of the powers that they have. Like, it's just the nature of the heroes. They're strong laners, and you can just switch things up, put them wherever. Bloodseeker doesn't have to be on the safe lane. So you can pick a Tide and end up playing against the Razor, and that can be not as easy, but wouldn't be bad. Like, they need something like that. They need another frontliner together with an Earth Spirit. Okay, that's some sort of a frontliner. He is a big boy.
Ooh, whoa, Melrine Batrider.
Okay,
So
completely.
far.
Switching
I mean,
things
this
up.
is it's very interesting, man. Because I mean, Batrider's been back in the meta for a long time as a support, but we've seen no one experiment at all to be played as a core, and we have so many Batrider like mid and offlane specialists, and I have a really vague feeling like Melvarine's also a really, really high level in the Batrider too. So let's say this is interesting. We're going to crit Earth Spirit. So they flex the Earth Spirit. Now they can go for this range here on Viper. Gives you a break versus a DK. Both the Bloodseeker and the Razor very reliant on BKB like for their mobility. And Viper Strike is just going to slow them down inside the team fight. So this is a cool last pick. How do we feel about it though? Do we like all the changes that Falcons have gone for?
I think I do. Let's see if they can make it work, because I like the changes. I feel like, you remember I was asking you what can deal with this goddamn Dragonite. Like, this hero is so stupid. Everyone is picking it and no one is finding a way of dealing with it. And while that was happening, I'm thinking, what about Bat? Like, is it possible? And okay, they pick it and they put it on mid lane instead of on 4. I'm just not completely sold on how much that hero does with a lot of farm. Like, because that farm is found from a position 4 Bat. However, you have Malrine on Batrider, you have crit on Earth Spirit. Like, it's kind of hard to go against those two. Like, it's hard to have any arguments against them playing these heroes, even though Earth Spirit is played more on mid in the last few days and Batrider is played almost always on support. I don't know when I saw it even being mid recently. No one is playing, not even Stormer like a month ago was playing it mid. Yeah. So when the biggest spammers aren't playing it, like, you know that the hero is probably not that great as a core. But let's see. A lot of games recently, Batrider, even on position 4, he'd get like a level, like a minute 12, 13 blink, and he'd do so damn much. A lot of tips going one way and the other.
Alright, so yeah, he's Grandmaster. He's Grandmaster. So I'm Falcons. Like, I don't know. I say Grandmaster Batrider, and I'm like, yeah, he knows something. I mean, I forgot Amar was level 25 Viper too. I'm kind of disgusted at that, but yeah, this last, what is the Bloodseeker going to be able to do in this lane? I feel like it's a lot of the power of the Bloodseeker is being able to sustain lanes, but there's just going to be, it's so frustrating. You're going to have the spam of like the kick and your potential kill threat. Like, I feel like he dies in this lane at level 3. I think even the post-griff, if he's out of position, dies. So I wouldn't mind honestly seeing Spirit maybe attempt a tri-lane to start. Like, we have seen this sometimes where you bring your position 4 to try and get just first blood, and then you leave the lane. That is something that Spirit could consider.
Could be an option. Like, this is the greenest of the lanes, right? Like your Venomancer Earth Spirit, Viper Earth Spirit, that's like green equals disgusting in Dota, and this is a disgusting lane to play against. Then again, Viper is not too difficult to gank and kill. but you need to make those rotations. Maybe not start with the tri-lane.
The battle begins.
I would say definitely not start with the tri-lane, but eventually some moves will need to happen. Mira?
Alright,
He's actually
well-
very deep with his Rubik. Like, this is... Yeah, he needs to TP. Straight up had to TP.
Bit of an interesting ward spot, potentially. I suppose that's really just for couriers, right?
Yeah, scouts the couriers. I think it clips a bit of the bounty rune. So you can see if... Maybe if the trees are cut. You can see if the enemy mid laner goes for the bounty. Minute 3, minute 6, minute 9 to rotate in for the kill.
So, like a little bit more on this mid lane. Lyle should free farm. No, I mean this has always been a big concern of Batrider about your damage output.
Yeah,
I
I
feel
think
like
he should.
DK,
Yeah.
you go like wand and bracer or double bracer if you want on Lyle.
Like the problem for me occurs when rotation or 2 happens. With you get a level 6 on bat, you have a lot of napalm on you, you know, and then a rotation happens and they can kill you off. Like, you're tanky, but a lot of bonus damage will be dealt, even through your dragon form and through dragon's blood. So we'll see how it goes. Bottom lane right now isn't also looking that amazing. Mira and Collapse took a lot of damage, a bit more region used by them. And one thing that needs to be said as well,
Oops,
bottom lane snaking.
Yeah, first blood.
Got him.
That's it done from Mira. Able to recognize an opportunity with his snaking stepping a little bit too far forward. Top lane as well. Being well on to Yatoro. They utilize that bonus movement speed from the Crystal Maiden going down to hunt down the Viper. With a double kill. Very nice.
Are you, if you're Yatoro, you're just telling them fight, guys. Like, constantly, please. Spam these heroes, bring them down low. If they continue being low, like, you can do... Oh, crit misses the roll. If the heroes on Radiant side are low HP, of course this Bloodseeker is gonna have a good time. And Bloodseeker, what I started talking about is, like, this hero did get a nice little buff on 735D, and like the turret works a little bit differently now, so you get some more lifesteal and self-healing there going for him. So some Sanj works much better on him. We'll see if he goes for anything like that. Usually it's a Gleipnir on Bloodseeker. Every Bloodseeker core that I've seen recently gets it. Prevents anyone from TPing away from you when you rupture and go on a target. And overall it's just nice.
It's a nice Gleipnir game as well to the mobility of the Weaver and the Batrider too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
also really quickly, I did just check Crit's Dota 2 Pro Tracker. He's played 11 games recently on the Earth Spirit, 63% win rate. So he has been playing this hero. I know he it seemed like he was memeing a little bit on Twitter when the patch came about the rolling boulder damage getting increased by 30. But you know, he's playing it.
I think any patch, this man can play Earth Spirit. That's just the nature of a spammer, of a player that just plays a hero amazingly well. Crit has a ton of these heroes, of course. Mira, bot lane, it will go on him. Has Lift to work with, so let's see if they continue the dive. No.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Skeed is going to lose a little bit of his damage, make it a bit more difficult to last hit under the tower.
Yeah, exactly. A little bit harder. He has Sokuchi to work with a bit, but yeah, it's not great losing that much. As a Weaver, like, that's one of the benefits that you have playing against the Razor. You should never lose way too much damage unless you're trading kill for kill.
Do you see, I mean, Melrin, yeah, he's got 10 denies against him, but still 30 last hits. I don't know if some of them were the neutrals. I did not see, but seems like he's having a fine time now on the bat.
He did farm. He did farm the hard camp once. So he did get some farm out of that. That's something that they attempted to stop on Team Spirit. Like, they put I believe they put a sentry instantly at the beginning of the game to block the camp, but it got rewarded. Still not too bad for the bats so far.
Radiant are Scanning. Dire's middle tower is under
I love how, by the way, in Poshka top lane, they're going in a bit. Never mind. Thanks, well.
Maybe they'll go now on Falcons.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Mira is so annoying, just killing one courier after another with that ward. By the way, we were worried a bit about the Bloodseeker. He's really having a good time. This is one of the highest armor heroes in the game, but you are playing versus mostly Magical Viper. Top lane Malrine.
Orange here. They're going to be able to kick back Miposhka. They've got the lasso as well for the Bloodseeker too. Nice rotation coming up from Malrine early on, and they're going to be rewarded. A double kill for Falcons. You were just saying, Yutoro having a very good start to the game with the Bloodseeker, but that rotation is going to be able to slow him down.
Exactly what they needed to do. And now Dragon Form and the Catapult is hitting mid, but you have Fortification. You shouldn't really lose way too much on this mid lane. And Malrine, he's just rushing travels. That's the good old school mid lane Batrider.
Might be dead
DD though.
And he will be. Telekinesis from Mira is going to send him a little bit closer to the Inkswell target.
This could be a tower.
And this tower's going to go down, yeah.
This is literally tower, yeah. With the double damage.
Bottom lane though,
there.
collapse. So with all the support showing mid, collapse going to try and TP out. Nice read. No stuns and the damage lacking. That is a huge escape considering all the resources that Spirit put to get that kill mid lane, get the tower, and then it leaves your side lane vulnerable, but Collapse was able to escape, and now Crit is kind of stuck down bottom. Maybe he can get the wisdom.
Yeah, that's what he's eyeing. Larl is snatching some of those stacks, by the way, away from the Batrider. Not a lot. Not all the creeps have been stolen, but some of them. The upside for Falcons, well, Viper did continue farming the lane. Bloodseeker couldn't really contest him, and he might get Miposhka here. Miposhka has no TP. Gets the wisdom. You're happy with this, I guess. Maybe even if that crit dies on the other side. So 2 wisdom runes, right? Well, both going towards Mira and Miposhka. So 2 supports on Team Spirit, getting more out of the 7-minute mark.
That kill also helps the mark quite a lot as well. It's able to bump him up in net worth compared to Yutoro's Bloodseeker. And last hits here is quite behind 27 compared to the 41, but
net worth, just click on the net worth instead of the last hits and you'll see the story is a bit different. Like he's actually ahead of Bloodseeker, so he's in a good spot. Crit.
And
he just missed, by the way. Miposhka moved on one side of the trees, he moved on the other, and they're both doing the same thing, going in for the ward. So Miposhka was the one in danger though, and he lives.
Arcane Rune for Lul. Outer Dragon Form is up. Let's see if they're going to try and force the issue down bottom. Falcons, everyone's got TP. Visit Travel as well from Malrine if he wants to look to utilize this.
Skitter has ulti as well, so if you jump him here, I don't know if they have the damage. They'd need like a maxed out plasma field. Probably not enough. Not enough to kill this Weaver.
Well, let's see if they can get a trade across the map though on Falcons. I mean, I guess that is some of their issues with their tower taking potential. They might be able to get a kill on some Miposhka though. It looks like that'll be the... Never mind. Okay, mass TPs. Lul. Along with Mira.
Skitter getting a kill maybe here. Let's see. Miposhka is joking him. Okay, never mind.
Maybe they're going to be able to get the Dragonite instead. Sticky's starting to stack up. Nice rotation out of Yutoro. If they got any stuns, they do. Mira steps in. Telekinesis was just back off cooldown. And just a bit too greedy from Falcons.
Yeah, just one of those perfect fights for your position 1 because he's farming in the vicinity. And a fight goes on. It is what I expected maybe from the Batrider. You know, you get these boots of travel, a lot of rotations, and then you try to kill Dragonite just with the sheer amount of dots that you've got from the Earth Spirit, from the Bat, but they just don't have the levels and supports just yet. He has an urn going for Vessel on Earth Spirit, definitely needed this game, but it's not enough damage right now with the Bat. Maybe it's better to play with Tamar, yeah, and then you can travel in the Batrider instead. Miposhka instantly wards. They have Dragon Form and the Blink, by the way, on Larl, so...
See what they run into though.
Malrine.
Did they get a glimpse of Malrine? I think they did. And Larl's going to look to try and reveal the Blink Dagger. It's pretty goddamn
Rupture.
speedy, and they're actually not going to get him, so that first usage of the Blink, unfortunately, not going to pay off for Spirit, and the tower as well is still under pressure. Mara's a little bit hesitant at trying to get
Crit?
the kill.
He was pinging him out. He wants to go in. There's 50% HP on the Dragonite, so maybe an option. He goes in.
It's
Yeah, he's alone. Couldn't really do too much there, but this tier 1 tower... I'm surprised they're still sticking around. Crit will jump them now.
Dire's top
And off the
tower
mark,
is
just-
under
Yep.
attack.
slightly not far enough to be able to connect them to Miposhka. And we see what they're getting out of the map though. Toro getting closer towards his farming cellar, being the Maelstrom. Skeeter is also still farming down bottom as well. It's actually going to be Dragonland's first item for him, so offering to tank up, collapse, BKB first too. So this is something that you're asking from him, saying it's pretty much required this game, even though lately we're getting a lot more Yashas or even just your full Manta styles for the Razor.
No, just needed this game, I feel like. And when it comes to Weaver, you know, they are wasting a lot of time on top lane, but he's farming bot, like, it's not that bad for him. Sukuchi gets stolen once again. If you're Mira, if you're Rubik, every single time you'll steal that spell. It's just way too good. He zips past them.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And finally we should get a trade of top for bottom, or at least bot tower will fall.
Is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
I'm not sure what Skitter goes for, by the way. Dragonlance Falcon Blade is a normal standard build. I've seen a lot of players go Shard after, and like you have enough damage to farm the Ancients, to farm the stacks with it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But something like a Linken's also sounds pretty necessary in this game for him.
Yeah, I think you go Linken's. I mean, you've got enough heroes on your team to be able to do damage. Your supports do a decent chunk of damage. Although, I guess predicting Mira was going to go to the left instead of the right.
He has
Once you
Sukuchi,
roll from critters off the mark. Mira, nice telekinesis. So he's being a pest, and this will continue to be the case. Level 8 for Mira. Same level as the Bloodseeker.
It's like, it's just this game in which, like, when you're playing against the Weaver, it's a completely different ballpark for Rubik. Like, you don't have to even buy a Blink early on. You can itemize any way you want to. You will have Sukuchi all the time, so just steal that spell, and it's enough mobility for you. Blink is always nice, of course. You can still get it, but this Sukuchi is a pseudo Blink that you get much, much earlier.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay, smoke off from Falcons. Let's see if this movement's going to pay off. I think first time Amara as well is looking to try and connect with a team besides being at top.
Scanning.
And they're anticipating Spirit to actually play aggressively and maybe catch Melrine out farming the last little bit of gold towards the Blink, but Spirit are actually playing relatively defensively on their side of the map.
I feel like this is correct. There is something about playing correct Dota. You don't have to be right about their movements or not, but you need to be playing the correct movements anyway. And it's a correct thing to protect the Batrider when he's 50 gold away from the Blink like this. So you make sure that he gets the Blink, and now you can smoke again or do whatever. Like, it was still the right play to do.
Now you got Wisdom Rune, so they'll sweep back to the left side where Mirror is once again set up.
Yeah, he wants to Sukuchi this.
Crippled
There's a silence.
Maple is going to see him now.
Actually, there isn't. Okay, never mind.
Oh, are they going to be able to keep any more extra
No,
vision? Yeah, he's gone. All right, even Lasso. That's like, yeah, look, we're sick of you having Sakuchi. You know, he's probably going to get us soon. He might honestly just run straight to the Weaver and pick up Sakuchi. But first kill we've had in a while.
Yep. I just needed to kill him. He steals their Wisdom Rune though, right? So, again, 2 Wisdom Runes going Team Spirit's way. They are getting a lot out of the map. They're farming up. Now the question is, they seem very comfortable with the state of the game. They seem very comfortable by just farming and doing nothing more than that. And I do think that they scale a bit better just because of the Rupture. And then on top of that, of course, Dragonite and Razor are like just too strong of semi-cores. Like right now, they scale just as well as any other carry.
Yeah. Like, I think we both have a pretty big question mark around this Batrider and what he's going to be
Yes.
able to do as the game goes on as a core. Like, still you have a blink initiating role, and there is no real answer to that on Dire. There's like no save. When Batrider was getting played mid, yeah, it was a couple Dream Leagues ago, and honestly, even probably some other tournaments too. This hero late game is absolutely stupid with the flame break damage, you know, with the charges and then the 25 talent. Like, the big thing about this hero is levels once you get 20 and 25 talent. I don't know if it is as broken as what it used to be in some of those other tournaments. So this is going to be a nice little test, so we will get to see how Melrine is able to perform.
Even if he can just jump in and create enough space, like if you look at Weaver, he's going for a glass cannon build. Collapse will break the smoke, and Yatoro will be able to TP away. So they break that and they move back. Like this tier 1 on mid lane is doing a number on Falcons. They can't really make any big plays without it being down. But yeah, as Weaver is going for this glass cannon Maelstrom Dragonlance build, like he's not doing anything defensive at the moment. Because of that, maybe just going for initiating with Bat and getting this Blink BKB is enough. You have Viper as well to dish out some damage. Viper is also buying Lincolns that can be used on Weaver. So overall, I can see it working in these next couple of minutes, but the game is good. I like this. It is slow, sure, but it's very methodical. The movements on the map all make sense. Manta will be completed soon by Dragonite as well. 1,000 gold away, a little bit over that. And he wants his levels as well, of course, for higher dragon form.
Seems like both sides have this read that a clash is about to break out mid lane, though. Everyone's looking to try and TP him, but the Telekinesis is going to be able to respond. Crit attempts for the roll, and look at all the AoE magic damage without the BKBs. There is no response. Collapse goes in a heartbeat. Now Postka as well is going to be in some danger. Crit's Earth Spirit has come to the party. Mirror Might? Oh, Yatoro wants to enter. Double Rupture. And now they're going to try and turn to Amara as well, but Crit wants to go back in. Yatoro's in some danger with the Spirit Vessel out, and Skeeter freely right-clicking. Yatoro will go down in the tree line. Lao's going to still attempt to jump over the top. He should have the damage required to kill off Melrine.
Skeeter.
And now Skeeter's the sole survivor on Falcons. He'll be fine, though. They are not going to be able to deal with him.
They could maybe have some catch with Sukuchi and with Lift and all of that, but just... Also, Mira played a fantastic fight. At one point, he stole Freezing Field, used it for a millisecond, cancelled it, sure, whatever. But he managed to lift up the Batrider as soon as he jumped in, which did buy them a little bit of time. For Team Spirit, what's really optimistic is the fact that they just had this fight without any of the BKBs. Like, the things will change quite heavily once... not heavenly, once they get those BKBs. You're gonna have one on Razor. It's flying out right now. The Bloodseeker as well, 300 gold away from his. Dragonite does have a Manta, no BKB, but Manta also helps, of course. Yep. So let's see. Now it's on Team Spirit's side to strike, and Viper he might be tough. He might be a big cookie to cut through.
Or maybe with Collapse, they might be able to cut through him.
Yeah.
And in fact, the chain control was just far too long. This is... look, I know this game is quite even at the moment, but it's nice to see that Spirit have come to play today. Because yesterday they didn't look good. In that series versus Heroic, they were in a bad footing. Game 2, they made it difficult with it being 50 minutes. If you remember, they went for that crazy like Roche play where they took Roche as it was leaving to the opposite side of the map, and but yesterday was rough for them. But today, up against the best team at the moment, they are bringing it to Falcons.
Yep, they got ran over game 1 yesterday. Let's call it what it is. But much better showing already versus Falcons. Smoke up, 5-man, BKBs are up. And this is where they should start looking scary. Now, there is a potential to outplay, of course, on Falcons, but now you gotta do some kiting. You need to figure out a way of dealing with these BKBs and then fight afterwards.
They just slipped past the Radiant scan. So they are unaware, snaking. They're going to follow the courier as well. Oh. Okay, at least Crit's going to get out. So you're just going to lose the Crystal Maiden. That's okay. I mean, this is... you expend a lot of time. I mean, Melreen's farming in Ancients. You've still got Skeeter farming down bottom. Amar as well.
Can you
He's
rush?
Ooh.
That's the question, because you're in a good position, and all 5 heroes are here, but... Okay, they opt not to. Maybe they're just not fast enough.
Yeah, but don't you want to fight? Like, even if it's maybe a little bit slow, it could force Falcons to come, and then if you then get a fight with BKB, because that's why they spoke, right? They know they are strong right now. They want to force the issue. Amar? All right, well, you're going to get a kill into the Viper. You know, we saw last time there wasn't an issue. Looks like this time, without the Razor, there will be an issue. Amar's going to be able to TP out.
Yeah, the Inkswell, I'm not sure, one of the stuns probably should have been saved.
Okay, another Sakuchi. Now, Lol, he's going to be in as well. Melreen, punished for that greedy attempt to try and shut down Mira. And now Yotoro with the angle, unable to find Skeeter.
Crit is in.
So he's going to be able to escape. Crit's going to try and create as much chaos as he can with the Magnetize. It might be enough to get the kill onto Mira. Looks like it will be that way in the end.
Still a good trade for Team Spirit, I would say. It's just that, like, how you put it? Don't they wish to fight? Don't they want to force a rush fight? Sure, but Falcons don't have to bite. Like, they don't have to go for it. They can still split a lot, and that's what they've been doing across this game. So far, you have this Batrider with Boots of Travel. Like, he does it. Like, it's one of the best here. That's why he's played so much on position 4. The amount of farm that he takes out of the map, away from the enemy team, is insane, and he can do just as much as a core, of course. And then you have Weaver as well, just split pushing. He has Gleipnir now, so the supports aren't safe anymore. Skitter actually can take them down solo. He even goes for Yotoro a little bit here. Oh! Damn, forces a BKB out. You're not happy. You're not happy with that. Like, if you're Yotoro, that is. There was no one else with the Weaver, but of course you can't be sure. And there are, of course, travels on Bat, so he could join.
Okay, and they're gonna fight. Falcons, big advantage with one BKB being on Kuna. They got a great observer that's getting at 2 supports as well from Spirit. Melreen is going to be able to get the initiation onto Miposhka. Lasso gets stolen, and Mira, he just wants to keep his own life so he can look to use this spell. Miposhka's doing a good job to
still alive.
Really make him work for the kill.
They're
actually going to go in, though. Can you still fight without the BKB? Lau gets a great stun onto 2 thanks to the Soulbind, but he's going to try and TP out, and Crit's going to be there as response. It's just a difficult call for them to make. Yotoro really didn't want to fight, but it seemed like everyone else on Spirit were ready to go, and just in 2 minds.
They just don't have any sort of an AoE control hero on Team Spirit right now, and it definitely shows. Like, there's too many heroes that poke and prod. Like, you have this Batrider, he jumps in, he moves out. Same goes for Earth Spirit, Weaver as well. It's much harder, I would say, to play these fights on Team Spirit if you get initiated on. If you get a good Rupture off, of course, and then you can maybe jump in, but a good Rupture isn't that easy anymore. There's a Lincoln's, of course, completed on Viper for quite some time now. And Batrider, actually, after the BKB, it is queuing up his own Lincolns. So the name of the game is, let's make this a static link, let's make this Rupture all point-and-click spells, all single-target spells, let's make them useless.
We'll die. We'll be able to go back and at least get that Tormentor. And it's going to be Dag Chards for Collapse. But it really does sound like, with what you're saying, the single target is going to be a bit of a concern for them as this game goes on. So we're going to have to see maybe just the raw damage. That's enough to overwhelm them. But you are going to need a lot of items. Collapse is already queuing up Refresher. So kind of the old Razor build in a way.
Well, even just having the double BKB, right, on top of the ulti, of course, later on in the game. He has a shard queued up, he already got it.
It's a nice one. It's a nice one to get. I know a lot of people, I think Amar actually in particular really likes to buy it early.
It's really good. It's really good. I love it. And considering this game in which they have difficulties staying on top of targets, and the shard really comes in handy. It's not like the perfect best control of the game, but
Radiant's bottom
it's very
tower
helpful,
is under
definitely.
attack.
Are we at the stage now where either side's Roche is a little bit better, or is it still kind of as weak as earlier?
Look, you have a Weaver on one side. He doesn't have that zone or anything like that, but the bugs themselves, like the Swarm, makes Roche much easier for Radiant to take. But still, you'd probably rather have a decent fight before going into the pit. Let's see. They are converging around the pit, and it looks like Falcons, they do want to go and
Radiant's bottom
test
tower is under
this
attack.
Weaver and his strength in the pit.
I know. Let's see how fast it goes down. The scan was there from Spirit before they entered.
They want to smoke.
They are starting to TP, and I mean, Snaking is well aware this has to go down as soon as possible, and they're just a bit too late on Spirit.
They're afraid of the bat. Like you can see, they're setting up on Larl. They're basically standing
Radiant's bottom
around
tower
him.
is under attack.
Do they want to still fight? It seems so. Yatoro has one extra item. That's the Mjolnir completed for this fight, but yeah, it doesn't seem like they will get the chance to take a team fight here. Not really the end of the world, right? Like they do take the sages, but still, on Team Spirit, I don't think that you're too sad about just continuing to farm. Like you have Manta, BKB on Razor, he will scale. Same goes for the Dragonite, who just only queued up the Aghanims after BKB and Manta. Aghanim's queued up by Bloodseeker as well, by the way, so we're gonna have that Blood Mist. A lot of damage to work with.
How close is he to it? One component, still a little bit away, so we'll take some time. Radiant have a pretty good observer ward currently down bottom that's scouting out Lal. And it looks like they're going to be able to jump and catch Miposhka as well. Skillcap is really making it frustrating for them to get the kill, but they will in the end. Maybe they're also going to catch Mira.
It's got rolling boulder.
Ball is there. Blink up in a couple of seconds.
That tries.
Hunting though.
Yeah. I love how he attempted to start stealing the Lotus pool or taking. We are stealing them, right? Like every player when he clicks the Lotus pool, we are technically stealing
I suppose, yeah.
the Lotus flowers. Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Very even game. Very even game. Not much in it at all. I mean, just the Aegis advantage, I suppose. Skeeter does have a bit of a timing coming out for him, though, Lincoln, so will make it much easier for him to be able to play inside the team fights. And we've seen his... I mean, this hero always has been, though, someone who plays the outskirts, kind of likes to play clean-up crew and wait for some of the spells already to be used, so Lincoln can help him get involved a little bit earlier on. See how he's going to be able to show up to these fights. Top lane, they are mass TPing in. Melreen is going to see these TP. He's got a pretty good ward. And they're already responding. Radiant, they're going to try and smoke and instantly move to top.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for Miposhka. He planted these two sentries and none of them are in range. We're in range of the vision, so they're going in.
Great. This initiation. Collapse isn't currently here at the moment. He's pretty close, but it should be able to net them a kill into Miposhka to start the fight. At least he's able to get the soul burn out before he dies. Collapse, so I'm going to see in some danger. They're going to try and drag him with a high ground with the last one. He might fall down with a static link or TP
Nice
out
TP.
instead. Collapse. He is out, but Spirit needs to retreat. The call's going to be made. Yatoro with the flame break, push back slightly. May require the BKB being used, and that will be the case, and he's okay.
He's so like trigger friendly, trigger happy with this BKB. He just instantly uses it, no joking around. Just uses it, TPs away, and he knows he will not be fighting anyway with this BKB on cooldown now. So goes bottom. Is building an Aghanim Scepter next, by the way. So not we talked about it, but it's not really far away anymore. 500 gold away. Should have it after a couple of ancient stacks. It does help. I'm just. What is my read on the Blood Mist? What is yours?
Oh, no.
You give me yours first.
I was going to completely change topic. So you go for the Blood Mist. I've got no read on this.
It looked strong in a couple of games that I watched, like the barrier and everything, the damage it's dealing. But overall, I feel like when this hero is picked, mid lane crit.
But unfortunately, not to make it to the high ground. They're going to get him. I mean, they're coming Radiant. It's taking a while, but a little bit too slow.
Do you want to fight without him? Oh, Malrain, look at that.
Wow.
TP.
That was...
Debated.
Debate. What? What just happened? Lol, no way.
My mid lane disconnected.
Most awkward interaction I've seen in quite a while.
Yo, that's
What?
the best. My mid lane disconnected play I've ever seen. Right there. Please pause. My mid is TPing.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh damn! Like they get super baited. Like I was even thinking, why are you going? There is no Earth Spirit. You like he dishes out a ton of damage with his vessel with a BKB that enables him to cast his spells constantly. They still go. Nice debate. Nice debate.
Is this an accident debate? Or am I looking into it too much? Or should I give him like the benefit of the doubt and say this is just like a big brain play?
If it's some big brain play, then he's a god. He is though. He does play the game extremely well, but I don't know. Players usually don't use TP as a debate kind of a thing. At least not in these kind of situations.
Oh, it's so weird.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Well, that is ages done. I did want to ask you, what is your current read on like the team fight situation? Because it has really seemed like Spirit have been struggling the past couple of team fights. They haven't been losing heavily, but it does seem like something just currently isn't clicking for them.
Wait, what's not clicking? For who? For Spirit?
For Spirit. Besides that fight just then, that is an
Yeah.
outlier. You just got debated, but it has kind of felt like some of the team fights here, it's been a bit
Okay,
awkward.
they were playing into ages. That's the first thing, right? Like that. That's the problem. The fights before that, they got initiated on it. Of course, there's some initiating advantage for Falcons. They have this Batrider and Earth Spirit. They can create a havoc in fights. I think the fights need to be a little bit less chaotic for Team Spirit. So if they could find a good read, smoke up first, get an initiation going on with some Soulbind, double rupture, double stun.
Oh, they're gonna get a Mar. Oh.
Will they?
No, they won't. I don't know if he was even gonna farm it or if he was just gonna do it with the Nether Toxin, but he saw the Mjolnir anyway and ran away. He's still... Okay, they're gonna go from... They saw him underneath the Observer Ward, and he's completely separated from the team. Amar's got 2,600 health. It's not an easy kill, but looks like they're going to be able to bring him down before the rest of the response is there. Malrain still is able to get the jump in, but everyone out, I mean, they're not there. Skeeter's actually hitting a tier 3 tower mid lane. Melrain's still going to be chased down before he enters the high ground, and Skeeter doesn't really get that much done.
Well, half of the tower is almost, more than half of the tower is gone. Tower sitting on 900 HP. He did get that done, but yeah, overall, you're not happy with this. The BKBs, I don't believe they were even used, right? No cores used the BKB in that whole engagement on Team Spirit's side, so they can continue fighting, maybe pushing. Let's see what they do. Mid lane.
They're going to go for Toro?
He's got BKB.
I mean, like you said, he's got BKB. He can turn it, although now he's pretty low on Skeeter. Yeah, you see Yatora's going to be really hesitant, though. Oh, they just both Sakushi past each other.
Yeah, the one thing that they are lacking is some vision to catch this Weaver. He's taking so much damage on Bloodseeker, though, really quickly. He does have a Basher now as well, so going all in on that damage, just being able to control them a little bit. The attack speed that you get, of course, from Thirst, from Mjolnir as well, that he's got, it's quite a lot. So Basher is a no-brainer item on the Bloodseeker.
Malrain.
They're in.
Oh, wow, what a timing of the Manta. And now Skeeter's going to look to try and assassinate the backline. He'll be able to deal with Miposhka.
No BKB on Yatoro. Not full HP as well. Gotta go back. Also, your Rubik is split pushing bottom lane, so not some fight that is really favorable for you. Batrider is steeping in. So hard to catch Mira, like with the blink, with Sakuchi.
Wonder if Yutori's going to look at some like Swift Blink after Lincoln's. You know, Blink Abyssal, maybe offering you a little bit of catch. I suppose still going to struggle against the Lincoln's carriers, but this is some item that we have seen in the past.
Yeah, we're a bit far away from that, but eventually, eventually if we go like minute 50 plus, like he might have enough farm. Big item that obviously did come online was this Aghanim's from Dragonite, and the next that he's buying is the Orchid. So it will allow him to either control the Weaver or at least break the Lincolns. It helps out a bit. Something that they're struggling with.
I don't know how you feel about this as well, but it seemed like in the game where we got the Bloodthorn DK, it seemed like he scaled a little bit better in regards to damage, where like the Octarine build was more
annoying,
like a potential, yes, more annoying and like map clear and like high ground siege, but like this Bloodthorn build was much more damage inside the fights. I don't know if you kind of agree.
No, I do, definitely. Mid lane, they do have they have any Lotus orbs though. That's the only question. They don't, right? So
Dire's middle tower is under
it will be it's a decent item, definitely. That's why he's buying it. Let's see. Razor and Rubik are not with the rest of the team top lane. You
Scans
could
on the
TP.
mark. It's going to be crit that's running past.
Oh, that's so quick.
Yeah.
That's so much damage. Like even with the major damage dealer in Bloodseeker, just the rupture was there. It was still enough. Snaking. Any detection?
Detection? Yeah, my precious got it.
They are so slow with dusts. They will catch him.
Very well. Roche is up. Look at mid again instantly. Skeeter's doing a really good job to always be this nuisance of you're potentially ratting. No rupture, so Skeeter should be fine.
under attack.
Yeah, moves back, and Dragonite also forced to TP back. One thing that I've noticed from Spirit, like, usually instant sentry, instant dust. This game, oh, they jump him. Another
Now
Lincoln.
the Blood Right's going to be out there shortly. So able to get the Shikuchi off, though. Lau does get a proc of the slow. I don't know, they're just not all here, though, on Spirit. It's not going to matter.
Yeah, they either need a Rupture to control him or maybe some Lift, something like that. Soulbind. It's just, he's a speedy bug, this Weaver. Can't catch him. He's also buying Nullifier, by the way. So, up to this point, he was... How to put, like, he had some damage, but a lot of sustain as well from the Lincolns. After the Nullifier is bought, like, okay, he's going to be he's gonna start shredding these supports. Nothing will save you anymore as well.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I like the gem on Grim. Miposhka.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, they're going Roche, but Skeeter's just... he's going to go back mid. So you're going to have another glyph, I suppose? But, man, Skeeter is doing such an incredible job this game.
Structures are falling.
Just forces the glyph. And you gotta be careful here. With the Nullifier, the burst damage, there's no Lincolns on him as well. There's Rupture. Okay, Lincoln's fresh one. Fresh one is there and he's fine to get away.
Was second Roche, though, so Ages onto the Bloodseeker.
Oh, he's in again.
Wait, Skeeter? Skeeter?
Wait.
What?
I think, yeah, I look, the Rexes are really low. The melee Rex is really low. What he wanted to do is go in, quickly kill it, and then time-lapse out. I'm sure that was the plan, but it backfired super hard.
Dire's top tower
He's doing it for the chat, for the memes, you know. Malrine?
Marine? Far out. Alright, at least like mid was you're completely on Spirit's side, so by the time they walk it down, bottom lane though, actually looking for the setup onto the Crystal Maiden. Snake King again is going to be really frustrating with the Glimmer Cape, but it's not going to matter in the end. They'll get the kill onto the support. We already see Falcons are continuing to get out of the map. Crit is attempting to cut bottom.
Did they talk about the Aghanims, by the way, on Bat? Like maybe that's a
No,
game
no.
changer in this next fight, so... Batrider will have an Aghanims.
And
Goes
Maureen
in. Lotus
tries to
there,
get the
though.
jump in. No one is there. What?
The gift of Gem. He had a gift. He came bearing gifts. They go bottom now. We were up in one, but there's no bat. I don't think you go back if there's no Batrider. You have Bloodthorn on Dragonite. Dragon form in 5 seconds. Maybe you can wait for that, but... A lot of damage from the Weaver. But this is the power of DK, right? Just start pushing these Raxes now.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Oh, that... I'm not sure, like, that initiation from the Batrider, even if he catches him, there's, like, no heroes around.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Yeah, no heroes around, and it was Miposhka with the instant dispel, right? With the Inkspell? I think so. So, there's a quick response out of them. Just really some uncharacteristic response, it has to be said. Like, Skitter with the jump on the racks, and then Melreen going for that attempt. And now this game is 9,000 net worth lead. You still have Aegis for another 2 minutes as well. So it's not like off the back of the respawns, you're going to be able to play aggressive and look to bounce back. You are now fighting into some big items. You know, you've already mentioned a lot of them that's being worked on here for DICE. So, yeah, this is, I mean, the biggest lead that we've had so far in this game one.
Yep, starting to look like an uphill battle, definitely, for Falcons. I just want to see the Aghanims, you know, like, Batrider bought it, and the first usage wasn't really that great. I mean, it didn't connect on anyone else. I want to see it in one of these fights, but like you said, the Inkspell Shard coming in, becoming really helpful in these next fights, I'm sure. Then maybe Rubik with the Shard, but Rubik has a Lotus Orb already, so that is helpful. I'm questioning their ability to 100 to 0 a target in those lassos. They do have a lot of magic damage though, so maybe it's possible. Let's see. Some tier 4 tokens first.
Reading going to be able to get that Tormentor as well. Also, a big issue currently is just Amar and his scaling. I mean, net worth is definitely low, but really the big thing is levels for him. I mean, you want this Viper to be 25 with that universal.
To become universal.
Yes, it is. It's quite a way.
I've seen some, like, how great is that? How broken is it? Tell me.
I don't know if it's definitely strong. I mean, this is the. It's not like the one and
So
only
you're
time
not
in the
taking the
Viper, but
50
it's definitely a big one.
Are you not taking the 50% Viper Strike cooldown? You're not.
No. You always go universal. Well, okay, I don't know, but I'm pretty sure you do.
It's for me. It's just ridiculous that there's a talent that turns you
like that,
universal.
yeah.
It's just, I don't know. I feel like there's something wrong with the game if, as a hero, that's your 25 talent.
What do you mean? What wrong with?
I don't know. Some heroes get universal from the get-go, you know, like you pick Wind Ranger, you're universal from level 1, and this Viper needs to get level 25 for it. He'd be broken, of course. I know.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm probably not queue. I think everyone would have Viper in their ban list. You're not wanting to queue. Like that here is, it's already frustrating enough to play into, and I know we're not getting a whole lot of Viper at the moment. You're still potentially in pubs, but like imagine if he was universal from the get-go, it would be
so
like, it would be fun.
Is this the talent for all of those offlaners that are actually position ones that are forced to offlane? That's it, right? Like I'm a carry, but I lost the role, so I'm gonna pick Viper and hope for 25 to carry the game anyway. I get it.
Next level. This is snaking. Classic snaking death, as long as everyone gets out. I mean, I guess none of Falcons are really out on the map though farming, but you do pop the smoke. One thing.
It's a value that, like, this is a couple of times that he has broken the smoke with his Crystal Maiden. You know, you're a position 5. It's all good. Not the worst thing. They are spreading the map really well. That's a different thing though. If you don't have wards on the map, you're scared to play the game, And because of that, there's just so much farm going Team Spirit's way right now. Bloodseeker on one side, Dragonite on the other, Razor pushing in the lane, Razor with the Satanic on top of everything else. That refresher that a long time ago you mentioned is finally probably the next item that he goes for after he saves enough for buyback.
Yeah, well, I was taking multiple detours away from the refresher. Let's see. Falcons have a really good ward though around the. Well, they've got 2 wards up, so this is exactly where you're wanting to position. You know, Skeeter's gonna constantly have mid pushed out. Sorry, bottom pushed out. Mid's also already in a good position as well. So ideally, you would have everyone here currently to take a fight. Unfortunately, top does need to address, and Snake King's going to do that.
That's multiple Lincoln spheres though now, right? I believe one. Yeah, Yatoro has one now as well. Collapse has one. So the game just became a little bit more difficult for Malrine.
Oh, crit. Is he? Yeah, okay, he's out. I was going to say, is he really going to try and stick around for the kill into mirror? But unfortunately, everyone else pops out.
Skitter.
Roll is back up.
Ooh. Dude, that was so
Wow.
close. That was actually so close.
Oh, you actually clicked on the Lotus. It's not going to matter, okay.
Skitter didn't have. He didn't use BKB. He had Lincolns only.
They're coming through the portal. Lol. I think they got a. Maybe they got a glimpse of him.
Everyone is coming. Everyone is coming. They're connecting on him. They have vision on him. They have vision.
You're not going to
Needs
be
to
able to
blink
kill him
away.
before the team shows. They're still going to try. Skitter's doing some decent amount of damage. They're going to be able to get the lasso out as well. Now Spirit will be able to enter through the portal, but the damage on Lal, it's too fast.
They got him.
He's got a buyback if they want to force it, but he doesn't have Elder Dragon form.
I don't.
Crit as well.
Let's see crit.
Intercepting the retreat. Collapse is going to be able to stand strong. They'll turn to be able to deal with crit, but Amara's in a great position. The poison starting to stack up. And with the beacon expiring shortly, this is a difficult fight. Utoro's going to be able to activate his own, but it's not good for Spirit. Utoro finally is going to be able to lock onto
Maybe
a
it
target.
is.
Looks to deal with one. Now try and turn to the Weaver. How did he get the life steal up? What was the health bonus? Skeeter's still alive. Finally, he's going to go down. The time lapse wasn't there fast enough. And now Lal's back in with the buyback as well. A huge extra addition for them. But Amar, I mean, you are yet to deal with the Viper. Amar goes untouched. And Malrine is ready to rejoin. Multiple buybacks from either side. They recognize the importance of this team fight with Roche potentially up for grabs as well. A dieback onto the Dragonite. Collapses back in once again. Any stunners? Amar's actually going to cancel the TP. They recognize this is an opportunity to get a full 5-man wipe. They'll kite the static link and they can go back in afterwards. Unfortunately, nothing Collapse can do. He'll get a kill, maybe a second. They're pretty hesitant. Okay, maybe there's a lot he can do. Collapse is a difficult kill without a doubt. Wait, can they kill him actually? Hang on.
They should be able.
Oh,
There's a Rubik
you can
buyback.
get buyback on Maposhka, but it might just be too late. The poison's up, and yep, they've got him. Oh my.
Finally, they managed to kill him, but that's a dieback. A huge kill on him. That's a dieback on
Jesus.
the Dragonite as well. And all that lead that they had disappears literally in one fight. And it all started with the Dragonite going through the portal a little bit too early on. Ooh, what a mess. Team Spirit, we are not even gonna go to the beginning of this fight, are we? This is it was way too long. Dragonite just moving through the portal without his teammates, setting up for the rush pit. Perfectly read by Falcons. All they needed in this game is one big mistake from Team Spirit, and one big mistake they did get. Like, this whole team fight was, yeah, just Amar as well, dishing out way too much damage. He was constantly in the right positions, just hitting first the Razor, fell even with the cheese, like he died. So he used the cheese, then he died afterwards, and then he respawned and died again. The amount of damage dealt by Viper, I didn't click the recap, but I'm sure was in very, very high digits.
The one thing I did check though is Amar got 14,000 experience, and this was a concern of mine, was the Viper's level. He's now 26, the highest, well, tied highest, I suppose. So he has the universal. Looks like they gave the Aghanim's blessing over to the Earth Spirit, but like Amar he's going Butterfly next. So now you've got some big Viper issues.
Look, that was, yeah, a huge turn. At some point, I thought the Team Spirit had this game. It looked very simple. You put this Dragon Knight up front, you have this Inkswell with Dispel on top of him. It looked difficult, really difficult for Falcons, but that one fight literally changes everything. Outplayed them super hard. And I wouldn't say it's just the team fight. It's not like they clicked their spells a lot better. It's not about that. It's just about the Dragon Knight dying first. It took them way too much to connect all together. Let's see. Maybe Team Spirit still can't change things.
Collapse isn't currently here if they're going to try and take the fight. They'll dump everything onto him. Nicely done from Crypto. That freshly completed Scepter's going to be able to protect Skeeter. And now Amar's into the middle as well. But the double lasso, they are just gone. The meat grinder they all run into. Collapse is okay for the moment, but BKB is out. And he will be killed off. There are no buybacks, and this should be game one.
Literally game one. Mid is pushed in. You have these creeps on. Like, Rubik will try to creep skip maybe the next wave, but he cannot creep skip the one that's already in. Miposhka alone? It doesn't matter. GG is called. That's it. Game over. Oh, this has to be... Okay, so what needs to be said is that Team Spirit looked much better than yesterday. Like, they played a much better game of Dota. They had it... I would say that they had a very clean performance up to that point in which they moved up with the Dragon Knight. That was game breaking. That was game losing right there. Feels a little bit bad for them because they had it in their hands and suddenly they didn't anymore. Meanwhile, Team Falcons, all they needed was that one good fight. One great fight in which they turn it out. You can see the smirks on their faces a little bit. Have to be very happy with the performance. Like, you had this Bat Rider that throughout the game didn't really feel like an issue. I'm still not sold on this mid lane Bat. I still feel that the hero does way more as a support. Like, you could see, even with the Aghanims and everything, it kind of, up to this last fight, it didn't look like some huge impacts from him. 2-8-18, I believe. But still, just enough what they needed in this last Rosh fight or the Twin Gate fight.
Man, what a crazy game, though. A crazy game, nonetheless. This is a very enjoyable watch. A lot of interesting moments. In the end, though, I mean, that's going to be a bit demoralizing for Spirit. Like the fact that getting a victory over Falcons with their current form would be a very big confidence boost. Because again, something is currently not working. But like you said, this it is signs of life of improvement from yesterday to today. But that one fight is just going to haunt them now for the rest of the series.
Yeah, something not clicking. But the crazy thing about the Laurel moving top and split pushing with Dragonet, it's like we've seen that same play so many times, and it's a normal play. It's a very standard play for most teams. Like, you go up there, especially if you're, let's say, what were they, like 10k ahead? Like, if you're 10k ahead in a situation such as that one, you kind of feel free. You're a Dragonet, you're too big. You go up there, you move with your illusions. If your team is on the other side of the Twin Gate, they can easily connect. The problem was the team wasn't there. They continued pushing bot. They went a little bit further away from the Twin Gate. So they couldn't instantly use it. They couldn't instantly respond. And by the time they did, the Dragonet was already dead. He didn't want to buy back. Like, you called it out very well. He didn't want to buy back because he didn't have Dragon form. What's he gonna do without it? And by the time he does buyback and reaches the teammates again, they are already falling like flies, dying one after another. Like, congrats to Team Falcons, like a very well-deserved victory, but some things need to be said. It was on that one last fight around the Twin Gate. That's the play that changed everything.
Yeah, hopefully we get another exciting game, though. If these two teams are able to bring a very similar performance, seems like we could get some more interesting moments heading into the second game. But in the end, Falcons, they're going to be able to take game one. Let's see what Spirit are going to be able to do to bounce back. Because again, they are currently 0-3 to start the group stages. Potentially, they're able to find their first map victory, but we'll have to find out after a short break. very exciting start to our second series, but in the end, it was Falcons that were able to come out on top with a crazy fight by the top outpost. Hopefully, we get another similar repeat of that game with some interesting moments and some incredible team fights from either side as well. But with that being said, Falcons currently 3-0 and Spirit 0-3. So not the start that they were expecting, but of course it is very early on in the group stages. They still have plenty of time to be able to fix their issue.
0-3, it is very early on into the group stage, but this isn't something that a team such as Spirit expects. Also, just looking at them on their cameras, like in the last series and in this one, they don't seem very happy, and no one would be in their position, right? Like dropping 3 games. However, maybe they're just, I'd love to have an interview with them, and for that to happen, they need to win a game. If they maybe win the next one, we'll get a nice little talk and figure out what's going on. Maybe it's just like searching for themselves once again, figuring things out a little bit when it comes how the map should be played and what the draft should look like. Like that last game definitely didn't look that bad from them. I truly believe that they were in quite a convincing control of the game up to that Twin Gate fight, right? Like that Twin Gate fight pretty much became a disaster for them. In any case, I'm sure we'll get a really good game. Like no matter what happens, like that last game was filled with everything that's really brings pleasure. Watching Dota, from good team fights, from splitting the map properly, playing the strategical game well, to all the tiny little things that happened in the laning stage. So yeah, a pleasure to watch regardless.
Yeah, definitely was. And I'm definitely not gonna. I can't lie and say there's not a part of me that is concerned that we might still get a stomp in this game, because I really do feel like group stage and best of twos we do often get that, where some people are experimenting. I think you are at the stage where with Spirit, if they get a 1-1 tie versus Falcons, like this is huge for them, considering again, Falcons are probably going to be the team that are coming top 2, potentially even. Also got to keep in mind, like in the group stages, we have a lot more teams getting eliminated than like some Dream League or somewhere else. Usually on the groups, there's only like 2 teams from every group. This time it's 4 teams in every group, so 8 out of the 16 teams are gone, and it does not matter. I think we are at the current level of Dota that whatever tournament you are in, people are going to be able to take maps off each other. This has really changed, I think, over the year or even 2 years, and I think now it's even more noticeable, where just the level of Dota is incredible, where we see people. There's no teams that are going like 0 and X, whatever the map count is, depending on the team count, and everyone's able to win. So you got to get your wins here for Spirit.
Yeah. Sometimes it happens because you get a team that is too good against everyone, and then they start winning every single series, which is what happened in the past with Team Spirit. They looked absolutely unbeatable, and then sometimes it happens that a lot of teams drop the ball when it comes to their level of gameplay, so it all kind of evens out in that aspect. Like a patch messes everything up, and then no one can really figure what's the proper gameplay. Right now, I feel like a lot of teams have different approaches to the game, and a lot of them are working, which means that we're in a healthy place. Like, okay, there are some heroes that look pretty damn strong in the game, like, I don't know, your Morphling, but even for the Morphling, there are ways of playing against him. Even for the Faceless Void, people are finding responses. So overall, I feel that most heroes that are considered strong can be dealt with. So you don't have that one team with a player that spammed, I don't know, 1,000 Monkey King games, and he's just winning every time Monkey is in his hands. We don't have that one singular thing that is stronger than everything. Or maybe we do, but it's not discovered yet. I'm not sure. But whatever it is, I know it's not Sniper Kanda. I know the teams have been. I know that this series, it's a very popular hero. Maybe we'll see it. Maybe I'm proven wrong in game number 2, but we did see it banned out in game 1. Do you think Batrider will be banned out now?
Well, let's see who has priority. I'm
going to tell you who has a level 1 penalty. That's Team Spirit. Unfortunately for them, I don't know what happened. Maybe they were a little bit late to the lobby. Maybe some of them didn't turn on their cameras. But yeah, they will be playing with what, like 1 minute less on a reserve time.
I think so. Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
that's
it's
a level
60
1
seconds.
draft penalty. Yeah.
But we are good to go. We're going to get ourselves into our upcoming game and see what we have in store for us. It is going to be Falcons with first pick. So I was thinking, maybe if Spirit had first pick, they didn't have to ban the Bat Rider, but potentially it's something you are looking to get rid of now heading into this upcoming game.
Well, let's see. That Bat Rider for Team Falcons, at least, did not super impress me coming from the mid lane. I feel like the game would have been easier for them with something different, but they did win in the end. So maybe that was the plan all along. Have a not so much of a strong early game and then convert into a winning couple of team fights. Timber will be banned out, Chen as well. Multiple supports were banned out by Team Falcons last game. I believe it was Tiny Disruptor. Wait, I can just open it up, right? We'll see.
I've got it. Who Falcons bans? I have it up.
Yeah.
Chen, Morph, Disruptor, and Tiny.
Yeah, so banned out a couple of supports. Tiny as well, that's kind of flexible, being played on mid by Team Spirit as well. Falcons, they do ban out Lash this time. Like, this is a hero that was considered completely busted and broken on mid, and people even started abusing him on that position 5 with Edict being maxed out. We aren't seeing it as much anymore.
10 seconds.
I feel like you know how it is with metas. Like, you pick a hero, he gets figured out after a couple of weeks, and then he gets ignored. But what's interesting about the state of the game, at least for me, is it's not a couple of weeks anymore. It's maybe a couple of days. Like, we have too many of these nerd captains, man. Like, not captains, coaches, like AUY. He figures out what the counter is before even the broken hero is in the meta. It's kind of hard to have broken heroes around for way too long.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
All right. Well, I guess that is also a hero that probably should have been mentioned. So Spirit, I mean, we saw them first pick at last game, right? Just kind of take away from Falcons. They've also still been having a lot of priority on the Razor. And then they will look to try and pick it up themselves now for Falcons.
Do you put this on Amar no matter what, or are you happy with some...
Dire team ban.
Pretty sure Melrin's like 25, 30.
Okay,
There you go.
yeah.
All right. So this... I don't... Oh, I don't know. I don't know if that was a good response from Melrin. He didn't seem too happy about the sniper. I mean, it was first phase banned last game, right?
First phase
It
banned,
was
yeah.
first phase banned. This was because Spirit first picked the Razor. So we see, obviously, they feel like this is probably the better response into the Razor. Let me also check what
Morphling was banned
Lal
out
has
as
been-
well. Yeah. Into the Razor, and now you don't have the Morphling, but you do have the Sniper on Team Spirit, and I do think it's really strong against the Razor. Like, you have to itemize a little bit differently, maybe get that shard earlier, but it's not even about you, it's about other heroes that can jump the Sniper. We have seen some Sniper being played in the Swiss round. I
Spirit's turn
believe
to
Tundra played it, right? Like, they played it,
Yes.
and they lost with it in that one game that they had. So it didn't look that impressive. I believe Boom are the ones that won against it. They just played way too fast,
It's
right?
10 games and 60% win rate by the looks of it. Tundra, a 3-2 with it. So they've been picking it a lot.
Yeah.
And just with the build as well for Lal, he's played 4 games in pubs. 2 of them have been the kind of build. 2 of them have been just like Maelstrom Dragonlance.
Spirit's
Yeah, sometimes I feel like the Maelstrom Dragonlance into Pike is better. Like, if you're playing, they banned it of course on Falcons, but if you're playing into something like Phoenix, he can get on top of you very easily, and you need that attack speed and mobility to get away, deal with the egg. So sometimes it is better to go for the old school builds on Sniper, but I feel like most games
seconds remaining.
Kanda Aghanims feels very solid. It's super annoying, the stun initiation from long distance. Snap also was a dead hero until what, yesterday, and then we saw it. It's not Team Spirit that played it, right? It was Heroic. Schofield played it.
Yep.
Yeah, Schofield played Snapfire, had a pretty good performance against Team Spirit, and now Team Spirit may be stealing a little bit of their flavor, taking it for themselves.
Guess it's, I mean, some extra things that it's able to provide. You know, some decent team fight, a lot of damage. Cookie maybe to help reposition could be nice as like a pseudo save. Definitely is vulnerable to people still running at you and in the lane as well, in early game in particular.
You see this Razor on the other side. You have Collapse on your side. Mars is still in the pool. Marcy as well isn't anymore, so they pick it up. Also a hero that I actually played with yesterday in a pub, like, on a carry role even more than anything else. So we'll see how Falcons play her. I'm lost right now with where Marcy should be played and how she should be played. What's the Dota Pro tracker saying? Is anyone playing her?
Yeah, we've got 2 games so far. GG and Liquid both came into day 1 and picked Marcy with Io, I believe.
Okay, so like
this is
carry Marcy or...
Yes, yep.
Yeah, so same thing, yeah. I mean, that's how it goes. It gets picked up in a pro game instantly. Everyone is spamming her in pubs. She does look pretty damn strong, at least from the games that I have watched. Not a lot of games in the pro scene, at least. But, okay, Marcy on one side, on the other... Let's see, I still wouldn't mind something to combo with the snap, with the sniper. I know he's not as picked anymore, but Mars looks still pretty solid. If you're laning into Razor, you can push him away. You get a nice little hero that is in front of Sniper, has the arena with a snap.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I'm happy with Mars. I like the suggestion a lot. So we'll see. I mean, it's going to be your Collapse plus your Maposhka hero. It took his Disruptor. Still got a Tusk left in the pool. Okay.
This makes me feel like it could be something even ranged on offlane, right? With the Tusk, it does help you out in that way. If you put the Tusk on 4 and Snap on 5, like you can play that way. Gives you the snowball save, of course. I feel like Team Spirit are definitely taking a page out of Heroic's book and what they lost to. Tusk looked pretty damn strong in all of the games that Schofield played it. They go with the Faceless Void. Okay, so you don't have the arena. Instead, you have Faceless Void, a hero that's probably the best carry at the moment, if not top 3. Then definitely. You are playing...
Just Naga. I'm sorry, I want to get that out real quick. Just pick Naga. Pick Naga, please.
I'm down, yeah. It's a good call. You don't... Where would you lane the Marcy then? How would you... Where are you laning the Marcy? Nice call.
4.
I like it. 4? Okay.
Just go raise a Marcy lane. I'm like... Dude, it's such a good Naga game, and it's Skidder Naga. Like... the Naga Disruptor, like the Naga Razor 2, like Song for Static Link is just as nice. Save for the Chrono, the Tusk and Snapfire really don't deal with illusions. It's just a good pick.
It is. Like every time Faceless Void is picked, right? Naga is banned out.
Yeah.
Every time. This time around, they let her go through. It gets picked. I wonder, is it a draft mistake, or did they think like, okay, we have Marcy as a carry 100%, like it can't be laned anywhere else. But Marcy can be laned. Like she can be offlane. She can be 4. You can mix things up. Of course, you need a mid here for Falcons. That's how I feel, at least. I don't think you want to. Okay, they actually ban out the Doom. Never mind. Do you want to lane the Razor into Sniper? Probably not, right? How bad is that lane for Razor?
Doesn't sound the best.
Yeah.
Sniper should definitely win that.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm just not sure
But
what Sniper loses to at the moment. We've seen...
5 seconds remaining.
What did he lose to recently versus when Tundra was playing it? Like, as long as you have some sort of a mobility hero on the mid lane, of course, That helps. Some sort of a puck
Yeah.
or something like that is always nice.
Yeah,
Like
but
you
you
get
just lose a
bodied.
lane.
Yeah, you lose the lane for sure. You get bodied, but getting that catch later on is nice.
Yep. But do you need that though? Like, I feel like the early to mid game, the ways you can deal with the sniper is just like like you're gonna have everyone running
some
at her, and
sleep.
yeah, you sleep, or if you're ever out of position, you just glimpse back, and sniper's not like really a BKB builder.
Yeah, you can play the game that way. I still feel that some catch would be nice, not relying
Yes.
only on the glimpse when you're playing versus Void and Sniper. Of course, with the Naga, you can go for like an early Orchid, right? Like some Manta Orchid build is always nice on her, especially when you're playing into a Faceless Void. He needs to itemize against that.
They can dino if they want. Both sides could be looking at that. I think it's a little worse for Spirit. I mean, it deals with the Naga, but I think Disruptor is pretty frustrating with Kinetic Field and Glimpse. But you know, I know Melrine really likes the Primal Beast.
Yeah, I love the Axe ban, by the way. I mean, this is a hero that is just gone and not picked very often at all, even in really good games for him. They ban it out. You could play the game faster, go for Beast, like if you're on Team Spirit. Like maybe
Ooh.
some Beast Master with this new...
That's
What
a
you
cool
think?
suggestion. That's a really cool suggestion. Because you go Scepter, right? You just go Scepter, and like still you have summons, and very good call.
Yeah, they
Because
ban it.
Raw versus the Razor as well. I like that a lot.
Unfortunately, they liked it enough to ban it out, and they steal your call as well. The Dino is nice. For both teams, they get it. It's so good, though. It's so good on Falcons, because you get this hero that can literally just straight beeline through everyone, get on top of the Sniper, or maybe with a Blink Dagger on top of Void later on. It's a very nice pickup. And what do they have? Is there a Mars still in the pool? I mean, it's maybe an option still. It's a nice combo, but you already have that AoE control from the Void. Has anyone played Underlord recently? I believe yesterday it was played by maybe Amar, actually.
check.
Yeah. Maybe a bit slow here, but these kind of heroes, I believe in some games, could come in handy.
Yeah, they played it yesterday, and they won with
Yeah.
it.
Like you get a lot of AoE control, some damage, percentage-based damage in that Chronosphere is always nice. That's the beast that pushes into the illusions. Would be a bit... Okay, nice.
Dude, we are cooking.
we're cooking
What is
for
this?
real.
What is this like?
What's
we got
this
the Naga,
combo?
We got the Primal. We got the Underlord. We got the Beastmaster.
Yeah. We're cooking. We're cooking.
Okay.
This is like 1 in 100 days that we're making predictions right, guys. So
Oh, this was
cherish
good.
it. We have to cherish it. Did you clip this? Did you
I clip it and ship it to Reddit.
clip it and ship it? Yeah, nice drafts from both of these teams. I do believe that both of these teams should be happy with what they've got. On one side, you do have this Naga into Faceless Void, but on the other, you have Faceless Void with a shit ton of damage on the Chronosphere if he even manages to use it properly. I want to see how much Snap can do. Like yesterday, it proved to be a big part of Heroic's win, and I think the game is maybe even better for her this time around. So I do believe even the cookie saves, like you mentioned, it are really nice versus these heroes, versus Razor, some extra mobility that you get built in from her. So overall, I'm looking forward to this game number 2. I couldn't say that one team has a clear advantage. Like you have some very popular players on their signature heroes on both sides. So it's going to be a good one no matter what. What do you think about the Sniper? Is he going to be just this... Is he going to be a burden, or is he going to carry his weight? That's my only question.
I never know what build it goes this game. Because again, like the snipers have been experimenting with both right-click builds at the moment. So both builds, I should say, not right-click builds. So I like, what do you feel like when you see the heroes that he's up against? Do you actually feel like there is, do you go to the Kanda build, or do you go for kind of the classic Maelstrom right-click build?
Just go the Kanda build. I think that the classic build is good because you are playing with a Chronosphere, right? So you have so much setup for it to work,
Prepare for battle.
and then you can dish out a lot of damage. But I'm not sure that's what you need. Like, let's see what he goes for. I really wouldn't mind the Kanda build. Like every time Naga tries to sleep song TP away, you get that stun to work with. You can mess up all their initiation. Even on the Razor, he loses a ton of his HP just from that one spell. Let's see what he goes for. In either case, I'm sure Naga is in problems.
Yeah, big problems. Nice charge in from Melrain. Looks like Miss Skeeter's going to be okay.
This hero is too big. This hero is just so huge.
30 seconds.
And the tips, yeah.
Melrain likes his the Russian smiley faces.
They don't have the double dots that close by or something like that on the Russian keyboard, so that's where the smileys
is
are
that what
coming
it
from.
is? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense, and I didn't know. That looks like it'll be 3 for Spirit. All right.
Are they putting Naga down bot? They are, right? They are dodging the Underlord lane. That's their approach to the game.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'm putting Razor into the Underlord. Oh.
Well, if you're Team Spirit, you have to adjust to this as well. You don't want to play this lane. Just TP down bot with Underlord and use the Twin Gate or something. I'm not sure. Let's see if they continue playing this as is, or do they switch it up?
What are our thoughts on like Mira as well on the toss? Because, well, I don't know. I guess it really doesn't matter right now because with the lane setup. Because originally I thought you would have the Snapfire with the
versus the Naga, right? Yeah. Yeah, like maybe a bit better this way, right? Like you have the Naga illusions to deal with, so Scatter Blast, Cookie comes in handy. On top lane Tusk, like maybe a little bit easier for him to reposition himself, and he is trying to do exactly that right now. He's creep skipping, but not super successful with it. Got only the 2 creeps. I'm really surprised they didn't already try switching up the lane, but Razor is taking a lot of damage from Firestorm.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like this lane seems like it's gonna not be too fun with the Marcy Razor getting levels as well. So I mean, yeah, Tori's actually getting kind of lucky with some of the bashes down bottom, but even this lane is like a lot of pressure onto Maposhka to be able to trade versus the Disruptor, which maybe it's okay because you are universal, so he's got a decent amount of stats.
Nope, I agree. So far, not looking that great. The best lane that they have at the moment is mid lane, of course. Sniper, 9 last hits, 10 last hits, 7 denies. You're classic sniper pretty much in every game. Just being Omega. Oh my god, Marcy crit! Woo! That was close. I don't know if you saw it, Amar.
Wait, Amar? I don't know if you win this. This tag team from Mira. Okay, finally now the damage has been stolen.
I don't know if you saw what happened. Like Ursa used Thunderclap and then Centaur used Stun on crit. Like he just ate everything those creeps had. Almost died because of it, but of course has some ability. You have Dispose, you have Rebound. Mira isn't landing the Ice Shards on top lane. Misses another one. Had the kill there if he gets it on Amar.
Hmm.
The lane isn't that bad for them though. Like on top so far. We were worried a bit more, but yeah, very even.
Well, now Melrin's actually going to look to play mid, though. Still, the Primal Beast always has the ability to be able to just drag the wave. We've also seen some Primal Beasts just like Onslaught and Trample the wave that's in the lane in general. So, yeah, I wonder if he's just going to keep trying to go up against Lal or not.
As the levels do go his way, then you get a little bit more out of Trample, right? You can
Oh my.
get the last. It's finally Yatoro, yeah.
Very close to going down there. Will be self-expended. And they're going to be chilling at the moment. So a lot of resources expended in both side lanes, though. We're seeing some spells getting casted out. Still yet to find our first blood with all the little skirmishes that have been going on.
Yeah, I'd say the top lane is going,
Nice, Miro.
yeah, nice little snowball, but it's still becoming better and better for Falcons. First eye shards that do connect, okay.
Dude, and Collapse's right clicks are really stacking up, and
Maybe another one.
don't
With the tag
know
team.
if they can get crit. Snowball's actually back up, alright. Yeah, they can. Under the tower they go and Collapse with the Underlord, a hero that we do not see often,
Mid lane,
but...
mid lane, Poshka. Sketch
Nice
blast
rotation
as
out
well.
with Poshka. Alright, Spirito.
Nice plays by them. I was worried for Team Spirit on top lane because 0% of these ice shards were connecting. Like they just couldn't get them on the right target or on any of the targets. You can see the moment they do connect, the right clicks alone, you can't steal enough damage fast enough on Razor to deal with that. Bot lane with Poshka.
Yeah, but Yutoro's going to step in and... I mean, if he gets lucky, he actually might be able to get the kill into Skidder. Oh, definitely
He
with
needs
the
some
cookie
bashes.
here. Nicely done. Really cool play from Yutoro. Surely he's going to get it. Okay, there we go. There's the bash. Evan's going to beat onto Snake King. This one's a bit more ambitious, but just trying to pump out as much damage as you can. Really cool, and this is something that a lot of carries, you can't just leave your support to be getting right click for free. You have to offer some assistance. You can't always be farming, and Yutoro recognizes that he needed to help out. But Postgrim gets a kill as a result.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, what's the tip though? Did he lose a lot of creeps under the tower or something? I wasn't paying attention, but in any case, maybe just a mad tip, you know. That's it, you lose that fight one-on-one, carry to carry matchup 5 minutes in. You gotta tip the enemy carry. But yeah, looking really good for Team Spirit once again. The laning stage in the last game was also solid for them. 4 kills, 1k advantage. It's not incredible, but it's something. They have... And one thing that I'm noticing in this game at least, no stacks on either one of these sides. Top lane Amar.
Playing Amar.
Yep.
Nice, again with the snowballs. Whenever the jump is used from crit with the rebound. And we also got a kill on the opposite side of the map as well. So, alright, I mean, I don't know. Spirit's lanes apparently, like...
Yeah. We were worried a little bit. They switched things. Look, Falcons switched things up. So they obviously expected the same thing that we did, right? That they were going to have a much easier time. It's just literally not looking that way. Top lane collapse. Maybe they can... he just TPs. He TP'd even before static link. There was no static link. It was on cooldown. Didn't have to, actually. Didn't have to TP, but... okay, 2 wisdom runes. One for Mira, other one for Snake King. And Miposhka might die here.
Okay. Is this the, I don't know, what, Mira actually? It's like he's also just going to try and TP up. Wait, never mind, we'll cancel now. Is this the OG thing we saw where they were 0 and 3? Wait, Miro? Okay, sorry. And now collapse with the body blocks. No way. Snowball's up shortly. Miro may think of it. Yeah, they're going to go for it. Okay. Amar's got the Lotus to be able to eat, so Miro's going to die under the tower, but the return kill is there. We will see Melring respond. And he's got a double damage rune as well. So this trample is going to do so much damage. But Poshka will attempt
nice
the cookie. It actually gets him out of range. Melring didn't think he needed the pulverize. And now Collapse, he's bringing a brother. Who's coming through? It's Yutoro. He's got the chrono for quiet. They've even got low here. Sniper comes out of nowhere. Skeeter with the early song. It's not going to be enough. Some high-level plays being made from both sides, bringing some early rotations, but Miposhka will just go through the portal with the last couple of seconds. This is some really cool Dota we're seeing.
Crazy. Yeah, crazy portal plays right there. Even Larl giving Seeds of Serenity to collapse in the end, you know, like every single little thing connecting for Team Spirit. Very nicely done. It's so cool to see all these little things connecting.
They may be able to get Skitter trying to go back to cookie off the mark from Miposhka.
So Primal Beast is bigger than Underlord. That's what I noticed. He trampled. It looked like some I don't know, Animal Planet right there show.
Very. Oh, I might not get a chance to talk about it. Never mind. Crit's not going to go for low. Very cool what Low just did as well. He brought his courier out. I don't even think it delivered anything, but he used it for vision on the hard camp to stack. I mean, we've seen snipers usually use the shrapnel to stack, but this time he just for the vision. That was nice.
It's not used too much. Like I see it every now and then. Bot lane snaking. It's still not 6, so should be an easy kill.
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, but it takes them a bit, and they've got to go deep under the tower. So Crit's going to be able to catch Miposhka. Meanwhile as well, Mira's TP is going to be cut short thanks to Melreen also rotating. And yeah, this time he's not going to mess around. Pulverize will be used. He's not going to give them any chance like we saw up top.
Void is tipping in. He has chrono.
And he's going to use it. Lyle's in, not even going to require the assassinate. They'll even give the kill to Yatoro as well.
Yeah, he stopped right-clicking it on Sniper. What a good guy. And Sniper is still really not giving away what he is going for next. Only the D-Lance with the raid bands at the moment. Alreen. Ooh, the cookie off the mark once again. They have six on Disruptor, so maybe this is some sort of a possibility for Falcons. If you manage to static storm the Yatoro on top lane, that's probably the best kill, right?
Crit's soaking his level 6 as well, because so he can TP top if they want to take the fight. Amar's doing a lot of damage to Yatoro, who level 1 time walk. Oh,
no TP on him. He's dead.
We got a glimpse of him. He's got plasma anyway. Yeah, he's dead. Wow. I mean, that is a huge solo kill for Amar. And meanwhile as well, Static Storm, like you were saying, with Melreen's rotation, and all of a sudden, Falcons have been able to offset that slight advantage that Spirit had accumulated off the back of the laning stage.
Mid lane, crit?
Yeah, what a
no mana. No mana on Larl. Literally no mana to finish him off. The clarity now is used, but a little bit too late.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Damn, the amount of damage was... Okay, so something for Team Spirit, of course, something for Falcons as well. On the other side, Falcons should be very happy with what they got out of the top lane, killing Faceless Void without committing pretty much anything, just the Razor. And then, of course, getting the Underlord, who's been a big thorn in the laning stage for them. Skitter, he is scouted, but... Is there chrono? No, for 40 seconds.
Dire's bottom tower
It is
How
Aghanims,
does the game... Wait, say that again, sir?
It's Aghanims on Sniper, I think. That's like something that we were waiting for to see. It will be Aghs on him. So most likely Aghanims can't die. I don't think you're buying one without the other. It's such a solid build for him. I don't know. I like it. I know it's memeing a bit, but the amount of damage is just too good.
It's interesting positioning from Falcons. Looks like they will run into Mira though. Once again, instantly getting usage out of the Arcane. And I'd really like to see just these three heroes continuing to make stuff happen. You've got Unleash ready to go. Primal Beast doesn't have too big of a cooldowns to work with, so these are great heroes to be able to play with Snake King, who is about to put his 3rd level in Glimpse as well.
That's a huge stack as well for Malrine right now. Goes back a little bit, like he's been making a lot of moves, so your net worth Like if you aren't connecting with all of them, tends to suffer, especially on this hero. Currently lowest of the cores. Actually, Void does get him with the snap, right? Like a nice little rotation. Meanwhile, Malrine almost dies to all the ancients. But we'll have the Blade Mill after the stack.
Nice kill though for Spirit. Gonna use a couple of ultimates. We're gonna see them even try and fight down bottom as well. Lala and Mirror smoke together. Snake King's gonna be in a position to pop it.
Sleep
What's
on
the
Sniper.
call now for Falcons? I mean, the sleep will be a little bit too late to at least protect the Disruptor, but it does help Ski to get away.
Yep. If you maybe slept before Disruptor is dead, then maybe you can commit the Static Storm and play off of that, but without the Disruptor, there is nothing you can do. Like, this Sniper is tanky enough, he's not dying that fast. And Naga, it's not like he has any big items at the moment, you're still waiting for the Manta for the first one. One thing that they did manage to do, they managed to punish this Razor quite a few times. Amar is 1-5-1. He went for a Midas, like... this man understands how to play Razor inside out, one of the best Razors out there, for sure. At the same time, though, he's really not having a good game. Bot lane Poshka.
Freebie. Maybe. This is definitely a bit of the weakness from Falcons, their tower taking potential. Marcy with Unleash is okay as a support. Might not be required because the tower is actually pretty low, so see how they're going to be able to open up the tower. I mean, that was very similar to the last game, right, where the T1 tower went down early for one of the teams and the other was really struggling to take it.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
In the mid lane, that'd be. I don't know if I said mid lane or just T1.
Yeah, you did. It's true. It was much easier for them to take it because of all the rotations that were happening. They opened up the map already for themselves. It's only now that you can do the same thing on the other side. You have to be careful because you are playing into some of these big ultimates, right? Like, and it's much easier for Team Spirit right now to punish you for any overextension. Like, you have this chrono that's up again in 20 seconds, and then you commit with the Snapfire that might die again, though.
Yeah, but nah. You see the rotations instantly. This time it's a little bit too deep, and your Tora's already here to respond. Glimpse will get them away. But of course, Disruptor once again for snaking.
Poor snaking, but the best hero to die if you're Falcons, right? Like, you're happy that you only lost the position 5. You forced a lot of rotations.
Toro. Chronosphere into the Rift once again. I mean, the damage is going to come through shortly afterwards, and almost everyone pops out of the Rift.
They're using this Rift in such a good way. They're really abusing it. Now bottom now as well. Malrine. Miposhka with the ulti plus the assassinate. Yeah,
that should be enough. Should it? Malrine, the snowball's there. He's still going to be able to get out of the way. The shards blocks him off. Perfect placement from Mira. It's not enough just yet.
Maybe not perfect. He blocked him.
Collapse has got the pit though nonetheless, so they're still going to be able to catch him in the right of the tree line. Assassinates back up. Finally, they'll get the kill, and it looks like Crit as well is going to give his life over, and the Ancient Stacker too.
Cherry on top with all those Ancients. Also, your perfect time for your wave to push in so that you can take down the tier 1 tower as well. Just everything coming together. Mira had a little bit of unluck with the ice shards. They blocked him on the other side of that little pathway, so he couldn't reach and kill off the Primal Beast immediately. It didn't really matter. For Falcons, of course, this is pretty bad. They just lost multiple heroes across the map to the Chronosphere, to the Rift, but okay, there's no Chrono now. Maybe there's a play to be made, but I'm not sure. I feel like they still need to wait for the Naga to find her Orchid and really join these fights. Let's see, they have Static Storm. They have a Primal Beast ready, but like, this Razor just isn't really that big at the moment. He needs his BKB at least first.
Can we see Spirit force any objectives, or is like maybe some tower sieges? Mira did just place a very aggressive Observer Ward up top, but is potentially setting up for a tier 2 push, or do we feel like it's more for a pick-off?
They are in a good position, honestly. Like, when you look at these heroes, they're already strong enough to take control of the game. Like, Underlord with Greaves is giving way more value to his teammates than a Razor with Yasha, right? Like, so he's in these teamfights he should be stronger, but at the same time, there is an Orchid now on Naga, and you know that they don't have this big ulti in Chrono. It is coming off cooldown though in 5 seconds. So let's see. They're still not ready, of course, on both sides to just take objectives. Larl. Shard to get away. The problem with taking objectives right now, it's so easy to easily punished.
Radiant's top
Like,
tower is under
if
attack.
you're giving vision on your whereabouts, there's just so many AoE spells, big ultis that can absolutely punish you. So, probably better to just get pickoffs for now.
It's a bit unfortunate that attempt up top with the smoke from Falcons. I think the Thunderstrike actually on the creep wave gave them away. We saw Spirit started to back off to their T1 tower, so now nothing's going to happen. I mean, we do see this. Net worth lead is slowly going down. Like, Falcons are out farming the map. This is going to happen. Like, Amar with the Midas, he's slowly catching up. Skeeter, again, this is probably one of his best heroes. He micros these illusions incredibly well.
And you can see exactly that. He's creep skipping mid, creep skipping bottom,
Amar
this tier 1
bottom.
tower. Oh, there's a blink on Tusk if he wants to.
Radiant's middle tower is
It's very
under
deep
attack.
though.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think also a big question mark is like the supports and their items this game. You know, this Marcy hero is definitely someone with items who can be very frustrating and offer a lot of solo kill potential. You know, it's not as strong as what it previously used to be when we were getting a lot of Marcy supports, but Critty's still going to be going down that BKB route, so it definitely feels like his role is probably to create some chaos into lull and potentially even the Snapfire. Of course, Disruptor 2 late game with some Scepter. Maybe is something you want to look at. I don't know if you feel like there's much value in Blink. Snaking actually just queues up the Glimmer. So we'll see.
Snaking-
Definitely the supports are going to offer a lot.
Yeah, snaking, I mean, already offers quite a bit. Like, he went for that maxed out Thunderstrike build with the Shard. It's pretty cool when you're playing into something like a sniper to give you, just to be able to plant the Thunderstrike anywhere. Gives you a lot of vision.
Has fallen to the Radiant.
But Roche will be taken
Radiant's bottom tower is under
easily and really without a fight.
kind of
Radiant's
cool, I guess, staking at the views. Yeah, and that's how
The
you
Static Storm, yeah.
give
yeah.
it to, yeah. They find the Postgre as well. And he did not also get the Wisdom Room. Oh, they're coming to defend him. It just collapsed through the portal, but everyone else is relatively nearby. Now with the Kisses as well, they're going to be able to catch Crit under the tower. Alright, well, we're Postgre and a free kill apparently.
Yeah, the glimpse actually, the Static Storm and the glimpse that got used on Tusk helped Miposhka in the end, right? Because Tusk was nearby, close enough. They use, of course, the Rift as well. And they managed to get 2 kills instead of losing 1. Dude, do you see how yellow Primal Beast is? Like this shield rune? Is it the same for you?
Yeah. It looks weird. So this set is just the ugliest thing. It's an abomination. It's just...
Really? I like it.
River, what's
kinda.
going on? There's a fight. Shut up.
I love it.
It looks so bad.
I want more of sets like this one.
Skeeter? What? Ugly looking sets?
Ugly sets are the best.
Okay.
You know, just make some atrocity out of a Morphling. You know, he never had a good set, I feel like, until the last couple of years. Just mix all these shells that he gets to carry or something. Oh, Chronosphere.
Oh!
That's a good bait. That's a good bait.
Oh, alright.
You can still fight though, right? Like if you're Team Spirit, You don't have Chrono, of course, that's massive. I feel like you're still pretty capable of maybe defending this tier 2 down mid. That's why they smoke up, yeah, they're still going.
Falcons going to go for their own smoke. Lyle is without the team, but of course there can always be that portal.
He dies really fast though. If they go on him, if they manage to catch him properly, he dies super
Smoke
fast.
pops, they should know.
Lar,
Let's see how quick the portal is going to be. It's
Glimpse is there.
Maybe Glimpse back. They might need to use it now. Did the jump in deep under the T2 tower, but the snowball's going to disrupt them a little bit. It doesn't matter. Mallory charges huge, crashing into the middle. Can they deal with a second life? Because they're all clumped up, so Skeeter's not going to give them the opportunity. The song into the reset. Do they actually want to try and take the fight? What's the call on Falcons? Ditoro's going to try and jump over to Snaking.
Amar is
They
here
know
now.
with the Chronosphere it's going to be difficult. Melreen will go back in. Now Crit lines up the stun onto 2 as well. Once again, the stun lock from Falcons. They sense an opportunity to be able to come out on top. They might be able to get Ditoro, but the Glimpse still on cooldown for Snaking. But what a team fight.
Ah, that's perfection right there. Perfect team fight. They scout out where Sniper is, they figure out how he's gonna move, they smoke up, get behind him. They were so close. It's like the smoke broke and they knew it, but they didn't know exactly where he was. They get vision on him. An attempt was made by Sniper to use the shard, like the concussive grenade, to get away, but it wasn't enough mobility. The glimpse. And okay, Poshka at least tried to get a couple of counter kills with Mortimer's kisses, but Amar just completely sidelined him as well. So he couldn't even continue dishing those out. Razor was on top of him, had to run, had to get away. Just, once again, Falcon, yeah, okay, the game started off kind of poorly for them, but it's looking much, much better right now. One thing needs to be said though, there was no Chronosphere, right? Like the Chronosphere was absolutely wasted on top lane, and it is a massive part of their team fight. Maybe they can fight without it, but it definitely didn't look that way in the last fight.
No. That is a nice shot to be able to get though. One that feels a bit awkward to buy, but decrease of rebound is really nice and just makes it a bit easier for you to be able to cast it. And also, to be said, Amar with 6 deaths is second in their worth. So, yeah, he's caught up. It's a 7,000 lead now for Dire. What a gigantic swing that was.
I feel like the same thing happened twice now. Team Spirit in a pretty good place in the game, and then just like that everything switches up and changes. One good team fight from Falcon. This time around, however, it was again Larl that got caught, right? Like on the mid lane, on the last game on the Dragon Knight, this time on the Sniper. How far is he from Kanda? Not too far away. Maybe that is something that changes things a little bit, but you can see that they're shaken up by the way they're moving across the map. Snaking has a good ward. Just the vision now, the sheer advantage in vision makes the game much easier for Falcons. This ward down on the cliff, the ward in the triangle.
Are they going to be able to blow your turret up with the static storm, lay it down if they got the damage? It looks like they do. Still no BKB to be able to protect him. The Rift is in and they want to take a fight, but Crypt protected with the BKB is going to be able to assassinate Poshka onto the back line. We do also see Snaking goes down, but it does not matter.
Collapse.
Then there's just no team fight to be had. Collapse doesn't make it through the portal. Crit stops him short at the buzzer.
Anyone else?
And it's starting to get ugly. You see how difficult fights are when you lose your Tor at the start.
Right, it looks too hard right now. Sniper manages to live, but that's really nothing to be very happy about. By the way, did you see the damage of Skitter with the Bloodthorn? It's a lot. Like, he just shreds through them. Uses Bloodthorn, and then those Naga illusions really hurt. Do you think that maybe something like a Blink on Naga later on will be bought? Just to get on top of Sniper as well. Is it needed?
I don't know if it matters.
Yeah.
No, I actually don't think it matters. I feel like Lyle's not doing a whole lot. But these are two huge back-to-back fights where you don't get chrono off. So maybe how different is it actually going to look if we get this ability from Yatoro? Koshka?
Koshka.
Yeah.
This all looks so easy and so simple, but it's all down to the illusions and all the vision that they have. It's just too much.
Yeah,
It's too much. It's too much to poke your head out of the base.
Radiant's middle tower.
I wish there was an easier way to be able to quantify like how much value Skeeter's Naga Siren is actually providing in this game. There's a lot of outplays they were doing, but I feel like he was a very, very, very big reason of why they're able to... the net worth lead wasn't huge. It was about 4,000 for the Spirit, but it was looking like it was in a bit of a scary position with Amar having like 6 deaths. But, I mean, Skitter's... His micro of the illusions is always cutting the waves. You see they've never been able to really get onto Falcons half of the map for a decent while now.
It's one of the main reasons why Razor finds farm. Like, he finds farm. Like, if you look at where Razor is farming and Malrine throughout the game, they were constantly on their side of the map. Because they can be. No one is needed on the other side. All you have to do is get a pick off, put down some wards, and then Naga does the rest. She's also buying a Hex, I believe should be completed, right? Yeah, the courier is flying in, so this Faceless Void, yeah, he's not going to be too happy about that. No BKB completed on Yatoro. And full ward, full vision.
And they're going to be able to get another start. Yatoro's here to be able to land the Chronosphere. Rift will come out. They've got the kisses as well. Malrine does a pretty good job to stop the kisses. So they will lack the damage onto Skeeter. Do they want to try and take the fight, though? I mean, they know no chrono. And maybe that's the only read they need to be able to go ahead. Amar's been able to address Lau, and now that they're on top of the sniper, Lau can do nothing. Attempts the concussive grenade, but it's not going to matter. They've held Yatoro down as well. Collapse won't even be able to TP out. That freshly completed Hex is there to stop him short. And once again, Falcons this time, they've got a chrono to work with on Spirit, but they are way too far behind.
I love the tip on Snaking, who was like chilling on bottom lane, pushing in with the Thunderstrike. Only now rejoins them. They win a full fight. By the way, they had full vision on Faceless Void, and they still decided to jump the Tusk first. I guess Tusk with the Snowball Blink saves Void anyway. So they just tried to go on Tusk. It was... I don't know, it looked a little bit scary to do that, but that's how comfortable they feel in their team play and in their lead. And it shows. It's very rational what they have done. This game just balled out of control. Even Crit is going to have a Basher next. A lot of items being purchased. This Void, still no BKB. Yeah, the game just fell apart in a couple of team fights. But you know what?
Here we go. Here we go.
Kanda.
Right now.
Kanda is completed. You have the Sniper Kanda. Let's go. No.
Yeah, let's go. Well, okay. Your high ground defense for Spirit is very, very strong. With the Sniper, with the Underlord, and the potential of some... You want fights in the choke points where Kisses and Chrono can look decent, but you are just... We've seen X-Tundra and what they can do with Skitter's Naga Siren. If they can't go high ground, they will literally just farm the map for the next 20 minutes, and this net worth lead will be like 40k. So if they don't want to go high ground, they will not go high ground. And you would what are you going to do on Spirit? You're going to get no farm.
And you're not that sad about not going high ground if you're Falcons, right? Like, you have this... first and foremost, Disruptor, position 5. He's buying Aghanims. It's a huge deal later on, changes the way the teamfights are played. Then you have Marcy, who can literally become a new core from that position 4. And you have Razor with a Midas. Second in net worth, of course, and is just continuously farming without stop. Like, only time he stops is to get a couple of kills, and that's it. Like, he recovered completely after the laning stage. So yeah, like you said, if you keep them locked in their base, you're not too sad about the game.
Nice TP. Toro.
Click on Sniper, check his build. Like he's
Yeah,
got
okay.
2 rapiers queued up, so that's the state of the game really. They need something drastic to happen, and these rapiers might be it. Amar running into them with smoke though.
The Primal Beast did just TP top. They don't know this, but it could be an okay opportunity for them.
They don't
But
know
Amar's
it.
just going to run down Collapse. Look at the damage! Oh my god, Collapse is gone and everyone else just splits away. Mirror's going to get hunted down as well. Snowball into the wave. Yutoro's still sticking around.
Toro.
I mean, he's going to think about dropping the Chronosphere. Melraid's not going to look to try and charge. Skidder tried to get in range for the song, but still with the kisses, he was too far out of range. But now you need to retreat, and Yutoro's BKB is about to expire, so he will not be able to. The damage from crit. He goes in a couple of swipes. And yeah, Amar's like, well done, brother. You killed me. But what is the cost? You're going to lose 3 heroes. You've got no ultimates. Your base is about to be sieged.
Yeah, the cost might be the game, really. Let's see. 50 seconds without the Faceless Void. Mid lane as well. Who's caught Snapfire. Can't really blame them for attempting that fight. Everyone was there. They were smoked up. They had a good chrono on the Razor, but still, the lead is just... It's too big. 23k ahead. Hex is there on Underlord as well. They do defend this very well. Just the 2 of them, right? Like they still dish out a lot of damage to these illusions. Skitter might even lose his Aegis. Let's see, there is an ulti once again. Only the range Raxes. Okay. It looked much scarier.
Yeah. Yes, it did, but still the scariness does not... Oh, where's the song? Okay, is this a healing one? It is, alright. It's a cooldown on song at this stage. 80 seconds, not too bad. There's a rift top. Collapse is also running Melrine down for the Wisdom Room, but Melrine already got there. Jump in, Mirror. Alright. Apparently Crit's just gone, and now they're gonna lose Disruptor. What? Just
2 supports. Yeah, 2 supports just instantly gone. They didn't have...
Sneaky ward.
Yeah, they didn't have good vision on Falcons, and they paid the price for it. Still, Sniper okay. In the end, he did decide not to go for the rapiers, so maybe the
that's
game...
boring.
Yeah, maybe the game is... It is boring, I agree. But maybe the game isn't in as bad of a shape. Bot lane, they have Hex still, but just no way of getting on top of them. One big item as well. Well, it's not really that big, but this Lotus Orb as well on Tusk may prove to be very impactful when you're playing versus an Orchid versus a Hex. Does help.
Do you prefer this decision though over something like a Scepter?
No,
I guess
of course.
maybe the Lotus build. You
No,
don't
no, no. In this game, I think like you need so many Lotuses. You're playing into Naga, into Razor. Like, you have one on Miposhka, you have one on Mira. I think that's good. Sometimes you see it on your offlane as well, especially if it's an Underlord, but instead pipe Shivas for him. That's also completely fine. Need a way to deal with the illusions after all. And Shivas does help out with that.
You got a nice high ground ward that sees crit, and Spirit are actually looking to try and take the team fight.
Snaking, where'd you go?
Assassination once again of Snaking. Meanwhile, they have caught Collapse though. Cookie to try and repetition. Yutoro's going to be in. Aegis Toss expired as well. Yutoro needs to get away from the static link, and Spirit. I mean, and taking incredible team
What a
fights with
fight.
such a large deficit, and now Amara as well. He's got BKB, but there is no TP up.
dash.
Mirror's punch is still ready to go. Spirit
What
have
a
always been a
fight.
hell of a team at being able to come back in dire situations, and they're doing some crazy stuff right now.
Really nicely done. The Snaking literally disappeared before he even knew what hit him. Instant jump from the Tusk plus the Sniper's ult. And Falcons, they chose the worst target to go on. They went on Collapse. Of course, he's way too tanky for them to take down fast enough. This shard even hurt the Razor in the end. Like,
the way that he connected on Yatoro meant that he had to go through Chrono. He gets Chronoed as well with him. So the Chronosphere Zone 3, just perfect execution. Like 5-10 minutes ago, I felt that this game might be over the way it was going, but okay, still 10k ahead on Falcons. Just have to work
That
for
was
it. Yeah. That
was the
without
most
Primal, right?
ideal timing. Yeah, but actually, where was Melry? Was he there?
He was mid.
I
He
don't
was
know.
mid.
What happened?
Yeah, it was without him. I mean, not having your mid laner isn't
Melry?
great.
I don't know. No Chrono. Still no Amar, but it looks a little bit scary. You are doing a lot of damage to Melrin with the sniper
Crit.
on the backline, and this kill onto the Tusk is not easy. But now with the Naga back up, is he going to song aggressively? Leave was silent. Skeeter will now use it. They might
They
get
need
a
to run.
Pushka. Nice split away to the right. They've got really good vision here on Spirit. Still no Chrono, 30 seconds.
Dire's middle tower is under
Maybe
attack.
Melrin.
Just the ult on him. There's still no Tusk on your side, so maybe not the best fight to take. Well, they are becoming scarier and scarier. You have Shadowblade now as well, and Sniper helps you out a little bit. You're gonna get that Silver Edge. Okay, we have a game. Chrono up
we do.
in 10 seconds. And look at Snake King. He's the one in vision once again.
They're going to see Skeeter shortly. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to get him. I like this aggression. I mean, at the moment, Spirit have some incredible wards, and if they can continue to utilize this, they did, I believe, lose the gem in the last fight. They've got their own still, but Dai were able to reclaim it. It was still in the deck after that kill by the tier 2 tower, so you need to somehow get rid of the Radiance wards. Because you'd say that's probably one of the biggest advantages Spirit have had in very recently, right? The vision to be able to jump these backline supports and then to take these correct fights.
Yeah, but honestly, they all came out of some sick reads of the game with good smoke. The wars definitely help exactly for that in those situations, but they had some good reads regardless. Sometimes even without a vision, they move in the right position and take a fight. Now again with the Chrono, one bad thing for them is I believe no smokes left, right? Like no one has them. Snap no smokes, Tusk no smokes, yeah. So it will be a bit harder for them, even if they have vision. It will be harder for them to find the right angle.
Radiant are
Like
scared.
you can have all the vision you want to. These illusions are just in your face 24/7.
Roche's next prize is going to be up in 10 seconds.
Also-
Yeah, like you're saying with this.
Also, one big Aghanims, by the way, is purchased. Snake King has it.
Okay. He's been target number 1 for Team Spirit in these recent fights, and we're going to have to see if that will continue the case, if they're going to be able to catch him to start. Smoke up, and this is the advantage that Falcon have. Their smoke compared to Spirit lacking some.
Really good timing as well. Mid lane, however, is pushing out, so they should know.
Oh, jump in early, crit. Runs him in Bohoshko, who's been a lot of damage inside the Chronosphere, but the save's going to be there with a snowball. It will force him deeper in. That's a big kill.
Snaking!
He gets snaking though. Static Storm at least on his dying breath. It's not the worst ultimate. Meanwhile on the backline as well, Amar's creating chaos. It's not going to matter though to help with the task. Amar though, I mean, still Yatori, is he going to be able to find the angle? Got the Chronosphere at the ready. They're all clumped up. Yatori's got
Amar?
final 2 with the BKBs out as well before the song. Yatori though wants to turn towards Skeeter. Are they okay now, Falcons? Can you still continue to take the team fight?
Tusk is back.
With the backline stop, Mira, he's going to be able to catch Skeeter on the escape. The pink connects up to 2 as well. And again, Team Spirit's team fight execution is beautiful.
Amazing team fight. So well played. Even the buybacks, you know, these 2 supports buying back, TPing on the outpost, backstabbing them. Like, that was perfect. By the way, that was literally perfect. Crit going in allowed them this little opportunity to snowball on top of Snake King and kill him off. That Static Storm, sure, it's used. You get the 2 supports, but they had buybacks. And that's such a difference maker. And it's so important to use the Static Storm on cores, so that, I don't know, they can't use the BKB per se, or Yatoro isn't as impactful.
Tower has fallen.
Even just disabling Collapse of using his items would be
Dire's middle tower
pretty solid. But yeah, they get the Aegis. Now they're pushing in. Naga does have a buyback, but can you do anything? Maybe buyback when Razor is up, and then combo it up with him. Or maybe just wait it out. Like 20 seconds. Maybe it's not
They're
enough
hitting
for...
T4s. Lol's hitting T4s.
Dire's middle
Are they?
Just to
They're not committing
keep
though.
any tabs.
Dire's middle
Yeah.
tower
Oh. Utoro's got Refresher Shot in the backpack and Aegis as well. So let's see what they're going to be able to do with this. They will give them some respect with the respawns up. And they are hunting though, but it looks like Snaking unfortunately will not get anyone with the glimpse.
Yeah. Going for a throne in that situation, it's not that much about... Well, of course, if you get the chance, you will finish the game. But it's more about testing if they have buybacks and if they will commit them. Also, tier 2 on bottom lane, tier 2 on top lane still up. So you couldn't really get anything more anyway. It was pretty much the only thing you could go for. By the way, Snapfire hurts, man. Like we were talking about Crit and how he can convert into a core. The Snapfire is level 22, 3x, Lil Shredder, Multi-Shot, Maelstrom, Vlad's like... Might die though.
They still have a really strong high ground word on Falcons. And Skitter's just going to charge in.
Chrono! On Skitter!
And Yutori, he's going to be able to connect onto 2 as well. Yutori, does he have the damage with the assassin on the outskirts? It's not enough! Skitter's alive for the moment, it won't matter in the end. But Amara is locked onto the Faceless Void. He's got the Aegis, can put the Refresher Shot into the inventory. And it's just another bad fight for Falcons. And you buy back on Skeeter, but he will not get there fast enough.
Needs to run away. This buyback has been used, and like you said, Refresher Shard as well on Yotoro. Like he has another chrono. He'd be happy to use it on the Naga. Look at Naga. BKB is there.
Toro!
This might be
Just
game.
on outside the range, I think it might be. Die back for Skeeter, and how fast his game has turned.
Ridiculous. Like just insane. He even gets the time to buy a Moon Shard, by the way, on Faceless Void. Going through all of that. Gets the Moon Shard, and I'm not... You have tier 2 standing. I'm not sure you're defending this. Malrine, no BKB on him. Has Blade Mail, maybe can jump the back, but...
Amar's not there. He's doing something inside the base, so Melring goes by himself. No buyback for him. Amar against the world, and yet that's all she wrote. Team
GG.
Spirit, with a incredible comeback, will find
Razor's
their
curse.
first game victory. Razor's curse is said from collapse. 1 vs 9. GG, XD. That's a good victory. That's got to feel good.
It has to. Same thing that happened to OG. First 3 losses going into a 4th win. They needed this. They really needed this. Going 0-4 at the beginning of the tournament is bad for anyone's morale. I don't care how many TIs you won. Very nicely done by Team Spirit. This was such a big turnaround. The game, okay, the first part of the game was still in their theirs to win. Then they dropped it a little bit. A couple of really nice Team Falcons rotations, catching off the sniper, killing him off. But in the end, the Chronospheres proved to be way too good. I have to say, Mira and Poshka carried them super hard around that fight when they killed Snaking first. Allows them to buy back, hit them from behind. At the same time, you get these Chronos on top of Naga. Very nicely done. In the end as well, the Naga going on with Poshka there looked a little bit weird. It looked a little bit forced. Like you're going for this Snapfire when there is a Void around, there's also the Tusk around. It just looked like a scary, super forced fight. This is where it turned though. This is where it turned for Falcons, the first fight that they convincingly won.
Mm-hmm. And that was all before this moment was the illusion bait on the Chrono as well, right? So this was the first fight where they didn't have Chrono. I think this was actually this is way after, but there was another fight where we saw the Chrono not used from Utora, and then at that stage they had too large of a net worth lead. When we were getting it, there wasn't much impact, but late game, what a different response. And Vision was really felt like the big thing, but the support's dying as well. You killed Snaking and Crypt to start the fight multiple times, which was a couple of times as well where we saw Maposhka's Mortimer Kisses weren't cancelled. Like previously was either Melrine, Crypt was on him, or even the song was cancelling it as well. But so cool to watch Spirit always, well, somehow find ways back into these crazy games.
Yeah, they just have no hesitation when they see an opportunity, and one of the biggest opportunities was when Malrine wasn't there. Like, this Primal Beast just wasn't there to fight with the team. They won that fight. That's the one that brought them back into the game. And this second one, I feel like they get baited in a really bad position. Like, they go way too deep in a this area around the stairs and the trees where they can't juke the chrono in any way whatsoever. So Yatoro has an even easier time. The Aghanim Scepter eventually did come out for Disruptor, but it really didn't do a lot. Sometimes this item just completely changes the fights and how they are played, but in this game, it truly didn't matter too much. In the end, you did have a BKB. You had a BKB Tusk anyway, so he's the one that... did he have a BKB in the end? Let me check one more time. I'm seeing things. Yeah. He did, yeah. He never used it, but you can use the BKB jump in. Save a target with a snowball. Yeah, finally. Triumphant finish, yeah. Triumphant. Spirit finally taking that victory for themselves. They had a really rough beginning of the tournament. I'm happy for them. I'm happy for us as well. Really nice series that we have just watched.
Yeah, even game 1 too. Like, I know Spirit lost game 1, but there were some moments in that game where we did see they were able to have some really good plays. Like, because in the other games, Heroic, game 1 they got bodied, and the second game was a little bit closer, but a lot of that was, again, them playing from behind and having to clutch up in a lot of those moments. So today was a bit different, where they're able to have some better team fights and execute some of the early game a little bit differently. So let's see. And again, this is a huge victory over Falcons. This is a team who's probably going to top the table, or at least be, top 2. This is expected. I would say there's any short of that is a little bit of, I don't want to say an upset, but a little bit, not even a disappointment, but you just won 2 big tournaments. You should be placing top 2 in your group. So the fact that, Spirit are struggling at the moment and get a really big win against a team who are in their best form currently, has got to feel really big for them. So I can actually check. Do they have another series today?
I think we have...
They do. They do, versus Entity at the end. So they've got one more series. They're going to have a very, very long break until then. That will be another true tester, because Entity look quite strong at the moment. So we're going to actually take a look at the schedule now. Next up, Heroic versus PSG Quest. But now, really quick, I want to talk about the last series while we have the moment. How do we feel like Spirit are actually going to fare versus Entity? Because we casted them, and now we've casted 2 Spirit series as well. Do we feel like they're on the up and could be competitive in that one?
Definitely. I mean, it's like it's even silly to talk about Spirit not being competitive. I think they are versus anyone. They just proved that versus Falcons. Of course, they might not be in the best form of their lives, but I think they can take a series or a game off of any single team in this tournament. And versus Entity, I know Entity is looking strong, but yeah, Spirit is a different kind of a beast when everything clicks.
Spirit are indeed a different beast when everything clicks, but hopefully this is the road back for them, because they are a incredibly enjoyable team to watch. From I know the early game, some of those rotations and usages of the portal were amazing. The mid game was a little bit rough for them, but the Spirit magic to be able to always find a way back in. So at least they're going to be able to get their first victory on the board in the group stages. And for us now, we need to look towards our 3rd series of the night as well. Unfortunately, we're not going to get an interview with one of the boys, but hopefully we will hear from them in their upcoming days, and we've got plenty of time to still be able to talk to them as well. So now we get to look towards Heroic versus PSG Quest. We casted PSG Quest in the first series. They dropped 0-2 versus Azure, and then we saw Heroic on day 1 as well look pretty good. So let's see how they're going to be able to perform. That's our next series. It should be too long of a break. We need to get the teams and players set up in the lobby. When we come back, we've got Heroic taking on PSG Quest. We are back for our third series of the night. PSG Quest are going to be joining us on the main stream once again, but we will have Heroic playing as their opponent. We had the opportunity to cast Heroic yesterday in their victory versus Spirit, but later in the day, they dropped 0-2 to G2IG. So they had a good start, then they had a bad end to the day. And for the boys on PSG Quest, currently, nothing is working for them. They are 0-4 in their map count. They lost the Falcons 2-0, and then we saw earlier today them lose to Azure as well.
Yeah, it's not an easy tournament for anyone. And Heroic, they're looking extremely strong at the moment. So for PSG Quest, I don't think it gets any easier in their upcoming series. We'll see how well they can fare against them. I do believe that PSG Quest have got very capable players. They've got players that can play heroes that are in the meta on a very high level, but I also believe that Heroic have a little bit more flair right now. They're playing their own style and they're winning with it. They're winning versus many different teams, and I do favor them regardless of what the scores are on both of these teams. I do favor Heroic a little bit. Let's see if PSG Quest can finally bounce back. Most teams, the magic number was 3, right? Like 3 losses, and then they're back into the tournament. Then they start playing well again. But PSG Quest already ran through that limit. Maybe there is something that they can change up and find a different play style against Heroic in the series.
Maybe their limit is 4 losses and then they just don't lose a map. Maybe did you think about that, huh? Why'd you get so negative about it?
I'm not negative. You're negative. I'm very positive. I believe in them. Let's go, PSG Quest. Woo!
Let's go.
No, it's a rough start. It can happen to anyone. It's just when you look at the teams and when you look at the caliber of all of these teams in the tournament, PSG Quest probably doesn't strike you as like the top 4 contender or like one of the strongest of the stacks, but they do have very talented players. They just need to find the right playstyle for themselves.
Yep. Let's see if they're going to be able to find that playstyle as well up against the boys on Heroic, who, like you said, have a very unique understanding of Dota. So let's see what we have in store for us. We're going to get our draft up on screen pretty shortly. Do you have any information if Quest have a coach as well? I know the Hawk was their coach and left and was pretty vocal about the team. I don't know if they picked anyone up since then.
You can ask around, but I didn't see anyone. I didn't see anyone new after the Hawk joining them. Maybe that is something that they're missing, right? Like if you with a big coach in a tournament such as this one, where a lot of games are being played, maybe that's something that could be a difference maker.
At least on a quick scroll, it doesn't seem like they have a coach on the transfer window. So I'm not sure if just anything isn't showing or not, but let's see what these boys are able to do. We're going to get a draft underway. We should get that up on screen pretty shortly. We've got PSG Quest on the Radiant side playing with second pick. Heroic going to be on Die side playing with first pick as well. So one thing to keep in mind is that PSG Quest, we've seen teams against them put a lot of emphasis on banning out the coddle. We'll see if this is something that Heroic look to address. It was Analog as well yesterday, right? Analog also played the coddle in 2 victories against Team Spirit.
Owned.
So this is...
He absolutely owned
not
with
just
it.
playing the owned. Yeah.
So I'm actually surprised that they aren't really picking it at all. Like it wasn't banned in the first stage. They go for the Kunkka instead. I don't know how much I like Kunkka with the call. Like usually I like something that... I mean, it's okay. You get X marks the spot and then you can travel to the lane where X marks the spot is catching a hero and you can follow up with him. So... the hero does have some weaknesses, like if you do have ways of getting on top of him easily, if you have ways of laning against him easily as well, that can prove to be an issue. Like any sort of a hero mid lane that doesn't care about Illuminate Blast, like that kind of hero can prove to be a problem. Also, Nyx, let's say, in the game. I know the hero isn't being played that much, but he used to be an old school counter to Keeper of the Light. Every time he blasts, you just pop that Carapace. He is basically killing himself. So, and stunning, which allows you to catch up with other heroes. So maybe an option for heroes that will be playing into analog, that is. For players that will be playing into analog. I just call them heroes. They're all our Dota heroes, all of these players.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they're even champions to some people.
God damn you.
They're not.
No
not the,
champions
like,
allowed. We don't have champions. When you win TI, you are the hero of the international, you know?
Can't use that word. That word is it's illegal.
It's illegal in Dota. We don't have champions here. Go with the gyro.
Okay, so
Yeah.
this they played it earlier, right? DeCarlos played one game of it. I think also something to add is we saw Heroic play the Enigma yesterday versus Spirit. So going for a gyrocopter very early on can potentially deny the Enigma if this is something that they would like to consider for Heroic in the second phase.
Yeah, it definitely does become harder. Like when you see this Crystal Maiden plus gyro. I believe the Enigma that played into the gyro won anyway, but yeah, the lane is definitely very difficult. Okay, Prophet. This is what I'm talking about. Like Heroic, they have so many different ways to play the game at the moment, and also when it comes to their carry, when it comes to Hector, he plays a lot of the meta heroes, but also heroes that aren't really in the meta as well. So let's see what they opt to go for next. And I'm not sure. This is probably a position 5 Prophet, like right? Like he's still the strongest right there.
They are the only team that has played Prophet currently in the tournament. 2 games on it with 1 win, 1 loss. And no one else has run the Nature's Prophet so far. And there has been a lot of games. I think this is, of course, including with the Prophet.
Yeah.
I doesn't say who they lost to.
Is that in the
That's the
Swiss stage?
Liquipedia stats. Yeah, would be, I imagine.
Yeah, okay. I mean, the hero is, in my opinion, still strong. Like the TP is still pretty broken. The fact that you can constantly have good vision on the map is... Look at this, by the way. Is that a button-down shirt? Damn, looking fly.
I think it's just like a jumper jacket thing.
Is it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Looking kind of formal, you know, like casual for Dota.
Do you?
I remember.
What are your thoughts on? What do you remember?
We're not sharing the same brain cell today, man. I thought you were gonna ask me about Fear and what was the name of that stack? I forgot when they wore
Business
suits.
Associates.
Business Associates, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, good old
I was
times.
going to ask you: do you feel like the Dota coaches should go the league way, where they all wear like suits and shirts and shit like that? I know. Blitz
Blitz
has.
does it. Yeah.
On occasions, he takes it off straight away when he gets to the back, but that's right. At least he looks good on stage. But
He wants to flex. You know, the guy goes to the gym. He wants to show off, and I respect that. You know, you want to look good on the camera. It's your 15 minutes of fame, and he deserves it. So why not? I don't think that's really that necessary. Anyone can do whatever they feel like and how they feel like doing it. You know, even in sports, like in football, when I see people wearing suits like on the side of the football court, for me it feels a bit weird. You know, but to each their own. I was like a big propagator of not wearing suits in Dota tournaments as well. Like even back then when I was a player, I would look at casters and I wouldn't understand it really, because it's not the crowd that you're catering to. It does bring some seriousness, I guess, you know, some respect as well to big tournaments.
And you look better on camera, of course. But we're going to have a lifestealer and a DP, by the way, into the Kunkka. So no matter where this guy goes, he's not going to have too good of a lane. I'm not sure if anyone is running him on a 4. I don't think it's a good 4 anyway, so probably won't see that. But we will see a Slardar, so the Kunkka will be mid. Slardar offlane to deal with the lifestealer. It's a fantastic pick, and it's a fantastic lane as well. Like you have the Snapfire plus Slardar, it just feels good.
Are they like super anti-morphling on Heroic? Does K1 actually just not play this hero? I feel like that's a like snap pick morphling there if it's another team.
Oh, it's not bad, right? Like you can go for the morphling. I think a troll is also a decent option for them right now. If you're Heroic, morphling is good, troll is good. What else? Faceless Void isn't bad. Like that's also an option. Like, I think Faceless Void is actually pretty good too. Like really good. So you have options. There's Klinks as well. Like Klinks Lardar, we've seen it recently. It can do a lot, and also an option. Maybe not the best hero into. Well, it's not that bad into these heroes as well. And you have a little Shredder as well to work with. So a lot of minus armor, corrosive haze, little Shredder.
I guess the one thing as well with everything you're saying, like it sounds like there are a lot more options for carry heroes, and if you went for your carry, then there's a very good chance that the Slardar gets banned out, and it is an incredible Slardar game, like the Amp versus Death Prophet, the lane versus the Lifestealer. So I mean, I feel like Slardar Snapfire is an incredibly strong lane. And then you're going to have the Nature's Prophet like +1. So I guess, you know, that's also something else. If they just feel like there's a lot more carries to pick from, just go for your offlaner now. And then, you know, if 2 of them get banned out, you're always going to have the 3rd. Good call on the Void, though.
Yeah, they ban out the Void first. It's good with Snap, right? As well as being good against the Lifestealer. Razor is another one that's not really like your most casual position one, most common. That scales incredibly well, but still, he scales well enough, and you would be playing Razor into Lifestealer, so overall, it's a good game for him, regardless. I actually wouldn't mind Klinks. It just feels so good. Like, it feels good right now, if they are playing it, if Hector wants to play it, because the Chinese teams are running it, the Chinese teams are owning with the Klinks Slardar, maybe something that they can copy. Let's see, Medusa instead. Another one of these long-range distance carries. Amazing into the Lifestealer. Pretty damn good. Like you have Kunkka with some extra team fight around that ulti of yours. I think maybe there were better ones, like Morphling as well, that you mentioned is, for me, a no-brainer, but their comfort zone is more the Dusa. Oh! We have a game. We have a game. Yeah, that's your one ult kill Dusa hero. But
True.
If you don't buy a couple of stat items, of course, on Medusa, then it doesn't really work that way. But it isn't bad, right? Like you have this blink initiation with maybe an infested Lifestealer. How do you feel about it?
No save is pretty important for the Axis game. Cookie might be a little bit frustrating, honestly. Like it's a pseudo save where you waste maybe quarter or even half duration of the call, which sometimes can be big enough. There's no like Yule's builder as well on Heroic. I mean, maybe Slardar can go for that build, but I don't know if offlane Slardars are going for the mid build as well, where we saw the Yules earlier from Ori. So it looks pretty decent. It looks pretty decent. I just really don't have a good read on why people are not picking this hero. I don't know if it's because with how, what's the E? Counter Helix? I don't know if now with it requiring like attacks is just like really changes how the hero played, because I felt like the last time he was actually quite strong was with the Manta build, right? At like TI.
Yeah, that was
the COVID TI, so that was like TI 10, I think.
TI 10.
And yeah, we were getting. I mean, they were running like Axe carry. I'm pretty sure it was China that really first started to do it. So I have not seen Axe for quite some time. Of course, there's been some Axes here and there. Everyone will think a Collapse and his success on it, but this hero has been out of the meta for quite some time. And I must say, I'm not quite sure why. Have you even like ran into the occasional Axe in some of your pub games?
Not too many. Yeah, the hero is just completely gone. You don't really see him. Damn, that's a scary set with the heads on his belt. But yeah, I haven't seen a lot of Axe. He fell off the face of the earth. Like, you get those culling stacks, you'd think those armor stacks add up and they're good, but most players just aren't going for him. Let's see how much he can do, because on paper you have this opportunity to blow up the Medusa, you have this opportunity to just be a nuisance constantly with the call, like you said. Maybe Snap can buy Yules, the Lama as well, maybe with the Wind Waker Yules, whatever, also possible later on, but no one that really loves buying it as the first item.
Speaking of items, very intrigued on what the build's going to be for Noob as well. He's in the past has gone for some like Tread's Witchblade build, and then after that he went back into Shivas, so kind of went both into multiple different big item builds for the Death Prophet. K1 might walk up the high ground, but he's
30 seconds to battle.
not going to do so. But yeah, very intrigued on what the build is going to be for Noob this game. Honestly, he could look at your Scepter. It's quite a nice item. You're already on the Death Prophet, and especially against the Conqueror as well, just to be able to dodge some of the combo. Armor is something you are definitely needing to consider, so maybe it is the Shiva's build. He does have yours queued up currently, and yeah, we've seen like yours into Eternal Shroud, yours into Shiva's, something like that.
I mean, you're playing into Kunkka, right? Like, you want that Yules anyways. You want... just having a reset tool on this hero is way too important to not go for. That's the way I feel, at least. Like, these kind of heroes, like Leshrac and DP, just... If Yules is a decent item...
They know. Oh, that's such a good read from them. What? But K1's still just... What?
Well...
What?
Dead.
Like, they knew, but then K1 didn't know.
Well, they kind of knew. They didn't really have the vision.
And they tipped KJ. That's so funny. No, come on, man. They knew. Like, why is KJ doing that? 100%. Like,
well, look. You can have an idea, but you're not 100% sure. You don't have vision. Like, you know that they might be there, but you're not 100% sure. He might be even doing that to scare them away.
Spot him. Please, smiley face KJ. And
the post.
There's no way. There's no way. Oh, that is perfect. Oh, that's funny. They seem like they're in good spirits, honestly. They seem like they're in good spirits. Hopefully T2000. Dude, is he dead?
The blocks.
There's no way. The body blocks? Oh my god, dude. If he died as well.
Damn. Oh, super unlucky with K1 up top as well. Doesn't get the full wave under the tower. One of the creeps remains, and because of that, the lane is still pushing in heavily. Ah, man, that bottom lane, that's it. You know, it's hotkey. I don't know what you're laughing about. Like, KJ, he just needed to fix up his hotkeys, and now he's back. This top lane, by the way, him TPing in, he carries a punch, right? And he has a lot of armor coming from teleportation. At the same time, Omar on Gyro doesn't really care too much. You're all about that rocket barrage here. And I'm not sure. Let's see how much Prophet will be able to do.
We do see currently there's a pretty big issue with the Nature's Prophet not starting here, that the lane has been completely shoved out. Mid lane Analog is also getting almost a solo kill on Noob, but luckily that Spirit Siphon was able to come in at a fast enough rate. But yeah, you see the equilibrium up top is currently a very big issue.
I mean, this whole lane is a big issue for Heroic. The way it started with Medusa dying, now being on a very low amount of mana. Everything that could go wrong for K1 went wrong.
At least they managed the small pull, right? So he's getting something.
Okay. I was also going to say, at least you like completely ruined tier 2000's lane. Because you mentioned Slaughter destroys the Lifestealer, and you got the kill into Dakalis, and also you pretty much burned all of the Lifestealer's regen with that go early on. So he's only got 4 last hits compared to the 14 and 8 on Divine Llama.
I would say that lane is ruined regardless of what they do. It's just like this Slardar punishes Lifestealer pick so much that teams are really trying not to pick the Lifestealer into Slardar. Top lane. They do get him. Nice little counter kill at least by Schofield. And it does open up some space for TA2000. So they get a kill and they open up space for TA2000. So both carries are struggling. Not doing well. 5 last hits on K1, 10 on Lifestealer. Your position ones are not very happy.
So this is going to be interesting in how they can unlock them this game. Medusa is someone who at least has an innate way to farm. And for Lifestealer, you're going to have people that can make space. You will always have kind of some impact with like Infest Bomb with the Axe, because Malik is having an incredible game. And the Death Prophet also can open up the map. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. The DP, like you called it, she almost died mid, but overall she should be having a good lane into Kunkka. Like it's a hero that really doesn't care too much. Just Spirit Siphon alone can be problematic for the Kunkka.
Wonder how free Omar will be to go back and make some stacks for Melik. This is still a hero that does heavily rely on stacks, and I imagine you're quite a snowballer hero, so you've given him a really good start. I hope to see the Axe be able to utilize the strong start that he's got.
Yeah, Omar is doing that, I believe, right now. I feel he's a bit late though. 57, yeah. Gyro is really fast, but he just went there too late. You started speaking about it too late, man. Why didn't you mention it earlier?
Sorry, Omar. My bad.
Yeah.
And look, might be in trouble. Melik's actually here to contest. And even Noob's starting to run over and over as well. So they'll be able to get a kill onto the Conker. Noob's got ulti if he wants to use it. They'll still have the catapult as well. Sprout. Really nice Sprout from KJ. It's actually not going to be enough in the end.
Okay, dies.
Never mind. Okay, they got the kill. Divine Llama still will go down. Omar with a double kill. Not enough meta for the Rocket Barrage though, unfortunately, but it might not matter. Dakalis has another round of the spells, and Schofield will go down. A lot of experience given over to the supports, and you also get a pretty big kill onto the Slaughter, who is free farming bottom.
Yeah, that's gonna be one big ass gyro. Your mid lane is pushing in, by the way, as well, Slardar, because of that forced TP in, defend a little bit. There's Exorcism still running. Noob gets a haste rune. They really can't do anything about it.
This'll come in handy.
Alright, well, it just happened.
A dunk, right? That's the first dunk.
Yeah. I looked over just...
I mean, 230, 275. He can pretty much dunk her right now, right? From the get-go. Can he?
Not really. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it was just then in that kill. Malik will go down, so now the supports on Heroic going to get their own big kill. A lot of experience for them. Production, can we potentially get a replay? I was a little bit too late to see the Medusa get dunked. I asked yesterday for a replay. They didn't give us one, so maybe
There you go.
All right, we can see.
Oh, no, this is too late.
After. Oh, okay.
Well, you did see her dead. Technically, they technically, you got what you wanted. Yeah, DP is pretty damn big. Like with this haste, Noob should start rotating up top. Let's see. X, Gyro.
I bought a gauntlet. Did you see?
Yeah.
I bought a gauntlet.
Yeah, he just won a gauntlet, and that's it.
He's gonna try again, but it won't work. Oh, well, they're all here. Never mind. Doesn't matter if it doesn't work. You've got Noob ready to go. Well, Analog with the boat's going to be pretty impactful. We'll be able to get the X back. Divine Llama even rotating as well. So the Crushers onto 2. Malik's going to be killed off. A nice sprout from KJ also clips Omar on the retreat. Some great reactions out of Heroic.
A little bit of overconfidence maybe from Quest. I still think it's a decent move if they have Exorcism, but they didn't have it. Noob only just now got it off cooldown, but Analog.
Alright. Just a easy freebie.
Yeah, can they catch anyone else? Let's see, they have Exorcism, so now you can move back top.
Is under attack.
And they're even going to bring the Gyrocopter back to the lane as well. So looking to try and put as much pressure on as they can. And look, no TP for 15 seconds, even off the back of the respawn. Divine Llama can't join them as well. So this time, this should be pretty easy for Quest. Noob's not playing with a whole lot of mana until the Arcanes are given over. And now everyone else is going to be chased down. I kind of surprised they went for the defense. I mean, Conquer dead, no teleport, and Divine Llama as well. They're not wanting to try and protect this tower, so maybe a little bit ambitious?
Yeah, very ambitious. Like, even looking at this bottom lane, by the way, right now, they are TPing in the Prophet, or at least baiting it, but this is no longer a lane in which Slardar owns. Like, he's level 5, still not 6. Once he gets 6, maybe he can start trading a bit better with TA2000, but TA2000 is super happy with how this lane went, considering he's playing versus a really strong counter. All these rotations did hurt Slardar. And by the way, Midas on Lifestealer. Cool. Not something we see very often anymore.
You like it? I mean, he's not really playing from behind anymore, but I guess he made the decision when he was.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the reasoning. Plus, you're playing into a Medusa, so you're kind of afraid you'll fall off.
Okay.
Maybe that's the reasoning. You get the Midas, you'll still farm the Radiance really fast afterwards. Divine Llama might die here.
Oh, but the Freezing Field, actually, yeah, he will. So Divine Llama's game is just, it's non-existent now. That kill that they got down bottom, and like you said, the rotations from him, it's just completely crippled the impact we're going to get out of this ladder. And the big reason you pick this hero is to win bottom.
Yep.
And we are very shortly going to see Malik just absolutely rip the map open. He's already got Blade Mail, top net worth. This Blink's going to come out pretty shortly as well. And to compare the Slardar and the Axe, we're really not going to feel a lot of value from Divine Llama for a while.
Pretty much, yeah. You want to open the map. That's why you're picking this guy. Okay. Again, once again.
Oh boy. Oh man, he might queue up Midas now.
Maybe with
nice
a cookie.
Actually. Okay, nice cookie.
No, like you have to somehow rescue him, rescue his gameplay with him. Maybe get a couple of pick-offs somewhere, because this is where Slardar suffers the most, and that's if the lane that he's supposed to win doesn't go that well. It's much harder to pick up steam and start making plays on the map. Mid lane.
It's very deep though, and Analog's going to be able to respond, and they're actually lacking the damage for Schofield. Can they even get Omar though? He's also pretty survivable. Now Noob's going to be able to enter with the remnants of the double damage rune, so that extra spell amp, it's enough to get one kill, and now Noob, he doesn't care. Spirit Siphon cuts his way through the trees. And it's like is he wanting, yeah, I mean, he's thinking about KJ, but we'll think otherwise.
Yeah, probably not. Doesn't want the game paused again, you know. Some hotkeys to be readjusted and by the Prophet. So yeah, the mid lane tower did fall, so they managed to dive really deep. The Kunka, it's just not a good game for him as well. We talked about the draft. They made some sacrifices in the draft to get this Slardar in the game, I feel like, but nicely read and nicely adjusted by Quest. Bot lane is probably the most impressive one, but DP is doing a lot as well. Fuels 1300 gold. It could be Shiva's next, or we'll see what she goes for.
I got from Heroic actually. They do finally have Kisses to work with, which is almost a guaranteed kill with the X from Analog, and Boda's at the ready as well. Axe would be a great target. They're going to have to go all the way across the map, and no one will be showing bottom surely, so I think it's going to be a bit of a signal. Let's see.
Oh, he is moving back. I don't know what signal he got and from who, but he is moving back into the triangle. And that's a bit deep for them. Like going to that triangle when tier 1 is up, you probably will be punished if you go that deep.
Bounty.
On the positive side, your Medusa is farming Slardar. Let's see, he has a BKB queued up and a Blink. Bot lane is pushing in, so he'll get some farm there, but okay, he's going BKB first. It's not really great. Like, this isn't a place that you want to be in as a Slardar. Like, rushing BKB. It's like, if you had an Echo Saber and then you're converting it into BKB, sure, but if you're just rushing it, it just feels like you don't have a playmaker on the map.
I don't mind it though, because I feel like if he jumps in, he probably still dies to the magic damage anyway.
Of course. It's just that if your game is a bit faster, then fine. Or if he gets an Aghanims fast. Okay, they're rotating all around.
Okay, one's here.
Dagger on Axe.
Do still the Wisdom Room though, and now Divide Llama's going to run into them up on the high ground.
Dagger on Axe.
And it's a welcome surprise. Meanwhile, down to the south as well, they got the jump on the K1 with a reveal from Melik's Blink. Cookie's going to be able to get him out, but it's just not enough away. Maybe KJ with a Sprout. It's great positioning. Melik's still going to be able to cut his way through. And if they can continue to keep cancelling the Blink, then maybe Melik won't catch up, but they'll try with the Snake. Unfortunately, Melik still gets it in the end. And another kill and a dunk as well. Was it?
It wasn't a dunk, right?
I don't know. It's off cooldown though, but he has only got one stack.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I feel like it didn't connect completely. I'm not sure. Anyways, Snapfire gets gone on, but yeah, this game is looking very good for them. Noob top lane chasing Analog as well. Analog, what's he got? An Ogre Axe and a Point Booster. He really wants his Aghanims, but can't get it. Schofield dies in the end. And the Lifestealer, yo! Ooh, Armlet! He didn't go Midas, by the way. He went Armlet instead. So, makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. You do, KJ.
They don't believe it. They don't believe in the mic. They just want to rub it in Lifestealer's face, or at least that's what Quest believe is happening. They paused it before when they were killing him, and now again.
Radiant can look towards Roshan if they want to, with the next Exo. Will be up top as well, so not a bad position for them to try and take it. You don't even really have to force it if you don't want to, but you have really good position at the moment for PSG Quest. Probably the best position they've been in, I'd say, through the whole group stages.
Doesn't feel stronger.
100%. So far, this is a game that they're commanding. They're the ones in front. I am waiting.
How? I was going to say, how good of a Deuce game is it?
Yeah, well, there's some catch for her, and even the DP getting on top of her might be a problem later on. But it's good. You have the boat, you have Torrent Storm to play around, some Snapfire Cookie to save you and get you out of problems. But you're not that in front. You're like poorer than every core on Radiant, which doesn't feel that great. Radiance as well, like Relic will be completed very soon by TA2000.
I know I keep asking for Halberd on this live stream. I keep not getting it, but I'll suggest it again. Pretty good into Deucer and Slider, but see what T2000 is going to look to try and cook up after this Radiance. It's a pretty good Yasha game in general if this is the route he wants to go down.
Remember when it was all about the miss chance on Lifestealer? The build was Solar Crest when it gave miss. Then it was Radiance and Halberd. Do you remember those days? That was an actual build, those 3 items on him. What lane?
Nice jump. Scriptfield's playing nearby, but yeah, it's just not going to matter. Analog wanting to try and get that last little bit of gold to work towards the Scepter, but it's going to give a stack over to Malik, and now Noob's already looking for an extra. He's still got the yours as well, so I won't even require it.
No stack, yeah. He wanted it, he jumps in, but the spirits are way too strong, way too fast. Ghost Lady, spooky Ghost Lady. He's going for Halberd, by the way, so your wish will be granted. Oh.
I feel like... Do you remember the games where we were getting the Death Prophet, right? I think when we started, there were a couple tournaments back where we got some of those like weird Witchblade builds, and it just felt like, yeah, the early game was okay, but you had a couple deaths and then the hero fell off. Do you remember those games?
Of course, yeah.
And now we've been getting like the most recent Death Prophet games we've been getting is like this build, or very similar with like utility and aura and just using your spells as damage, and it's just seeming so much more impactful.
So basically what happened is there was a patch in which Witchblade Death Prophet was broken. It was Witchblade Aghanim's, if you remember, and it dealt a ton of damage because you would hit on a Crypt Swarm or something like that with tags. But yeah, you would have like that ghost fly out. Anyways, it's a bit different now. She definitely isn't as strong. The Vailama.
Good read again. Pissy Questions all over them.
Dire's bottom tower
In any
is
case, the
under
patches
attack.
changed, the items changed, but the hero wasn't played, and then when it came back into the meta, people tried the same build, it didn't work, and now they're back into the Shiva's Guard.
Are scared.
Sorry, Yules and then Shiva's Guard and whatnot. Like, just as long as you have some sort of a reset, either the Yules or the Greaves, or anything like that, for me that's all it takes for a DP to be strong. If you just go Witchblade and some, I don't know, phases or power threads, whatever she buys, in the mid game she can be really abused, because you just all-in commit on her. Even through Exorcism you kill her off. She's not that tanky unless the Exo kills you before you kill her.
Yeah. And it's the big thing with the item build that he's going for. We'll have a bunch of armor to be able to assist versus the minus armor on Dire. And it looks like Dire will be able to get the Aghanim shard as well. It's going to be for KJ. Very nice shard.
Dire are scanning.
I mean, we see Nature's Prophecy even buy that. He had it queued up too. And he's actually going awkward on the NP. So let's see. Radiant, they are smoking to try and move over to the Tormentor that was claimed and see if anyone is still here farming.
It's a fantastic item, right? Like, you get the Orchid on the Prophet versus anyone on their side, but most likely Lifestealer. It gives you an opportunity to kill him before the Rage, before the Infest. The Vailama has a beat.
It seems like they know. Like, Analog was starting to TP and he's going to be able to get the boat. Torrent Storm now as well. A little bit awkward with the position for the cookie placement. Still, the kisses is great. K1's going to be able to charge into the middle with a Stone Case. This is the first team fight that looked decent. But is it going to matter in the end? Because Noob, he's fighting with an Arcane Rune. So this Death Prophet is a gigantic issue for Heroic. And now Malik's going to be able to jump over the top with a call onto 2 on the low ground. There is no escape for both of these heroes.
Bottom tower is under attack.
That looks almost like a wipe. Only Kunkka survives. Axe resetting really nicely. TA2000, he needed a little bit of time to get there, but once he did,
Dire's bottom tower
I don't know, it looked bad from the get-go. What baited them was the KJ TPing from behind, using Sprout in a really nice way, and then the kisses dealt a ton of damage. Snapfire, where is she? She dealt the most damage on her team, 2.6k. Because of that, I feel like they got baited into the fight itself. KJ. He's gone.
Oh, let's try not getting. Okay. These tips aren't gonna stop.
Yeah, so overall, just a fun game for both of these teams, dipping each other. I like it. I like the attitude.
Oh, there's triple bounty for Noob to be able to pick up as well. He did lead one. Maybe it was a parting gift for Dire. Never mind. Omar gets it.
Omar comes in and just snatches. I was thinking he's gonna use DD and then heal up with the bottle and then you take the bounty, but okay. Doesn't really need it. He has a lot of mana regen. Exo in one. This looks like Rosh maybe. Yep. They have 2 minutes to take it. Also, Dire is just not ready to fight. They do have a BKB on Star Guard. Davai Lama finally finalizes that.
Radiant's middle tower is
And-
under attack.
If the last fight goes a little bit differently, we did kind of see how it looked okay. Like if you were able to combine your spells a little bit better, you know, with the Torrent Storm and with Kisses coming down, and this time potentially even Slaughter also getting involved, we could see the fight be a bit different. My concern still is Noob. Like this guy's got 36 armor currently. I think that's with the Solar Crest though, so yeah, it is going to be a little bit less, but you've got to go through him, you got to go through the Life Sealer. Axe is always initiating first before anyone. He's got BKB, so we did kind of see remnants of how the fights can look okay for Heroic, but
KJ?
they need to execute well.
Oh,
Sprout.
They
Can
got
you
him.
get him? Okay.
Yeah.
They're coming though. Down to the south, there is going to be a call from Melik onto Schofield, but without anyone there, the damage is going to be lacking. Further to the north though, Omar. A little bit late, I think, with the X. Still with the kisses. Should be able to result in a kill into the Gyrocopter. He's actually not going to go down. And this is just the not executed fire that goes well for them.
Dire's top tower
They lose
is
the
under
Prophet,
attack.
they waste a lot of their spells, the kisses as well, and you get absolutely nothing. Exorcism has been used, of course, and it is running out. By the time they take down this tier 2 tower, it's probably going to be gone. Look at him hunting. Just so speedy, 525 movement speed with phases. Just pops his Shivas and no one is safe. This Shiva is so good, by the way, this game. Even against KJ, right? Like you can always hunt down the Prophet. It gives you vision beyond the Sprout.
We still have ages for plenty of time. His G quest is T2 Tower's going to go down with ease. We will be probably looking at a high ground siege with the next Exo. You do have level 3. I don't know if they really need to wait for another set of items.
Look at X. Look at X. X marks the spot into X. X marks the spot. Straight into
Oh,
the-
too many axes for axes, and he cuts down the X person of Analog. He's got Bloodstone queued up. Very interesting.
I've seen it.
Radiant's top tower
Not
is under attack.
not that rarely on Kunkka. Like
No, for the axe. Okay, Conquer does too. But yeah, I meant Melik has it queued up.
cool. He has it bought, right? Like it's full right there.
Yeah, wow.
30% spell lifesteal, I guess. Pretty solid. What else do you get from it?
Is under attack.
Remember the AoE?
Yeah,
I don't know.
the AOE is nice for the call, right? Pretty solid.
Dire's middle
Let's see.
tower
Very
has
interesting.
fallen.
What the build's gonna? He's gonna go boot to travel.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
If you're looking at Arcane Blink at some stage, maybe late later on. Yeah, it's a very, very cool item. Let's go for top lane. He's getting hunted down at the moment, but you are fine with just sacking the Snapfire and may not even be sacked. So this is a good job from the Snap just to try and shove the lane out. They might get Divine Llama though, which I believe ran underneath the Observer Ward.
That's the BKB.
Well, you'd hate to use it though, and yeah, he's gonna have to.
I love how he clapped Omar once, you know, he tried once to go for that. They're trying to de-ward, but there are no wards. However, there is an infested axe running at you. Oh, the Orchid.
Nice Orca timing. It's not gonna matter though. KJ's still gonna go down. And it is a dunk for Malik, and I mean, a very, very important game to be able to get armor. And he has a lot as well. Where's he got all this armor from, actually? Oh, never mind. What?
Some from
He had
Blade Mill.
56. What just happened? I swear he had plus 56.
From Berserker Skull.
Ah, yeah, it was still active. Okay. Makes sense.
Where did the axe get the armor?
Dude, I'm like, what's going on? Why has he got so much armor?
It's okay, I took one of your brain cells.
Today, yeah.
Took the
Seemed
one.
like it.
Took the one that we share.
The one? What am I running with now? What have I got?
0, of course.
0 brain cells?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, dude. Oh, man.
I'll give it back, don't
So-
worry. Let me talk for a little while and I'll give it back. The Vailama is running in, but I'm not sure you can do a lot, sir. Let's see. Axe. There's the call.
What the dude? He just jumps in with the Ogre Seal Totem. The White Llama's gone. They're still going to be able to catch scope pretty well. Oh, this is... this is not an enjoyable game for the Slardar. 6 deaths.
Dude, I was all about the Slardar. That's what I hate the most. I was so wrong. I mean...
No, I don't know if you were wrong. I think you just like... I really think the death into him TPing top... Like, yeah, that rotation top when they were diving the T1 tower is important. Dusa might be okay for Dire. I mean, Enod's going to be able to drop the combination. Is there any damage output? Didn't activate the Stone Gaze, though. Gets it off for the last second, but it's not going to matter now. There is no turn potential. You can't stand strong, because they will go back in a second. Sprout's going to block them on the outskirts. Still, it doesn't matter. The route was there, so TH2000 can charge forward. The kill into the Dusa. Now the Snapfire's gone. They may just call it.
Schofield used the Yules to save it from the dunk, but that's it. The Vailama as well dies.
Radiant's top tower.
I'm not sure. Who could they call it? Like, you were right. Some of the other series I've seen teams keep on playing no matter what until the bitter end, but this is such a rough game for them. 22k advantage, 30 minutes in. Nothing really to look out for. And congratulations to PSG Quest. Like, this is the first game that I'm seeing them win, at least in the group stages, right? So, and it was won with fashion as well. This Malik last pick axe did wonders. I'm surprised, just as you are, that this hero isn't picked at all usually, but when he is picked, he does a lot. Nice little snipe as well on the Medusa early on with full HP, just using the dunk. Getting that Culling Blade first kill, and then afterwards the map just collapsed. They didn't have an offlane. I feel like that's probably the biggest issue. You don't have this Slardar. This Slardar, if you're playing Kunkka and Medusa, these two heroes are too greedy. They are just very greedy. They are on the responsive side. They can't do a lot in the game. They can't make plays. Like, they make plays after someone else either gets Doben or if someone else initiates for them. However, Davai Lama was the one that was supposed to do that for them. He was supposed to win the lane, get an early BKB blink or blink Aghanims, whatever. He couldn't get there. The bottom lane, even though it started off well, it very quickly turned into a mess. And I really think that's where their game fell apart.
Yep. Without a doubt. I mean, this always is going to happen as well, because you are going into the game with the belief and the strategy that Slardar is going to beat the lifesteal. This is the reason why you pick the hero. So you kind of play everything else then is off the back of that. Or your other lanes and how you draft all the other heroes. Maybe you feel like you don't need to respond to the lifesteal in this scenario as more as required if he has a good lane. So you pick this hero to win. And the fact that he doesn't, your whole strategy just completely falls like that. So look, it happens. It happens. Something, the times it's just going to happen where you lose these lanes. And a perfect example was like, game one where, or maybe game one, game two, whatever it was, when Davai Lama was playing the Enigma into the Gyrocopter, and he got absolutely bodied, but they made a bunch of mistakes, and then the matchup, like, he was actually able to play it. So just some games, unfortunately, you're unable to execute properly, and I think this was unfortunately one of those games for Heroic.
This fight right here, I feel like they lost the game in this fight as well. They tried fighting before they had BKBs on. Like Slardar had no BKB, they still fight, they lose everyone. Nice little reset by Malik, and yeah, the game is just gone. By the way, we have a name. This name Malik is we have it in Bosnia as well. It's not a nickname; it's like a real name, Malik. Not super popular, but yeah. What's his name?
That is your name? Do we know? Yeah, I'm looking it up
Could be,
now.
yeah. There's a
out.
couple of players that just use their name, you know.
I can't think of any others. I don't know if that is
I can. There are some. His name is Abdi Malik, so he has this Abdi before, but yeah, very similar situation.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It's interesting. You know, he's Malik the Abdi Malik, and he's able to
I'm
have a
gonna
good
call him Abdi
performance
Malik
on the
from
axe.
now on.
Abdi Malik.
Abdi Malik.
Okay.
Abdi Malik, yeah. Yeah, a perfect performance from him. MVP definitely of this game for me on Axe, as well as Noob from the mid lane. Like his DP is on a different level, especially when the hero isn't absolutely controlled or countered. The lane was good, the draft was solid. They realized what they had to do, and that's just sack the lifestealer a little bit, create space elsewhere. Top lane was a complete wash. Mid lane, they won 2 out of 3 lanes, and then they won the lifestealer lane as well in the end. Perfect lane play. By PSG Quest. This isn't something that I expected against Heroic, who looked damn strong recently.
Yeah, looked good in their Spirit series, but yeah, they dropped 0-2 to G2IG, and now losing this game as well means they are 2-3. And importantly for PSG Quest, they're able to get their first victory on the board as well. So maybe this could be the turning point for them. We were saying, maybe 4 losses was the number for them where they just turned it all back around.
Yeah, they turned it.
Yeah, they turned it around. Can they continue with that momentum, though, is going to be the big question. There's a lot of confidence now for them, Smiles, and it was a fun game overall. Even though it was a bit of a stump, the early game was very fun to watch, and we had some interesting stuff with the axe dunk and some pauses and tips and whatnot. So game 1 was interesting. Let's see what we have in store for our second game, though. First, a quick break. We'll see you guys soon. PC Quest able to find their first victory of the group stages here for the Elite League. Let's see how Heroic are able to strike back, because for them as well, they have lost the last 3 matches in a row. They started very well with toppling Team Spirit, but something unfortunately has gone awry. And we'll see. We'll see what they're going to be able to do. Still was a very exciting, interesting game one. Interesting, exciting. There was a little bit stompy in the end, but we had some funny moments. Hopefully, we're going to be able to keep that up heading into our second game. Oh, my lizard is muted. There we go.
All good. I just want to see the same thing. I want to see the drafts don't have to be the same. I want to see some BM tipping, BM pausing. I want to see people fixing their microphones, going back to fix what was it actually? Hotkeys, fixing their hotkeys. It's always fun when you have a little bit of banter here and there, friendly banter. We get just more involved in a game. We miss that in Dota. There isn't enough.
It was good to see that PSG were like a little. Yeah, they seem fine with it. They didn't care. They were laughing. We also noticed this. I think we saw them in one of their pauses, and they were also kind of laughing about it. It was early today, right, with Azure? I don't know actually when it was, but maybe yesterday. And they seem very chill guys. It's very happy to mess around and have a good time. I don't know if it was a series early today or if we actually casted them yesterday.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday, but in any case, it's like if you're doing well and if you're winning, it's so easy to mess around. It's much harder when you're losing games constantly, and of course that's also very understandable. Like when you're having a rough time, when you're losing games, it becomes a little bit difficult even to joke at your own expense. But let's see. Dragonite, no joke. PSG Quest starting off strong. Hero that has been untouched in the last game. I'm not sure. Maybe it was banned, but in any case, wasn't picked. He's the one. What goes through? Disruptor went through. Like he's one of those bigger position 5s. For Heroic, Tiny and Tusk as well are through, something that Schofield loves playing. And maybe no Prophet this time around. The Prophet, KJ, he had fun. The tips and everything were good, but not a lot of was accomplished by. I'm not sure is it the pick or is it just the map and how it was played, but it didn't look that great. Instead, they open up with a live stealer for themselves. You have to keep in mind that Morphling is already banned out, so that cannot be picked. They still have one more ban to work with on Heroic, so they can ban something like Razor. But you have an option, Razor or Slardar. You can't ban both of these. And if you're PSG Quest, you could go DK mid and Slardar offlane and see how that Slardar actually fares into Hector's Lifestealer.
Yeah, and I feel like Faceless Void also needs to be considered as well. But you only have one ban, so it does not make it very easy. I just to mention too, the Coddle is still in the pool. That's the
ultimate gamer pose right there. I'm sorry to interrupt you. That's the ultimate gamer pose. Look at that. That's not slouching. That's sleeping.
Yawning.
Yeah.
That's a good yawn. Oh yeah. Tilt the head.
Resident sleeper.
Man, he is chilling.
My man is living life.
And to Carlos is now he's
do you yawn when you see people yawn? I do all the time.
Yeah. I think it is like a. Wait, I need to sneeze. Hang on.
And sneezing as well, apparently. No, that's not the thing. But yawning definitely. Bless you.
Whoa. Thank you. Yeah, no, the yawning. I'm pretty sure it's a. Oh no, genetic is not it's not the right word at all. But there is the word I'm looking for. That I think it is just a thing where, like, you yawn if other people do. I sneeze again. Or my biggest fear, but yawn. Is getting hiccups mid cast or needing to sneeze mid team fight or something like that. I haven't had it happen to me just yet, but
and the black hole too.
I think actually like Cap even tweeted something like relatively recently saying he had a game where he had the hiccups or something, and I'm really surprised it hasn't happened to you. Although with that being said, do you know the last time you got hiccups? Because I've not had hiccups in such a long time.
Yeah, same. I think
I
it's
don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, it's probably from the aerosol in the air, or maybe the chips that are in the vaccines or something. You know, we're not getting hiccups.
Oh, now
They're trying to get us. They're getting us through the hiccup.
Not the hiccups, trying to ruin our careers mid cast, trying to mess up my crazy 5-man black hole cast. Disappointed.
Yeah, that's the ultimate Bill Gates goal. You know,
Conspiracy.
that's the end goal. End goal. Ruin your casts. That's it. We have a gyro, by the way. This should be your support gyro together with the Lifestealer. When it comes to the bans, you're the one that called out what's the scariest for heroic. At least they ban out the TA2000 Morphling and TA2000 Faceless Void. Let's see. I like the Slardar. I like the... What else do I like? I like the Razor as well. Like Razor, DK, and one more semi-core, and you just play this game really fast. If you're PSG Quest, maybe that's an option. What else? If you're looking at the position 1, of course, you don't have to do it straight away. You can go for your 4 and 5 maybe, but maybe some Troll later on as well comes. Could be an option. I'm surprised no one besides Entity that is picking something like a Bane into Lifestealer. Even a Shadow Demon into Lifestealer is good. You know, like Shadow Demon in a lane versus Lifestealer is strong. If you max out Disruption, like even on level 2, because he has a lot of passives, and if he buys an Orb of Venom, he's doomed. Like if he actually gets a Venom in the lane, which they sometimes do. Not really the meta build at the moment, but instead we get a Hoodwink and a Maiden.
Do you think they're going to coddle here for heroic? Because I think if you don't pick it here, it's going to get banned.
I think they could. Yeah, it's pretty good, right? Like they like to play it into a Dragonite. There's some flex potential for Quest to put DK on offlane, but then it's DK into Lifestealer. I'm not sure how much. I mean, it's not a bad lane. DK can lane, but it's not a lane that he will be dominating. So yeah, you can take Carl. I think it would be good.
Of course, the big issue is the fact that PSG Quest will be able to respond, and often, like if you're picking Coddle, you're wanting to try and protect it. That is very exciting though with the Darkseer.
Yep, you get the Darkseer, you get some Iron Shell, maybe Tusk or Tiny. Now that's how I see it. We'll see. We've seen some bat as well, right?
Yeah, I was
like
going to bring that up.
It was good. Like I loved that game. Like they looked so strong. But okay, they get one of the melee boys. They get a clock. It's also solid. Like you get this Iron Shell Clockwork running you down. There's some play that you can have now on these PSG Quest heroes into a clock though. Like Hoodwink can get away from him with the ulti, and I believe Maiden can get away from him with the Crystal Clone. So he's not like before the shard he can kill Maiden, but after the shard, there we go back. I want to lay down. I want to lay back and chill after seeing this pose. If he can do it as a player, we have to be able to do it as casters, right?
Yeah, I'll put my feet up on the table shortly.
Yeah,
I'll do it now, actually. I'll do it now. Yeah, we'll chill. We'll mode chill.
Mode chill.
Oh, there's another one. Oh, that was not a very good yawn, though. Alright, so we do get a Weaver, though, which is also a response we saw to the Darkseer, I believe, yesterday.
It's not really only the Darkseer. Like versus Darkseer, it's good, but I'm sorry if I'm too far away from the microphone. I'm chilling.
No, you're fine.
But it's not only about the Darkseer. It's really good versus Lifestealer. Like it's one of the best carries into Lifestealer. There's too much mobility. He can't catch you. Not a lot that he can do, and now you force them to last pick a mid laner that actually has catch. Because right now they don't have anything. Like hookshot isn't it. So something that maybe builds an Orchid or something that can jump you. And I've been calling for him for quite some time. Storm still left in the pool.
for heroic, for analog, if he wants to play it, it's an option. Like Keeper of the Light right now for me, okay, they ban it. I actually don't think it's that great. Like into Weaver, like you get this hero that can just get rid of you and is as fast as you throughout the team fight. So not that easy of a game for him anymore.
You got to ban Slardar, right? On heroic?
Yeah, I think so. Like it's Slardar, Weaver, point and click stuns from DK, and Slardar, of course, yeah, not too much team fight, but still, it looks like a really good, really good Slardar game.
Trying to think of other offlaners you would be looking at.
Yeah, it's Slardar. There's Enigma as well, maybe that you want to think about banning. Get that way. You have hookshot to deal with it, but that's it. So instead, they ban out the puck and they're taking DKs offlane. Would puck be good? How?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What were you?
No, puck looks good. I mean, you've got no way to address it. I was thinking DK Hoodwink actually might be able to lane burst Lifestealer because you have double stun. I think you just run up and Dragon Tail and Bushwhack and maybe through the first two waves, like very similar to what we saw with that Lifestealer with Tundra, where they just like spammed spells early on and he couldn't play the lane.
Yeah,
so
like level 2 breathe fire and he's not hitting you. No, you're right. You're completely right. I can see this lane being hard for Lifestealer, but they still ban out one mid, one off. They ban out the Slardar. Yeah, I think they probably dealt with two biggest issues that they could have in this game. Now let's see what PSG Quest gets rid of. It's a little bit easier for them. There's a mid laner that needs to be banned. So whatever they think is the best into Weaver and what analog plays. I still think Storm looks amazing here. Spirits look pretty good here. Or you can go for these Primal Beast kind of Primal Beast banned out and Timber banned out, never mind. So no one like that actually left in the pool. Maybe a Tiny doesn't feel that great.
I don't mind the Viper ban.
So they're completely against this whole idea of banning something that has catch on heroic, and they go Razor.
So you brought that up very early on with the Razor. And now we don't particularly know if it's Razor mid or Razor off as well, which is the big thing. I think Queen of Pain's value... Sorry, go.
I think you put him off, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you put him off. Unless he gets... unless Dragonite gets somehow dumpstered with this last pick of heroic. But how do you do that? Yeah, I just you Razor off, you Dragonite mid versus Zeus. You should be fine with sticks, a couple of bracers, and you also should be fine on offlane with Razor into Lifestealer.
I was actually gonna suggest the Lina, but I like the Zeus. I mean, really, the thing that I was looking at with the Lina was just that you don't know your mid matchup, and I think you would do very well versus the Razor and the Dragonite, whichever one it would be. It does look like Noob's actually going to be playing the Razor though, so
okay, so maybe mid Razor after all, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll see. But I like this from the Zeus. I mean, a lot of global threat, which is nice. Burst potential for the Weaver, and importantly, let's see what he goes build wise. Let's see what he goes.
What? Zeus?
Yeah.
Lightning hands, man. Come on. What else?
Oh, shut up. No, not this lightning hand shit. It's a bait. It is a bait. I am convinced it's a bait.
You don't know what you're talking about. It's all about the lightning hands, baby. I just like it. I just like the name of the spell. I like the way it works. I see Zeus, and I see the possibility for him to spam arc lightning every time he hits. It's like amazing. It's just new tech. It doesn't have to be good. It's just new tech. It sounds good. It looks good. Funky. I like it.
I know people don't care about my pubs, but it's okay. My last 6 games on Zeus, 18-3, 17-0, 16-4. We don't need to talk about 11-7. 19 and 7, and then 11 and 4.
How much did you pay for that?
The account,
The
or
booster.
for people feeding me kills, the boosters.
Yeah, the boosters.
I'm also like chilling back right now. I thought we were mode Omar.
I am.
thought we were all, like,
I am chilling. I'm sorry. I'm back.
Chilling, alright.
I'm back in the
Alright.
chair. Yeah. Mode Omar.
Mode Omar. Let's see what Mode Omar is going to be able to do and how heroic you're going to be able to fight back. What build analog is going to go, if he's a lightning hands doubter or enjoyer. Hopefully he's a doubter.
Jokes aside, getting burst on him is also pretty good, like some phylactery against Weaver versus Dragonite as well, and Razor. It can come in handy, a lot of damage, and that he can dish out against some squishy heroes and some not as squishy, but still, even the percentage based into DK. He still has that, does he? He has it, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere.
20.
Level 20.
So always when I'm looking at like lightning hands as well, I think there is a lot of value when you don't have supports that can shove the lane on your team, and when the enemy team also very much struggle with dealing with dealing with waves, and I think that is kind of the case this game. So there is value. Also, if you're able to purge anything off, which there's not that much. That's at least how I look at the Manta build in particular. But if I go for it like 3rd, 4th item, so let's see what the build's going to be from Analog though. It does look like it's a very good Zeus game. Like overall, like it's only the Dragonite that is going to get on top of you. The Vailama,
Mid lane, the Vailama, you might die here.
you should die, Omar. Oh, nicely done for the clockwork. Scrofoot actually might be able to get a kill with the shell given over. They're trying to tank it up, and it's not going to matter. Now Scofield's going to look for more. Oh my lord. The Carlos, he's going to give a kill over to Analog. Omar as well might die.
He's going for this.
He should be able to get it. And what a start. He's got bottle already.
Yeah, no mana to work with, so... You know, you got a lot of kills here, which is definitely worth it. Of course, you go for that. You can't approach the creep. Oh, luckily for him, no, he's actually... He overblocked. He overblocked, so he's actually pushing in now. Yeah, this is one very happy Zeus as a bottle now as well. Never mind, I worried for him that the lane is going to be in a really bad position because of that fight, but the lane is perfect. Pushing in with the Razor. Razor can't really static link him. Amazing.
Well, alright, mid to wash now. Top lane should have a lot of action though, with the double melee with the Darkseer. And the Weaver being a pretty strong laner, Crystal Maiden being a pretty strong laner as well, so I think that'll have a lot of action. I'm probably gonna watch bot a lot. What are your thoughts about Malik going Dragon's Blood level 1?
I'm not sure why it was so necessary. I guess because of Gyro, he was afraid he'll be taking way too much damage, right? Like there is this Rocket Barrage Gyro going after you. But okay, yeah, he went for it. What can you do now? Like he's actually saving a point on level 2. And he gets Dragon Tail, yeah.
Yeah, but... That was a bit weird though. He used Dragon Tail, Omar wasn't right-clicking, or used Bushwhack.
Omar, unfortunately for Malik, they didn't communicate and he started warding. Or maybe they communicated they don't want the ward dewarded. I'm not sure. In any case, you can see the power of the stun into Lifestealer. Yeah. They dealt like 50% of his HP already.
It's 70 mana, Dragon Tail. It's ridiculous. Very, very low. They got the pull off as well. This is going to be KJ's job though, just playing in front of the Lifestealer, like spamming Rocket Barrage, trying to be a bit of a nuisance, tank some damage.
Is he the one that had that insane gyro game? Bot lane, he might die here though. This is a problem for him too. Yeah, like he wants to be in front and spam Rocket Barrage, but if he gets stunned, they can either just move away or even kill him off. So has to be a bit more careful this game. Can't just do whatever he wants to on gyro. Some games you're just literally zoning everyone out. They can't approach you.
Looks like top lane, Divide Llama's also struggling a little bit to get CS in the moment. 9-1 compared to the 17-8 on tier 2000.
You just need level 3. That's the problem. And they should get it after this hard camp. Once they get level 3, it becomes much easier. They are going on Schofield though. That's not gonna happen.
Oh, they will get some of the experience from the hard camp though, nonetheless.
Oh,
And
Beaver
there's that-
Scott. They got him.
level 3 from
Still level
Schofield. Maybe with the extra level in the battery sold, is it going to matter in the end? TG1000 will actually just turn. I think you get a big stick, maybe Lotus given over. Now Divide Llama with the bugs as well. We'll be able to address it, but another round of the Frostbite.
Dire's
And
top
another
tower is
kill
under
as
attack.
well.
And the lane is pushing in as well, so some creeps will be lost. This is basically perfect for Quest. And the worst scenario, that he still wasn't level 3. That's why there is no damage. Schofield got his, but level 1 Iron Shell just doesn't really do enough. Nicely done by Quest to force that.
Look, I know it's very early on, but I'm already seeing a Dragon Knight very easily be able to play into the lifestealer, and I'm a bit concerned the fact that they picked this so early on, and he's now playing into some like 3 really bad core matchups. So
Every hero, yeah, every hero on Quest is good against lifestealer.
So it's
on
like-
these scores at least, yeah.
what is the reasoning behind the pick then? Like, you think you're like, sure, in the game it's going to be good versus Dragon Knight, like without a doubt, but I mean he might die. Oh man, a little bit slow from Omar actually. Like,
I think
it is.
he had a second where he waited a bit for it. Maybe KJ blocked him or something, but he didn't go instantly. I'm not sure. Like you said, Lifestealer can build Radiance anyway, and he still has that build with Radiance Aghanim, so he will be able to do a bit. But doesn't this botlane KJ
Radiant are scared.
going on him?
Radiant's courier has been
Top lane as
Lane,
well.
actually, yeah. Okay, tier 2000. So, exactly what you were saying. You know, they just needed the second point of the Iron Shell. Once they're able to get it, it's when they were able to find a pretty big kill into tier 2000.
Yeah, they have an ult now as well on Zeus, so gotta be careful. But to answer your question, maybe they're betting on Zeus to be the true carry with the Lightning Hands Parasma build. Maybe. I wouldn't put my eggs in that basket, but you will have some Radiance Lifestealer and Zeus with Parasma, maybe Magic Hands, Lightning Hands later
This'll
on.
come in handy.
It's not great, but you have to adapt somehow.
Top lane, tier 2000. So
KJ as well.
Dire's
Where's
structures are fortified.
Oh, like
He's
coming
top,
through
he's
the
top,
portal,
he
yeah.
also
yeah.
rotated.
His middle tower is under attack.
I mean, you've got moved rotation.
He got him. He got him bot.
Alright. Eyes on Thunder Gods though. See what it's going to be able to do. Divide Llama will be held into place. And it looks like they're fine. So Heroic desperately were wanting to try and get usage out of Thunder Gods as early as they could, and unfortunately was not to be. Omar even rotated as well after getting the kill down bottom onto the lifesteal.
Yeah, they get the kill bot. They don't get TA top. Really nice early observer on the Twin Gate, so it sees any sort of rotations that were coming his way. He's able to dodge them. The early game looking pretty good for Quest.
Noob is still here. Probably wouldn't expect the Razor still to be seen.
Oh.
Great bushwhack. Surge now expires. And a big stun, big acorn shot as well from Omar thanks to the level 5. And looks like Schofield not going to be killed off though, but man, some great spells being used from the Hoodwink.
I can't believe that bushwhack. That was just too good. That bushwhack was so on point.
Still no Thunder Gods getting used as well.
Omar?
Zeus needs some men. I guess he's got Arcane shortly. He should die. What level missile is it?
Yeah, there we go. That's it. Missile, Thunder Gods, finally used. Finally got him. He is still top of the network charts, by the way. Even though he didn't really rotate, didn't really use anything earlier, didn't go away from mid lane. Still building towards his phylactery. Needs a point booster and the recipe now.
I wonder what the build's going to be from the Hoodwink too. If Omar wants to consider the Mage Slayer, because up against Gyro, Zeus, and the Darkseer, I know Ari was pretty much always going Mage Slayer. There was only a very few amount of games when he would go Atos when Mage Slayer wasn't nerfed. As we will see the Gyrocopter go down. They use their stuns. Frostbite's still there from Dekalis, but they've got some TPs. Importantly, Analog's going to be here as well, but looks like Melik's going to be able to reposition. They're even thinking about going back in because Noob has also responded. Jump away with the Frostbite just beforehand means that Analog's going to get held into place. And now also they're going to lose another. Like, where was his PSG quest yesterday?
Yeah, I'm not sure. They're
We might take this time.
really playing with heroic that looked amazing yesterday. That's the difference. Like they switched sides. Top lane, the Lama, he's got the bug on him. He's dead. This is just a dead Darkseer. They're on point. All of their rotations, all of their moves, their draft as well looks too good for heroic to deal with.
I like Noob being very active too. We don't really get the Razors making this many moves across the map. It's very cool. Bottom lane. Oh my god, they almost blew up the Lifestealer as well with the sharpshooter into the chain control. So, I mean, we can talk about it a little bit more as the game goes on. We've already, well, at least I've already brought it up enough about my concerns of this pick and then losing the lane as heavily. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what K1's going to be able to do. He's got one component of the Radiance. You know, is in a position where he had to go the Talisman just to be a little bit more survivable.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Like a little bit slower farming speed, but it's okay. And he's still keeping up with network. The one that really suffers on their side is Darkseer. Like he's sub 3k. He doesn't really have a lot. The top lane was much worse than it should have been, and also he didn't really recover on any stacks, which is something that happens to Darkseer. You lose the lane, whatever you recover. Your position 4 makes you some stacks. Didn't have any of those to work with, so really not an easy lane for him.
We see another move though out of Quest. Noob's got the Arcane, looking to try and combine with Tier 2000. It kill would net them a tower. Looks like they should be able to get Schofield. It's just a support, but it will go for it. There is unfortunately Omar ready and waiting.
Yeah, gives it away to the Hoodwink instead of one of the cores. And you asked about his build. He is going for the Mage Slayer. Like people stopped buying Mage Slayer on Hoodwink after the nerf. Like, and it was a pretty big nerf to the Mage Slayer. Still though, in a game like this one, I think it's a no-brainer. Just being able to use it with Acorn Shot and apply it to Zeus easily. It's a really good item. Bottom lane, the wall was used.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I think for Heroic though, the next big thing for them, you are about to get the Phylactery on Zeus, so I would really like to see, importantly, him combining with the next hookshot for the Clockwork. See where they want to go across the map. Unfortunately, they did lose a stack. I think it was just a double stack with the Ancients, so nothing overly crazy. There's some little bit of economy taken away from Heroic.
He's just not afraid. Like Tier 2000, this is a game in which you can play anywhere on the map. There is, even if he gets hookshotted, maybe Zeus is right next to him. With Thunderbolt, Lightning Bolt that is, with Thunder God's Wrath, maybe. But even then, it's a really difficult kill to make, so... He is safe. However, Dragonite, I don't think he is. Like, he's got a Blink Dagger to work with, but if he gets hooked... He might fall here. They missed. They missed, and he knows.
Are scanning.
They
This'll
might
come in handy.
intercept him though. Scarfield's still got to run into him.
Oh man, he had
The
vision
Zeus
for-
isn't here. Have they got the damage? Maybe? It's
Yeah,
going
the
to be close,
Thunderbots.
and they're starting to TP in.
Nice
Omar might
track.
do his best to disrupt. The turn's going to be there as well, but the sharpshooter off the mark. Thundergod still hasn't been used, but Melik has got too much health. He'll survive through it now.
Didn't he have? Didn't they bring him low enough? I felt like they. Maybe they didn't, but I felt like they had enough
It
damage.
looks like it.
Yeah. Before he sticked, right? Before he healed up.
Has been killed.
Why?
Dire's
Also,
top tower
why was Analog not in the smoke? Speaking of Analog, onto Noob.
I could have been invisible.
I don't know if he gave up.
He gave up. He just started moving back. Clockwork continued. They didn't get the kill in the end. That's the most important thing. And instead, Quest, a couple of extra kills handed to them.
Let's see. Because it was close. It was very close. I mean, maybe...
No, he
I
just
don't know
moved
if he
back.
held the
just-
wand. I'm looking at the...
Yeah. Here. Wait.
Oh,
Right here, right here. Maybe it was. Maybe it wouldn't. I believe it would.
Dire's middle tower
Still a
is
lot
under
of damage
attack.
level 1. 300 flat. I don't know. I feel like it could have killed him.
yeah. Okay, well, regardless, he's still got Thunders, and let's see if they're going to look to try and make a play. Divide Llama's got Mechanism as well. So at least for a big team fight, which we have seen, Divide Llama is able to execute those team fights in the past when he was playing the Darkseer. Of course, that game versus OG. And he might be required for this tier 1 tower fight because PSG quests are ready to go.
They have this blink. They really want to utilize it. Maybe go on K1. He's
Vylama's
so
in a good spot to
close.
counter though. And they're actually going to run to Schofield first. Still the jump's going to be there from Melik. The attempt onto the lifesteal at K1 will be brought down. It's a decent wall and freezing field, but it's not going to matter in the end. KJ will try and get in range for the cooldown. Analog as well is going to come from the right side. He'll have the damage to get the kill into Melik. Almost got clipped by the bushwhack as well, but... okay, 2 for 3. And we do see that a fight that isn't well executed from PSG Quest, there can be consequences.
And that was close to a disaster, by the way. They jumped him, and he still managed to rage, but he just needed 1 extra seconds for an infest, which he didn't have. So
I think he mech'd too late. So I think watching that replay, he actually mech'd like far too late on the dark side. I don't know if it was off cooldown or something. Sorry if it was on cooldown, but... Just, I saw the Divide Llama running away and the mech, like, healing, I don't know, particles, whatever, being on him. That was when already after the life sword died, so I'm not sure. I think, I'm not 100% certain, but that could have been very important for him to be able to turn within first. He's got Radiance still, at least. He's got Radiance, you got Greaves, you still got some items.
Yep. Radiance Greaves, exactly. Analog is going for Manta, by the way. He's got, I believe, the shard right now. Yeah, the lightning hands are completed. So your wish was not granted. Yeah. I do like it. I really think that he needs this. Like, he needs this in this game in which Lifestealer will not find really an easy time solo carrying. You need some sort of super scaling Zeus from mid lane.
Radiant are scanning.
And the Manta is going to be really nice to get rid of the Gleipnir, which is now completed for the Weaver. And that is definitely a big thing that is worried about this game, because Weaver has the ability to hunt the Zeus now. with this item.
Any smokers? Any players? Just a very calm game at the moment. No one really making any of the moves. Tier 1 tower still standing strong for
Dire's middle
Dire.
tower is under attack.
Yeah, this is just one of those scouting ultis, nothing more. Because they aren't really aware where everyone is. No one is showing on the map. Literally 0 Dire heroes were showing. KJ.
Going to the shield rune, but dies for. Net worth is dropping though, 5,000. K1 with his Radiance is getting his catch-up farm. See, Divine Llama was very far behind before. He's still behind, but he's just completed the Greaves and he's almost got the Blink Dagger as well. It does seem like they're probably going to lose this tier 1 town mid though.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It's nice. Analog got the Grobo too, so definitely the... I mean, even if you're not going for this particular Lightning Hands build, it's still one of the better neutral items for him, but especially if you are going this route, you love it. K1 top lane, getting scouted out, and it looks like just with Malik and Omar, I mean, they've got so much burst potential between these two with how good of a start they've had.
Yeah, they're just killing him off every time they see him. This is, what, 3.030, this is every carrier's worst dream, worst nightmare. Like, you're not getting anything done on the map and you're dying, but at least he does have Radiance. He's going for the Manta. There is something, he's scaling. And I completely, by the way, I just have to, that Grove Bow statement is so big, like not only on Zeus, there are just some heroes that if you get this Grove Bow you feel like 10 times stronger as a hero in this mid game. Such a big item to get. And then something like an enchanted quiver.
Sometimes Gaben is smiling down on you with the neutral items. This is one of them for Analog, so let's see what he's going to be able to do off the back of this. That kill on the lifesteal really did pole vault the net worth up though. 8,000. We see PSG Quest is currently starting to play around bottom. So the T2 tower should end up dropping. T2000 mid lane will be fine. This is an issue. Clockwork is their only initiation until the blink, and Divine Llama's got it now. Still is more of a counter initiation type of hero, the Darks here.
Yeah, pretty much. They do have some... Well, I wanted to say they have this life stealer that can start things off or get jumped and then they can reset, but so far every time he jumps he's just dead. Every time he gets jumped on, and it's not getting any easier. Malik has a BKB, Razor with the BKB as well now with the Manta. Like, good luck defending these next hours. Let's see. Maybe some hook. They are smoked.
Oh god, this is well to scout. Very wary. That PSG Quest, but looking to try and move on over to protect their Razor. They'll catch through Carlos, but a great initiation is Malik. They're going to try and bring Divine Llama down. He at least gets the ultimate up before he dies, but it just does not matter. They are so far ahead. Analog's caught on the back gun as well. Noob just solo killed the Zeus. And this is in very dangerous territories here for Heroic. It was a 4v5. Lifestealer wanted nothing to do with that fight. And they're even setting up on him top. I guess never mind. No one was helping Noob, but Quest has got all the answers in this second game.
Yeah, Noob can just zone him out. It's not even about killing him anymore. Actually, it might be Malik is rotating in as well from the mid lane. Yeah, he had to rage TP, so eventually they do still force him out of the top lane. It's a sad position to be in. Like, your carry doesn't want to join you. Even if he does, I don't think it changes a whole lot. And you're all just dying, falling like flies. That hookshot as well looked... He's hooking on top of a Crystal Maiden, and if you can't kill a CM... Look, if you can't kill a CM, you know that's like the benchmark of how bad your game is. If you hook a CM and you can't kill her, it's pretty bad. Not looking good.
Yeah, no, it's really not. 1800 health. I mean, look, your pupil's gift cloak.
She is tankier, yeah. Tankier than a normal CM.
Still is, nonetheless, kill that should be had. And now PSG Quest, they're going to look to try and move the top. We got here, they will see K1. Oh, Noob's got an Invis rune as well. So, I mean, Malik's going to be able to initiate. Look at the point blank stun into the burst. Don't even need the sharpshooter.
That's your 0-4 10k advantage now. Basically, Weaver can just run you down. There's the Gleipnir. Maybe a Surge. No Surge, no Greaves. 1 second cooldown.
They're TPing in? Really? Schofield? It's your tail. It stands ground and pop TKP. They've got the wall, but
Vacuum wall.
the White Llama, he jumped in. Analog has got the Thunder Gods as well, but
Maybe TA.
Zeus is not currently at the team fight, so Divide Llama's chasing, but without the extra spells from this, and now we TP'd in. It's going to see Tukalis down to the south, but Melik, is there anything the Dragon Knight's really going to be able to do? He's lacking the mana for the stun, but still, yeah, the Crystal Maiden dies, but you're going to get the kill. It's a 5-man wipe in the end. You're more than happy with that.
Yeah, 2 supports for a wipe. You're super happy. Of course, Lifestealer wasn't really a part of that team fight. He died much earlier. Still though, I like the attempt of the vacuum wall, as he noticed that the BKBs are running short and running out, so he attempted to go in, but he only got it off of on the Dragonite, I believe, one of the illusions that went his way. Then a little bit of overchase by the Vi Llama, just because TA2000 has Gleipnir, it allows him to keep his distance and just win that man fight against the Darkseer. They're too far ahead. It's 12k advantage, 24 minutes in. It's huge, and because of that, all of these fights are looking too simple and too easy for Quest. It's not like Heroic are playing the fights poorly. I feel like everything that they are doing is more or less correct. It's just that they're too far behind. Every hero is an item behind, basically.
It's probably going to continue to be that way, though. Have to be some crazy vacuums.
Dire's middle tower
Okay,
is
on
under
top lane. Rage going to be used early on. Going to infest at least. Can they catch up to it, though? They will be able to. Now, K1's in a lot of trouble. Let's go for
It's a
maybe he's
speedy
gonna
boy.
offer some assistance.
Schofield might go
They're
in.
running back
He's
in.
running
Alright, well, he's by himself because meanwhile down to the south as well, there's another fight that's breaking out.
Dire's middle
K1
tower
ran into
is under
Noob,
attack.
who intercepted the life sword to potentially help out with Schofield's jump.
They're still chasing. Gleipnir is
Gleipnir.
there.
Dire's middle
He's
tower
got wall vacuum.
Won't have an
Just
opportunity
uses
to
the-
really use the wall. Yeah.
Yeah, just uses vacuum. Even if he uses the wall, he dies, right? Like there isn't really much use out of it. I really think what Clockwork was trying to do is just get the kill for the Zeus, go in for Thunder God's Wrath, and then trade like that. He dies, but Zeus gets a kill.
Radiant's top tower.
Maybe there was an opportunity to do that, but they responded too fast, and they couldn't even
Dire's
get that
middle
one kill.
tower is under attack.
I like this from Analog, though. I think he just cut 2 mid waves in a row.
Radiant's top
He's back to
tower
base.
has fallen.
You do, though, having the Dragonite illusions cutting some of the other waves as well. But there's
Yeah, not
things
too
you have
bad.
to do when you're playing for the deficit.
Exactly, yeah, you don't give up, you just try to play the map, try to get more farm out of it. Like, usually the team that's in front, they're also supposed to take objectives, they're supposed to take rush. While they are doing that, you shouldn't be just idling in the forest, and that's exactly what they did. They're sending some Lifestealer illusions with Radiance, these are Lightning illusions. Oh my god, are they smoking up? They're actually going for the pit. They're going for this play.
Mate, like, let's see. I mean, Darkseer in a choke point area like this.
Middle tower is under
Still though, all the
Don't have Analog,
BKBs.
though. And I really think you need Analog actually at the team fight. And they're going to see Schofield as well. He'll jump in. Nice use of the illusions. And I don't
not
know
too
if that's
bad.
just good enough from Divine Llama. I mean, they are stuck inside the cogs, and the illusion damage is there, but BKB and they've just got to run away.
Yeah, it's just not gonna work, right? Like, perfectly done by Quest as well. They put a lot of illusions around the pit, and the supports as well were hovering around the pit, not allowing anyone to jump in, not allowing Clockwork
Dire's
basically to
courier
hook in.
has been killed.
They know where the Vi Llama is. They know. Oh. They got him.
How did they see him? How'd they know? Was the
Scan.
Watcher up?
Scan connected.
Alright. Very well played so far from PSG Quest. Looks like KJ as well. Not going to be able to get the wisdom. And Dire might even just beeline towards Radiant's Wisdom as well. Something's going on bottom. Tier 2000's just the high ground.
He's got an Aegis on top of everything else. Nullifier, Gleipnir. He could solo this Clockwork, by the way. He's not careful. He's not that tanky. Although he does have Plate Mail and Solar Crest, so maybe not that easy of a kill as well.
Radiant's middle tower is
What do you
under
make of the
attack.
Manta from K1? I know he's had it for a little bit now. I don't know if we've discussed it too much.
The Radiance Manta build, right, for him. Yeah, I think it's just a game in which he understands how hard countered he is, so he goes back for this Manta build. It's not too bad, like you have the Radiance, you'll find
Radiant's
farm
middle
with it, so
tower is under attack.
he's going Blinkens next, just so he's able to survive against Razor, top lane,
Radiant's
the Vi
middle
Llama.
tower has fallen.
Should be able to cross the threshold. Yeah, he's fine.
It's a very cool adaptation, honestly, from K1. Analog? Oh, it might have to pop the BKB, and yeah, he will. What? Ideally, how you would like to use your first BKB, and Tier 2000's run into K1, but he will be fine. But anyway, yeah, I really like this adaptation with the Manta. I know we've seen it before in the past, but really at the moment we are not getting like Manta lifestealers. That's not the current, the cookie cutter build, but I'd like this slight change into the previous meta. We'll run directly into them, and no TP. He's got Infest, he's gonna run to Schofield. T2000 just comes all the way around to Vi Llama now. Oh, there's a Nullifier. So have fun with your Surge. Maybe they need to infest him. Oh, use it on a creep. Oh, no. Oh, it's just one of those games. It is just one of those games, unfortunately. It happens. It's just... it's not a good time for it to happen, though. The high ground siege now.
I love your disappointed voice. When everything is falling apart for a team, you kind of start being biased towards them, and I mean, I get it. You're a caster, you have to be biased a bit.
I want this comeback. I want some like crazy 5-man Darksea wall, and not for our last game of the night, at least for us to be the old womp stomp.
Yep. At the moment, it does look like exactly that, the Stomp. You mentioned the Nullifier, there's a Satanic as well.
I can't watch this raging in.
There you go.
Not bad, but you need to hold them into place. You'll deal with the Ages, but you're not going to get another fight like that on the second round.
Darkseer
You lost the
sniped.
White Llama as well, I believe. And now Malik's going to be able to jump back in as well. Analog's trying to stand strong off the back of the BKB. Noob's actually taking a decent chunk of damage, but once he's able to turn with the static link, Analog forced to retreat back inside the base. The 4 stuffs are good to get him out. Meanwhile, KJ as well is going to be able to get some separation, but now PSG Quest, they're pretty low on the resource department. Tier 2000's okay, though.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, they forced this fight out of their base against a double damage Razor, and it still didn't really look too bad, I should say. Like, they still managed to fight it off a little bit. The Vi Llama, by the way, died to the snipe of the Sharpshooter, so Woodwink got him in the end there. Analog. Oh, that wasn't really close.
I was thinking the same thing, but I didn't want to say it.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. I'm not sure. Like, they're still going on him. What could be a game changer in here? Maybe is Darkseer Blink Hex, but he's not doing that. He's going for Shiva's. I think maybe Shiva's into Hex. You just need some control against this Weaver. Like, how are you ever gonna kill him? I just don't see it. If you don't have items to catch him, you're not killing him. Clock.
I completely agree. Nice TP. I don't see a Scepter being as not game breaking is the right way to put it. But like, I don't think Scepter is your chance back in compared to what the Hex might provide you. But you know, also it is cheaper, and that has to be said. And you know, maybe you're not even going to get to. But well, Shivas is also incredibly expensive, so it's ambitious for either.
Yeah, but you're not only dealing with the Weaver, right? Like you're dealing with Malik, you're dealing with Razor. So maybe he's thinking about it that way. They do have a Basher now up on K1. So maybe with that Basher there's a bit more control, but it's really not looking great. Weaver, even after the Satanic is completed, he's queuing up Rapier. This man wants out.
20,000 net worth lead, and it is still a little bit concerning for them to siege up the high ground. We do see they're giving some respect to Heroic. It'll probably be them waiting just for this next Roshan. Tokalis has a Dagon queued up. Okay. I guess for the illusion on the wall, honestly, like there is some value, I suppose, even the Manta on the Zeus, but it's definitely interesting.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, you could argue a Hex as well. You do get spell lifesteal. Yeah, you get spell lifesteal from it, right? So your freezing field, you become a bit tankier, but overall, and Hex might be better. Bot lane, K1. It's got him fast, right?
I think, I don't know. Oh my god, the bushwhack. It's just...
I mean, Lifestealer lives, right?
Oh yeah, great.
Yeah,
I think Darks is like more important.
Yeah, for sure. And it's so sad because he just baited them into dying. They were fine. They were in position. He wasn't.
It even seemed like the Llama jump in. Oh, the Dragon Tail before the vacuum. That's an instant dieback.
That's a very sad way to die back.
Scrofield's gonna try it, but I mean, Analog without a BKB cannot stand his ground, and yeah, let's I think it's time.
You think it's time? Yeah. They are not going back, let's just put it that way. Satanic on Weaver, completed, used in that last fight as well, of course. Very nicely done to stop the vacuum wall, by the way. Darkseer just wasn't fast enough there. I mean, don't you usually vacuum first? And follow up. He did wall in the end, but I guess that's because he was dying anyway. He just wanted to use something.
Double catapult wave down bottom as well, and a very easy siege once Darkseer's alive. Wall's still going to be on cooldown for a little bit of time. Refresher apparently on Noob as well is getting delivered now. This will be mega creeps by the looks of it.
Yeah, just a slow and steady game. Nothing really that Heroic could have done in this match, or at least it didn't look like they could do much in this game. Ever since the laning stage, it kinda was all falling apart from the Dragonite Hoodwink winning against K1, Rage, no TP on him. Actually, he does have it, never mind, he TP's away. Mid lane though.
Hey, what's going on? He's been able to lock on top of Divide Llama. A nice hook shot actually helps him get away.
Oh, Analog, he TP's with like 5% HP.
Barely refreshing use has another round of the BKB. Noob is starting to fall kind of low though. Maybe they're going to be able to deal with the Razor. Force stuff over the north. Vacuum's going to drag him back. Dukalis will die as well inside the base.
Okay.
Find a couple. They might also, I don't know how Weaver got stunned somehow. Nice cogs as well. T2000's going to be able to kill the Clockwork, but the rest of Heroic is starting to come. Analog's going to be here with the damage as well. T2000 does not get enough health back, and they will lose an extra hero, and maybe Omar pokes his head out a little bit too far as well. They've got the missile for the vision, so they won't be able to chase down the Hoodwink. One right click gives him a slow. They'll get him, right?
Yeah, he should
they'll
die.
get him.
Yeah, I wanted to actually say this during the draft. Like, this homing missile with the shard is really good against Hoodwink. You can't really get away, and dishes out way too much damage. You're too squishy. why they won that fight so decisively is, of course, Malik. Like, this man was having none of it. He's just chilling, farming top lane. I believe he didn't have Dragon Form or something, so he really didn't want to join. And yeah, because of that, it was so easy. By the way, Zeus fought, TP'd, healed up to the full in the fountain, and then fought again the same fight. So it's safe to say quest overextended
Radiant's courier
a little bit. So there's still some. By the way, that's a 7k swing in one fight. I'm not saying they're in a much better position than they were before. They're still playing into mega creeps, but you know, if you throw too many times, suddenly this Zeus has a Bloodthorn. Like, he just bought Orchid, now he has a Bloodthorn to work with as well. He can go to the secret shop, maybe get that Hyperstone.
At one stage it was 0% probability. So, you know, now it's not. Now it's 2%. So there's a chance apparently. It will continue to rise potentially. If they keep getting some crazy 5 victories like that, you will be going to the Ages and Cheese now on PSG Quest though.
Yeah, 2% at the time, and who knows what's possible. They're getting Tormentor. Who's missing? The Davai Lama gets the shard.
Not bad. Growfield wants to, you know, thinking about coming out to steal it.
He has no buyback. Like 3 more minutes of buyback. If he dies, they're trying to snatch it. If he snatches it, it's huge, but he still dies. So maybe better not to.
They do see him though outside the base. Malik. He supports with 4 staff. It's not going to matter in the end. He's okay.
Smash out.
Alright. Game not over just yet. Radiant's still sticking around. See Arthur fight like that. Let's see if they're going to be able to repeat it. Hopefully they get some Ancient Guardians. Looks like Lifestealer's got 1. Also Hoodwink picked up another. We've MKB completed now as well, so...
There's just so much damage. It's hard to imagine a fight in which they'll be able to sustain themselves without buybacks through all of this. Even the Hoodwink, like when you look at her, this is... Yeah, this my position 4. This is what you want to see. Daedalus, Mage Slayer, Gleipnir. So much damage coming from her.
What is the next item for the... Oh, okay. He's got Witchblade. I wasn't sure if it was going to go like Witchblade Plasma or if it was going to be a different route for Analog.
For Zeus? Yeah. He did buy Bloodthorn. Like, that's something that could have maybe helped them a little bit earlier if he got it. Like, just to kill off Weaver, because they really didn't have a way of doing it. In that, just before the last fight on the high ground, he was fighting off TA 2000 and almost brought him down, but only because of the Orchid. So now he has Bloodthorn. Maybe it's even better. You have to work through all the BKBs and all the dispels first, of course.
Malik shows mid, but meanwhile K1's actually in some trouble bottom lane. Lincoln's is doing a really good job to be able to protect him though. In the base, and how you're going to stop the siege. Malik's starting to go to work onto the towers. They'll deal with the illusions pretty easily though.
They're still holding. Dragon form. Half of it is gone.
You can just slowly siege every time the creeps come in.
Weaver is caught. Oh, that was a lot of damage.
Hookshot in. Decent amount of damage on Noob as well. They've got a Hex. Divine Llama with the vacuum. Alright, that's pretty goddamn good. No way. You've got to go up against the Ages. And no buyback as well, importantly for the Darkseer. Off the back of the respawn, T2000 might get blown up as well. Is he going to die? He is! Nope. And Anub as well is getting chased down. He's able to pop the refresher, but the damage from K1's enough before the static link. And this game, it's just not over yet. Heroic. Back-to-back team fights where they're actually able to edge out a victory. And now Malik's getting chased down as well. This missile continuing to chase him. K1's locked onto his target. Lotus Orb's going to be able to get rid of the Gleipnir. They'll slow down Malik and maybe even get some more kills. DeCarlos even gets caught as well. He frostbitten himself. Hook shot from afar.
They got him.
Schofield's going to be able to control the Crystal Maiden as heroic.
Damn.
What a miracle defense. What is going on?
Wait. You wanted a game that isn't a stomp.
Shut up. Shut
There
up.
you go. You got it. You got it in the end. Gyro, by the way, KJ. That's what happened. Hex. Finally, someone gets that item. Like, huge difference. Everything changes once you have a way of catching the Weaver. By the way, that fight was against a Razor that was shielded. So you had to work through that as well. And you still won, of course, versus Aegis as well, that was on their side. Such a nice fight, and it's also another fight that showcases the power of this Darkseer. He's only level 17, but the vacuum wall, yeah, still, like this spell is something that you have to worry about. There's a double damage rune, which they will scout. Unfortunately, of course, for Heroic, they are playing into Mega Creeps, so pushing is very difficult. K1 will find a tier 2 tower, but
Dire's middle tower.
very unlikely that he'll get more.
It's probably now. Oh, 16%. So it's not even up by 2 every time. Noob. Looking for a solo kill into Analog. Oh, just on the wrong side of the trees. Top lane as well, K1. The 2000 is going to run straight into them.
He's got
But the
Abyssal.
Darkseid blinked away. K1 actually wants to fight though with the DD.
Yeah, he had Abyssal there. He didn't really want to use it on TA 2000 immediately. They have a hookshot, right? Yeah, it's online.
This is scary though.
Okay. Nice attempt though, very nice attempt. Thunder Gods to give vision into a hookshot from the Clockwork.
That's alright. Well, you also get a lot of experience, right, in that previous team fight. So the Zeus one isn't as important. Maybe it's going to help with the clearing the waves, but really the lifesteal at 25 is the big one I'm looking at with the feast lifesteal damage. And importantly, versus the Dragon Knight, you know, even the Razor has 3200 health at this stage of the game as well, so not too bad versus him.
They're higher levels than the cores of Quest and higher net worth now as well. Like Zeus and Lifestealer on top of the net worth charts. How are they standing with buybacks though? No buyback on Lifestealer, no buyback on Zeus. That's a bit scary. Basically one death and the game is probably over. Schofield?
Could be his. Schofield, I mean, out of the base.
Well, the lanes are in good position. They could fight out.
Just what I've been waiting for.
Nice rune for Malik at least. Arcane to be able to constantly spam that out of Dragon Form with the low cooldown. Dwailam only level 19, unfortunately.
By the way, these two mantas on Zeus and on Lifestealer, they kept them in the game with all the ratting, and now they actually are super useful against the mega creeps as well. Top lane, they're coming in.
They're a bit, I mean, they're very split on Heroic. They're going to be able to pop the Lincolns. Now with the jump over the top as well. K1, he's fine though. Had enough time to be able to react with the Rage. Needs an Infest target. Dwailam needs to run to him. Can play with the Surge instead. Schofield as well is in some danger. Like you said, buybacks are really the big thing that's currently lacking for Radiant. You only have them on 3 heroes. They will not lose anyone though. They are fine. Oh, Dwailam actually?
Still going for the Agons, by the way, after. I mean, not too bad. Of course, on Darkseer you want to have that Hex. I'd still rather see a Hex. Just so you have this, let's say a blink from a Darkseer with a Hex into Abyssal. Like, you can blow up the Weaver even before he respawns. Could be game-changing. It's not there for now.
Analog just farmed up his buyback. Dude, he's even holding Grobo inside his backpack at this stage of the game. Just swap it out for the ninja gear whenever required. And they are holding versus Megas, and this will continue to be the case now. So Dire, there are always angles for them to be considering about how can you, I don't think now, but like maybe if they win one team fight, you can always look at, we can just send illusions into the base and look to play off the back of that, potentially kiting fights with Weaver like BKB hitting the objective and time-lapsing out. He'll do a decent chunk of damage. You might have to do it a couple times, but like this is, you're now at the stage where you have to start discussing these things for PSG Quest, because some of the past couple of fights have really looked a little bit scary.
Yeah, they're at that time, but they're also at a time when Roche will respawn, basically 10 seconds away, so I feel like that's what they've been waiting this whole time. It's just discipline to wait for the Roche pit fight or for this free Roche that they will get. You can also, if you're really thinking that much about objectives, of course you can go for Aghanims on Razor. Just give the next Aghanims that you'll find in Roche to him. He's got Refresher anyway, and I believe from Noob that should be enough damage to siege high ground. So another option. Plus he has Satanic. Double BKB, you know, like, should be able to sustain himself.
Well, let's see if they give him the Scepter. I mean, he's really got the best one about anyone else on Dial. I don't think you're going to give it over to the Hoodwink, so actually Rocket Flare a little bit too late to snipe it, and yet there we go. There's the Razor Scepter. You've got...
I like Hoodwink's Scepter, though, I have to say that. I think that Scepter is a bit underrated, isn't purchased enough, but of course, in this game, at this stage, you're 100% giving it to Razor anyway.
This is the real life still at mid.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fire out.
By the way, level 25 on Hoodwink, so you get 2 Acorn Shot charges on that Daedalus. It's just adding up. Of course, there are some things that are coming for the Radiant side as well, and they are able to stay in the game still, but I don't know. Whatever way I look at it, this high ground defense has to be pitch perfect from them.
At least, importantly, you have... Everyone has buyback. So, of course, it's going to be the most important for Radiant, though. Having buyback, and you've got Glyph as well, which is another thing. So if Dai do consider about doing some objective stuff, then you will be able to respond with your own Glyph to give you some time.
You really don't see that a lot. Like, buyback status being yes on every single hero. Not a single player greeded out on an item or anything like that. Everyone saved up.
I cannot believe we're actually in this position. 18,000 net worth lead. Was 0% at one stage as well.
What is it now? 12%.
It is 12.
What's a bit lower, yeah.
They are so hesitant now. And they will just completely farm the map. So... this might go to 60 minutes if this Aegis does not work out for PSG Quest. They're going to look for the wraparound. Dwylama's in an okay spot to pop the smoke.
You have to use it, right? Like, you have Aegis. Malik is in. His smoke pops. They don't really have vision. Maybe if they could just plant a ward, you know, to give them a vision for a tiny bit. K1. He's in... Okay, Infest a creep. Is that good, though? No Infest to work with now.
Yeah. Inside the base, though, with the Dragon Knight. Nice Force Staff's going to be able to get him down to the low ground. Meanwhile, Noob as well has found Analog. He's going to be able to get back to the base, and our Noob's kind of deep. That is one BKB wasted. Of course, he's got Refresher as well if he wants to look to utilize it. K1's going to be able to turn to the Dragon Knight. Malik in some danger once again with the Force Staff from the supports, keeping him okay.
Noob.
But Noob's second BKB is defensive, and our PSG Quest, they will not get anything out of this initial attempt on the Aegis.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. One proper move, I feel like, from them was this attempt on Zeus. It would be really good if they could kind of circumvent the Life Stealer and jump the Zeus instead. He's got what? He's got Manta BKB to work with. If he's hexed and you get on top of him, I do think that you can kill him a lot easier than the Life Stealer with AC, with Lincolns, with Radiance. He's a much more difficult to kill.
Do you see that happening though without the nullifier on tier 2000? Because I just you're jumping the cores, but the supports are always going uncontested. And KJ's like Force, E-Blade. There's about to be a 53-minute Force Staff as well on Schofield.
Yeah. 2 Force Staffs, right? And then to play with... No, definitely it would be... The supports are the easiest ones to kill. You might be worried about everyone having a buyback, so if you're killing the supports, they're probably coming back just as fast, and if you're out of position, that might hurt you. Is this Aegis even gonna get used? I don't think it will be. Yeah, we're gonna get the CM.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
Aegis, by the way, 15 seconds.
Did they re-smoke, sorry? I think they smoked out of the base, and I think they just smoked again.
I'm not sure what they can do with that, though. Like, even if they smoke, you can maybe outpush a little bit, but it's so difficult against mega creeps. They're just giving info, giving vision constantly, so you can't really do a lot on the map. You just have to chill here and wait. And, like, I really didn't believe in it, but, okay, we're gonna see minute 60 items. The way this is going, everyone having a buyback... Never mind, actually, Weaver and Darkseer just bought out. Weaver... What did he get? He got a Swift Blink, I believe? Yeah. A Swift Blink completed on TA 2000. So this is a way to snipe heroes, basically. Like, anyone. You get the Swift Blink, you can jump on top of the supports or the Zeus. You can't take them down.
Talk to me about some of the neutral items that you feel like could play a pivotal role in once we get to 60 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, looking at all of the items, there's a lot of really nice ones. Like, if you're looking at the attack speed, like the Pirate Hat can come in handy on both sides. It also helps you get to buyback status on everyone easier. Magic Lamp is also very nice. Mirror Shield isn't bad. When it comes to Seer Stone, I'm just trying to think if there's anyone that really benefits from it. Nothing too amazing. Can be good on some of these targets, or just get 5 Necros, you know, get Necros on everyone, just push it down. Like 4 more minutes for these items, and I truly do believe we will see some. Maybe there's a chance for Quest to make a play, like wait them out, as you know they have to come out to get these neutrals, so maybe there's some play you can make around that.
Yep. Alright, well, let's see. Let's see if what's gonna happen with the neutral items. Looks like still don't have the Ike Shard on Schofield, so Shard is picked up. Dye still don't. Malik doesn't have his. This is I really just did not expect for us to be in this position. When I saw the status of the game, and yeah, I thought this one was like, yeah, we can just, yeah, we can look next. We can look towards the next series. This one is looking like PSG Quest going to be able to take it 2-0, somehow heroic, you know, something now.
There was that one fight where Malik remained on top lane. His teammates all died down bot, and he didn't want to join. I feel like at that point, the move looked very innocent and like whatever, we won anyway. But right now, looking back, you must be feeling bad about it. That was literally your opportunity to close out the game. Any Moonshard enjoyers anywhere? Are we getting to that stage? We aren't, right? Like, we still don't have that
Apparently
amount
we're not there yet.
Yeah.
It's a lot of gold we got, but apparently not enough. Which is crazy to say. Pod the Vilama. This is not a fun game for him. He's 3rd lowest net worth. Like, even Gyro's got more.
Yeah,
Oh
I mean,
man,
at this-
there's a might. Okay, I mean that makes sense, I guess, for the neutrals.
The Midas? Yeah. Just so you make sure you get them.
Yeah. Well, Roche is up.
He did use one.
but-
I don't know why he used one of the Midas, but it's okay. Like the charge, he could have waited. He'd have 2 charges probably by the time minute 60 hits. Another Aghanim's.
Hey, did the Hoodwink one this time?
Maybe. Let's see.
Your shaman has fallen to the dire.
Cheese inside. They're just leaving the cheese and the eggs. It's the Crystal Maiden that takes it instead. Let's go. Buy a BKB. Yeah. Accuse up BKB. That's it.
Tibbin base as well. Does he sell it? Yeah, he buys it straight up.
That's
So no
the-
buyback. No
Never
buyback.
mind,
That's
man.
kind of
You-
Chad.
You've got the
That is
freezing
Chad.
field. Let's go. He's got the
I love that
talent
this
as well.
Dagon is still there too.
I mean, it's not that bad, level 3 freezing field with an Aghanim's 60 minutes in. It isn't a world of difference, but it's pretty solid. What does it even do, by the way? I don't buy it. You can move
Yeah, I had to
75
relook.
slower, increases the total number of explosions by 20%, and applies frost by 20 unit that has been standing in the freezing field. Okay, so you have to be standing in it for 2.5 seconds.
Analog border minus as well. Overwhelming blink for the life stealer.
Yeah,
2
8
heroes
more
I'm ready
seconds.
to buy back. The Darkseer and Clockwork lacking the gold.
Oh, they're hunting. They're hunting.
Ooh.
Nice ult. That was so close. And you know why they made that move? Because of the 60-minute mark. That's the only reason. They moved there expecting that someone is gonna farm it for the mega creep, for the tier 5 items. Yeah, look at them. They're not.
lane.
They aren't letting them. They aren't letting them out of the base. I feel like. I don't know. You can maybe TP to the outpost or something like that. Zeus did manage to go out with Ninja Gear at least. So he's out. What's happening on Dire, by the way? Mirror Shield on Razor. Dragonite cannot decide on his yet.
Oh, they
do
scanned
scan him.
analog. Oh my god. Is he gonna get out of this? Hope he's not. Is he not? Staying? What's going on? He got Pirate Hat though. Very nice for the Zeus.
Perfect.
What do you like? Dude, he has. Well, he's still got Kanda backpack. I'm surprised he's holding Kanda. He's got Grobo still in there. It's like-
Yeah, he's gonna move the. Well, it depends. Yeah, actually, you send the Grove Bow now. You will be using Pirate Hat anyway.
Alright, so I still haven't. The Carlos hasn't got his, but I don't know if he just wants the telescope or not. Couple of mirror shields though. Stygian Desolator for tier 2000. Rating double Pirate Hat. Alright, we're at the stage where we're just BKB running in. He gets bashed from tier 2000 though.
Now with the Stygian Dezo, I guess you go in and you attempt that, right? Like you have the Aegis as well to work with. They're still not really comfortable throwing their bodies at the enemy team. There's a Stygian Desolator as well on Omar. I don't know if you mentioned.
The Gyro's Abyssal queued up. Such a cloudy game now.
It's not bad, right? Like all they need is more control, which is another reason. Okay, Darkseer as well. Never mind. He goes for Abyssal too, refusing to get Hex. Abyssal instead.
Honestly, sure. Like if they're gonna play off this Abyssal, if they're gonna play off the BKB thing, like we just saw, like maybe that is their biggest concern. I don't know. We'll see.
T2000 bottom.
Darkseer went Pirate Hat as well. I really wonder what the other options were for him. I mean, you guys have had no net worth to play this game, so maybe they're just like, triple pirate hat. If we can't get outside the base, we'll just use the bounties instead. And how's your own dragon feel, Malik?
Oh, vacuum. Back in.
He's actually in some trouble. Pops a BKB. Meanwhile, K1 as well has jumped the Crystal Maiden. So Dakalis just goes down before he can even utilize the freezing field. And do they want to chase Heroic? It seems like an okay opportunity, even though fighting to the ages, and Schofield sees that. Long hook shot onto Noob. K1's going to be able to jump over the top as well. Meanwhile, they've got on top of the Weaver. Burst damage is enough to be able to deal with the first life. Can they set themselves up? Wall's going to be laid down off the back of the respawn. They've got it on top of Analog, so they need some way to be able to protect the Zeus. TH2000 with the damage. Analog's in trouble. E-Blade, it might not be enough though.
He turned.
Analog's going to try and turn. He's got a buyback. He can always look to rejoin if required, but it's not, because K1, he can continue to pursue getting the Dragonite on the high ground.
This is looking so silly. The fact that he can run over the trees. By the way, not even a buyback on the Zeus. So he's still saving his buyback, maybe for later if it's necessary. But these fights are looking more and more difficult for Westman. The Dragonite isn't able to move across the trees and run away from the Giant's Ring, the Lifestealer. Really nicely done as well by them to turn on the Weaver and force him to go back. But he couldn't fight twice because the Zeus was a little bit too deep in all of that. One of the reasons why he got caught, and of course you don't have a buyback on Clockwork, which is another issue. So if you're PSG Quest, you're kinda happy with just trading kills if you are forcing out buybacks and you aren't buying back yourself. Because realistically there is nothing forcing you to buy back. They can't push fast enough at this point.
How much you...
They can't kill him. It's just too big.
The random gem on the deck? How much you feel like they're actually considering about just walking down and hitting T4?
Maybe not too much, because there's still a glyph. You can't really... like, if you could force out the glyph somehow with the Weaver poking, then maybe you can also do that. Instead they smoke.
K1?
Everyone is here.
Alright, but look at the Hexa start. And it looks like they're gonna have the damage as well. Maybe... oh! Okay, for a second I thought he might be able to get out of range with the Infest.
Really good timing as well, as he had this Rapier queued up. Didn't get it. So... but this will be a buyback force, and that's an advantage that they have on Dire. Like, they can easily go in, force the buyback poke, and go back. I think you played the game very carefully up to this point, and probably that's the strat that you should consider taking.
We're gonna see them siege from multiple fronts. Wait for the Megas to get in and send the illusions.
Noob is in.
And there's the buyback. They get it out of K1. And now, what's the call? Abyss was gonna be onto Noob. Nice use of the force boost from Dakalis. Gets a lot of range and Noob's okay. And there is a win condition now. K1, buyback was forced.
You know what can happen now? Like, if they can't find an angle to push, this Lifestealer might just play the game so carefully that he never pokes his head out of the base. And
please don't lose your courier.
Yeah, what's he doing, by the way? He's just chilling there with Aghanims. That full Aghanims courier was literally just needing a point booster, and it's sitting in the mid of the lane. He's gonna run into Weaver.
I think they know. Oh, that's an early glyph.
Never mind, he got it.
Okay.
Well, that would be a tribute.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I lost his. Know what was on it? I don't think anything. 7,900 gold in the bank.
Yeah, probably nothing with that much gold. Yeah, I'm just trying to like theory craft some way to breach this high ground. Like, they have so many items. They're just getting one item after another, you know, trying to figure things out, and nothing seems to work. Like, even this Wind Waker on Razor as to save the Abyssal target and maybe go in, then you can reset with the Weaver. They did get the tower, and they did get the buyback out of Lifestealer, so that's kind of big. But still need to end this game. 6 minutes until K1 has buyback again. That's where we're at. That's the things we should. These are the things we talk about.
All right, 6 minutes. Surely there's another fight in 6 minutes. There's a Weaver just bought Deso, so he's got Refresher queued up. It does kind of seem like Tier 2000 is just going to go in and hit Throne, force Glyph, time lapse out, and do it again, like refresh BKB and go in.
He's got Stygian Dezo already, so he got Dezo on top of that. Okay, and he gets a.
He's got a DD. Go, you just go. Now is it. Now is the chance.
They have Glyph though, right? They still have Glyph. They didn't use it earlier.
Maybe you take a fight top, get him into bottom, or you just do what we saw before with all waves in and
they're going top.
They're going
top. They're going to bait.
They're going to see the Weaver. They're about to see the Weaver coming through bottom though, so they are aware. Tier 2000 onto the throne he goes.
Abyssal.
It's going to fall fast if they're not
Another
getting the
Abyssal.
Glyph, but maybe the Sunlock gets better. They don't need the Glyph. Melik as well is going to try and turn to the Ancient, but they've got the damage to go through with the live
buyback. He's time lapsing
Weaver
it.
can buy back with the time lapse. They're all just falling though. They're all just crumbling. Noob has killed them off. Zeus is gone as well. Buybacks need to come out fast, but it's too late. Finally, they cracked the high ground. They're going to be able to take it in the end. Oh man, they had to work for it. And DD was what they needed with the extra assistance, but in the end, they got there.
What a absolutely crazy game. PSG Quest, of course, they were winning it from the get-go. They had so many opportunities to end it a little bit earlier, and then, yeah, they get to the Megas, but they can't just close it out. Zeus, high ground defense. Are you a believer now in the Lightning Cans, or do you still hate it? Because he did, yeah, it was alright, wasn't it? Like, he did a lot, like 94,000 damage on this Zeus. Like, he was just, yeah, something else. They just, I feel like the only mistake that they had, maybe you can call it a mistake, is not having enough catch for the Weaver early enough. But you can't have it because your lanes went badly. You could see what a world of a difference it is once you get these hexes and abyssal blades, or just the one hex. Once they got it, they started defending high ground. Everything's changed.
I know I said it a couple times throughout that game, but I really was not expecting us to go 68 minutes in the end, and for Heroic to push them all the way to the breaking point, honestly, which is kind of almost where they got them. It was 0% at one stage, but it was a slow game, but it was kind of a fun game in the end with some of those last fights for Heroic, and yeah, almost got it.
Pretty cool. One of better high ground defenses that I have seen in a while. Looked a little bit undecisive by PSG Quest on how they wanted to approach the high ground push, and that's 100% one of the reasons why it took them so long. They couldn't find the right targets, but how do you find the right target when you have this vacuum wall against you? It is doing just way too much work every time you push high ground. And like, you could see the power of Lifestealer as well playing into super late game. Once you get that level 25 talent, even someone like a Dragonite doesn't feel nearly as tanky no matter what items you've got. Unfortunately for Heroic, they dropped the series 0-2, but fortunately for PSG Quest, this is, I believe, their first win, right? Like their first 2-0, actually the first series that they won, and also the first 2 games that they won in the whole round robin part of the tournament. So congratulations to them. It, like you said, it took them a little bit longer than we all expected, but in the end they do take the W. Their drafts were good. Like game 1 draft was too good. They had some funky stuff with the axe, and in this game 2, I do believe this game could have ended, like you said, a lot earlier, considering you had this Razor Weaver versus K1. He also had a pretty rough lane on the Lifestealer. But this showcases how strong the hero is at the moment. Like, no matter how hard the game is, he still manages to actually have a lot of impact.
Yeah. Late game, we were able to see how much damage he was able to do when he could can get onto these targets. This is going to be a long replay reel with that second game, but we will get there in the end. But yeah, no, I mean we were able to see what the lifesteal was able to do overall. So unfortunately, you still did give a very good game to the Dragon Knight. And we saw how much impact Malik was able to have in that game in particular. Like you said, he's probably kicking themselves a little bit because with him not being there at one of those crucial fights where they did lose a couple people, there's a bit of a reason why this game got dragged on.
And like mega creeps and this 60+ minutes, the gameplay is too wild for like it's the part of the game in which every player is least experienced. Right, because it's kind of difficult to have a lot of games go this far. Most of them don't, so it's very hectic. It's a mess. I truly believe that some item choices when it comes to tier 5s aren't optimal as well in a lot of games, just because you don't experiment enough with them. There's probably a couple of gimmicks that you can do with tier 5 items that only players such as AUY know, because they theory craft 24/7. But that's what makes it fun. Some Dota is fun when it's very strategic, and Dota is also fun where it's just pure chaos and it looks like a pub. And every 60+ minute game looks like a pub to me. So nicely finished in the end. Nice little time lapse play with the buyback. That's super dangerous to do, and you could see Darkseer hitting him. Like, look at that Darkseer go, man! He almost killed the Weaver, but in the end, it didn't really matter.
Yeah, didn't really matter in the end. I didn't even see the triple bushwhack freezing field acorn shot, which was a lot of the damage in that last fight. But man, that was very, very interesting second game. We got to get a 68-minute thrill there in the end, but PSG Quest were able to come out on top. So we will send a bit of a break. We are going to have an interview with one of the PSG Quest members, though. So stick around, guys. When we come back, we've got a interview with the winners on PSG Quest.
Something. The break was long, but not as long as the last game. My dog as well agrees. Welcome back, everyone. We're gonna have an interview with one of PSG Quest's players. I'm sure that they're all tired, but Noob was kind enough to join us. Welcome. Congratulations on the win, man. What the hell was that?
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, we decided to make the game fun a bit.
Yeah, thank you for that. We had some fun as well. I just have one question, basically. Like, what was the turning point that made you guys able to push in the end? Like, was there one big item or one big change that allowed you to end the game, or was it just like wait forever until everyone has 9 slots?
I think the first couple of tries we had no direct idea on how to push. We just like go in, they can't defend, and they're just going randomly, and they just died first time, second time. Then the idea was to jump Zeus and Razor, but You just go fountain with champ first. It's like we had wrong ideas. Let's try to just link Lifestealer and it just died.
Yeah, you finally got enough. I'm a bit frozen, but it's a good face. It's okay. You finally got the right idea in the end to get him. Congrats, Aries. Do you have any questions? I'm sure he had a really long series. Won't bother him too much.
Yeah, no, we won't. I won't ask you too many questions. What's the dynamic like in the team now with the Carlos coming in? What does he kind of bring to the team now?
He has some ideas and some new heroes we didn't play before, so it's a whole new concept to play with. And
Okay.
he's vocal and he has a lot of energy. It's very good.
Who are the other people that are vocal for you on the team? Are you and another vocal person as well being often like on a tempo controlling hero, or is there other people too?
Recently, our communication is not as good as before, but the other guy talking is Malik for now. And that's it.
And last question, like how do you, like if you feel like you're having some communication issues on a team, how do you guys try and fix that? Is there conversations that need to be had outside of Dota to be able to pinpoint who should be talking? Does someone need to just pick up the slack a little bit more? Like how does that work in a team environment?
I think we need to focus more in general, and everyone needs to call his own hero, what he's doing, what he needs. It's what we're lacking, like some, how to say, like understanding of the game and the hero, exact hero, and he should say what he needs.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much for joining us, Noob. We won't hold you too long. So congratulations on the 2-0 victory. Hopefully you guys are able to have some more exciting games coming up as well. So
thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, third series done for the night, Lizard. And now we get to look towards our fourth series as well. We have we've got a Chinese affair. We've got G2IG taking on Azure on the main stream.
Yeah. I only had one question. I froze and then my dog started speaking to me quite a lot, so maybe howling, so maybe better if I just muted myself. Nice to see him all cheered up, and happy. The game was rough. They did manage to end it, and they managed to 2-0 heroic after 0-4 throughout the tournament, so this is a nice turnaround for them, nice turnaround for pretty much every team lately. OG, Team Spirit as well. Coming up, what did you say? Chinese affair. We're going to be an interesting one. I mean, the moment you say China, I know Snare and B-Cop, they magically appear in the chat and they're like, oh, China, where is it? What are the teams? And, I'm one of those that really likes to watch their games because they have a couple of extremely potent position 4 players. They experiment a little bit with Klinks, with Slardar. We've seen it today. I feel like every region they have, or maybe not even just the region. I have from one team to another, we have a different approach to the meta right now and different playstyles. So every series is a treat. It's not really about the region.
Yeah, no, it's very, very exciting to get at the moment because, like you said, everyone has a bit of a different understanding of how they want to play this meta. So hopefully that's going to continue. Then we see those clashes. So we see those ideas kind of clash when we get to the playoffs. But we are still a couple of days away from being in that position, though. So at least for us in this upcoming series in particular, of course, we saw these two teams play at the PGL a closed qualified tournament, and that was where G2IG were able to win 3-1. So that is the most recent time these two teams have played each other, and G2IG were able to come out on top. So we'll see if they can continue with that recent success, or if it's going to be Azure that are able to knock them down. But with that being said, we are done for our third series. We're going to send to a short break, but when we come back, Azure taking on G2IG.
Welcome back to the Elite League, everyone. We got more Dota lined up. We're about to hit into G2IG versus Azure. Some very good teams from the Chinese region. And yeah, I know it's you may have been confused by those names. My name's Cryptic. I'm actually here with Z Quixotics. We'll get that update in just a second. But welcome, everybody. And Zach, how you doing today, man?
I am good. We got some exciting series coming up here. So first, some Chinese teams playing against each other. It's always fun to see this because the teams know each other so well. G2IG and Azure have played each other so much, and we might be in for some long games. These two teams are the current record holder for the longest series in Dota history. I think they had like a best of 5 where the average game time was like an hour each. So I don't know if they plan on repeating that. That's pretty exhausting, but this is also just a best of 2. So I'd be amazed if we got anywhere close to that. Azure here, we got Lu, Ori, Bach, which you might remember as Faith Beyond, FY, and Tianming. They've been looking pretty good. I think G2IG is a little bit ahead every time they've played. I think they've won more of those series, but Azure has won some of the series against them too, so it's not like a one-sided affair. But they're definitely looking to even it out here.
I feel like Azure also typically performs well internationally, and that's one of the things that this team like has going for them, right? They tend to struggle a little bit less outside of the Chinese region than some of the other teams from China, which you know, was kind of one of the issues a while back. But right now, I mean, all these teams are pretty much just steamrolling with tons of momentum. So G2IG here with Monet, NTS, JT, Bobica, and of course Xnova. These guys looked super clean yesterday. They finished off 3-1. They're sitting at the top of their group, and you know, rightfully so. Like, their drafts were on point. Their gameplay was super crisp. Outside of a couple, like, you know, fun, haha, let's dive high ground without Aegis and feed our whole team. But they were still like 30k ahead, so it was okay. But yeah, they like, after talking with Xnova, he's like, yeah, we feel really prepared. You know, we came into this tournament, you know, ready to play, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it'll be pretty fun. Like, already in the bans, we see some slightly different stuff than what we usually do. Because these teams know each other so well, there's definitely very targeted bans, knowing what the opponents like to do. We end up with a Dragonite slipping through. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Shadow Demon pick up coming up here. Most of these bans, like, many of them are pretty understandable. I'd say Lion has dropped out of favorability for a lot of teams, but still pretty popular to the Chinese teams. Magnus, nothing to say, plays a really nice Magnus, and he's just like a stable pick. Naga, yeah, that's true. It is a contested hero in this series here.
Yeah, I mean, they've flexed it multiple times between mid and off lane, and I guess just respecting the Bobica Lion, right? They're just like, yeah, we've seen what that can do. But if you're also planning on opening something like a Dragon Knight who uses the Manta spam, getting rid of the Lion actually makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah. Any kind of illusion hero will not enjoy Lion. It's like a different... It's interesting, like, that they prioritize it over the Shadow Demon, for example, which we've seen a lot of teams do versus Dragon Knight, which is to make your own illusions. I guess they're not so worried about that, or maybe they know that G2IG is not likely to first pick Shadow Demon, instead going for the Razor, which, if you lane against the Dragon Knight, should be fine. It's difficult to actually kill the Dragon Knight, but you can get some damage and then go for denies. Kind of do what Dragon Knight usually does to most other heroes. But Dragon Knight actually has such good base damage that he'll still get by in a lane versus a Razor. Okay, there's that Shadow Demon ban.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. So they get rid of 2 really frustrating heroes for the Dragon Knight. The mid lane Coddle, obviously a really big one. The other one being the Shadow Demon, just in the terms of the game matchup. We've seen a lot of this dynamic of Razor and Dragon Knight in games, actually pretty heavily. Like, these heroes are getting a ton of attention. I am a little bit curious on where they want to run the Razor. They go and just pick up a Tiny, likely going to be Bobica's, but obviously it could be JT as well. We've seen it flexed a few times into the off lane. Razor versus Dragon Knight's an interesting matchup as the game goes on, because Razor, the longer he's able to like sit on a hero, the better it gets. But Dragon Knight is surprisingly good at kiting people, especially once he has his Aghanim Scepter.
That's very true. Yeah. And feels a little bad to be linking like Dragonite of all heroes, since it doesn't feel like Dragonite is like, it feels a lot of his impact in the fights from his right clicks are all the effects he gets from his attack, which yes, it does damage and splashes, so it's kind of nice to reduce that. But even as you remove damage, it's still hitting you with slows, attack slow, stuff like that. Like, it's still really annoying. So yeah, it's just like there's counterplay for both ways. Crystal Maiden, pretty strong support. Should help if it's like, say, Razor off lane and Crystal Maiden's there. The slows and the root can help you not be dove super hard by the Razor and potentially Tiny lane. But she will have to be careful, because if you get tossed back on that Crystal Maiden, you're probably just going to die in this lane. So
True.
She'll have to be careful, and maybe we'll see Azure pick up a strong carry for her to play behind, one that maybe doesn't care so much about the threat of this lane. Though a lot of times you'll see, like, versus a Razor, you end up picking a ranged hero, which I think can sometimes, you just got to be real careful in that kind of lane. Like, you just spam out ranged spells, but you got to be extremely careful of Tiny getting to you and tossing you back.
Yeah, I think the benefit for Azure right now is that they have the 18th pick, and you'll probably see where the Razor is going on the follow-up double pick here, just to kind of get
That's
an
true.
idea. So what? That is a Clinks.
I'm super up for this. So Azure played it earlier twice. They played it on... So first of all, Lou loves this hero. He's like one of the only carry players who regularly plays Clinks, but they actually also flexed it over to FY. It's not something you see all that much, but it does give you that option to adjust things. Against the Razor, Clinks should be totally fine. You still don't want to get tossed back. It's still a little scary, but carry Clinkses tend to get some early points in the... I forget what it's called. What's his E where he eats things? Anyways, he eats things, gets
Dark
health,
Pact?
and that's... I think... No, that's
Is it
Slark.
Death Pact?
Death Pact, yeah. He death
Freaking
packs
one of the
trees.
packs.
Look, he's eating things. He's eating things and gaining health, and so it's harder to burst him, like you might see from other ranged carries.
I mean, I like Clinks. I think it's a fun hero. It hasn't gotten a lot of attention for a while. And the thing is, too, is I know that there's a few support players that really want to be able to play support Clinks. We're going to see them go back.
Like it's gonna
from
be
Faceless
support
Void
Clinks.
here, so it is going to be support Clinks, yeah. Unless they're doing something weird and want to run this in the mid lane, but I think you're right. I think it's going to be FY taking the Clinks in the 4 position here with the 5 position Crystal Maiden. It does give you some damage to throw into a Chronosphere. I'm mostly curious how it's going to play into the Techie's Tiny, because when it comes to Clinks, like, you're playing around the tar bomb, right? And like your skeleton summons and just like poking and surprising heroes. It can take objectives very quickly, but they did nerf like a lot of the items that like support Clinks was building earlier, right? Things like Solar Crest, or you can't self-cast anymore, stuff like that.
Yeah, his like latest build he kind of likes is Orchid into Bloodthorn, but I mean, he might still do that. It's not looking like the greatest Orchid game right now.
Yeah, not at all.
I mean, it's always kind of useful to have a silence, but it's not as required as like, oh, there's a Puck on the enemy team. There's one of the Spirit Brothers, right? So, I mean, there's still a chance, right? There's one more pick here that could be a mid hero. Razor could be mid or off lane, and there's a chance Tiny goes in one of those as well. But Azure will have to pick first and kind of reveal it. Ooh, the Meepo ban earlier, because JT does play an offlane Meepo that could catch you off guard. And then we got the Zeus and Sniper bans.
This was actually such a good Zeus game.
Yeah.
Such a good Sniper game too, actually. Like, into Luna and Razor, like, Sniper actually just destroys both of them.
Yeah, I also wonder if that means they're thinking about Puck, because they could use some catch, and the early silence and nuke damage is pretty good versus a Faceless Void to go slow him down. It's also good for the Crystal Maiden, who's pretty low, right? You could definitely get some kills here as a Puck.
I kind of like the idea of just putting the Razor mid if you can get away with it. You will see what Azure Ray's mid is going to be because it is almost guaranteed to be an offlane DK here into the Luna lane. It's not great for Dragon Knight, but it's playable. I think what's going to tilt it, though, is the 5 position techies from X Nova is I almost said a bad, naughty word, a ton of magic damage from Sticky Bomb. And yeah, I think you have to factor that in when you're playing offlane DK because you are going to get, harassed out quite a bit heavier. So I think we're looking for a mid from Azure Ray, probably the offlane for G2IG. They get rid of the Doom as well, which would have been fantastic this game. There is still a Timber Saw. It has not been banned. So I'm a little bit curious if they want to go back for a Timber Saw. They want to go for like a Centaur or Mars. But you don't really like to play Mars into Faceless Void, so... Wow, so they are going to put a Beastmaster in the offlane to dodge the Dragon Knight. I mean, now you definitely put Razor mid, right?
I think so. I think you pick an offlaner who's better versus Faceless Void. And he's going to have... It's a little tough because you would still like to have a little bit more initiation, but you also need to come online pretty early and maybe need to deal with this Helm of the Dominator, Helm of the Overlord coming out from the Beastmaster. There's sometimes other builds like the Aghanims, but if they want to play fast, Clinks would add a lot of tower damage with this Beastmaster, Crystal Maiden Aura helping you out, Dragon Knight ult, right? All of that happening while Faceless Void just farms up, joins with a Chrono every now and then. That could be pretty scary. I'm trying to think of like who could fit that bill.
Underlord?
We have been seeing him a bit more. I wonder if he's been being played in like scrims or something. Maybe
it's not bad here.
I wonder about Axe. Axe might be too slow, actually.
I think Axe is okay. We might see the Axe again. I think like Underlord, Axe, maybe Enigma are all pretty good. Like Timbersaw is a solid hero here, but time dilation and then the roar might be too much damage to like in the early game. Like they actually might be able to kill him with these supports, so we'll see. We're theory crafting an offlane. For all we know, they're just gonna put the Razor offlane and pick a new mid, but
it is possible.
NTS is taking the Razor.
Yeah, I just think an offlane Razor wouldn't have a great time versus Faceless Void. But if you see something in the mid lane that completes the draft in another way, that could work.
Okay, it is the Enigma. How do you feel about this one? The Enigma into the Faceless Void lane?
I think it does lane pretty decently into Faceless Void. I think your kill potential's relatively low. Maybe against the Crystal Maiden if you toss her back like we've been talking about. But Faceless Void's tough because he just he time walks away. But you should be able to get a good amount of denies. And I'm going to find the like post lane interactions pretty interesting. Because Enigma has such a long cooldown on Black Hole that it is good versus the like early push when they're all grouped up and you can get a Black Hole on all of them. But even if you manage to do that, like it's easier said than done, then you have such a long cooldown that they're like, okay, just go again, you know? So I think I kind of like Azure Ray's draft more. I feel like they're gonna have an easier time keeping up the tempo, but that of course assumes that the lanes go well, which we have not seen a Beastmaster Clinks versus looks to be a Luna Techies. It doesn't sound like an easy lane. Techies having tons of extra damage from the Luna passive. So that's maybe the question mark for me. I think if Azure Ray's offlane goes well, I'm pretty sure mid will just be like both heroes farming. Maybe Enigma does even better than I think. Like I think he'll win, but I think Lou will kind of get what he needs, and then Crystal Main can come join some of these early pushes. As long as that lines up, I think Azure Ray has a nice tempo going here. But yeah, depending on the lanes, G2IG, they've also got some good stuff. Like you hit that mid game at a decent pace, get a big team fight win off of Black Hole. Luna will take your base real quick.
That's the thing that I'm curious about, right? Is how fast of a tempo like could Azure Ray actually build here? Because I do feel like G2IG has the lane advantage, and Azure, like, you have late game potential from this Faceless Void, but this is one of those games where you actually have the tools to take it, you know, super late into a Faceless Void on G2IG. Like, you've actually got the Enigma, you've got the Razor, you've got this Luna, these heroes that are capable of surviving Chronospheres or even turning fights. So we'll see what happens. Beastmaster's Helm of the Overlord timing is going to be absolutely crucial. So we'll see, you know, how long it takes him to get there. If they're able to group up around it, we could see them start to snowball. The big question mark for me is still this Clinks. Like, obviously we saw them run it earlier. They won both of their games, so Azure sitting at 2-0 so far. But the only team that we've seen run Clinks, it was pretty much unpicked, unbanned prior to that series.
These teams gonna miss each other. They both go for a late smoke. Did they smoke to go on back to their own high ground?
Dude, this would be so unfortunate for Azure if they walked up there. But they actually see him for the moment thanks to the night vision from the Luna. Enigma is nowhere near here, though. So I don't know if we're going to see a fight break out over the rune. Bobica deciding against it. Does not want to have to level Avalanche for the lane, so we'll just be 2-2 on the runes. Pretty patient start.
Yeah, with so many heroes getting close to each other, kind of surprising no one commits, but yeah, just the way the smoke works out, they see each other through the Watcher, knowing the smoke's break, everyone's just gonna like chill. I think so. We were talking about the Orchid earlier. Oh no, my bad. You go first.
No. Nothing I said was gonna matter. So
I'm just
loud talky voice. So yeah, hit me up with the actual useful information with this Orchid.
Well, I was just thinking about, we were saying FY's Orchid, potentially. He hasn't like queued anything up, we don't know for sure, but we weren't sure if it would have the best targets. But Enigma's a pretty good one, because Enigma, the current builds are usually like toss back on the Crystal Maiden. Can take a lot of damage. He doesn't have the 6 Eidolons though, so I think with the 6 Eidolons, you know, she might die, but no guarantee you get the toss at that point. So, but yeah, the Orchid to the Enigma gives you a window where he does not want to rush BKB. It's not usually what we see out of Enigmas nowadays. We see like Vlad's. Looks like he's actually getting an urn first, which is pretty cool. Yeah, you like pick up these early aura items sometimes, and the blink BKB rush is not so common.
Yeah, I actually kind of like the idea of going for this urn first on JT, because it's a pretty good Spirit Vessel game if you manage to get it right. Beastmaster, Dragon Knight, Faceless Void, like come on. Like that is a very good Vessel game if you manage to get it. Bottom lane, you're gonna have to be careful. They're playing really patient around these Eidolons. Like they just do not want to be anywhere near these creep waves.
Curious if the Eidolons will justify more points in Crystal Nova. We almost always see max Frostbite from here on out.
Yeah, that's a good question.
And I guess if you get Frostbite, I mean, you can kill like 1 Eidolon for free every time. Oh, this might be the toss back into 6 Eidolons.
Yeah, that's
so dead.
There's no way.
So dead.
He was just waiting on Tiny for the second he hits level 2 to go for the Avalanche play, and he was in a perfect position to go for that. So yeah, it was kind of an inevitable thing.
Yeah, and it's a cool adjustment from Baboka, because we often see Tinies go for tree grab level 1 as part of denying and just trading in the laning stage. But with Enigma and the Eidolons, he's like confident that JT will do all of that. And so if he gets Avalanche toss at level 2 right away, that gives him the most potential to like run up, Avalanche toss, finish closing the gap, and then toss back, or sorry, Avalanche for the toss back. Yeah, and that's kind of what we saw there, getting that kill.
Good stuff. So far, the other lane's going pretty even. X-Nova doing exactly what I thought he would top, just spamming Sticky Bomb on cooldown. But because you're against a Beastmaster who's going to max axes against Luna, he actually has infinite mana with this stick. So it's pretty nuts. I've looked at him twice, and this is the second time he's back up to a full 10 stick charges.
Yeah, stick is a super value purchase verse either of these heroes on their own,
Yeah,
but now
right.
together, it's so much extra sustain. As long as they're getting the last hits, though, they don't really care, because Beastmaster is not really a hero who has to win his lane. It's more like hit the Helm of the Dominator timing, hit level 6, and then they are kicked out of the lane.
Oh, Bobica was actually short on mana, or he's trying to stay in the lane, like, get away from me. Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're not under the tower. He feels safe. A really good attempt from Bobica.
Beastmaster
Really
top.
good plays from Ori as well.
They initiate with
Oh,
the
is he gonna get
blast
the TP
off.
out?
Gonna force the TP.
Okay.
That is so close. That is so scary. He actually doesn't have any regen, though. So he TPs to his tier 1, and then actually decides, I still gotta walk home.
Oh, okay. Nice kill in the bottom lane, though, as they go ahead and punish these support rotations mid. So, Bobica comes mid. They actually go ahead and take down the Enigma. He gets his first urn charge by, you know, dying. One of my favorite changes to that item of all time.
An intentional death is what you're saying.
Yes,
He actually just wanted an urn charge. Yes, yes. That's what he's telling his team right now, too.
Don't worry, guys. I secured the urn charge.
FY might be in trouble top.
Here. Yeah, I mean, he's not making it out of this one. It's so weird looking at Clinks and, like, being that, like, his Shadow Walk is his ultimate now, and it's just so bizarre. It's, like, still uncomfortable for me to, like, look at the hero and be like, why is he just not pressing Invis?
Is he stupid?
Oh, God.
Nah, new age Clinks. I like it. Let him be a support now.
Lou gets tossed in, but a nice rotation in from FY. Should help bring down the Tiny. Nicely done. Dude, imagine if you could
Can you not eat
put
Eidolons?
your allied souls into the urn.
That would be too good for the item. Too good.
You just buy an urn to deny the enemy urn, and you just take your own allied souls, bottle them up.
I think everyone would literally buy urn. I think it would be like a must-buy item. There'd be like so many urn charges every game. Could be fun.
Sometimes in like late game, you're like, how did I get 11 charges? Now it's like lane stage is over.
You look at teammate, he's 0 and 11. You're like, ah, I see.
Makes sense.
Haste, first rune. Tiny tried to get there, but
I thought he was gonna toss over to NTS, but still ends up giving the haste on over to the Clink so he can kind of rejoin top potentially, but he's very low.
this one animation is so weird on the Clinks. What's happening here? The haste one's weird.
Yeah.
I think the idea is like Dragon Knight's not really gonna leave his lane anyway, so Clink's like, hey, I need to go back top. Can I take this? And then he's just here a little faster. Which he's a little low, but Death Pact allows you to continue to play even as you get kind of down here because of that extra health you're picking up. Although I say that, X Nova looking for a kill. Oh, I think he would have had it, but it would have put him under the tier 2, and he wasn't willing to trade.
He had like 5 stick charges, and it's one of those things where it would have been very close. And yeah, he 100% dies for the play on techies, but maybe he gets the kill. It's a definite high risk, high reward scenario. They're looking to come top here on NTS as he is rotating on the Razor. This level 4 Beastmaster is not having a good time. So they're going to put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower. FY is like sniping the catapult on the backside. X Nova should be able to chase them down, and they do.
I think
He gets
killing
the
that
catapult,
catapult's pretty smart, yeah, because I don't think you can fight this, and it looks like a little silly that he ran out. Like, he knows there's 3 heroes here, but it's literally to kill that catapult. It actually killed the push, and you see Razor's like, okay, I'm done now. I'm leaving. But otherwise, he like sits up here, keeps that catapult alive, and maybe they take this tower, or at least get a huge amount of damage in. So I think it's pretty cool idea by FY there. Okay, so let's toss back.
Yeah, it's a black hole from JT. Okay. I mean, holding it as long as he could. It seems he was like, maybe we don't need it, but has to drop it. Looking for FY as well, but unable to chase. So they'll bring Monet down here in middle lane. We're going to see a little bit of a brawl between these 2 mid lane heroes. Crystal Maiden will take an amplified damager, and that is a ton of damage to drop into the Razor. Dragon Tail as well, and Ori will clean him up with a Breathe Fire.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Bobica still chasing FY on the Clinks. Will toss him into the Ancient Camp for some extra damage. Avalanche as well, and with X Nova here. still got. I mean, he's got a stick, but yeah.
Nobody getting low to the Ancients.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Dude, we got a lot of fun rotations already happening. They managed to finish off the bottom tower.
Under attack.
Yeah, he's good though. I mean, Enigma is huge. He's got the vessel done.
Yeah, he's having a really good game, which we knew he could have, but I think finding a couple extra kills, thanks to some good tossbacks, sped this up even more. Top. Oh, hold on. Tianming might be in some danger here.
Under attack.
Yeah, he's very, very dead. He's
scouted by the Eidolons.
Of Eidolons. Spirit Vessel comes out, JT gets another.
You're gonna steal this stack too. Top lane is
such good rotation.
maybe the issue here, where Beastmaster did struggle. He has a lot of stacks, so he's catching up, and he actually is going to go for Aghanims instead of Helm of the Dominator this game.
Oh, okay. Not something we see all that much, but I do like the idea just because of the heroes he's against. Malefice actually makes his Ancient Creep giga sad, and then Luna is actually just so good at clearing the Ancient Creep anyway, so... Yeah, interesting. It doesn't scream like a great Ags game, but I will trust bot on this one. So.
If there was any offlaner I would trust.
He will farm with it is the thing. Like, it will give him space to farm. He'll be quite tanky. Into the Eidolons is actually kind of sick. So if he does get Black Hold with like max stacks up and there's a bunch of Eidolons or something.
That's true, actually. Yeah. He's clearing up a 5 stack of Ancients right now that he made for himself. This will get him right back into this. Catch up with all the other cores. Because right now he's last. He's at 3.3. He's like 4.3 after this.
Than a 5 stack.
I'm pretty sure
so
it's...
many.
I think it's
might
5?
be 6.
Maybe it's 6. I can't count, actually.
4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It is 6, yeah. So there was one troll camp. Dude. How do you stack an Ancient Camp this many times?
With a boar.
That's true.
I was gonna add more to that, but I fell short. Can't count, can't think fast either.
Just blame NA education system.
We're back. Yeah, I mean, Beastmaster got 1,000 gold off of that stack, and that's why this hero is pretty safe to pick. In as long as you don't have an absolutely terrible matchup, which maybe this Luna Techies lane was rougher than they thought. But even in those matchups, with a little bit of boar micro, he's straight back into this game. Maybe a little behind where he'd love to be, but it's playable. FY caught up to level 6-2 in the meantime, because he got the lane while Bach was clearing those stacks. Klink's having a rough start is a bit unfortunate. He's a hero who wants to be ahead and play ahead. But he got his Arcane Boots, and he's going to start working on that Orchid. And the Invis scouting, I mean, that's pretty value. So we'll see if they can find any kills off that. Maybe here this 12-minute rune, surprising Baboka.
Yeah. I don't know how he's going to get out of this one, but the nice blast off from X-Nova's going to help. NTS on the wrap around here. We'll be able to trade for the Crystal Maiden. So 2 for 1, as they will be forced to back away. Alright, so you go Blink Dagger first on DK. How do you feel about this with like their lineup right now?
I think it's fine, but maybe they were hoping Klinks would be in a better spot, because Klinks is a support who just brings a lot of early game damage, right? Doesn't have any actual crowd control. I mean, a slow, I guess. Pretty weak slow on the W, but otherwise it's just a hero that has a lot of damage. So Dragonite with the Blinks done will just set things up for the Invis Klinks, who has hopefully found the target to begin with, and then Klinks just gets to throw out the Tar Bomb and attack. So I like it in the context of like who his supports are, but Klinks is a little bit behind where he'd like. So I wonder if that damage is going to be a bit lacking. Maybe if you start with some support kills, though, you catch back up to where you want to be, and then killing cores becomes easier from there.
I mean, he is getting a lot of net worth still, though, on this support Klink, despite having the rough start. Like, he's level 8 now.
That's true.
Those kills in the jungle. He's substantially in front of the duo supports of G2IG.
That is
big
true.
question will be the Blink Dagger on Tiny, though, because that's when games start to kind of become very difficult, especially running a super squishy support duo on
Dire's
Azure.
structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under
They
attack.
really want this mid tower. They are bringing the numbers, and it looks like G2IG, he's just looking for a deny here. Okay,
Dire's
that's
middle
it. He
tower
gets it.
has been denied.
14-minute rune. Arcane bottom. Anyone gonna get it? Razor's suspicious. Thinks he's getting baited. He just denies it with a illusion. Smoke
They're
top.
smoking top looking for the Luna, but she is bottom, farming her own like triangle and extra ancient area, right?
Radiant's
Just kind of
top
pathing
tower
back
is
and
under
forth.
attack.
They can go through the
Radiant
portal.
are scanning.
There are
Got
a
to
couple
be
mines
careful.
that
Yeah.
Tower is under attack.
will
pretty
spell
scary.
disaster, especially if it's one of the supports,
Radiant's
right?
bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
if Crystal Maiden goes through, right now there's only 2, so she'd live. If he puts a 3rd one, I think she'll die, and definitely a 4th one.
Do it, X Nova. Put another mine down.
Dire's
He's just
top
farming.
tower
He's gonna
is
do it.
under attack.
He's got 1 charge,
Dire's
2nd one's almost
structures
there.
are fortified.
He's thinking about it. He's like, I think I can kill him. It'd be pretty funny. I could tip him after. Oh, maybe he's waiting. Maybe he's waiting for Roche to do
Dire's
it,
top
to go
tower
through.
is under attack.
Yeah,
All right,
Roche
now
on
he'll
those
do
mines.
it. Tian Ming, what are you doing up here?
Well, you know, he's just gonna tank the gank. I mean, it's a 5-year rotation from G2IG here. JT is hunting with a Blink Dagger, will not find anyone back behind the tower.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Where are we on this Axe
Radiant
for Bach?
structures are
He's
fortified.
close, 250 gold.
It's been a real jungling Beastmaster. I'm curious. We'll see if they end up winning and we end up doing an interview, because this is a pretty different approach from what we thought, which is, oh, Azure Ray should have this earlier tempo, right? But actually, Beastmaster's just been jungling, looking to hit this timing, and maybe that's when they're going to start going. Maybe this is like the window they planned for, or maybe the lane just didn't go as well as they would have liked, and so they're adjusting. But yeah, there's just been a lot of like chill farming from the Beastmaster Faceless, and I guess it's been up to the Dragon Knight and Clinks, and sometimes the Crystal Maiden to do what they can. They might find the techies, but they're a little, well, Tiny's not quite there yet. Black hole?
JT, he's got a black hole. He's thinking about it. He is going to let it drop the roar from Bach. It's not going to connect. Great blast off the follow-up. Bobka toss in an avalanche as well. Low here on this Faceless Void. Will get the chrono. Bach surviving thanks to this Ags. Question is, can he bring down this Razor? It's so important if you can. They're going to be able to just chip him down underneath this tower. And with no help coming his way, he's going to pop the pig pole.
Big out.
Run. Monet actually coming through the portal. He's got Eclipse. He's going to throw it.
Oh,
but
baited
does he get
Eclipse?
the vision in range? They do, just barely. Root up onto NTS. F1 on the backside trying to finish up. But a great toss in from Tiny. Finishes the job.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh
attack.
my goodness, a raindrop. The last raindrop protects the Razor. Tian Ming now has to run away. And honestly, an amazing fight here from G2IG.
That was really close. It looked like he was about to bait Eclipse and managed to get away through the trees, but vision from the Razor lets them finish up that kill. I was worried because Luna was taking her time to rotate. I thought they were just giving up on that, but looks like it was the next level bait. Bait them into the Razor before going in. Oh wait, was that DK slots? Oh, it's not the full Manta. Okay. You get the Chrono, but Lu's not. He doesn't have enough damage yet. The Maelstrom not yet finished. Now it's finished after that fight, but at the time I don't think he had it.
I mean, we saw the Ags keep keep the Beastmaster like fairly tanky, but you get to a point where you kind of can't be the only person going in, right?
Yeah, and that kind of goes back to what we were saying earlier. Like, if you're a little further ahead, maybe you have enough damage to finish up those kills faster. Or swap that, if G2IG wasn't doing as well, maybe they're a little less farmed, and you can't live as long as you did to get that turn. But currently, Luna is very farmed. Like, she's just mostly been on her own. That's the first rotation I really remember her joining. And she is very far ahead of everyone else. 4,000 ahead of the Dragon Knight, who's the next closest core.
Oh, he blinks back, but guess what? They knew the wraparound at the ready, the toss up into the mines. Very sick play there. That should open up this tier 2 tower without any fortification. Bach is trying to just solo Roche, which I guess is something you can try and do on this Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think this is actually really good because with this bottom tier 2, I was going to say G2IG can just camp down here, wait for Roche to come over in a minute, and then feel pretty comfortable taking Roche. But that only works if Roshan's still alive, and it looks like they're going to get away with this steal.
This is sick.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Surely there's not another mine up here.
one more. Dude, that's the famous last word of running into techies. You run into 3 mines, you're like, that's gotta be all of them up here. You just keep going, one more blows up. There's gotta be, like, that's it, right?
FY they had no idea the Clinks was there as well, but they get the Crystal Maiden. Bach should be safe. They did see him for a moment, but he'll be able to TP out. No more stuns available. It's an 8,000 gold lead, and you do have double BKBs now on both Razor and Luna.
Losing the Aegis is really annoying for them, though, because this is kind of the time they wanted to hit with this Luna BKB, give her an Aegis.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness.
Dude, they blinked at identical times. JT blinks forward, Dragon Knight also blinking forward, and because of it, you are not going to get the black hole opportunity. That is huge for Azure. He was 100% dead.
Amplified damage on Razor. He's got his BKB. Yeah, they're so annoyed they lost Roche right now. Like, imagine them pushing the high ground with an Aegis on Luna. Like, how are you ever going to take that fight?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not against double BKB. And even though JT can have his black hole canceled by either Beastmaster or Chronosphere, it's one of those things, like, if you want to chrono the Enigma, you're also just going to chrono whoever on your team is in there. Crystal Maiden sacrificing her life willingly for the Tormentor Shard. One more iconic duo.
We've seen it happen to Crystal Maiden quite a few times. Crystal Clone pretty good. Tell you what, actually, if you find the Eidolons and you Crystal Clone them, that is value right there.
True, actually. FY top lane. JT comes in. Vessel just black holes the Clinks. Okay, JT's like, I haven't used this in a minute. See you later.
They're gonna try
mid lane. We're also gonna see an attempt here onto Bach. A lot of damage here on NTS. They get a nice pick off onto 2. Bach surviving thanks to the drums of Slom. But he's still got a BKB here. He's gotta just go in with a Chronosphere on low. Can he actually finish the job? The amplified damage is stacking up, and in comes Monet. He's got a BKB. He's got an Eclipse. I think they're realizing, maybe we need to bail out of this one. Those are 2 great kills for Azure, though.
Yeah, I think they're happy with this sequence because that black hole top tells me that G2IG realizes they can't push too easily without the Aegis, so they're just like, just get kills, we have to wait for the next one. Azure finding 2 support kills is great when they're this far behind. With that in mind, with no Chronosphere, even though there's no black hole, which can be canceled anyways, like we were talking about, right? They are going to look to fight and see if they can get anything.
Tianming. Crystal Maiden, very dead. Eventually. Yeah, there's the Malefice to do the job.
I mean, you're pretty happy it was Tianming instead of DK there.
Yeah, exactly. It should open up this top tier too, but if you get the, one of these core kills there, that's huge.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I think they'll get both tier 2s here.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now Techie's setting up in their triangle, so it's going to be a little bit difficult to push in. They do have boars to scout this out, which they'll likely do.
Yeah, the boards and the
Also be
Dragon
careful,
Knight
like,
illusions.
Blinks. Yeah. Oh, does he have his Manta? He does. Okay.
Radiant's top tower has
The
fallen.
Aegis is almost down, 40 more seconds. I don't think G2IG will go high ground until the next Roche, which is going to be enough time for Lu to finish the BKB. And trying to see if anyone else will have a big item by then. Maybe the Dragon Knight Ags if he
Dire's
finds a
bottom tower
kill.
is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Blink. Expecting further Wisdom Rune. It's not there. So Luna, I just kind of haven't looked at the net worth chart in quite some time. She's really farmed. She is closing in on Khan to just about 500 gold away, and she's gonna time that perfectly with that level 20 talent, which is really when this hero starts to gain a massive power spike.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, she's going to be
Dire's bottom tower
very
is
scary.
under attack.
But maybe you can, maybe you have the control between Chrono and Roar. If you can get a well-positioned Chrono and FY is able to just throw in the damage in that time, they might be able to bring her down.
I'm gonna take their Tormentor first. I mean, with Xnova having Guardian Greaves, should be doable. Yeah, it is. Shard goes on over to the techies. And meanwhile, they do find FY on the bottom side. At some point, we're going to see a gem pickup, I'd imagine, but they're carrying dust on nearly everybody, which you don't see in pub games. Your cores are like, guys, I'm not buying dust, so good luck. If we don't get this kill, it's your fault, though.
Don't worry, they won't communicate any of that until after the kills.
ping dust on allies. I think somebody should buy dust.
Okay, I wasn't sure if Dragon Knight would actually finish the Ags in time, but you know what? He's real close. He's 200 away, actually. I wonder if he got a stack or something. Yeah, that's some fast farming.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're going to start threatening high ground here, it looks like. And it's pretty easy, right? Monet can just continue to chip on the
Radiant's
Luna.
bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, you have to be real careful of the tossbacks as well.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
If you get tossed back and then you try to help that guy, there could be a black hole jumping in to catch your entire team. There's a good chance you just got to give up whoever gets grabbed.
Ooh,
close.
Very nice. All right, forces them back. They're going to smoke here on Azure. Let's see if they can actually find an opening of their own. Obviously, BKBs are now out for both Bach as well as Low on this Faceless Void. So gives them quite a bit of strength to play around.
Find Razor.
He does get a gem now on Razor, though, so they're going to lose their one ward.
That would have been an amazing kill.
They'll never
Dire's
expect
middle
a ward in
tower
the
is under
exact
attack.
same spot again.
This time it moved a little south. They'll never know it. I mean, that's unironically, that is a very high-level Dota thing, mind game, where in pubs, you keep placing in the same spot, they keep checking in the same spot. At the pro level, you get the ward, you're like, there's no way they would put it again, right, guys? Yeah, we don't have to check again. It's like, oh, they'll think we're better than that, so we will put it in the exact same spot. It's the bell curve of Dota.
Yep.
Just put wards in the exact same spot.
The
Dire's
bell curve
bottom
memes
tower
are
is under
top tier.
attack.
I love those ones. It's one of my favorite Dota memes.
Radiant's top tower
Alright,
is under attack.
G2IG learned from their last mistake. They do not want Roche to get sniped, so they've just been camping it with mines, and it's finally up. They're going to grab this, stick it on Monet. Wouldn't be surprised to see both the cheese and the Aegis on him, but maybe give the cheese to Nothing to Say first, and then after Aegis dies, if you haven't used it, pass it back over.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I think NTS on the Razor, the longer he's in this fight, the better it's going to be for him. And if they go to Chrono him, I don't think he dies in the initial Chrono. So it's probably likely he could get the cheese off and reset.
Radiant are
So
scanning.
they lose a tier 2 tower bottom for the Roshan. You know, kind of the acceptable loss. It's a pretty standard trade that we see. JT, a very cool position move from him. He actually just comes through the portal and just starts farming here on this small triangle area. It's like, I'll see if they start making a rotation through the portal. Like, this is, you know, one way for us to be ready.
Dire's courier has been killed.
I'll take that.
Monet just finishes his Satanic. So they have no other objectives to really go for, so I'm wondering if they're just going to go high ground. You don't often see that because you actually want to make use of the Aegis time. Like if you lose it on a high ground push 1 minute into getting it, like there was like 4 other minutes you could have held the Aegis and had an advantage around the map. But I don't know if you want to drag this game out and keep letting Azure Ray farm. So yeah, it looks like they're just gonna go high ground and start poking away. FY is gonna try to like creep waves as much as he can to delay this.
That's pretty smart. I think now that you have the Satanic on the Luna, it's probably worth it. You do need to make sure you're continuously pushing in at least one lane. And they have someone coming in bottom. The Avalanche comes out. They need the toss back. There's a huge amount of mines there, but they won't be able to connect on it. Monet still needs to be careful as they're looking to just hold him down. FY will continue the creep cut in mid, but their wave is coming in bottom. So it will give Monet the ability to continue to just cleave through these barracks. Did I just see a Dagon? I did. All right, Bach has a Dagon.
It's a lot of spell lifesteal when you combine it with the Ags, plus you can kill off illusions instantly. Not enough here though. Like you said, that bottom wave saving them, let them finish off that mid Rex.
Alright, they're actually smoked. It looks like they want to try and maybe surprise G2IG here. But being patient, realizing, alright, we'll take the first lane of barracks. We still got almost 3 minutes left on the Aegis. Let's maybe farm another item. What are they looking for? It's going to be Butterfly for the Luna, NTS going for a Lincoln's. JT is almost to his Lincoln Sphere on the Enigma, meaning that if he chronos the Beastmaster, or I'm sorry, if he black holes like the Faceless Void, Beastmaster can no longer break it.
Can you still roar next to the guy with Lincolns? And that'll cancel?
Monet taking a decent chunk of damage, but Shard will reduce a good chunk of it. Santa. Just walk away. Just slowed down so much here by the Dragon Knight. One of the most annoying things about playing against this hero. And he actually just snipes him with an axe. Okay, so Luna's Aegis is spent. Ori jumps in, goes to stun up the Razor. And I think with this, G2IG are just going to give up on the high ground. At least until the Dragon form is over.
Yeah, 13k is a... It's a lead, but against like a Faceless Void and the BKB piercing potential of Roar, it's still scary. Not that they know it's like 13k, right? But when they kind of play this game and have a rough feel, they know they're ahead, but they're really respecting the chrono. They know if they screwed up, they could feed one fight, and then suddenly it's an even game from here. And one set of barracks is not the end of the world. Crystal Maiden almost dying again to Tormentor, even though 4 people are there doing it. Looks like Faceless Void gets it. That's a pretty good shard.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to just go in, scout with Time Walk, hit the Dilation, and reverse Time Walk is always so nice. It's super annoying on high grounds like Siege, just getting your entire team hit with Time Dilation.
Yeah, it's also really good versus Link, because you can just jump away to break it and then immediately return to keep fighting if you want to use it that way. Ooh, Klink's finished the Bloodthorn. There are quite a few Dispels now on G2IG, but potentially if you are chronoed and you can't activate any of those, Bloodthorn's a lot of damage. Especially, like, you got Boars hitting. I think they proc it. Actually, I'm not sure. But you got Dragonite with the good attack speed. You get the Klinks, all that stuff. Or is it only whoever has it? Isn't it everyone?
I feel like
it's everyone, right?
Is all targets. Yeah. It says
all attacks on the
targets.
silenced. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if it includes boars, because sometimes summons are a little funny with some of these interactions. It works on skeletons, though, I know for sure, so...
Yeah.
I think boar should be included. They're team players.
Why not? Yeah, I think with Clinks here, he can definitely just solo pick off a hero, you know, alone typically. But you have to consider now, Xnova has Guardian Greaves and a Pavis, so you can instantly dispel the Bloodthorn, and Tiny has a Lotus Orb, which he's got a ton of HP as well, so Tiny's not an easy kill in the first place. So it's not straightforward for this Clinks. He will offer a lot of damage into the Chronosphere, like you're saying, but I feel like this guy's just gonna be farming at this point and cutting waves. Like that is FY's game plan.
Yeah, it's the solo pickoff window has passed. It's more of the extra team fight damage after those dispels come out, and in the meantime, he'll just creep cut. It's why he bought the shard. The shard's really good wave clear. Gonna get a smoke out from G2IG. They grab an arcane rune, and this is Refresher Razor, so you could pop the full combo, have it pretty quickly back up.
They will see the Manta actually under a ward, so they know the smoke is happening right here. And Bobica, as well as NTS on the backside, he just jumps in, manages to find the Clinks, the toss back, the roar comes out as well. Bobica, he's gonna get bursted down here, but NTS with the refresher, he's got everything on Rory, and just no shot at all. The double static link, the double Eye of the Storm, dude. Again, the longer those fights go on, the better it is for someone like a Razor. But when you have two Eye of the Storms, holy hell, man.
They steal the gem too.
Low gets the Chronosphere onto the Luna, the black hole. He dodges it. They get the Luna. You only grab the CM for this on the backside. Low able to time walk back into the base. And NTS needs to be careful. Does have cheese. Quite tanky. Low thinking of going in. Throws the time dilation. Dude, what a good chrono and what a sidestep.
He was a buyback on Crystal Maiden, dieback on Clinks. I don't think they got a... Or did they? Did they get a gem back? No, Razor was holding it. So they don't get a gem back, which is too bad for them. But considering that looked like Drag Knight might have to buy back there. But with that chrono kill, they're going to back off. I guess you hold. You hold a little longer for Azure. And we see they do have the damage potential. Like, Clinks was doing some crazy damage until that black hole came out.
I mean, the only reason Luna dies here is because of the Clinks buyback, right? The skeleton archers are not affected by the black hole, I'm pretty sure. So he goes in, just tarbomb Bloodthorns the Luna in the Chronosphere and just diebacks, but he does like over 1,000 damage. He does 1,200 damage to her in the Chronosphere. Like, she doesn't die if that doesn't happen.
Spooky, spooky skeletons, they defy the laws of physics.
I mean, I'd have to like go back and look at it, but it looked, I'm pretty sure they were just attacking under the black hole, so.
I think you might be right.
I think they treat them as like tower units or something, right? Like plague wards. Like plague wards aren't affected by black hole.
Yeah, they're not like summons like the board. I don't think they can be effective. Black hole is like different from Chrono in that regard.
Very fast Roche. They're actually just gonna snipe this. It has an Aegis and of course the Aghanim Scepter, which goes right into the hands.
The cheese, guys!
Oh, he denies the cheese.
He denies it!
He's like,
no one's willing to go back in for it. I'd rather destroy it than let you have it.
Okay,
that's a really good Roche
Aghanim's
deal.
Blessing is on the Faceless Void. I'm curious if he's going to be the one that uses it.
Didn't he just buy his own?
Or if they give it to someone else.
I thought he just bought one. Maybe
he
I was
did.
looking at
He
someone.
actually just bought an Ag Scepter. Oh, that feels so bad. So, I mean, it doesn't feel that bad. You guys still get a free Ags. The question is who you give it to now.
Give it to Clinks.
I think so too. Burning Army is kind of sick.
Also, it's Clinks or Crystal Maiden, so...
That's a very valid point. I swear to God, if you give this to Crystal Maiden right now, FY.
I mean, Root's kind of cool and all, but live the dreams for us, FY. You've just been farming all game on a Clink support. You got given the Aghanims. This is it for the support players. Live our dreams for all of us.
Dude, he's huge now. Burning Army, I mean, we saw in the Black Hole, this hero can do a lot of damage. I'm sorry, in the Chronosphere. So if there's a moment where he can just throw the Burning Army and a Bloodthorn, whoever's in that Chronosphere might just die.
For those of you that haven't seen it in a while, the Klink's Aghanims gives him 5 skeletons, and the skeleton hit count goes up to 3. So that is 5 more skeletons that can be affected by strafe attack speed that will be doing bonus damage into Bloodborne.
Thank you, thank you, production, for giving us that replay, and yeah, confirming once again that Black Hole is skeletons.
Production value. This is a close one. I know G2IG has had the lead the whole time and have been relatively in control, but it does not feel comfortable for them.
The fact that they get 2 Roshans in this game is completely changing the flow of this game. Like, G2IG, off the first Aegis, might have been able to take a lane of barracks. They get second one and do that, but now they lose the third Rosh again, and now you have this 2.5 minute window of a Faceless Void with an Aegis. Who's gonna farm?
Yeah, I think that first Rosh, maybe it's extreme to say, I think they win off that first Rosh. Not like literally win right there, but I'm pretty sure they had such a, I think it's like 8k almost difference at like 18 minutes, and every tier 2 double BKBs, like everything was lined up. Even if you chrono everyone, I don't think you have the damage to kill everyone, especially a Luna twice. So I'm pretty sure they would have definitely taken 1 set of barracks, if not more, off that very first Aegis, and broken the game open for themselves. Instead, here we are 20 minutes later, and it's 14k lead with only 1 set. So it is super close. They're gonna kill X Nova now as well, and they bought themselves more time. It's kind of the name of the game here for Azure Ray. Just the more time that passes, they have Black Hole. That's scary, but we have Chronosphere and the permanently scouting Invis hero in Klinks. Like, eventually you find a pickoff that breaks open these late games. Even into gems and like sentries, it's scary, but like you just need the one really good pickoff.
I mean, he's got so much attack range as well now. He finished up the Dragonlance, grabs the Telescope. He's about to hit his level 20 talent. Like, this Klinks is going to be very scary. You gotta be, like, getting the 4th skeleton off Skeleton Walk. Like, there's a lot of things lining up for FY.
If he goes for a Scythe,
you will have a 4th scaling core for sure.
Yeah, I think Hex next would be really good to... That brings the solo kill potential back.
Yeah.
It's like, what, 3.5?
I'm trying to think what any other item he could go for, but I agree with you. I feel like Hex is definitely just the way.
2.8. I forgot they reduced the time. But anyway, 2.8 seconds is enough. Like, if he pops, throw the Ags, instantly Hex, pop out of Invis, W strafe. Like, I think the 2 seconds you have of, like, 9 skeletons or something hitting one guy with Bloodthorn, I'm pretty sure they're straight up dead.
High chance. Enigma, finishing up an Aghanim Scepter, also has a Timeless Relic, so this is spooky. This is a ton of damage coming in between the two of the, like, between that Timeless Relic, if he decides to put that. Currently he's holding on the Psychic Headband, but it is so much spell damage.
If they get a good Black Hole, I mean, the combo after that, like Avalanche, Blast Off, Mines, probably have Glaives, Eclipse going. It would be really scary. You have to be super respectful on G2IG of the threat of Black Hole. Another Tormentor, now to Ori. Fireball's more damage for the Chrono.
Hell yeah. Who also finished up his Bloodborne working towards BKB. Did you catch the Gaming Gladiators game with, like, Quinn on a Dragon Knight at 80 minutes with an IO?
Yeah, that attack speed was absolutely nuts.
I was watching that game and I'm like, I feel like I'm playing custom games right now. I don't know what's going on.
Ooh, debating FY top.
Oh, that's a nice kill. I know we were talking about him being really good at solo killing heroes, but he is still fragile. His hero only has about 2,000 HP and at 43 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's got to be him initiating, not them waiting for him. And unlucky for him, he ran right into them in the trees, had no time to react or do anything. He's just... he doesn't even mind that death that much in general because his job right now is just to force enemies to constantly go back, keep cutting creep waves. Like, he's the one who can do that the most because of invis. It's hardest to find him until he actually gets close to the buildings. I think he maybe wanted that tier 2 because it's so low. But otherwise, like, they're just dragging things out on the side of Azure. I guess maybe he needs to be careful till he has buyback again. He's like 20 gold short though, so probably okay.
I mean, if he dies at like his tier 2, it's very different than dying at the enemy tier 2, right? That's at the end of the day, like that is why it's an okay death. You do have a Scythe of Vice finished up on the Luna though. Actually, she has gone back, completed it, no boots, just has a Swiftling Scythe of Vice now.
That's pretty interesting.
And a Cap. So very cool build from Monet.
Yes, Luna can now initiate with the Blink Hex, set up the rest of her team to follow up. She's so tanky that if she jumps in first and they try to kill her, it's actually not that bad. Like, if you pop shards and BKB, I don't think you die. And then you just Satanic heal back up.
I kind of agree with you. I think she could probably survive one Chronosphere. Now, if a second Chronosphere comes out from low, if he gets that refresher here fairly soon, she might go down. But she should be able to survive a Chrono with the BKB. Smoked up here on the side of G2IG, heading on to the other side of the map, just kind of pathing back and forth to find anybody on Azure out of position.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah. It just goes back to really respecting the Chronosphere. If you try to just push up to the lanes, it forces you to funnel into specific spots where you can be caught by the Chronosphere. They're really hoping to find a pickoff before either attempting Roche or going into the high ground. And I think this smoke was hoping to get a kill to set up for the potential fast Roche, which unfortunately is actually quite a long spawn. We may see them still wait there. We'll see if they're traumatized about having Roches constantly stolen from them. But it does mean they'll be sitting here for 2 minutes. Oh, they don't even need to, actually. They have techies, I forgot. They're still walked back here, though, so I don't know. Just wanting to be in position ahead of time, I guess. You never know. It could spawn. It could spawn.
Yeah, I think it's smart just to, like, the moment it spawns, you want to start hitting this and start killing the Roshan. You also want to set up on Techie's minds. Like, if Azure were to come through the Twin Gate, you're already at a fight advantage. They actually scout them here on the bottom side. So they see the lanes kind of getting shoved in, but they've TP'd out now on Azure. And back through the Twin Gate we go. Luna will use the Manta spam here through the Twin Gate, of course. One of the best ways of dealing with this split push.
Yeah, from the perspective of Azure, it's tough. Like, we can see that, oh, actually, if Klinks kept pushing, like, they could force this tier 3 and cause them to back. But from their perspective and the vision they have, they don't know. Ooh, Ori getting caught out here, actually.
He is no way out, dude. This Razor just destroying him. That's no buyback either. 80 seconds.
Actually, for 1,000 gold, too. Okay, I thought, like, if he has buyback, it sucks, but maybe not the end of the world, because that's no refresher on Razor, which is a huge part of his power, and maybe you could force a fight off that. But yeah, without the buyback, I mean, this refreshers, it won't have that much time left on the cooldown at that point. They're going to try to force rotations out. I think they're starting to realize, like, wow, it's a pretty long Roche spawn, guys. Let's try to get him out of there.
He's bringing the Eidolons here in the bottom lane. He's like, I'll deal with this eventually.
I feel like FY should force this, actually, because he has buyback.
Yeah.
But I guess you're so scared of dying and getting nothing out of it, but Klinks is actually so fast at taking this stuff. Like, he could just throw the Ags. The Ags is 80 seconds. It's a little painful. Maybe you want to save it for the fight, but okay, never mind, dude. Yeah. Now that they know, like, Roche has to be happening right now. Gets a fortify.
I'm surprised he doesn't use the skeleton walk archers as well, because, like, he could have done a ton of damage to this tower, but does at least get the fort, like you were saying. Aegis, Cheese, another Aghanim Scepter going their way. Who grabs it is the real question. Luna. So we've got Orbital Cannon online, as I like to call it.
Nice, that's a good name. Throw it on your Razor, have Razor just go in.
I've been, you know, it's like I've been calling it the orbital cannon for a long time, but now that Helldivers is out, it feels very appropriate. It does really feel like you're pulling a stratagem in, and it's just nuking the enemy team.
Ooh, are they gonna find FY? He's trying to cut creep waves.
Oh god, that refresher had one attack left on it before that courier was dead. That was very close. All right, well, now you have 2 black holes for JT. Aghanim Scepter black holes at that. A Wind Waker picked up on Bobica. Surely they have the tools to try and end this game. Right? Zach, am I wrong? Am I wrong here?
They'll try. There's still a big risk of throwing. That's why they're going to do it very cautiously. And they're trying to find a pickoff on FY first. They keep looking for him.
Oh, I mean, they have 2 gems, right?
They might get him here.
Bobica might actually find him here. He's going to walk right on up. Does find the clings. Avalanche is there. The blinking from JT as well. Yeah, he's gone. We've seen this one before. All right. FY's dead. Pesky Clinks no more cutting their wave, but of course has buyback.
They'll only have about like 30 seconds by the time they actually get to the base. They do have Fortify. I'm not sure if you want to use it because you already lost 1 set. So if you use Fortify, they could go straight for the throne after that if they're like winning a big enough fight. I don't know if you can use it here. You might if you want to really save the buyback, but seems pretty scary.
Right. Luna gonna start working on towers. Good crystal clone out here, but it's only a matter of time. One day grabs this board with a nice blink in. Does get disarmed for the second. Hex comes out as well. Trying to just keep this Dragonite a little bit away from the Luna. She really wants the tower. Will pop the Satanic just to guarantee it. There's gonna be the fortification.
I've got my own Hex.
Yeah, I was like, who has the Hex?
Fox picked it up.
Okay. Okay. Almost got the tier 3. They're actually just gonna back.
I was kidding when I said we might see. I was half kidding when I said we might see some like really long games off of their record-holding longest series. I wonder, someone with stat knowledge out there, what's the longest best of 2 series that's ever been out there? G2, IG, and Azure, they might be, maybe they're looking to collect records out here.
They're just playing for the fans, you know. That's what matters. They're giving us a show. The look in bottom here for nothing to say. The Chronosphere would be amazing, and he's going to go and get to stun the Chronos there. A great Wind Waker save for the second, but NTS will go down, but in comes Monet Hex with the Aghanim Scepter of that Luna, but the Black Hole JT cancels! He's got a second. Chronos turns around, gets onto the Enigma, but can he kill him? Another Wind Waker save, but now it's time to run. Ori surrounded. Is he going to make it out? A Black Hole from JT will secure this one. It's a buyback on the Razor. You get both Black Holes for both Chronospheres.
Amplified damage rune 2, sticking on Luna. I think that was that had to be a misclick, right? I hate to throw him under the bus, but I'm pretty sure that's a Faceless Void kill. Did I miss something?
Yeah, no, it was definitely a misclick or something. It had to be.
It's okay, guys. We still
like
won. We still won the fight.
Monet. He's like, get there fast, buddy. He buys out a Divine Rapier, has 30 seconds left on an Aegis, has a Refresher. He wants to end this game.
Move it. Get in there, buddy. I'm so tired of watching you guys farm. Get in there and hit that base. I swear, if you go back for another item, you don't need an 8th backpacked item, man.
I will toss you into their fountain. So help me.
Right, that barracks melts instantly. How's the Fortify? They might just go for the win. Though after how patient and careful they've been, I wonder if they'll just go for the Megas.
On Aegis.
Ooh, that is a little scary.
This is one of those things where it's like, how many items can you have? He's just backpacked a Scythe of Ice and a Mantle. 50 seconds until Chronosphere is up, though, is the problem. And they are indeed just going to back away with the Clinks respawn.
Alright, let's start talking about 60-minute items, because it's what's gonna happen this game. It seems like it kept feeling like G2IG might be just at the edge of like winning and taking the fight stuff, but I think this is the wrong replay. Just in case you guys wanted a reminder of how quickly DK gets melted. They're gonna wait. I don't know.
Radiant
2 sets is
scanning.
not comfortable. I know this 3rd set's open. But this is gonna let the Chronospheres come back up. And part of the reason G2IG won that fight is they committed Azure Ray committed a lot for just the Razor. And if you wait for Aegis and push up and you're grouped up, you might be giving a better Chronosphere to Lou, who is now 6 slotted. Has a shard
like
queued
the
up out of
nullifier
habit.
pickup.
What is up here? You've got one, my
And
man.
an Ag's Blessing. I don't know. I mean, NTS is on buyback for 5 more minutes. Dragon Knights for 6. So both teams know, like, these 2 heroes specifically need to be very careful in their positioning. Bobica has done some really sick stuff with the Wind Waker this game, trying to delay kills inside the Chronosphere. But now that you have a nullifier, that save is not going to happen. The only thing that will save people in Chronospheres going forward is if you happen to get the Book of
Radiant are
Shadows.
scanning.
That's it. Like, that is the only item that will keep people alive.
That's a really good item this game for both teams against Chronosphere and a Black Hole. It's a tough to use item, and I think even at a pro level, it's pretty intimidating to take because you already have so much to do in late game Dota, and now you're adding in an ability that can grief your entire team or save, right? It's a very scary item to use, and you don't get to practice it very much because it's rare to run into 60-minute games and you get random choices. So I do think it's a really good item, but we may see it
super
backfire
disorienting.
if they take it. Yeah. It's not like a very noticeable effect. Wind Waker saving Baboka a little more. I think Luna's got to stop farming. She's got like technically other things to do, but I feel like at this point you should just let your teammates farm.
I don't think you realize what you're saying. You're telling your carry to stop hitting creeps. You're saying
Carry
like, hey
players.
buddy, okay. It's been 55 minutes. You've got 7 items. Maybe we just stop hitting creeps, all right? What
Carry
about,
players,
what about
listen.
Bobica
The
here?
3 slots below your inventory, those items don't work. You don't need all of them filled. The refresher, I get it, right? And then it's like, oh, well, I could get a moon shard. I could get Ag's Blessing. I could get another thing. In the end, you pick up an Aegis, you gotta like swap this stuff out. And your techies, who has only 3 slots filled, like give him a Hex. And that could actually let you use the 6 items you have, like come into play, instead of just like everyone just running away with all their BKBs. I get it where he's at. I'm fine with this. But I at least build like a Helm of the Overlord or something and backpack that. Like that one actually does something in the backpack.
Dude, finding a Granite Golem and then just like having it walk around your team or having like your Enigma micro it or something, just giving that massive HP buff is no joke. We're gonna see the
big
smoke up
Roche
from
fight
Azure
here.
Ray, Ori doing exactly what we expected, playing Minesweeper. We've got the Boars as well from Bach doing the exact same thing. So X-Nova, kind of sad watching years of work go waste, but it is slowing up at least the start to this. Lineup for mine going down. I like that Ori goes the Breathe Fire in Dragon form. I actually think that talent is massively underrated.
I think it's pretty good this game too, recognizing that Clinks is the extra
Radiant's
damage,
middle
not
tower
him.
is under attack.
So he's just trying to like reduce the damage and let Clinks do the work. Or not that it's giving more damage reduction, but that it's easier to cast from afar.
Yeah.
Clinks is really close to 25. That is a pretty big pickup. Oh, Luna's so far out here, actually, baiting.
Speaking of Luna, she jumps in, gets the Hex on
Is
her
it
face,
Hex? Can it
but
chain?
he gets Hexed as a response. Ori on the backside, gonna get jumped here by nothing to say, and the Razor gonna do what he can, but you just committed some pretty big cooldowns on IG. That is double Eye of the Storm. And double BKB from the Luna and refreshers. You got a little bit overconfident.
Dude, call me crazy. I don't think they'll fight Roshan. Or like they'll posture up here. I don't think they'll want to take it. with where they're at. I think they're going to give up this Aegis. And we're going to go. We're getting to 60 minutes, man. They need to keep playing Minesweeper with the Manta Illusions and the Boars. They got to clear out these mines. It's like the one way you throw in this fight.
You still have double black hole with
That's true.
Ags, right? At the end of the day, if JT hits a 3-hero black hole or something into the refresher black hole, they're dead. 100. It will 100-0 with 2 full black holes and midnight pulse. That is just the math. That's how it works out. So I'm curious if he can make it happen, but that is like best case scenario.
See Roche. But they know Clinks has to defend the base, and he doesn't actually have boots of travel. This is the good thing about having 2 sets. Oh, they actually sent Enigma down here. See, they're not confident. They're not confident in doing this Roche without the stuff.
Dude, he's gonna black hole FY.
That'd be pretty funny. This might be a huge feed there. They're
He
here.
goes in, gets the black hole, Lowe's getting pulled in, will pop the Chronosphere. They bait JT on it instead. He's gonna Aeon Disc immediately. He has a refresher. A second Aeon Disc gets bashed up. He's going for the black hole, but he's dead anyway. The Skeletons, the MVP, they do not care. All of this space for them to get the Aegis. And another Aghanim Scepter into the hands of IG. Well,
it's a pretty cool idea from JT and from G2. I'm sure they're communicating this, right? They're like trying to, they know FY keeps pushing out, they're trying to bait it. But the one time he is not alone, I don't know if Azure Ray, did they scout something along the way? I don't know if they saw something, but they were all behind the Clinks expecting something like that to happen. I feel like that's a really good read. I know people are going to be like, what's JT doing? And actually the second black hole I think you probably don't throw, but I think him attempting that Clinks kill is really cool. I think it's really sick that Azure Ray read that and they were behind the Clinks.
Yep. Okay, so the Aghanim's Blessing, I think it went to Razor. He didn't have it beforehand, right?
Dude, I don't even know, man. We're at 60 minutes. What's happening? I think he didn't have it. I think he got the Ag's Blessing.
Okay. So we're going to see the 60-minute items coming through. Some big pickups here. We're going to see the Pirate Hat for Dragon Knight. This is, if anyone who saw that Game of Gladiators game, we know what that can do, especially with the Bloodthorn. So he's nice. Very happy about that. Stygian Desolator for the Luna works very well with the Conda. Double Mirror Shield on both Nothing to Say and JT. The Book of Shadows for X-Nova and a Giant's Ring for the Tiny. They're missing a lot here on Azure Ray still. I thought they would have grabbed more of their tier 5s, but maybe just a little bit unlucky.
They're working on it, trying to steal some Ancients, yeah. They need one for Crystal Maiden, and maybe she gets Book of the Dead, maybe she gets Pirate Hat. I don't know, she could certainly use the net worth. They might find Baboka, or Baboka finds them.
Yeah, oh boy, is Baboka being found. MTS comes in, pops the BKB, trying to blow, gets a nice Chronosphere taking down the Tiny, but this Razor is making quick work of your backline. 2 dead low, trying to TP on out. They have a Hex, but of course the BKB protecting him. Dion Ming on the Crystal Maiden will make it to safety. Oh boy, that was fast. Did Baboka survive somehow? He did.
He's got his Wind Waker. Techies has Book of Shadows. I'll be honest, I'm old. I can't keep up with everything going on. Maybe it got used, maybe it saved him.
I don't think he BKB'd on the initial Chronosphere is what happened. Because he got hexed by the Luna.
I think he started with it, but he didn't have the second refresher. And so the BKB ended, didn't have refresh. He actually just pops it right now, so we will have Chrono. He's getting the cooldown going. You use refresher on Luna.
I mean, at this point, the game has to be G2 IGs. There's just no way. I cannot imagine Azure can hold here. Despite everything, it's like you are 34,000 ahead. You have 2 black holes on the Enigma. And
it should be theirs.
There's should be theirs, especially with the DK. That HP is going to start evaporating. Boba is so dang tanky. Oh, NTS, actually, the Shard kind of backfiring there.
I think he got like stuck on the
wall.
Yeah. Well, it should still be enough space. Oh my goodness. FY bot back here.
He's forced to BKB. The toss back gets Ori again, and now he will die. His buyback's available. They're going to force the BKB out from Bach, and that's going to be mega creeps.
Time to back, guys. We need the next Aegis. I know I've got a minute on mine, but we should still play it careful. No, I think I just send the Luna in, guys. Just JT, stand behind her. Just be ready to double black hole. You guys got this.
There's no way you can defend this, right? Like, just go. Just go.
Just
Come
do
on,
it.
stop. You're running the wrong way.
Just go, guys. Hear me out. Hear me out. Monet right now, he's like, guys, I know my backpack slots are filled, but I have a stash, and that stash could use some items.
I gotta buy my backup Divine Rapier just in case we lose a fight. Yeah, I mean,
I just think they're worried. They've seen how long this game should drag out, despite the fact that they've probably felt in the lead since like the laning stage, which they have been, and yet it's been this hard to close it out. So I think they're just scared to throw here at the very end. I do think they probably could have won there. I think they can still win at any point because I mean they've got megas and 40k. It's just, I don't know, I find it worrying every time you give Lu a chance to have double chrono. Like, that is always the way to potentially throw. But you did get a lot of buybacks out, so as long as you find, like, any pick-off, you're probably, okay, maybe not the faceless, but...
Yeah, I was like, you should just go in. You have double black hole and a shadow blade on the Enigma. Like, he's free to basically make the jump. Bach up on the high ground. They will scout him here shortly.
Bach does not have buyback.
That's what I'm saying. You have 3 heroes without buyback. Just go for the black hole. You have Aeon Discs on the Enigma. Like, worst case scenario, your Aeon Disc procs in like a Chronosphere. Right? Does he have buy? They have buybacks on G2IG. I feel like you just forced the objective. But
have you thought about not doing that and
that's true.
finishing up level 30 and 2 more items? Okay, look, he just bought his Hyperstone. He's gonna eat that. He needs like a couple more creep, I don't know, like 4 creep camps or something to get level 30. At that point, Aegis is almost up. Like, oh, I don't know, guys, 1 more for the road. How about it? At that point, you're like, I'm only 5,000 gold away from buyback and Divine Rapier, so... Toss back on FY.
FY on the blink. He's going to be able to BKB. NTS goes in. He's actually just Chrono Spirit on the backside, but safe for the moment. They get on top of the JT, the black hole. It whiffs. He gets chronoed instead. And another trying to just bring down this Razor, but he can't do it. The damage is just far too much from G2IG. NTS just running down the back line. Ori goes down. Bach will be next. Dieback after dieback. Surely they don't back again. The GG comes out, and G2IG will grab game number 1.
Funny stuff going on there. I think Book of the Shadows, I think it was really difficult to see what was going on there with so many effects, and I think Book of the Shadows saved Razor. I don't know what happened, if the player was confused or the game was confused, but I feel like Faceless Void kept trying to run into Razor and couldn't hit, and then would try to back away. It's like, no, hit the Razor. It's like, no, it's still, I can't hit the Razor. I can't tell that he's Book of Shadowed. So I don't know. In the end, it was a very hard fight, even if that works out. That is what G2IG was hoping for. Eventually find a toss back, like the safest way to close the game, even though you and I were really feeling like, yeah, just force it, guys. But I mean, we're not playing, right? It's so chaotic in those late games. You're so scared of throwing and becoming a meme. So like, let's just take it real safe, guys. Every win is important. Real safe. Just end it without throwing. And, you know, I can't really fault them for that. And they finally do close it out here with like a 50k lead or something.
Yeah, it ends so heavily in their favor. It's nuts. The thing is, the Book of Shadows is the actual just impossible counter to Faceless Void this game. You have Aeon Discs on the most important heroes, right? Like Enigma. But then it's just you don't get techies in there as well. He's just gonna Book of Shadows the most important hero, and your fight's over, right? Like, it's actually just too difficult for the Faceless Void to deal with. Like, the execution has to be perfect from Azure, but that requires misplay from G2IG. Like, they have to, like, death ball walk up into a choke point and get like 4 or 5 hero chronoed, which is just so unlikely.
Yeah, I think G2IG was pretty good with their positioning when they finally get to the actual team fights. We never saw a massive chronosphere into the Clinks attacking, right? They were very careful about, we toss one guy back. We don't even all get like clump around that hero. We all stay scattered so that the chrono can't catch us. They were very good about their positioning. For example, here, yeah, like just like the toss back pickoffs. I didn't even notice he canceled that time, the jump in, whatever. It doesn't even matter at this point. This was like the early game for for this 21 minutes ago, or 21 minutes into the game.
Yeah, this was a whole nother game. I don't even remember this. My brain is you know, I got that Zoomer brain now where I can only remember like from 5 minutes ago.
Is that a Zoomer brain, or is that just like an old person brain? I'm pretty sure mine's
maybe
an
it's
old
because
person
I'm
brain.
old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a
just try
goldfish
to
memory.
make it- Yeah.
This game, okay, what I do remember though is that Azure Rays, I know they lost in the end, but that Roche steal at the very start is what led us to this 60-minute game. Because I'm looking at the net worth charts. I will just highlight for you guys. Luna had like twice the net worth of the Faceless Void, and she was 5,000 over the next highest hero, which was the Dragon Knight. So that power spike with that Aegis would have been insane. This would have been like a 25-30 minute game, but the call to steal it was really sick. So even though the laning stage, I think, was not what Azure Ray had in mind, I think it still shows that they made some like good adaptations, recognizing like the state of the game. What do we need to do? We need to creep cut, stuff like that. So they gave themselves the best chance they could have, considering the bad start they came out with. So pretty, like, I feel like game 2 will be really exciting because of that. Like, I don't think either team made terrible mistakes. Some plays, you know, didn't quite work out. But yeah, here in this last fight, we see Faceless Void just gets destroyed once he's hexed, and like Razor's refresher ults going, Luna's refresher eclipse, and glaives are bouncing everywhere. It's so much damage is happening in that space.
I'd like to point out both black holes missed in that fight. Not a single hero got hit by black hole in that last fight.
Why you gotta do that to him, man?
Wiped the full. It's more of like it was like Enigma's just bait. Like at this point, they're like, we have to get the Enigma or else we're all gonna get black holed and died. And I think that's the correct assumption. But it's even funnier when both black holes miss and you still just get absolutely destroyed by this Razor Luna.
Yeah.
So it just shows how strong G2IG were. But yeah, I mean, their itemization is perfect. Like, there's not much that you can do on Azure here late game. Like, you will not. Like I said earlier, it requires a massive misplay from G2IG, and they're hoping for it, and they're gonna play for that, but it doesn't happen. So G2IG walk out with the win. It is just game number 1 in this marathon, everyone. So stay tuned. We're gonna be back with game number 2 in a moment. We'll see you in a bit. What is up, everybody? Welcome back here to the Elite League. It got to experience a pretty fun game between Azure here and G2IG. Maybe went a little bit longer than we expected. G2IG patient though; they managed to come out the victors. We'll see what happens in game number 2. Zach, what's going to be? Are we going to see anything different here in the strategy, or what kind of went wrong in game 1 for G2IG for it to take this long?
I mean, I don't think G2IG will change much. Like, go back an hour and a half, right? Starting at the draft. G2IG pretty happy with how it opened up, and the laning stage, all of that was pretty good. I think losing that first Roche is pretty big to them, and then some of the executions perhaps on the team fights, that is probably where they spent time discussing in this break. I think Azure Ray, draft as a whole, kind of fine, but I think the lane just ended up weaker. It's up to them if they think that was because of execution or because of the draft. For example, I didn't think it was going to go that way, so I don't know like how to take it myself. But if they want to adjust, that is where maybe we could start. And yeah, we'll open up the draft here in a moment. The teams have gotten started. They're ready to play the next 70-minute game. Azure Ray has first pick here. They've decided to steal the Razor. We did see it do very well that last game. And then the Primal Beast response here from G2IG. This could potentially be our mid matchup right here. How do you feel about that, Ricky?
I actually don't mind if this is the mid matchup. Primal Beast is still pretty great at CSing. You do have to, like, so much of your trample damage is lost when Static Link is on you, but I think with Onslaught, you still could probably secure a good number of CS. I feel like it's just easy for the Razor, though, so you might want to try and move the Primal Beast into the off lane. I think for the game, though, Primal Beast is quite good against the Razor.
Yeah, you're not really the one Razor usually wants to link in team fights. So you're trying to like get past the Primal Beast. Like you said, in the lane it's fine, but after that, trying to get past the Primal Beast, which can be pretty tough. He can just grab you with Pulverize, give your teammates a chance to get away, break the link, stuff like that. And even if the lane does end up going terribly, Primal Beast, we've seen him just like creep cut so often and then just not care about whatever his mid matchup is. Just drag creeps over to camps, trample them, return, next wave, repeat.
Oh, wow, a Terrorblade ban. We have not been seeing a lot of Terrorblade. It's been banned a couple times against teams that like are notorious to pick it because they have someone who plays at support. Also, it's like a specialty carry pick for them. But yeah, not this time. Shadow Demon, great answer to the Razor. Also, a little bit of a deny pick since it is quite good into the Primal Beast. Azure could go for something like the Clockwork, which we've seen be a massive problem for Primal Beast to play against. Also quite good at trying to scout Shadow Demon and initiate. I like the idea of that, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think it also opens up heroes like Dragonite and Luna for G2IG. Shadow Demon works really well with them, and you're not so worried about them being stolen by Azure Ray because those types of heroes don't like to play into the Shadow Demon. They're going to go for the Clockwork, a very good hero versus Primal Beast. Oh, and they're going to go for IO. We're going to get a bit of a mix-up here. Not a lot of teams run the IO. It still looks good in the right games. We were talking about the Gaming Gladiators versus Bet Boom, I think, right, series that went super long, and we saw an IO there. I mean,
it's quite good with the Razor, like in the mid game and stuff. Like if he's able to like play with the Razor, it's great. He doesn't really want to piggyback with him around the map early, so you are going to probably be looking for a different carry in the lane for him to play around. That's a great Weaver pick. Great at finding IO.
Yep, not too worried about Razor either. Clockwork can be annoying for you. If you do get caught, you get stuck in the cogs, but you have time lapse for that. So not too bad. IO, I'm looking forward to see how this does. Perhaps Azure Ray and G2IG have their own little meta like we were talking about, and they're starting to realize, like, yeah, you know what? Games do tend to go pretty late when we play each other. IO really strong in the late game. Clockwork not so much, actually. Drops off a bit, but should be pretty good to just always slow down the Primal Beast throughout the entire game. But we got that scaling potential now with the IO. I'm looking forward to this.
It's such a fun hero to watch. I still think the Clockwork is like the best pick here. It is so good against Primal Beast and Shadow Demon. So I think they're gonna have to kind of address that at some point. If you are ahead on Azure and your Clockwork is just setting up kills onto the Primal Beast, your game plan kind of falls apart because you need your Primal Beast to be this like tanky initiator frontline to just go in, try and find these other heroes. You go back for the Dark Willow. Okay, I was thinking they might go for a Grimstroke, but I like the Dark Willow. Pretty solid against the IO, right? Being able to terrorize the reload and stuff like that is great.
Dropping Brambles is also super annoying for this team. Both Razor and IO want to be running around, and it's just difficult to navigate when there's Brambles all over the floor, and especially if you get the Shard on Dark Willow, the Brambles from that, or just the E-stun in general, like you throw on IO or the partner, they have to stay far apart to not get double stunned. So pretty cool pickup there. It does mean you have probably like a double range safe lane. I wonder if there's a way, like what do you pick to do that now that you know your safe lane matchup?
That's okay. A good Bloodseeker pick. Wow, is that a good Bloodseeker pick?
Rupture will be like sick.
These supports do not really do much to this hero, and you have Rupture for both Primal Beasts and Weaver. And now what this means is if you like whoever you Rupture, Razor can just crush them as well. Like there's no getting away at that point. And this is like the IO tether target that you want, right? Like we were saying, you could play around Razor, but having another hero as well that you can stay tethered to is fantastic. And Bloodseeker, quite good. Quite good.
Coming up to the last pick here. Both teams a little bit flexible because of the Razor and the Primal Beast being able to move around. So mids and off lanes. Yeah, that Dragonite we talked about earlier could have still been a potential pick. Azure will have to pick first. I think some more initiation. Right now it's all on Clockwork, so a little bit more initiation could be good. I also think someone who harasses a lot in the lane could be good to help Bloodseeker get more value from his passive, because right now Clockwork tends to like 100-0 fight people, which is not, which means they're usually full health until that moment, which means Bloodseeker doesn't get anything. And Razor will be able to trade, but maybe in the Primal Beast, especially if creep cutting happens, like maybe it doesn't happen. So I think either of those options could be cool. I'm trying to think of who that would be, though.
Yeah, I think Azure probably will need to ban the Doom. It's just pretty good here into both Bloodseeker IO, so that one would make the most sense. And then you would, then you could keep, Primal Beast mid, still have Doom off lane. It wouldn't be too bad. You would still have strong lanes on Azure, but I think it makes the game maybe a little bit too difficult. They get rid of Puck and Storm Spirit, two heroes that would be very strong at finding the Dark Willow and the Shadow Demon. I still kind of like the idea of Razor mid and maybe just grabbing something like a Mars here for the off lane. Or even Darkseer, honestly. Like, you could just go Darkseer Clockwork.
I feel like Weaver will handle... Well, maybe with the Clockwork it's a little different. But I feel like... I don't know. I guess I'm open to that. I'm just trying to think because...
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, sorry. G2IG is banning out mids, so they think this is a Razor off lane, which I've seen Bach be the one to play it, and they pick something different for Ori here. I don't know if Razor will be super happy playing into Weaver. It's pretty hard to get value out of Link. I guess with the Clockwork, maybe it's a little easier.
Yeah, there's the Doom ban.
Good call.
There's no way that Doom comes through here. They'll pick the Zeus, so it is going to be the Bach Razor. I am not a huge fan of Zeus, but now that you see the Storm Spirit and Puck ban, you're kind of like, it's kind of free for us if we want to take it. And it's great with Bloodseeker, of course.
Yeah, every team fight, you start with your ultimate and just get everyone low. Give tons of value to Bloodseeker. And it does fit what we were saying earlier about The Arc Lightning spam does tend to harass out the enemy, though this still looks like it could be Primal mid, which to start will be annoyed by the Arc Lightning, but then eventually could just creep cut to dodge all of that.
Dude, what if you just picked Sniper? I mean, you can't pick Sniper in a Razor. Never mind.
Or can you?
Can you? Nah, this just looks a little bit difficult for them to round out this draft. You can't really pick like a really tanky hero here into Razor. You have to pick someone that does damage because you have a pretty severe lack of damage on G2IG right now. So I'm trying to figure out what that hero is going to be. Maybe like, I mean, even less you can't really pick into play. Okay, they go Ember Spirit, huh? How do you feel about the Ember pick here?
I'm not sure. I'm still thinking it through. I guess Sleight of Fist, kind of nice into IO, and now you get like 3 roots, so you're very likely to hit IO and the person next to them. It is a little bit more initiation, which I think they need since the 2 supports aren't that great at it. I guess it'll be fine in the mid lane with the Flame Guard. And you maybe threaten Zeus more than Zeus threatens you after you're like both level 6.
Man, I just feel like you're going to run out of damage on G2IG. I think just the ease of execution from Azure is there, right? You have low on this Razor. It is an off-lane Bloodseeker, by the way. Not what I expected, but safe lane Razor with his IO on him the whole game actually now will be really fun. I'm curious how he builds the Bloodseeker though, because offlane Bloodseeker, I'd imagine you're playing for something like Blade Mail BKB and just trying to tank up and snipe these backline heroes, and you're kind of just a Rupture machine here. If you find the Rupture onto the Weaver or the Primal Beast, it's the easiest game in the world for the Razor. He just can get reload in and kill any hero he wants. So
yeah, I wonder if
Azure's draft is sick.
I wonder if that's why they're doing offlane Bloodseeker, because Rupture is so good, but carry Bloodseeker doesn't build around that really. But offlane Bloodseeker can. Razor kind of builds the same no matter what lane he goes anyway, so I do think this is better for the Razor. Like, I was worried about how Razor would do versus a Weaver. I think he'll have a much better time against this Primal Beast.
I agree. And I don't think Bloodseeker is going to struggle all that much against the Weaver lane. Like,
no, I think you'll just heal. You'll just heal through all of this.
Yeah, it's going to be like Weaver, Shadow Demon. He just can get a, like, stick, go for, like, maybe a Bracer, and just sustain with, you know, Thirst. So we'll see what happens. Looking to play some wards in the mid lane here, seeing if anyone's going to get scouted.
Last time we saw 2 fairly late smokes coming out from both teams.
Trying to see who's got the smokes. It's on X-Nova. Yeah, they're going to pop it now. Meanwhile, Azure will head up into their triangle. They do not have a smoke, so they're actually just willing to sit by their tower, it looks like. Play around their watchers.
Pretty interesting. I wonder if they just think their level 1 is a lot weaker.
You have IO, right? It's so bad.
They're still moving as a group, though.
Oh, there's a disruption. Blood Rite will zone them away. Yeah, I mean, that would have been a scary spot to walk into. Blood Rite and Arc Lightning spam.
You understand that, right?
Well, Lou's still moving forward.
2 and 2 on the runes.
They deny their own Observer, too, to make sure it can't be... Haha! Look at that. Tianming tries to go for the D ward, but the Dark Willow has already killed it. And then, ooh, Baboka going for some creep aggro tricks in the bottom lane, using a sentry on the tier 2 to delay the creeps. They're trying to dodge this Razor matchup, although Baboka is going to get linked up, forced to TP right off the bat. JT is going to be blocking these creeps, though, so they're going to get the lane equilibrium out.
Yeah, very much worth the TP in, like, a Tango, right? Like, you've already used Static Link, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to deny against the Primal Beast. And he actually misses all but one CS here in this bottom lane. So definitely rough for the Razor to start it off like that.
Baboka might be looking to creep drag as well, even further. Guarantee you're gonna hold this. He's gonna use it to block the camp.
Nicely done.
Sees his hard. Ooh, nice play from Tianming,
That
dragging that hard
so
camp
nice.
over for the pull.
Yeah,
That's really bad
those
for G2IG.
Yeah. That was sick. Well, yeah, you can't really contest this Razor at all. Like, static link plus just IO is too much. Top lane, we're seeing Bach get very low here, as Clockwork was busy dragging his own wave.
Yeah, actually, they didn't lose too much out of that hard camp pull thanks to Baboka's positioning, and then even finds a courier. So they take a lot of damage for it, but at least they didn't get denied too heavily. Looks like some creep dragging shenanigans are happening top too, so just some funny laning all around.
I think overall, Bach needs this. He was starting to take a lot of heavy damage, and now the Thirst should allow him to kind of restore a lot of his HP.
Mm-hmm.
So anytime he's not just face tanking damage from the Weaver and the Shadow Demon is a big plus.
Nova finds the time to come take the Water Rune mid, deny it from Ori, who does have 3 bottle charges, but he's at half health, so he's definitely going to be annoyed he lost that Water Rune.
I will say this bottom lane, I feel like you're going to be playing on low HP for quite a bit here on G2IG, and that definitely helps Bach once he gets like the level 2 Thirst here. It's a little bit more movement speed, and of course helping him kind of just sustain his lane.
Lotus is coming up. We see Baboka still just committed to the creep dragging. They don't even feel like they can fight for the Lotuses. They're just trying to get the farm they can for JT. He got a top. Looks like Bach gets it top.
Yeah, good positioning from FY. Okay. Very kind of even lane stage at the moment. He is struggling at the moment on CS for the on the Bloodseeker, but it's not by much. Like he's going to recover pretty easily, and bottom lane low is having a fantastic time, which Bobka actually needs to be a little bit careful. He's just playing around. He's got Shadow Realm if he ever needs to just Shadow Realm TP, but huge wave pushing in. This is actually quite nice for them.
And it's off.
Wow, I can't believe FY was able to drag that wave. That was sick. Xnova tries to go for the disruption to prevent, you know, Clockwork from dragging, but ends up getting it with the reflare.
Nova trying to get the hard
like
camp.
He's really trying to get this rage creep. He's like, come on, stop it. All right, he's got it.
FY's on it.
Yeah, very specific lane movements here that are like kind of necessary when you're playing into bad matchups. Like you'll see supports do this stuff all the time at the high level, just because they know like they can't leave their carry to just go into this lane, or in this case, like their off lane can't go face to face against the Weaver. So
Pretty low action game though because of that. Both side lanes creep dragging and mid's just the honorable
Zeus
1v1 Ember Zeus, but they're also just farming, so pretty quiet start. We don't even have a first blood yet, which Xnova, if he's not careful, could still be killed by FY, especially as he's getting close to level 2 battery assault. But disruption's pretty useful there because you waste a lot of time. Maybe mid, nothing to say, might fall first from
There
a
it
ganking
is.
IO. Didn't expect that,
the
did you?
ganking IO. He's got a Lotus, so he can heal up Ori pretty good here if he needs to. I think they could bait and maybe turn it around, but
Radiant structures are
almost
fortified.
pops him on the poison, and Tianming was not there to heal him, so
Yeah, it was a
very
little scary.
close. But
In the end,
yeah,
though,
very
they get
nice
the mid
kill.
kill.
And top lane, no Sakuchi on the Weaver, so FY is going to get a decent chunk of damage out here with this Battery Salt. And there is the Thunder God's Wrath. The Weaver dies, bottom lane. Now JT has to be very scary. Or very scared, rather. Takes a lot of damage from that. Okay, those are 2 really good kills. It was a slow start, but Azure starting to pick up the pace here.
I'm pretty sure he hit level 6 off that mid-Ember kill, too, so... Otherwise, that Weaver kill, I think it was really close. I think he was just about to get Shikuchi up again when that Thunder God's Wrath came out.
This is
another
great
gank
for
on Ember. He's got the Flame Guard. This might be, or sorry, the Flame Remnant. This might be part of the reason they picked it, because the Flame Remnants do help you play very safe versus a lot of these heroes, actually. The Razor, Bloodseeker, and the Clockwork. So that could be part of the reason, and maybe we'll see him play pretty aggressively because he knows he can always just Remnant back. It's pretty tough to chain stun him in this game.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
The ganking IO is now looking for the Wisdom Rune bottom. Just going to try and shade here with the Dark Willow. I mean, for the most part, he wins the initial right-click battle, but she will be able to Shadow Realm, and he gets the Wisdom Rune. Oh, that is rough.
Level 5 now. You can't fight me. I'll kill you.
Not anymore.
I'm ganking IO.
There is a penalty coming,
JT
though,
can kill him. Ancient creeps?
Oh my gosh.
That was really close.
If he didn't shift Q that onslaught.
That was scary. But still,
so
Tianmin got the
IO
Wisdom
dead.
Rune, so that's a win for him. FY secured theirs as well, so there's going to be a pretty big level difference on the supports coming up here. And Azure, I think they'll be able to do, maybe not on the Ember, that one's still pretty tough, but should be able to use Hookshot to find kills. I mean, he's still not quite yet, but we should see this effect come in about a minute when we start seeing the 6s come out from Azure supports, but G2IG, they'll probably still be like level 4 or 5.
Ganking IO once again coming to the mid lane, and perfect time too, because that 8-minute power rune spawning, it's gonna be top scouted out as a shield rune, but they want to chase nothing to say here. They've got the Bloodseeker Thirst Vision. He has a Remnant to safety. Will he get the TP out? No, FY cancels it. He's gonna be forced to Remnant right into the hands of Ori. One more Remnant away, but he's gonna survive. Nice Bramble Maze out from Bobica, but I mean, this slows down NTS a lot. He has used almost all of his remnants. He blows his TP as well. And the shield rune is still going to go to Ori.
Yeah, you can't fight over anything because you use so many remnant charges. He has none now. He has to wait for those to get back up. And then he tried to TP out, so he just has to walk all the way back. Oh, actually, he looks like he used one more remnant at the edge of his base. But still, it's like, it's so much wasted time. And now he's not going to feel comfortable playing aggressively or making plays until he has more charges and remnant. Yep. Also, they also stole the stack in the meantime, and it made JT feel like he had to take his ancient stack right now before he risked losing it.
I think
Just
that's
finishing it up right
correct.
now.
He like actually has no choice to leave this. If they were to steal his ancient stack, things would be looking really rough. We haven't really even talked about this safe lane Razor, but this dude is seriously cosplaying the Lightning Revenant. Picking up a Maelstrom will be his first item, which is pretty sick. If he goes Gleipnir, it's a good Gleipnir game, but I also could see him make a case for Mjolnir because attack speed on Razor is so good.
And combine his Maelstrom with the Bloodseeker's Atos. Together, they have a Gleipnir.
True. It's Gleipnir at home.
There's one game mode we had where you could share items between each other. It was like Silt Breaker, one of those. That was pretty fun. It was like a way to cheese it.
Not allowed to.
I'm sure Crownfall will get that again. Who got this mid rune?
I'm sorry. What is it? What's that? What's Crownfall?
Oh, is NTS about to solo this guy?
I mean, really good Rupture out into the mid lane, forcing NTS to throw Remnant after Remnant. All right. FY just kind of strolling on by
pretending
with
to
this
be an illusion.
They're like, these are... What's the chance one of these is real? And it actually is real, so... Funny play there. But I mean, that's pretty good from the Ember. Actually forces a rotation mid. First Rupture is down. Not bad.
Yeah. In return, they at least make him use several Remnant charges again, which this did get buffed. 7.35D, it went from like a 38-second restore time down to 35. May not sound like a lot, but when you think about all 3 Remnants, it's about 10 seconds different, which could screw you over at different parts of the game. And every time you force Ember to use a lot of them, he's pretty reluctant to make any plays.
Oh, hell yeah. Low's got the Maelstrom, queuing up the Gleipnir. It's just so good this game, right? Like, looking at these heroes, you're against a Primal Beast, a Weaver, and an Ember. All 3 of these heroes hate Root so much, and you're going to need some form of Dispel or BKB quickly, because not only do you have the one coming out on the Razor, but Bach also rushing one. He's got himself the Atos already.
Ooh, Rocket. JT was getting really low. He shows up because of Thirst, and they spotted him. They were trying to do some quick mental math of like, if Rocket Flare hits, can we pop Zeus ult and kill him? But the Rocket Flare is just off the mark.
NTS needs to be careful. FY is almost level 6, so despite the Wisdom Rune steal, he is actually struggling a little bit in finding levels. That's not really the case for the IO since you are tethered up to the Razor. It does mean your Razor's not super high leveled, but he is super farmed at least.
Yeah, this maybe goes back to what we were talking about, potentially needing more initiation, but they opted for a Zeus instead. FY is the only true initiator, at least until Atos comes out on, you know, the Bloodseeker, which means even though they had the level advantage, actually starting a fight versus Ember, Weaver, and Primal Beast was pretty tough. Clockwork does have Hookshot now. Oh, off the mark.
Dude, that is unlucky. Atos will catch X-Nova, though. Can't get the disruption off, and that's a quick pick off for them. FY, he's got the cogs available. Not under too much threat, but Ori is a machine right now. This guy is doing so much damage. Rupture out onto the Dark Willow as well. Thunder God's Wrath to help secure it. Nothing to say, trying to get up onto the high ground, but he's going into the hands of the Razor, and the Atos comes out. That's a triple kill for Bach.
Everything is going well for Azure Ray right now.
Yeah, this game is spiraling, honestly.
Yeah, it was a pretty slow start, like no kills till 5 minutes, and then suddenly we're getting plays all over. 5k difference at 13 minutes. Weaver's not really going to want to join for quite a while. He's close to finishing a Dragonlance, but he just has like Treads, Dragonlance, Falcon Blade, Bracer. Like, that's not really the kind of carry I want showing up to fight. Though he has more stats than usual, I guess. I think Weaver's just going to be chilling and farming, which means, dude, you're going to have to make plays with Ember, but it's Ember, Primal Beast, and at least the Primal Beast, like, his playmaking potential is severely hurt by this Clockwork.
Yep. That's exactly what I was going to say. I was like, your Primal Beast can't make plays because FY exists, and then you're playing into Gleipnirs, right? I like, low is 60 gold from a Gleipnir. Bach is closing in on his. He's, what's the math? I don't want to do the math, but he's close. Reload into the mid lane. FY does get a hook shot away as they're going to continue to chase, try and look for X-Nova. Bobica? Well, the Rupture actually catches the Ember. The Silence is there as well. Doesn't connect in time, but NTS, he's got nowhere to go. I mean, you trade the Clockwork for... Yeah, you trade the Clockwork for the Ember. I think you're plenty happy about that. They might be able to look bottom. Bugs off the mark. Tian Ming trying to get on over to low. Do they have the damage to bring down the Razor? They should. Actually, he had a Greater Lotus and a full stick. It's a lot of healing. And now in comes Bloodseeker. In comes the Thunder God's Wrath. Bach is a fast man. Looking to find potentially the backline. Low, getting chased down even further here by this Weaver. He's going to have to time-lapse the great route in from the Bloodseeker. Another Bloodright FY here to cancel a TP out from the Dark Willow. And he's just isolating Bobica as well. They're just getting chased to oblivion. There's no catch on IG at all.
It was a good attempt. I just realized... It hadn't occurred to me, but Primal Beast is pretty awkward with Bedlam because when you pulverize, you hold them in front of you. So actually a lot of the Bedlam duration is not connecting, and because of that, they're not able to finish up the kill onto Razor, and it gives so much time for everyone to rotate in, and I mean, yeah, you can see in the replay what happens after that. They're just slowly cleaning everybody up.
This is just like this game is perfect for Bloodseeker. Like, you see Thunder God's Wrath come out, and the fight is just over. Because, A, it does a lot of damage, especially to these squishy supports, but suddenly Bach sees everything. They have 2 Gleipnirs done now, as they're looking for just his BKB, and Ori's just not under pressure on the Zeus. Like, he could be a little bit out of position, and maybe they pick him off, but he's tanky. He's got 1800 HP, and you always have the IO saves. Also, that Greater Lotus heal, plus the 20 magic sticks onto the Razor, keeping low alive, was absolutely huge. Top lane.
Good find Bach here.
Big gank if they can get him. He has a Gleipnir, and honestly, his courier may have just saved his life. We'll be able to catch the Dark Willow. The team is coming in to support, and instead, Bach's turning back around. He's like, I'll fight you. Ember Spirit hits a nice chainsaw onto the backside, looking for X Nova in the trees. Okay, dude, are they actually all out? All right, Gleipnir will catch the Dark Willow. That is the only hero you're going to find. Honestly, a pretty clean disengage from G2IG. But you're coming back bottom. The reload brings them right into the hands. This is a great fight from G2IG. Low falling incredibly down. Oh, nice Gleipnir onto 2. The Rupture. Bach, dude. He is just always ready to turn the fight. It looks so good for a moment. You're like, wow, okay, this is a great call to go bottom and punish this reload.
And it was. I mean, that's exactly what they need to try to do. It's, oh man, they were so close to finding the Bloodseeker the first time top, and then this play, like, it all looks so different. But yeah, with Bach having all the extra move speed, he's having such a great game with the Gleipnir. He's just joining everything, and he's so good versus all these heroes. They've got nothing against this Bloodseeker.
Dude, the double roots. It's just Gleipnir is just a cracked item this game. Like, I don't know how you're gonna deal with this. And Ember Spirit can't really afford to buy a BKB right now. He's got his Mage Slayer. He's queued up a Maelstrom. We're gonna see Primal Beast obviously go for the BKB.
Nice deny from Shadow Demon. Amplify damage rune would have been pretty scary right about now.
Yep.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Dude, Bach and Low are literally just asking each other like, hey, which item do you want to build? Because, I mean, I could build it too, you know? Like, why don't we just go the identical items? Gleipnir and Sans and Yasha. Pretty good.
I thought we'd see him play more... Well, I guess you don't really need, like... You don't get 2 Rupture charges to, like, 25 and all that stuff. So I guess you can just go the normal right-click, and then maybe later on you go, like, Octarine Refresher stuff. If we even get there.
I mean, he's definitely playing a little bit different, because he went the Blood Rage spell amplification as opposed to, you know, the attack speed and the shard, right? So he's not hard farming. He is very farmed, but he is playing more. He is definitely playing this as like an offlane role. There's going to be the jump onto the Primal Beast, well scouted by that Clockwork, and JT just going to pop the Blade Mail, try to do what damage he can back to these guys, but really sick scout there by FY. Dude, he almost has an Axe. He's 1,000 gold off of an Axe on this Clockwork.
Radiant's middle tower.
What
He's got
in the
9
world?
assists. 9 assists and 62 last hits. He had a little bit of a slow start XP-wise, but he's finding a good chunk of farm for himself.
All right, they might get Bach. They might actually get him this time. He is so alone, and with the full team wrapping around, the Bedlam is there, and that will be a dead Bloodseeker. The kill bounty going to the Dark Willow, though, a little bit of a unfortunate happenstance, but it's still a lot of gold, a lot of XP for those heroes.
Yeah, they need the Bedlam damage to get these kills, and it's pretty hard to secure the kill on your core with Bedlam active. Which is why, going back to it, like, the Primal Beast is actually a little awkward with the Bedlam. Like, when he's trampling, it's fine, but when you're trying to use Pulverize with it, it's a little weird. Ember will be easier for that, but Ember also kind of jumps around the fights a bit. I hadn't really considered this effect of the new Bedlam being cast on allies, but It's a little harder than others, like Centaur, who just like blinks stuns and you're just like right on
Radiant's
top of
middle
people.
tower is under attack.
They're looking to go for the double Wisdom Rune here, as there's nothing to say on this Ember Spirit. Kind of just sneak it up the side. And it looks like he's going to find it. So this is quite good for G2IG being able to grab these. Bach going to be a little bit sad when he comes up here and finds out that it's gone. Ori in trouble. Does pop an Invis Rune as they get close, but he's just going to turn around with some serious damage in the Primal Beast. Rupture's out. Thunder God's Wrath. Bach's turn to enter the fight. Monet forced a time lapse. He's trying to TP on out. They will catch him barely. A hook shot from downtown. FY's got him. 3 dead on the Dire as they are just so strong, dude. It really is just straight counter picks. The fights are just so difficult for them to execute.
Well, that Bloodseeker pick was sick.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Razor, one of the best heroes at taking Tormentor as well, so they will just grab this, take this from the enemy. Fantastic.
Bloodseeker heal off of Tormentor?
Radiant's top tower.
I don't think so. I don't think anything can heal off Tormentor except for like Battle Trance and stuff, right?
I guess its health is actually just a barrier, and it has like 1 HP. So maybe he does, and it's just literally nothing. I don't know.
It's like 0.3 or something.
Yeah. Literally just looks like a tick of HP regen. Alright, that Ags is online for FY, so you now have Thirst Vision when they get low. You have Zeus removing wards, scouting with his ultimate, and you now have massive Rocket Flare scouting, just looking for people to kill, such as X-Nova, who thought he was safe next to his tier 2, but they actually just walk towards him and kill him. The classic strategy.
He's just getting perma-slowed by these flares. Like, FY is just throwing the flares across the river and just scouting out Shadow Demon and anyone that could be behind him. He's just slowed up the entire time. Ori comes bottom, trying to... Oh, manages to cancel the onslaught. Is there a TP in time? No. They do not manage to get that cancel, so he will make it out of the Primal Beast. Reload committed, so... Get themselves at least some cooldown. Monet underneath the ward Sentry. Rupture is out. Gleipnir's going to connect. The silence is there. Time lapse perfectly, but there's another hook shot from FY. Ori.
Don't
Thunder
mind
God
if I do.
it.
What's G2IG's way back into this? It starts with split pushing, split pushing, which is what Nothing to Say is doing. We gotta drag this out, just like last game. We gotta get to like 60 minutes. Does G2IG have the tools for that?
I honestly, like, I'm looking at this game full transparency. It's like, you need triple BKB to just not bleed deaths at this point. But I don't think it helps you win the fights either. I think you're actually just so outclassed in terms of your matchups. So I don't know. Like, yeah,
what if
maybe
we do a little trolling and relocate into the fountain a couple times?
We do a little trolling sometimes. NTS top lane, blink from Bach. He will be able to dodge it. Nicely done, but if he gets a little bit of vision, he's looking for the rupture. Yeah, he's out. Okay, nicely played.
Blink is a cool choice by Bach. It'll reduce the travel time of the Gleipnir and just help him get to the fights.
Yeah, I thought he would finish the Sanj and Yasha first, but yeah, Blink Dagger is kind of sick. He just can initiate, like, he's an initiating Bloodseeker. Like, that's how good this hero is in this game, and I don't know how you deal with this.
I think part of the reason is just, like, otherwise they're fully dependent on the Clockwork starting everything.
Do they have detection? I mean, gotta blink up onto the high ground. Bach will find X Nova. Monet will be forced to... No, he doesn't get the time lapse off! He gets popped! Dude, it's so difficult to play the Weaver here. It's like, you time lapse, great, but you lose a bunch of HP anyway, and then Zeus is there. FY has found NTS, ends up forcing the Remnant back.
Ori's here.
Dude, I mean, just walk.
He knows where the Remnant is. He's gonna wait here. Guys, this will be hilarious. Gather around, gather around. Get here, get here.
Get.
No one show, no one show.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're gonna be like, yo, reload bottom, force it. But he's got no reload for like 30 seconds. It's like, oh, you can get his Remnant, guys. Just... All right, tier 2, dead in the top lane. We're likely to see them go rogue at some point here, right? You have the spicy fingers on Zeus.
I think with that tier 2, you've now set yourself up for Roche.
Bottom tower is still alive, but it should fall to the Ember Spirit here.
Maybe it's funnier if we just keep killing him, guys.
That is funny. I do like that meme.
If they kill them bottom, they can just twin gate up for the rune. They're gonna sandwich him here with this
flare
smoke.
is looking quite good. They do get the Gleipnir only onto the Shadow Demon. The hook shot comes through as well, so Ember makes it out.
Actually, not that bad. I thought that was gonna look worse. I thought that was about to be potentially a triple kill for them.
Is under attack.
I mean, they are getting to their BKBs. Like you have BKB finally finished up on the Ember. You have the BKB already on the Primal Beast, and you're closing in on Weavers. He's about 1,700 gold away still, so it's gonna be a moment. But at least your Ember can BKB TP, right? Assuming the hook shot's down.
Mm-hmm. Which they might have to use hookshot to initiate. Like we've been saying, their initiation is a little on the weaker side, so there's a good chance you'll be able to get away. But Azure Ray has BKB on the Razor, so like even as you mentioned it earlier, even as you pick up the BKBs on G2IG, you live longer, but do you actually win the fight with that? And it is going to be so hard to kill Razor, and especially as like BKB comes out on Bach, I imagine he might grab that after SNY. Like, right now, you only have a Gleipnir on Weaver with the BKB. Like, his actual damage is not that high.
And we're looking for an engagement bottom here. They managed to get the Wisdom Rune, but Low with this BKB is just chasing down the backside. They will be able to root up the IO. He's trying to heal through this. Here comes Bach. Do they have the Thunder God's Wrath? They do, but they're waiting for this BKB to expire on JT. What a hook shot from FY! Traps 3 in the cogs. You've got to be kidding me, man. Triple kill for Ori.
Dude, that was such a sick hook shot. Replay that.
Dude, that's the replay we're looking for. I mean, this was the best fight we've seen from G2IG, but they were just waiting. Like, they had Thunder God's Wrath. The Scythe was not even used from Ori quite yet, and Bach wasn't there.
Okay, so I just want to highlight right now, Low is... He's got the IO, right? This is 2v5. This is what we're saying. We're like, when his BKB is up, I don't think you have the damage. He's just in there. And they scout all this out with a Thirst. Do they even have vision when he does it? Is it a rocket flip? He just goes. He just knows where they are because of the Thirst. I think he saw one of the heroes. He goes in, he's like, oh, 3 of the heroes. How lucky. Ember gets away, but 4 for 1 because of that.
Yeah, and they can take the Tormentor super easily, right? Just Razor being Razor. One of the best heroes at doing so. You also have like the bonus overcharge spell lifesteal. So this is one of the things you have to consider. It's like you have to Vessel the Razor, but he has a BKB. And then now the IO has Holy Locket, Mech, and the Shard. So Low is so hard to kill.
Dude, FY is such a baller. After his Aghanims, he has a Kaya.
I'm about it, dude. He does a lot of damage. Uh-oh, X-Nova. That's a hookshot pushback with the cogs. He's got nowhere to go. Spicy Finger Zeus will do it. He's got a Blink Dagger and an Enchanted Quiver on Ori. Dude, these guys are insanely farmed.
The crazy thing is we're only halfway through the game at this point.
Just don't you will that into existence here again. JT's got a BKB. He's going to be forced to use it. Turn it around on Tabak. Actually might get a kill, but no, not with Low here. Will he finish the job? Pulverize. Not going to help. So another fantastic pickoff.
He's going to look for NTS. Gleipnir up in 2 seconds.
Out. Oh, that was close. Wait a minute. FY? He's like, where are you going, huh? I could see you.
He's thinking about. He's like doing the math. He's like, I have a Kaya for extra damage. Can I solo the enemy mid hero? Okay, so let's think for G2IG. The high ground is not the best from Azure Ray. They're really good at killing heroes. Killing buildings is a little bit tougher for them. You are going to have an Aegis, which I imagine you stick on the Razor, and you just poke at buildings, and that is pretty tough to play into.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's going Satanic. Eventually, you just get an Aghanim Scepter on this Razor, and, you know, who cares high ground, right?
Yeah.
It's not like it's going to be his next item. He's going to go Satanic, then probably a Refresher, and then maybe even a Blink Dagger after that, but... Or you can go Scotty. Like, he has a lot of options in terms of items he could build this
They're
game.
going to try to find low and IO.
Gleipnir's out. Yeah, I mean, this is a great kill if they can bring down Tian Ming, and he's super dead. Eventually, Monet will get the job done. Low with the BKB, Eye of the Storm active, needs to be a little bit careful, still has the static link available. They get an immediate Hex to blink it from Ori, and he's gone! Instantly deletes the Weaver. They are looking to get out on JT, but guess what, man? Scouted out entirely from this clockwork. Rupture will finish off the Primal Beast. Dude, the Zeus damage, my god.
Very nice Hex pickup. I was not even paying attention to that, but that Hex... I like that they're itemizing. They're not even done. Okay, X-Nova now falling too. Slowly running down. I like this a lot. Just tying back to... We don't have initiation, but we want our lanes. We're all really farmed. Rather than just build a ton more damage, like, let's actually solve the initiation issues with these, like, double Gleipnirs. Now, the relatively fast Hex from Zeus. Not like it's a crazy item, but we often see, like, other stuff come out first. But with this Hex, like, that's what lets them get that Weaver kill pretty easily right there.
Yeah. I mean, Low was still nearby to still dish out damage, right? He had Eye of the Storm Plasma Field right on top of him, so no chance. And with that, first lane of Barracks should be falling here. This is going to be the second fortification. I mean, you have 4 seconds on the Weaver, but Low has an Aegis for 3 more minutes. And we saw, it took him his entire BKB duration, basically, to kill the IO. And that was his first BKB, so it's just going to take... It's going to be scarier and scarier for Monet going forward unless he can pick up a serious damage item. Low will grab the range, now moving to melee. So much attacks coming out from the overcharge. Nothing to say, jumps in, trying to get on top of Ori, but it just feels so strong. The Gleipnir's going to come out. That BKB's going to expire. Dark Willow just... Dude, it's actually just all clockwork again. FY with another great hook shot on the backside, and the flares just destroying them, making space for Low to go in, and now Bach closing the gap. It is GG. This game was over before it started, it seems.
Bloodseeker was a really cool pick. I think it made the game so difficult. Maybe if the lanes go a little bit better, but both sides going for the creep dragging. When creep dragging comes in, it can be pretty difficult to get ahead. Like, it usually leads to 50-50 lanes, which if you have the better draft, at least like in the early game where your heroes are really good versus theirs, I mean, you're fine going 50-50 because you're like, yeah, I just naturally counter that guy. He needs to be ahead of me to have a game. And if we're all creep dragging, like, whatever. So yeah, you can sometimes come out ahead from creep dragging if the enemies don't react to it. But I mean, these are very experienced teams. They were both doing what they could. Like we saw, like trying to connect the camps to the pole, stuff like that. But if you just keep creep dragging long enough, eventually it does kind of go 50-50. And we did see it was like a slow start because of that. But then eventually that hero counter comes into play. And boy, does it. It feels like that snowballed really quickly.
Dude, they just went hyper aggression on all of their items. Like, FY finishes this game with an Ags Kaya Sanj. The last fight, he hit like 20 flares worth of damage in the last fight because, like, it was cleaving all heroes, and then like, I actually just can't. I don't know how he just owned on this clockwork. But it's also set from the fact that their heroes are just so good this game. As soon as we see the opener with like Primal Beast Shadow Demon, it's like an obvious clockwork pick. You're gonna go for it into those, right? And then you respond with like Weaver and an Ember Spirit, and Bloodseeker is just gonna have the freest game of his life. The decision to put it in the off lane, though, I think was what surprised me, and it ended up being really good.
Yeah, I think they had to dodge those matchups because like Razor into the Weaver, that lane goes pretty differently, and Primal Beast into the Bloodseeker, that goes pretty differently. So pretty cool to see them swap it. Maybe that was the plan the whole time anyways. I'm curious, maybe G2IG could have considered lane swapping because of that. Maybe it wouldn't have been great for them anyways, because now you're in like different lanes. I don't know, but yeah, I think that putting the Bloodseeker in the offlane was really cool.
This was just this was just like a perfectly executed game. Azure just looking super clean. The thing is like Zeus, Bloodseeker, and Razor all have so much damage. They all finish the game like with either 1 or 0 deaths. And Tianming, obviously on the Isle, like the sacrifice for his roster, like that's the only hero G2IG was really able to kill, like reliably in the late game. But it costs you so much every single time. Dude, that hook shot again is just unreal.
I don't think he knew 3 were there. I'm pretty sure he just saw the 1.
It was like process of elimination, right? He's like, they're definitely trying to back into the base, right? You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Even if it was just 1 hero, like it doesn't even matter. Like the way the game was going, we did not really see a way for G2IG to come back. The heroes are pretty different from last game where we had like the huge team fight ultimates that can, like, even when you're behind, the threat of maybe chronoing 3 heroes is what kind of makes you play super cautiously. But this game, those heroes are just not here, and you feel so confident just running at them. We just saw that for like 20 minutes. Very different pace of game from the last one.
Yeah, this was just such a sick performance. Really fun to watch. I love seeing like Bloodseeker grab a Blink Dagger before even finishing Kaya Sanj. He's just like, yeah, I can just blink initiate, and what are they gonna do? Run? Like that's the only thing that they can do.
I run faster. I'm Bloodseeker.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then Zeus, of course, goes for the Hex, goes back for the Blink Dagger, and then you now have an Ori who can like blink Hex a hero and instantly kill them. It's just sick, man. Hyper aggressive strategy from Azure ends up paying off, and they managed to tie the series. Both these teams looking very good. I mean, G2IG after yesterday went what 3-1. So for today, that will put them. We'll have to see. Okay, yeah. So they just played the 1 series today, so that's gonna put them at 4-2. Still a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, I think this puts Azure at 3-1 because they won a series 2-0 earlier.
Yep. So pretty much they did the exactly same thing that G2IG did yesterday. Both of them in a really good position in Group A, though, for sure.
Yeah, curious if we'll have an interview because there's definitely some fun stuff to ask about in that game.
Yeah. Looks like we have FY, so we're going to go to a break. Oh, spoilers, everyone. But we're going to go to a break. We'll be back with an interview here from Azure. Stay tuned. We'll see you in a sec. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I do have some rather unfortunate news, though. We do not have an interview with Azure. We were trying to put it together to speak with FY, but no translators are standing by. So, unfortunately, we won't be able to speak with them. But that does mean we will have more Dota coming up very soon. It'll be our final series of the day. Team Spirit here versus Entity. Spirit did manage to get their first win earlier, which was necessary, and they took it off of Falcons, which is surprising because Spirit was struggling. Falcons look incredible. What are you expecting for this final series?
I'm just looking forward for Monkey King support. I want to see it. Entity is one of the few teams that do it, and they've honestly done it more than Extreme Gaming, which is like XingQ being the first to like really reveal it. It feels like Entity was like, damn, that's sick. Let's run that all the time. So they threaten it the most. Might just get respect banned, which is like, I get it, but I really want to see it. That's what I'm ready for. Spirit is 1-3, I think, right now. But all their games have looked like, I'm sure they want to play better, but they haven't been like stomps or anything. They've actually gone on quite long. They like hold out. So maybe they're warming up as they go. They did just end on that win versus Falcons, which is probably the most impressive team you could get a win against right now. So that might suggest they're pulling it in and ready to go here in the next series.
Yeah. So with that being said, everyone, we are going to go to a break and we'll be back in about 8 minutes with our final series of the day. So stay tuned for that for more here on the Elite League. We'll see you in just a little bit.